crisis has befallen the Blue Star, engulfing all those who strive to uphold peace with a sense of urgency and dread. In the depths of night, they struggle to rekindle the light of countless homes, to protect, to resist, to break free from the cocoon, to seek equality and freedom. Life itself is worth fighting for. Chapter 1. 5 Fiancés? This seems inappropriate. Bien Tao inhaled deeply, gazing at his childhood companion, Gao Jiahe, who stood before him. Suppressing the emotions threatening to erupt, he inquired, "Do you think it is appropriate for a man like me to have 5 fiancés?" Gao Jiahe sighed, his heart heavy with bitterness, and attempted to soothe him. "The old man has been missing for a month now. This necklace is the last item he left behind." Bien Tao's 5 fiancés each possessed the same necklace, indicating that their fates were intertwined. The Blue Star is currently unsafe. A century ago, a sudden collision with another dimension resulted in numerous rifts connecting to other worlds. Creatures from these rifts emerged, instinctively preying upon humanity. Unknown energies entered the Blue Star, endowing humanity with new powers, just sufficient for survival amidst this calamity. Thus commenced a new era dominated by beast tamers. Humans can forge contracts with these creatures through special abilities, thereby enhancing their own strength. Bien Tao's grandfather was a high-level metal element beast tamer, who had long fought in the realms beyond. The abilities of beast tamers are categorized into elemental and special types. Elemental types include metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning. Special types encompass light, darkness, poison, space, time, and spirit. The ranks of beast tamers are classified according to their abilities, ranging from 1 to 9. Levels 1 to 3 are considered low-level beast tamers, 4 to 6 are mid-level, and 7 to 9 are high-level beast tamers. Humanity has painstakingly driven these creatures back into their worlds, shifting the battlegrounds to alternate dimensions. Thus, Bien Tao often understands his grandfather's decisions. Compared to the children who lost their parents in battle, the presence of the last family member is crucial. Clearly, the Blue Star needs high-level beast tamers for protection. However, the notion of being arranged with 5 men perplexed Bien Tao. His voice was low and hoarse, seemingly stifling a sob. "Grandfather will return, right? It's merely classified as missing for now. Large rifts to other dimensions require an immense amount of time to navigate." Gao Jiahe reassured him, aware that Bien Tao sought confirmation that the old man was still alive, even if it meant uttering a lie. Yes, he won't come to harm. Ultimately, Bien Tao picked up the peculiar necklace, its cold touch sending shivers down his spine as he forced himself to disregard the discomfort. It was time to set forth to the Beast Tamer Academy. With a resolute demeanor, he dismissed the chaos of his fiancés. He was determined to grow stronger. He sought the power that would instill fear in the creatures, whether for survival on this precarious planet or to protect those dear to him. He required absolute strength. From the onset of their education, this generation has been imbued with a singular ideology, to become a beast tamer, whether for protection or a better life. All it takes is talent to embark on this path. Currently, there are 3 primary institutions for training beast tamers on the Blue Star: military academies governed by the state, exclusive institutions accessible through examinations, and privately established training facilities in society. Each offers distinct pedagogical approaches. Relatively speaking, the academies and institutions maintain a more lenient atmosphere. There are notable differences, and in the future, Bien Tao would gain further insights through interactions with those from the institutions. Awaiting him now was a brand new campus life. It is worth mentioning that Gao Jiahe also enrolled in the same academy as Bien Tao, the somewhat desolate Elan Academy. At present, Bien Tao had yet to establish a contract with a specific beast, leaving his attributes unknown. He had only passed the cultural and physical examinations. Considering his grandfather's legacy as a martyr son, coupled with his own academic performance, he indeed had a chance to enter a prestigious institution. The choice of Elan was primarily due to its proximity to home. Now, an additional advantage presented itself. The fiancés listed in his records were all exceptional individuals from various regions. At Elan Academy, he would undoubtedly have no interactions with them. On the day of enrollment, Bien Tao stepped into Elan Academy clad in a loose athletic outfit. This year, The number of new students was limited. During the assembly, he casually observed around 50 peers. The old principal approached the center of the playground, standing atop a platform to deliver the welcome address. However, midway through, he abruptly discarded his manuscript. Shifting his tone, he declared, "Since you have chosen Elan Academy, you should be aware of what that entails. The mortality rate among our faculty is the highest. In recent years, it has been exceedingly difficult for our academy to recruit teachers. But rest assured, all resources are equal. With fewer students at our academy, you will actually have greater access to resources. The reason I bring this up today is to express my hope that you consider staying on as faculty after graduation, should you wish to." This statement left the students present with bewildered expressions. Linking a high mortality rate with the prospect of becoming a teacher seemed little different from inviting them to their doom. The number of upperclassmen remaining in the academy was sparse. At this moment, some second-year students were quietly jesting. "The principal is at it again. Indeed, he says this every year. Yet he recruits no one. He's certainly managing to frighten these inexperienced newcomers. It is a rule that minors are not permitted to enter other dimensions." The principal continued, "Next, we will begin drawing lots, and classes will be assigned based on your performance. Those lacking strength should not harbor fantasies of entering other dimensions. Focus instead on logistical support. Before you lies your battlefield. One-on-one. The match ends when one side concedes or is rendered incapable of fighting back." Though the principal's voice was not loud, it resonated far and wide, seemingly infused with some unseen power. The random selection process meant that the combatants could have a significant disparity in strength. For instance, Bien Tao, standing at a height of merely 1.75 meters, found himself pitted against a robust man nearing 1.9 meters. Upon seeing Bien Tao, the burly man displayed a hint of disdain. A pretty boy, clearly a soft target." Bien Tao's expression darkened at once. His appearance was somewhat gentle, starkly contrasting with his nature. Throughout his life, he had fought many battles due to this very issue. Regardless of the outcome, he would not hesitate to confront him. As the signal to begin sounded, Bien Tao sprang forward, driving his knee toward the opponent's abdomen. In that instant, it became evident that this man had undergone training. Bien Tao immediately retreated, evading capture. The man had not anticipated the force behind Bien Tao's strike, which landed painfully in his abdomen. Yet, to maintain his dignity before the spectators, he suppressed his reaction, remaining silent. Gao Jiahe watched the scene unfold below, feeling somewhat helpless. What could he say? It was unfortunate that Bien Tao was being mocked for his appearance. However, Bien Tao's threshold for mockery was far greater than that of Elan Academy's playground. As the burly man regained his composure, Bien Tao delivered a powerful elbow strike to the back of his neck. Chapter 2. Should he take the initiative? Not on your life. However, Bien Tao's current strength was insufficient to render his opponent unconscious on the spot. After a prolonged struggle, the burly man felt pain coursing through his body. Having finally adapted to Bien Tao's attacking style, he sought to exploit a flaw, yet each attempt ended in failure. Bien Tao surpassed him not only in martial prowess and combat skills, but also in agility and reflexes. How could he possibly win? With a mocking expression, Bien Tao taunted, "Still not willing to concede? I will not concede." The burly man straightened his back defiantly, vowing he would rather die than lose to a pretty boy. Minutes later, he lamented, "Stop hitting me, I concede." Just as he was about to admit defeat, Bien Tao struck him on the mouth, the words dying on his lips as he received a kick to the stomach. The searing pain caused him to roll his eyes in agony, and by the time he regained his senses, he found himself tripped and sprawled on the ground. Embarrassed, he pretended to faint. At that moment, Bien Tao casually sat atop the burly man, crossing his legs and surveying the surroundings. He remarked, "Does this not count as my victory?" His voice, though soft, resonated with authority. How formidable, clearly a seasoned fighter. The referee, a teacher from the academy, praised impressive foundation. "No wonder you are the top newcomer in both cultural and physical disciplines." Bien Tao had won. He lifted his chin, the fierce battle having done nothing to tarnish his image. The faint flush on his face only enhanced his allure. Yet, no one was focused on his appearance. Their attention was solely on his achievement. Bien Tao then quipped, when did the academy start admitting such old fellows? Shouldn't societal members be attending training institutions? This was a direct jab at the burly man's age, and he could almost feel the man beneath him trembling with indignation. Bien Tao was fully aware that the burly man had not truly fainted. He was deliberately provoking him. Gao Jiehe felt somewhat helpless. Bien Tao's vengeful nature was not conducive to camaraderie. However, as long as one did not provoke him, he was quite agreeable, for he harbored no malice. Rising slowly, he began to descend the stage, only to suddenly turn and deliver a flying kick, sending the advancing burly man sprawling, leaving behind an impressively striking silhouette. The burly man, seemingly unwilling to accept defeat, attempted to rise once more. Bien Tao, arms crossed over his chest, looked down at him with an air of superiority and asked, "Do you wish to continue?" At that moment, Gao Jiehe stepped onto the stage, directing his gaze towards the burly man. A smile graced his face as he said, "We are all students of Yulan Academy. We should not engage in internal strife. You wouldn't want transfer due to a violation of school rules, would you?" Upon hearing this, the burly man immediately fell silent. Though he still harbored resentment, he refrained from making any further moves. The contest had concluded, and the results had been declared. Any further altercation would be inappropriate. The nation's stringent laws prohibited internal conflict among humans, as external enemies had already claimed far too many lives. Self-inflicted violence was intolerable. To be expelled from the academy for striking a fellow student would effectively sever one's ties to the Beastmasters. Meanwhile, the teachers observing the new students' competition from the classroom were engaged in discussion. The first-year student possesses commendable physical fitness and a sharp intellect. Yet his temperament proves challenging to manage. There are indeed many who are willing to venture alone into foreign realms, should he find himself isolated. A more rigorous training regimen could ensure a higher survival rate in the future. One ought not to hastily judge. After all, do not his friends seem to support him? It appears that the quality of this year's freshman is quite promising. Bien Tao, in particular, has garnered considerable attention, though he remains unaware of this. At that moment, a somewhat frail figure, cradling a laptop, observed from a distance. After the battle concluded, he lowered his head and made his way to the principal's office. Initially, the principal was pleased to see him, but upon reviewing the documents, his expression shifted to one of concern. He remarked, "You have just graduated from university. I do not recommend you serve as a mentor at our institution. Engaging in logistical support, imparting theoretical knowledge, or assisting students with training would be more appropriate. Leading a team is unsuitable. You're simply too young." Zhuo Xingzhou, the prodigy from a prestigious psychology program, remained silent. His timid demeanor cloaked in layers that obscured his features. He appeared somewhat fearful, curling in on himself, resembling a person afflicted with social anxiety. Seemingly averse to engaging with the outside world, his record was pristine, devoid of any prior work experience. After a brief acknowledgement, the principal, feeling a twinge of frustration, inquired, "What prompted you to choose our school?" The answer was almost a whisper, "Because your school is recruiting." Ultimately, Zhuo Xingzhou secured the position. Meanwhile, Bien Tao had concluded all competitive assessments. Most participants lacked combat skills, which is a significant aspect of the curriculum at the Beastmaster Academy. Once at the academy, the emphasis on cultural studies diminishes considerably. Only those in administrative or logistical roles might elect to study complex theories. In contrast, students majoring in beast mastery engage in extensive training and learn survival techniques. Bien Tao and Gao Jiehe, both day students, returned home after collecting their student cards. As they passed through the school gates, they collided unexpectedly with another figure. So abrupt was the encounter that Gao Jiehe, who often paid attention to Bien Tao, failed to react in time. Instinctively reaching out to grasp the individual, he soon realized that the person had vanished, leaving behind a card resembling a student identification card. Bien Tao felt no pain from the collision, merely a sense of intrigue. Upon picking up the card and glancing at the familiar name, he furrowed his brow slightly. Zhuo Xingzhou. He had indeed come to Yulan Academy. As an intern mentor, one might wonder whether this was an invitation for Bien Tao to seek him out. A hint of derision crossed Bien Tao's face. This individual was one of the 5 suitors mentioned in the dossier. Gao Jie, wearing a blank expression, remarked, "The old man's decision is surely for your benefit." Enough of this. Bien Tao tucked the identity card into his pocket, resolute in his decision to refrain from seeking Zhuo Xingzhou, eager to see who would falter first. After engaging in some physical activity today, Bien Tao indulged in a soothing bath to relax. He also utilized a few herbal remedies originating from another world, known for their ability to ease the body. These seemingly ineffective potions are quite affordable and can only be harvested by relatively low-tier beast tamers at the safer entrances to the other worlds. The entrances to these realms are not limited to a single location on Blue Star. They vary in size and complexity. Currently, it appears that there is little connection between each of these other worlds. Chapter 3. The imposition of a shackle. Such matters remain confidential, only to be comprehended in greater depth once one truly becomes a beast tamer. The first lesson at the Academy is dedicated to assisting newcomers in discovering their destined contract beasts. As per his usual routine, Bien Tao rose early to exercise and coincidentally encountered Gao Jiehe just as he was finishing. They subsequently made their way to school together. The instructor for the beast taming course is a first-tier beast tamer, primarily imparting cultural knowledge. I understand that children of your age are mostly curious about the other worlds. However, I must inform you that the interiors of these realms are fraught with peril. The contract beasts we're to form bonds with originate from these other worlds. The teacher explained slowly, then produced a bag filled with peculiar stones. As he distributed them one by one, he continued, "You'll need to sense these stones on your own, which will then guide you to the most compatible other world to find your contract beast. Of course, beast tamers are automatically matched with contract beasts of the same attribute, but this does not guarantee that your first attempt at forming a bond will be successful. Failure is acceptable. You will have further opportunities. However, 3 failures signify that you do not possess the qualifications to become a beast tamer." The teacher's footsteps were soft, yet the anxious students felt an invisible weight pressing down upon them. Talent is an intangible quality, predetermined from the moment of one's birth. Yet, prior to forming a bond with a contract beast, they remain oblivious to whether they are prodigies or merely mediocre. It is akin to a grand gamble, investing considerable time and effort for an uncertain outcome. Bien Tao felt relatively at ease, as both his parents and grandfather were esteemed beast tamers. He was certain he would successfully become a beast tamer, though he remained uncertain about the nature of the contract beast he would bond with. The teacher continued, "If you encounter a high-level contract beast willing to submit to you, that is undoubtedly the ideal scenario. However, even if you do not select a high-level contract beast, it is of no consequence. Most contract beasts will grow alongside their beast tamers. This process merely requires time and resources. Thus, if one were to bond with an exceptionally powerful contract beast in the early stages, it would equate to possessing a combat strength significantly superior to that of other beast tamers of the same rank. In fact, should one's foundational combat strength be formidable, one might even ascend to a higher tier. Once all the stones have been distributed, the teacher instructed the students to attempt communication with the stones. Bien Tao stared at the uneven, lightweight stone in his hand and soon felt an overwhelming sense of attraction. His consciousness seemed ensnared by some unseen force, and he soon found himself in a peculiar space. The sensation was not entirely tangible, akin to a vivid dream, rendering even self-control a challenge. Strangely, Bien Tao appeared to perceive a figure, and then he was seized. The individual, or perhaps something humanoid, seemed to harbor a disdain for Bien Tao. This transpired in an instant, and he was swiftly expelled from that realm. Upon regaining his senses, a fluffy white orb appeared before him. Round and plump, it bit his finger the moment it noticed him. In that fleeting moment, a contract was forged. However, Bien Tao felt an overwhelming discomfort, as though he had been shackled by some unseen force. His complexion paled, and he experienced the sensation of being drained. The teacher had been observing the students around him, and Bien Tao was the first to successfully summon a contract beast. The teacher rushed over to inspect, whispering a query. "Did you not communicate with it?" Bien Tao shook his head, having had no such opportunity. The contract you signed is rather peculiar, yet this contract beast seems to pose no issues. The teacher examined it briefly, identifying it as a first-tier contract beast of the wind and snow variety, possessing commendable combat capabilities, worthy of nurturing. With other students still engaged in signing contracts, the teacher could not linger. You may seek a mentor or the principal to inquire about your contract issues. The fundamental difference between a mentor and a teacher lies in the ability to lead expeditions into the other world. Mentors generally have broader exposure and may understand your current predicament. Nodding in response, Bien Tao glanced at the contract beast, reminiscent of clouds and cotton, with a hint of disdain. Nevertheless, he cradled the small creature, feeling its icy touch. Fortunately, the little being remained compliant, nestling quietly in his embrace, appearing somewhat feeble. Bien Tao's fortune seemed rather bleak. The principal was nowhere to be found, and the mentor's office was deserted. As he contemplated his next move, a timid voice emerged from the corner. "Are you looking for a mentor?" Startled, Bien Tao's alertness heightened as he scanned the office, eventually locating a figure huddled in the shadows. The individual appeared somewhat pleased upon seeing Bien Tao. "Are you here to return my identity card? I knew this trick would work." Recognizing him, Bien Tao inquired, "What? Are you hiding there to avoid an earthquake?" Zhuo Xingzhou appeared somewhat embarrassed and replied softly, "I've always been at home, rarely stepping outside. My grandfather forced me out. If I don't work, I'll starve. I have nowhere else to stay, so I'm stuck here." His words were rather pitiful, yet Elan Academy undoubtedly provided staff accommodations. Bien Tao was disinclined to dwell on such matters and redirected the conversation to the pressing issue at hand. "Where are the other mentors?" "They've all ventured into the other world. They said it was sufficient to leave me here alone," Zhuo Xingzhou replied earnestly. "Do you know where the principal has gone?" Zhuo Xingzhou shook his head, saying, "If something is bothering you, feel free to share." However, Bien Tao did not entirely trust Zhuo Xingzhou, primarily due to his unreliable nature. With no other options available, Bien Tao briefly explained his issues regarding his contracted beast and the contract itself. "Show me your contract," Zhuo Xingzhou requested. As Bien Tao leaned in a hand over the small creature cradled in his arms, the creature unexpectedly transformed, launching an attack on Zhuo Xingzhou. The flurry of claws and bites startled Zhuo Xingzhou, prompting him to exclaim, "Little turtle, help." Zhuo Xing's, whose contracted beast was a translucent turtle radiating a luminous green, a rare entity within the realm of spiritual beings. Though it lacked a physical form, it now conjured an energy barrier around Zhuo Xingzhou. This was Bien Tao's first encounter with the power of a contracted beast, leaving him filled with curiosity. The little turtle successfully isolated the small creature from Bien Tao, subsequently morphing into a shape reminiscent of a laptop. Chapter 4. Chosen by the contracted beast Zhuo Xing's, whose fingers tapped a few keys on the illusory computer. And he queried in confusion, "What an unusual category. Why are there still unfathomable depths behind the snowstorm?" Bien Tao's eyes sparkled, completely captivated by the sight of the contracted beast. "I've never seen anything like this. Can it change forms at will?" Though Zhuo Xingzhou was somewhat inept at communication, he replied, "Spiritual beings can indeed alter their forms, and there are some particularly unique contracted beasts that possess this ability." "How cool!" Bien Tao exclaimed, revealing his prior knowledge on the subject. Instinctively reaching out to touch it, Zhuo Xingzhou attempted to intervene. After all, contracted beasts, even those of the spiritual type, exhibited a natural hostility toward anyone other than their contracted partner. Should they deem someone a threat, they might launch an attack. Just as Bien Tao's fluffy little creature was far from docile. When Bien Tao's hand brushed against the little turtle, he remarked in surprise, "It feels like jelly." In response, Zhuo Xingzhou chuckled softly, "It seems quite fond of you." At that moment, the little creature appeared somewhat envious of the attention Bien Tao lavished on the other contracted beast. It promptly leapt onto Bien Tao's outstretched arm, attempting to separate him from the little turtle. Fortunately, Bien Tao's arm was strong enough to withstand the creature's weight. Then Bien Tao inquired, "Do you know about contracts?" "It seems there's an issue with mine, and my mentors are unavailable." "Just a moment. I'll have the little turtle take a look," Zhuo Xingzhou said, proceeding to scan Bien Tao's body. He soon detected the presence of the contract and examined it closely. Zhuo Xingzhou was wrapped so tightly that Bian Tao could scarcely discern his expression, which naturally made him a bit anxious. This contract is unequal, Zhuo Xingzhou muttered. Or rather, your contracted beast is rather domineering. Bian Tao appeared puzzled. Unequal? Haven't you communicated with your contracted beast? Once you forge this contract, you are prohibited from forming contracts with other beasts. Zhuo Xingzhou continued, his brow furrowing in thought. A contract so overbearing should, in theory, belong to a particularly formidable contracted beast. Could it be due to the uniqueness of his breed? The newly contracted creature, a little white being, was oblivious to what Zhuo Xingzhou was alluding to. Before he could utter a word, Zhuo Xingzhou continued, "Wait a moment, let me consult my mentor. Perhaps he might have some insights." Subsequently, Zhuo Xingzhou snapped several photographs of the small creature. Before long, he received a call from his mentor. The details of their conversation remained unknown to Bian Tao, who was gently cradling the little being in his arms, softly murmuring, "Should I give you a name?" Regardless of the nature of the contract beast, Bian Tao held no disdain. The little creature maintained a tolerable demeanor towards him, resting quietly in his embrace. Yet it remained vigilant, keeping a close watch on the small turtle that had not been retracted. Soon, Zhuo Xingzhou ended the call and turned to Bian Tao, stating, "My mentor mentioned that such situations are rather uncommon, though there have been precedents. Most contracts are formed through mutual consent after discussing terms, leading both parties to find each other agreeable. In your case, however, the contract beast chose you. Coupled with the beast's poor temperament, it seems to be bullying you, a novice who has yet to fully become a beast master, having established a specialized contract." At this point, Zhuo Xingzhou too felt the gravity of the situation. For dissolving a contract is inherently a grievous process, especially since you have not yet become a beast master. The potential harm from dissolving the contract could very well hinder your ability to become one in the future. The risks are substantial, hence it is not advisable. Nevertheless, this domineering contract might diminish Bian Tao's combat prowess. In comparable circumstances, other beast masters possess a significant advantage in terms of the number of contract beasts at their disposal. The little creature hardly appeared to be a formidable contract beast, likely still a juvenile. Bian Tao was acutely aware of this. With lowered eyes, he pondered, "As long as I can become a beast master, it suffices. If I am unable to establish contracts with other beasts, then I shall focus solely on my training alongside this one. What name shall I bestow upon you?" Zhuo Xingzhou remarked, "You possess a commendable mindset. Feel free to approach me with any questions." Upon hearing this, Bian Tao cast a cautious glance at him, responding, "I believe it is best if we do not meet frequently to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings." At this moment, Zhuo Xingzhou produced a necklace from within his shirt. It bore similarities to the one left to Bian Tao by his grandfather, yet there were subtle differences. "Is this the reason?" Zhuo Xingzhou inquired. Bian Tao remained silent, already inclined to turn away. Zhuo Xingzhou then spoke, "Truthfully, I would rather not be involved, but my grandfather and old master Bian share a profound bond. Thus, my grandfather compelled me to attend this school to protect you, as a means of repaying old master Bian's life-saving grace." Bian Tao turned towards the door, stating, "The debt of gratitude for my grandfather's salvation should be repaid to him. As long as he remains unconfirmed deceased, there remains a possibility that he is still alive. In the other worlds he has traversed." Instinctively, Bian Tao clenched his hand. Exhaling deeply, he recognized that the foremost priority was to enhance his own strength. Thus, upon learning of the events surrounding his grandfather's disappearance, Bian Tao was finally equipped to confront the situation. The little creature sensed the shift in Bian Tao's emotions and emitted an odd sound, which it quickly stifled, seemingly incredulous that such a noise had escaped its own lips. Bian Tao gazed down at the small being cradled in his arms and murmured, "In this state, can you truly engage in battle? I shall subject you to rigorous training." Remarkably, the little creature exhibited no fear in response. By the time Bian Tao returned to the classroom, most of his classmates had successfully forged their contracts. Each displayed a different demeanor. Some wore joyous expressions, while others appeared troubled. No sooner had he taken his seat than Gao Jia he inquired, "Where have you been?" The teacher mentioned there was an issue with your contract. At that moment, the teacher approached to inquire further. Upon learning the reasons behind Bien Tao's delay, both their expressions shifted subtly. It was uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. The teacher offered a word of consolation, suggesting that perhaps the creature appeared weak currently, but would eventually grow stronger, as ordinary contract beasts could not easily alter their agreements. The teacher then questioned, "Why not send your contract beast back? Remaining in Blue Star is against regulations, and should it injure someone, you would bear the responsibility." Bien Tao scanned the room and noticed that all of his classmates' contract beasts were absent, including Zhuo Xinghu's little turtle, which had also been summoned temporarily. Chapter 5, Beyond Adorable. Utterly useless, Bien Tao asked, "How can I send it back?" "Simply communicate with it directly. Most contract beasts dislike the rules of Blue Star and will return willingly." The teacher replied, somewhat perplexed. Bien Tao attempted to convey his wishes, but the little creature merely tilted its head, showing no inclination to respond. It was indeed quite peculiar. Try to forcibly expel it to the other world, the teacher suggested, subsequently providing Bien Tao with instructions. Bien Tao made several attempts, all of which ended in failure. The sensation was akin to constipation. Despite exerting considerable effort, he achieved nothing. The little creature remained blissfully sprawled out, scratching its head with its paw, and eventually closed its eyes. After multiple unsuccessful attempts, Bien Tao realized that this small being was entirely capable of overpowering him, rendering any efforts to return futile. With a stern expression, he struggled to contain his temper and gritted his teeth, declaring, "If you do not comply, I shall terminate our contract." Could he truly allow the contract beast to dictate terms? The little creature stretched lazily and continued to recline peacefully, utterly unfazed. At this juncture, the teacher interjected, "If you find yourself unable to exert control, consider applying for the contract beast to reside permanently in Blue Star. However, this requires passing various examinations to confirm that the creature's aggressive instincts are minimal and manageable. Some beast tamers, deeply bonded with their contract beasts, would partake in these assessments, akin to obtaining a driving license." As the teacher spoke, a flicker of hesitation crossed their face. If the examination was failed and the creature could not be returned to the other world, it might be reclaimed and detained by a specialized organization. Upon hearing this, the little creature immediately perked up, leaped onto Bien Tao's head, and proclaimed, "I wish to take the exam to acquire that driving license." Some childlike utterances immediately captivated many students' attention. It was evident that Bien Tao was in trouble. Yet nothing could compare to the allure of a contract beast that could speak. A first-tier contract beast was astonishingly capable of speech. The teacher was somewhat taken aback. Typically, only contract beasts of a 6th tier and above possess the ability to articulate their thoughts. For those newly bonded, even conveying awareness to their beast masters could be quite a challenge. What kind of creature had Bien Tao formed a contract with? At that moment, Bien Tao maintained a composed demeanor, asserting, "You just attacked Mentor Zhuo Xingzhou. Though he is merely an intern, he is still a mentor." "I didn't harm him," retorted the little creature defiantly. "I dislike him." The teacher, feeling somewhat helpless, admitted, "I have never encountered such a distinctive contract beast before." "You foolish human. Your ignorance is astonishing," the little beast remarked, elegantly raising its head and shifting to a more comfortable position. It continued to lounge atop Bien Tao's head, its rotund form nearly obscuring his face. Meanwhile, Gao Jia, suppressing laughter, murmured, "This contract beast truly resembles its master. Birds of a feather flock together." Bien Tao promptly reached out, plucking the little creature from his head and tossing it onto the table. To his surprise, even before becoming a beast master, he faced numerous challenges. The defiant contract beast, a domineering companion, was even reluctant to return to the other world. Aside from its adorableness, it seemed utterly useless. Fortunately, the remainder of the day consisted of cultural classes, and the teacher merely advised the new students to foster a good relationship with their contract beasts. The little creature behaved well, spending the entire day lounging beside Bien Tao without further antics. However, it certainly harbored a disdain for humans. It would attempt to drive away anyone who approached. Yet, it no longer emitted that peculiar sound. Throughout the day, Bien Tao pondered a name for the little beast. And by evening, inspiration struck. You shall be called Kind Song, a name of grandeur. The creature remained silent, tacitly accepting the name. Currently, Kind Song needed to acquire a permanent Blue Star license, a top priority. After all, there were many ordinary people on Blue Star who lacked the capacity to resist contract beasts. Bien Tao had no choice but to take a week off, striving to quickly collaborate with Kind Song to obtain a license. On the way to the specialized training institution, Bien Tao inquired, "Why are you reluctant to return to the other world?" "I simply do not wish to go back," Kind Song replied impatiently. "Why must you humans always seek a reason for everything?" Bien Tao, losing his patience, asserted, "If you wish to remain on Blue Star, then behave accordingly. If you truly harm someone, I will personally ensure you face the consequences." Kind Song ceased to respond, curling up in Bien Tao's embrace, seeking a comfortable position. "Won't you walk on your own?" Bien Tao thought that interacting with Kind Song was raising his blood pressure, his veins bulging. Upon arriving at the training institution, it was evident that the students were quite diverse. Witnessing Bien Tao approach with a contract beast, many were taken aback, not expecting him to be there for that purpose, especially as he appeared quite young, resembling a mere student. Ordinary students are unlikely to attend training institutions to learn how to become beast tamers, especially since Bien Tao already possesses his own contracted beast. He mentioned obtaining a permanent Blue Star license and subsequently accompanied the training institution staff to pay the tuition fees. There were not many individuals present to process the permits, as it was clear that formidable contracted beasts like Kind Song were not abundant. The day's tasks involved communication with the contracted beasts, yet neither party showed interest in the other. The trainers initially anticipated waiting until their rapport improved before conducting the first project assessment. However, Bien Tao insisted on participating that very day. The examination was rather straightforward. The beast tamer was required to instruct their contracted beast to move from one location to another. As long as effective communication could be established, the task would be deemed successful. Upon glancing at the prompt, Bien Tao succinctly articulated his instructions. The examiner was taken aback. Communicating with a contracted beast in human language? To their astonishment, Bien Tao passed the assessment. Upon returning home, Kind Song finally spoke up, questioning the necessity of such a trivial examination that wasted an entire day. The unfortunate news was that the second examination focused on assessing docility, which required 3 days of preparation. Kind Song's displeasure was evident on his face. Then, Bien Tao remarked that they needed to accumulate learning hours and had to be present. With so few participants, their absence would be conspicuous. The evaluation of docility was significantly more challenging than communication. Bien Tao observed as Kind Song was lifted and set down, shaking off his fur in irritation and playfully spraying water at him, resembling the antics of a mischievous child. Not even Bien Tao could endure this behavior, exclaiming, "Is this really necessary? Ordinary humans would find this unbearable, yet we expect the contracted beasts to tolerate it. After all, they are our contracted beasts. How can we not feel compassion?" This conduct, while not harmful or threatening to the contracted beast, should not warrant aggressive actions, the trainers explained professionally. Chapter 6. Still too young since being compelled to speak publicly at school, Kind Song had refrained from uttering a word in front of others. It seemed that this contracted beast understood the uniqueness of its ability to speak and maintained a low profile regarding it. Not speaking did not equate to a lack of expression. Throughout the day, Kind Song wore a pitiful countenance as he gazed at Bien Tao. Given Kind Song's previous unyielding demeanor, Bien Tao deliberately ignored his silent pleas for assistance. Consequently, when they returned home in the evening, Kind Song was rather reluctant to engage with Bien Tao. It appeared that the path to becoming a beast tamer was indeed fraught with challenges, particularly in fostering a harmonious relationship with one's contracted beast, a task in which Bien Tao struggled. Despite their quarrels, this did not prevent Kind Song from regarding Bien Tao as a means of transportation, refusing to move on his own. Bien Tao bore the responsibility of caring for his contracted beast, and thus they existed in a peculiar balance. Bien Tao had a habit of morning exercise, which transformed into weighted running with Kaing Tsang's arrival. Following the same route as usual, Bien Tao would end his run at a nearby market to purchase breakfast. Most individuals are already familiar with the surroundings, yet today I encountered an unfamiliar face. Engaging in casual conversation with a vendor selling steam buns, I inquired, "Have people from the Northwest arrived here?" The vendor responded, "I'm not sure, but that person over there with prominent brows and large eyes resembles a foreigner. They just arrived today and are quite noticeable." At this moment, with the crowd thickening, I refrained from further questioning. Feeling the weight of scrutinizing gazes, I glanced over. My expression faltered slightly as I instinctively tightened my hold on my companion, Kaing Tsang. Although Kaing Tsang exhibited a subtle resistance at first, they seemed to sense something and cease their struggle, appearing no different from an ordinary contracted beast. Upon returning home, Kaing Tsang finally spoke. "Those individuals are quite dangerous." I nodded thoughtfully, rummaging through my belongings to retrieve a folding knife to tuck into my pocket. If those people were advanced beast tamers, even this cold weapon might prove ineffective against them, let alone firearms. However, they did not seem particularly formidable and might not even be beast tamers. Yet, I could not comprehend why they had their sights set on me. I could only hope it was merely a figment of our imagination, I murmured softly. I chose not to disclose this matter to anyone else. Even my closest friend, Gao Jia, was not an advanced beast tamer at the moment. Informing him before the situation was clarified would only serve to cause unnecessary worry. As for others, I found it difficult to think of anyone to contact. Even with the relatively amiable Zhuo Xingzhou, I lacked their contact information. Nevertheless, the sense of unknown dread dissipated within a few seconds. Visible adversaries held little to fear. Subsequently, I took Kaing Tsang to the training institution. During this time, I remained oblivious to anyone following us, likely just a mere illusion of my own. The following day's lesson focused on how to respond to threats. The beast tamers at the training institution released their contracted beasts to simulate attacks on those undergoing assessment. Naturally, these were merely intimidation tactics. Even if they were to strike, it would not result in fatal injuries. This training aimed to prepare us for any unforeseen incidents that might arise in Blue Star. If both contracted beasts and their tamers could maintain composure, they would be equipped to handle any emergent situations. Thus, the permit would be within reach. This learning module proved challenging, as many contracted beasts instinctively retaliated. Some, unable to restrain themselves, inflicted injuries upon the training institution's contracted beasts. In contrast, Kaing Tsang and I remained remarkably composed. Recognizing that I could not command Kaing Tsang, I chose to let them be. Faced with threats from other contracted beasts, Kaing Tsang merely lifted a paw, effortlessly sending the opponent flying while precisely controlling the force to avoid inflicting harm. The training institution was astonished and inquired, "Are you truly just a student yet to undergo the first-tier beast tamer assessment? Your contracted beast is nearly on par with a fourth tier." I nodded, casting a bewildered glance at Kaing Tsang. This proud creature reveled in the praise of others, now holding its head high with a sense of self-satisfaction. "I initially thought I would have to worry about you more, but it seems you might be among the first to obtain the permit." The personnel from the training institution observed the chaotic state of other learning environments and shook their heads with a wry smile. They then addressed Bien Tao, stating, "You may return today. You are certain to pass the examination. Come back tomorrow for the final practical simulation, after which you can directly participate in the test." This was far less arduous than Bien Tao had anticipated. On his way home, cradling Kaing Tsang, Bien Tao felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. He noticed some individuals lurking suspiciously, peering around as if searching for something, prompting him to slow his pace considerably. At that moment, he vaguely overheard their conversation. "Have you confirmed that there are no beast tamers around?" Came a hurried inquiry, to which a voice replied, "Rest assured, most beast tamers are in the other world. Here, it is merely ordinary people. And that brazen fellow with the contracted beast? Check him out. He is just a student coming and going at odd hours. I knew it. We should have acted at noon, or else." The speaker's words trailed off abruptly, seemingly sensing misfortune. This appeared to be the same group Bien Tao had encountered earlier. The residents in this vicinity were all familiar to him, causing a wave of anxiety to wash over him. At this moment, maintaining composure was paramount. He needed to discern their intentions without hastily jumping to conclusions based on mere snippets of conversation. Instinctively tightening his grip on Kaing Tsong, Bien Tao whispered, "Be honest." Kaing Tsong, displaying no concern, believed that Bien Tao needed to gather himself. He was still rather young. After a lengthy wait, Bien Tao found a vantage point where he could observe the group while concealing his presence. Soon, a little girl came bounding into view. It was lunchtime, and Bien Tao recognized her. She often accompanied her grandmother to sell steam buns during the winter and summer vacations. Earlier that morning, he had conversed with the girl's grandmother. As the little girl approached, someone exclaimed urgently, "Act now. What is there to misunderstand? Those wretched human traffickers." Bien Tao instinctively dashed forward, flinging Kaing Tsong aside. He pressed the emergency assistance button while wielding a folding knife. With a swift kick, he struck the nearest assailant, shouting, "Who dares to harm her?" His sudden appearance startled the group, yet they must have had some confidence to attempt abduction in broad daylight. After a fleeting exchange of glances, one of them shifted, and an unknown viscous substance began oozing from the ground. Chapter 7. A reckless brute, simply reckless, Kaing Tsong muttered, exasperated. Fortunately, Bien Tao's agility allowed him to recognize the danger posed by the substance and retreat swiftly. He urged the little girl, "Run." Recognizing Bien Tao, the girl instinctively obeyed, scampering away. At that moment, another figure emerged, blocking her path. "Don't let them escape, otherwise we'll be in deep trouble." This operation had been planned for several days, and they certainly hadn't anticipated an unexpected obstacle like Bien Tao. As the onlookers fixated on Bien Tao, an ominous glint flickered in their eyes, yet their uncertainty regarding his current prowess restrained them from acting impulsively. Bien Tao contemplated that, after pressing the emergency button, help from a Beastmaster would arrive in approximately 10 minutes. If he could endure this interval, both he and the granddaughter of the dumpling vendor would be safe. He instinctively shielded the little girl behind him. Her evident fear was palpable as she valiantly stifled her tears, biting her lip to suppress her anxiety, which threatened to distract Bien Tao. In Blue Star, the educational focus emphasized self-rescue, nurturing every individual as a potential Beastmaster. A robust psychological fortitude was deemed an essential skill. "Let's dispose of this brat first. We cannot afford any delays," one voice coldly commanded, suggesting urgency. The longer they hesitated, the more unfavorable the situation became for them. Bien Tao, seizing the initiative, engaged the nearest assailant in combat. However, he remained apprehensive about the possibility of the little girl being captured amidst the chaos, especially given the overwhelming numbers against him. It appeared that only one among them was a Beastmaster, as a viscous black substance loomed near Bien Tao, persistently attempting to ensnare him, yet he adeptly evaded its grasp. After a few minutes, someone discerned the anomaly. "This kid isn't a Beastmaster. Move in." Bien Tao had been solely focused on fighting, refraining from employing any Beastmaster skills. Reluctantly, he resorted to the folding knife in his possession. He had never taken a life, and Blue Star's laws forbade such acts. Thus, he targeted the softer flesh of his adversaries, striking their abdomens, thighs, and buttocks. Whether he would sever an artery depended on their fortune. At that moment, Bien Tao had neither the time nor the luxury to ponder further. Unsurprisingly, his assailants were not foolish enough to allow him to inflict harm unimpeded. Time seemed to stretch agonizingly for Bien Tao. Meanwhile, the dumpling vendor emerged from her home, searching for the tardy little girl. Upon seeing her grandmother, the child instinctively yearned to run towards her, yet a nearby assailant seized her arm before she could call out. She struggled fiercely, and Bien Tao hurried in her direction. Catching a glimpse of the dumpling vendor, his pupils constricted in alarm. Suddenly, he felt a sharp blow to the back of his neck, while the viscous black substance ensnared his feet. At that moment, the dumpling vendor was also subdued, prompting her to cry out. With the Beastmasters still en route, Bien Tao finally recalled his contracted beast. "Kaing Tsong." he shouted, emerging languidly from the shadows. Kai Song regarded Bien Tao with a disapproving cluck. What a predicament, it remarked. Bien Tao's countenance darkened, but he softened his tone, instructing Kai Song, save them. I have no choice in this matter. Do not bring me trouble next time. Kai Song seemed to acquiesce. With a swift extension of its paw, a tempest swirled around them, causing the temperature to plummet several degrees. This skill is utterly indiscriminate, and before long, even Bien Tao found himself thoroughly frozen. Kai Song seemed to be reveling in the chaos, maneuvering several individuals as if they were mere playthings. When the Beastmasters, tasked with safeguarding the area, finally arrived, they were greeted by the sight of an undeniably adorable creature toying with humans. Upon confirming that the entity was a contracted beast from this realm and not an otherworldly aberration, they issued orders to commence the capture. Kai Song made no attempt to resist, willingly allowing himself to be confined within a cage. The bewildered Beastmasters presumed it was merely a case of a mismanaged contracted beast causing havoc. The organization responsible for maintaining the city's security, known as the Defense Brigade, seldom ventured into other realms, and the rank of most Beastmasters was rather low. The majority were at the first tier, with the second tier being the pinnacle of combat prowess. Whose contracted beast is this? How could it be allowed to roam freely and wreak havoc? Members of the Defense Brigade inquired. At that moment, as Kai Song retracted his powers, Bien Tao found himself unceremoniously thrown to the ground. He raised his hand, claiming ownership. The Defense Brigade remarked, "Impressive. Can't even manage your own contracted beast? A student?" At that instant, the vendor selling buns snapped back to reality and rushed to embrace the little girl, who was clearly terrified. It was then that the girl began to quietly sob, calling out for her grandmother. The Defense Brigade sensed something was amiss and proceeded to detain everyone involved. They demanded, "What exactly is going on here?" Bien Tao, in considerable pain, realized that the grandmother and granddaughter were unable to communicate effectively. He could only respond, "Human traffickers. They were attempting to capture that little girl." But I intervened. Instantly, the demeanor of the Defense Brigade shifted to one of seriousness. "Arrest them all. This is no trivial matter, in broad daylight. Is there no law left?" Kai Song, confined within the cage, sought to locate Bien Tao, yet the Defense Brigade forbade him from emerging. He was a savior, not a criminal. Why should he be the one imprisoned? Nevertheless, the remaining humans were shackled, which brought some solace to Kai Song. Perhaps it was because there were no sufficiently large cages for humans. Upon reaching the Defense Brigade's office, and as the matter began to unfold, their attitude towards Bien Tao softened considerably. They hastily removed his handcuffs and praised him, exclaiming, "A hero emerges from youth." Bien Tao managed a faint smile, but as he relaxed, he was overwhelmed by a wave of pain. Having been beaten before, he endeavored to ignore the searing sensations. "Who were they?" he inquired. The Defense Brigade members hesitated, responding, "These matters are confidential and rather inconvenient to disclose." "Am I not entitled to know? Are they human traffickers? What has become of the little girl?" Bien Tao's impatience flared. The brigade members exchanged glances, resigned to the fact that only someone with his temperament would confront a group alone. They reassured him, "Rest assured, both the elderly woman and the little girl are unharmed. They are quite grateful to you. We will also send a letter of commendation to your school." Bien Tao was indifferent to those accolades, his expression darkening further. He had not acted recklessly. Through their dialogue, he could deduce that this group feared Beastmasters, which explained their incessant scrutiny of him that morning. It is highly likely that they are merely a group of ordinary individuals. Even if there is a beast tamer among them, their level is unlikely to be formidable. Chapter 8, featuring a male character, only enhances this notion. Evidence has confirmed his suspicions. There exists only one special contract beast inclined toward support. Throughout the ordeal, it inflicted minimal harm upon him, and he possesses confidence in his ability to endure until the arrival of the defense team. However, this confidence dissipated midway, prompting him to seek assistance from the heavens. Nevertheless, this situation poses significant concerns. A collective of ordinary people, accompanied by only a low-level beast tamer, managed to access comprehensive information regarding him and the dumpling vendor. having resided in this area for an extended period. Some longtime neighbors are somewhat aware of the matters concerning Bien Tao and the dumpling vendor. Yet, those individuals are clearly outsiders, potentially even foreigners. No one would carelessly divulge their affairs, indicating that there must be someone aiding them from behind the scenes. The more Bien Tao contemplated, the more his expression soured, and he irritably inquired, "Where's my contract beast? Am I not allowed to leave?" Upon hearing this, the defense team members appeared somewhat awkward. "Your contract beast must be detained for 3 days," they explained, as it recklessly utilized its innate abilities within the city. At this, Bien Tao nearly erupted in anger. He forcefully calmed his emotions. His beast had saved lives, and yet was being detained? There was no alternative. It was protocol. Very well. Bien Tao rose, feeling an urgent need to vacate the premises. He intended to inquire with his neighbors outside, hoping to uncover more information. "Little hero, remember to come collect your contract beast in 3 days," someone from behind called out, but Bien Tao chose to ignore the remark. As he pushed open the door and stepped outside, he collided with another person unexpectedly. The individual was equally taken aback by the sudden opening of the door and instinctively dodged, yet a collision ensued. Bien Tao shot a glare at the stranger, feeling that his luck had taken a turn for the worse. The person stared at Bien Tao in bewilderment and said, "Miss, I have a favor to ask of you." "What did you say?" Bien Tao could almost hear the grinding of her teeth in frustration. "Why am I having such a wretched day?" Upon hearing her tone, the stranger hesitated momentarily before promptly apologizing. "My apologies, I didn't realize at first." "I'm sorry." At that moment, a cool voice interjected, "Hurry up." Bien Tao turned to the source of the voice and, upon making eye contact, felt an unsettling familiarity. It was important to note that this familiarity did not equate to recognition. Recently, Bien Tao had only encountered photographs on documents. Instantly sensing danger, she prepared to flee, regardless of whether the person recognized her. Just then, the individual who had collided with Bien Tao grabbed hold of her clothing. "Are you out of your mind?" Bien Tao muttered, "I've accepted your apology. Now let me go." The person, with a sincere expression, replied, "I require your assistance with a matter, and you will be generously rewarded upon its completion. It merely necessitates a bit of disguise. You being male makes this even better." "What? I am not interested." Bien Tao struggled vigorously, only to hear a tearing sound. "Enough, you've ripped my clothes." She halted, turned, and glared at the individual. "This is the defense team's workplace. What on earth do you intend to accomplish?" "My name is Lin Yao, as senior investigator of the Defense Force, and I require your assistance for a highly significant secret mission." The individual began to introduce himself, gesturing towards the person beside him, who was Chao Huaixing, the chief investigator of the Defense Force. "Indeed, one of my fiancés, a water-based beastmaster. I'm uncertain of his exact rank, but it is said that he possesses a rather proud demeanor, rigid in his actions, and lacking in adaptability. It appears that the information is entirely accurate." Chao Huaixing cast a sidelong glance at Bien Tao and remarked, "He is inadequate." Lin Yao, feeling somewhat perplexed, stepped forward to adjust Bien Tao's face, asserting, "Chief Investigator, you must trust me. With this face, I assure you, he will be utterly captivated." The identity in question was sensitive, and Lin Yao refrained from speaking further. Chao Huaixing scrutinized Bien Tao's face with an attentive gaze, observing the latter's furious expression. A hint of a smile involuntarily crept upon his lips, only to be swiftly replaced by his usual demeanor. "Do not waste time." Lin Yao, still somewhat hopeful, eventually released Bien Tao. However, the presence of Lin Yao and Chao Huaixing only deepened Bien Tao's confusion. Individuals of Chao Huaixing's caliber typically engage in significant and perilous matters. A sense of unease settled within him, prompting Bien Tao to return home. He tended to his bruises briefly before falling into a moment of contemplation. After preparing himself, he ventured out to purchase some fruit, intending to visit the vendor of steamed buns and her young granddaughter. The little girl had just begun her first year of elementary school, and there was a nearby school that was not under closed management. However, following the recent incident, it seemed unlikely that the little girl would return for lunch in the future. Upon seeing Bien Tao, the vendor's expression was one of profound gratitude. Approaching her 60th year, The vendor's son and daughter-in-law worked in distant locales, leaving her to care for her granddaughter. She rambled on about her own experiences, clearly still shaken. Today, I owe you a great debt, Bien Tao. I thought being close to the school would ensure safety. She continued. Who would have thought that they would attempt abduction in broad daylight? From now on, I will escort my granddaughter every day. Bien Tao nodded, acknowledging that caution was indeed prudent. Despite their lengthy conversation, he remained utterly bewildered, unable to fathom why those individuals had targeted the little girl. Did she possess some extraordinary quality? After a prolonged silence, Bien Tao could discern nothing and returned home. With Kaing Tsang detained, Bien Tao resumed his normal schooling. This incident had garnered considerable attention, as disturbances rarely reached the defense force in their region. The domestic security had always been commendable. Early the next morning, Bien Tao met with Gao Jiehe, and they discussed the matter. Gao Jiehe's expression was serious as he spoke. Your actions lack discipline. How could you rush out like that? What would have happened if something went awry? By this time, Bien Tao had calmed down considerably, recognizing Gao Jiehe's concern, and his attitude softened. I was anxious at that moment. If they had succeeded, locating that little girl would have become increasingly difficult. At that moment, Gao Jiehe's expression turned somewhat nuanced. Usually, I observe that you are not particularly attentive to our neighbors. I did not expect such bravery from you in a critical moment. Bien Tao raised an eyebrow. What are you implying? I have indeed paid a considerable price. Even the heavens have been restrained. Are you injured? Gao Jiehe inquired. Upon seeing Bien Tao nod, he continued. Let me see the extent of your injury. It's merely a few superficial wounds. They're the ones who suffered greatly, having been inflicted with numerous cuts by my folding knife. Life at school remains comfortable, and Bien Tao has been absorbing theoretical knowledge. He heard that the certification for the first-tier beast tamer would occur within a month of enrollment. Currently, everyone is honing their compatibility with their contracted beasts. Bien Tao pondered about his rebellious and unconventional contracted beast, feeling a sense of headache. Chapter 9. Cultivating affection with you upon returning home. Bien Tao immediately sensed something amiss. As he stepped inside, he was greeted by an unexpected guest. There sat Zhao Huaixing on the sofa, a laptop resting on his thigh, seemingly engrossed in work. This sight reminded Bien Tao of Zhuo Xingzhou's little turtle, and for a moment, he envied the bond between the other and his contracted beast. However, his attention quickly shifted back to the person before him, and he asked, "What brings you here?" Bien Tao inherently harbored a sense of resistance towards this inexplicably appearing fiancé. Zhao Huaixing did not respond directly, appearing still occupied. After a considerable pause, he finally shut his laptop, turned to Bien Tao, and said, "While the surveillance footage was compromised and did not capture the incident, your contracted beast abilities were witnessed by the defense team and the public. Therefore, there is no way to absolve the situation." So this was the purpose of his visit. In truth, Bien Tao was indifferent, as a 3-day confinement was merely a symbolic punishment. "I understand. I'll be more discreet next time," he replied. However, Zhao Huaixing did not mean that. His gaze fixed on Bien Tao, asking, "Do you wish to have next time?" Bien Tao shrugged, initially believing Zhao Huaixing sought to discuss the matter regarding Lin Yao. "Are those individuals connected to the case you are handling here? Is there a link to what you intend to investigate?" Bien Tao queried, sensing that the situation was more complex than it appeared and feeling a stir of curiosity. Nevertheless, if he were to be asked to contribute in some manner, surely he would be informed of certain details, right? To his surprise, he found his face still held some relevance. "What is it you desire? Seduction, perhaps?" Bien Tao felt a thrill, as he had never participated in such actions. Zhao Huaixing frowned and said, "Do not seek to uncover confidential matters, and refrain from deliberately disrupting social order." His words were laden with admonition, leaving Bien Tao bewildered. He questioned, "Wasn't it you who requested my assistance? When did I ever state that I required your help?" Zhao Huaixing retorted, seemingly having anticipated Bien Tao's thoughts. "Did you genuinely believe we would be frivolous enough to entrust such a critical task to a child who has yet to graduate?" "A child? I'm already of age." Bien Tao countered, irked, and asked, "If this is not about a task, then what is your purpose here?" It was only then that Zhao Huixing realized Bian Tao had misconstrued his intentions, which were not to pry into the case. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. The will of our parents and the words of the matchmaker dictate our fate. Since we have already exchanged words, let us refrain from further discussion. He gestured to himself, then to Chao Huixing, adding, I harbor no ill intentions, yet I cannot marry you. This notion is utterly absurd. Bian Tao struggled to comprehend how Chao Huixing could utter such antiquated sentiments. How could he accept this so readily? Chao Huixing candidly expressed his intent. I am here to cultivate feelings with you. Are you impervious to reason? Bian Tao's expression was riddled with confusion. He regarded Chao Huixing warily, asserting, you need to leave. This is my home. Chao Huixing continued, undeterred. This task requires me to stay here for a while. My parents hope that once the mission concludes, I can take you back to meet them. But your parents are not my parents. I will not return with you. Bian Tao replied, grappling with his inability to accept the situation. What is the meaning of this? Arranged marriages are not conducted in such a manner. How did Chao Huixing's parents consent to this? What words did grandfather utter when distributing the necklace all those years ago? And from where did that necklace originate? And what materials were used to create it? At this moment, Chao Huixing's gaze met Bian Tao's. A sudden chill coursed from the soles of Bian Tao's feet to the crown of his head, causing him to shiver. Water abilities can manifest as hot or cold, and it was evident that Chao Huixing had opted for the latter. Suddenly, Bian Tao inquired, you do not wish for me to participate. Could it be that you have ulterior motives? Is it because I am your fiancé? Chao Huixing averted his gaze, stating, based on comprehensive considerations, along with the guideline that prohibits involving ordinary individuals in beastmaster affairs, you are not the optimal choice. The implication of not optimal suggested that he was, in fact, still a viable option. Moreover, he mused, you likely do not have better alternatives at present. Bian Tao instinctively retorted, given your disposition, it is easy for you to provoke my rebellious spirit. He added, I am a student at Yulan Academy, part of the reserve for beastmasters. In less than a month, I will become a beastmaster. Are you intending to rely on that feeble and peculiar creature? Chao Huixing retorted, a hint of derision in his tone. It was clear that he did not appreciate Bian Tao's excessive focus on his professional endeavors. He continued, I understand that you newly minted adults harbor a fervent ambition. You speak fervently, yet your gaze seldom lingers on me, yearning to achieve great things, eager to disrupt the very fabric of Blue Star. Chao Huixing held a disdain for such youthful exuberance, recognizing that passion could often signify disorder and chaos. He valued rules immensely, and despite his dissatisfaction with his marriage, he would endure it due to regulations or parental directives. Bian Tao's presence seemed to shatter the invisible protective barrier surrounding Chao Huixing. He detested the sensation of having his plans disrupted. Infuriated, Bian Tao stepped forward and delivered a forceful kick to Chao Huixing's shoulder, compelling him to make contact with the backrest behind him. Their eyes met, and Bian Tao looked down upon Chao Huixing from a position of superiority. With a smile adorning his face, he remarked, do not hastily label me. I am far stronger than you can imagine. The expression of Chao Huixing shifted slightly, yet he promptly regained his composure. He replied, oh, so you intend to take on 6 individuals, one of whom is a beastmaster. Is such an action not indicative of sheer recklessness? Are you simply seeking trouble? Bian Tao, visibly incensed, felt his face flush with anger, unable to contain his fury. If he were not genuinely outmatched, a confrontation would have undoubtedly ensued by now. I do not wish for such a confrontation, and you would do well to remove your foot from my person. I have no desire to resort to violence. Zhao Huixing's voice was low, imbued with an icy undertone. This was likely a manifestation of the incompatibility between water and fire, making it challenging for Bian Tao and Zhao Huixing to coexist amicably. Are you truly certain you wish to cultivate a relationship with me? Bian Tao inquired with a serious demeanor. I have no desire to engage in meaningless banter. The two locked eyes in silence. Suddenly, Bian Tao leaned in, as if to kiss the thin, unyielding lips before him. Chapter 10, Sensing the Other's Breath, and witnessing Zhao Huixing's astonished expression, along with his instinctive attempt to retreat. Bian Tao placed his fingers between them just before contact could be made. Although their lips did not meet, the proximity allowed them to feel each other's breath. Zhao Huixing's body visibly stiffened. Meanwhile, Bian Tao felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. What had he just done? He immediately sprang to his feet, retreating several steps before making a hasty exit. Despite being at Bian Tao's residence, he found himself running towards Gao Jiehe's home instead. The two houses were not far apart, a mere 10-minute walk away. By this time, dusk had settled in, and Gao Jiehe's parents, recognizing Bian Tao's troubled expression, inquired, "Bian Tao, what is the matter?" "I came to find Gao Jiehe. There's a matter to discuss," Bian Tao replied. At that moment, Gao Jiehe's mother called out into the house, "Jie, Bian Tao has arrived." Shortly thereafter, Gao Jiehe appeared, seemingly flustered. Gao Jiehe's mother kindly urged, "Come in, you two should talk inside." Still dazed, Bian Tao nodded, instinctively responding, "Thank you, Auntie." Once led into Gao Jiehe's private domain, Bian Tao finally felt a sense of relief. This place was akin to his second home, where he had often visited in his youth to play with Gao Jiehe. They would frequently find solace in each other's company within these walls. Bian Tao skillfully located a cushion and tossed it onto the floor, then leaned against the bed, curling up into a ball. Meanwhile, Gao Jiehe took a seat at the computer desk, turning his body toward Bian Tao. He asked, "Has something happened? Otherwise, why would you suddenly come here?" In fact, after Bian Tao's grandfather entered the alternate world, Gao Jiehe had extended an invitation for Bian Tao to stay with him, concerned for his well-being. He feared that Bian Tao would feel lonely and was apprehensive of potential mishaps. Yet, Bian Tao had steadfastly refused, likely worried about feeling awkward in that environment. "Zhao Huixing came to find me today, saying he wants to introduce me to his parents after completing a task. He is simply unhinged." Bian Tao succinctly recounted the events. Gao Jiehe's facial expression stiffened momentarily before he spoke. "He does not reject it. That is a good thing. So how did you manage that?" If nothing had transpired, Bian Tao would not have approached. "I kissed him." At these words, Gao Jiehe nearly lost his composure, swiftly turning in another direction to conceal himself. A wave of agitation surged within him as he picked up a folder from the desk, quickly flipping to the page containing information about Zhao Huixing. At this moment, Bian Tao spoke again. "I just wanted to see if he could accept me. He clearly has reservations. I even blocked him with my finger before kissing him." Gao Jiehe, well acquainted with Bian Tao, understood his thought process. He remarked, "He is already 29 years old, and there is quite an age gap between you two, which may lead to misunderstandings." Organizing his thoughts, Gao Jiehe continued, "Sometimes, marriage can be merely nominal. Your fates are intertwined only because of a necklace." Once he felt composed, Gao Jiehe turned his gaze to Bian Tao, suggesting, "Perhaps Zhao Huixing merely wishes to engage in a marriage of convenience." "Have you clarified that?" Bian Tao pouted and replied, "He said he wants to cultivate feelings with me. Does a marriage of convenience also require emotional nurturing?" Gao Jiehe tightened his grip on the folder. From every perspective, Zhao Huixing was an exemplary man, and Bian's grandfather's choice was indeed sound. Bian Tao, however, was reluctant to accept such sentiments. "I know you hold my grandfather in high regard, but does that mean every decision they made was infallible?" Gao Jiehe responded, "Not necessarily correct, but surely made after careful consideration." His gaze fell, concealing the turmoil in his eyes. This was not a pleasant conversation. Bian Tao's expression revealed a hint of grievance. "Do you want me to go back? To cultivate some absurd relationship with that so-called defense team leader?" "I certainly do not wish for you to do anything against your will," Gao Jiehe said, his voice diminishing as the conversation progressed. Bian Tao, confused, looked at Gao Jiehe, only to realize he could not discern the other's expression. "If you are unwilling, why then do you counsel me? If it is not you, who else is advising me?" Gao Jiehe closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair, choosing not to answer. The room fell into a heavy silence. Shortly thereafter, a knock echoed, and Gao Mu's voice called out, "Children, I've cut some fruit. May I come in?" Bian Tao immediately rose to open the door. Gao Mu entered, carrying a plate of fruit, placing it on the desk. Just as she prepared to leave, she noticed something was amiss with her son. "So, why are your eyes so red? Have you been crying?" "No, I must just be fatigued. I'll apply some eye drops shortly," Gao Jie replied. Gao Mu then left. Bien Tao was now in a state of deep conflict, glancing at Gao Jie, hesitating to speak. Eventually, Gao Jie said, "If you wish to stay, you may lodge here for the next few days, but you'll have to share a bed with me." Bien Tao's eyes lit up. "Really? Thank you so much, brother." Gao Jie sighed. Someone like Zhao Huaixing must be quite busy. Thus, it is not certain that he will visit you every night. Perhaps after 2 days of not seeing your figure, he will simply give up, Gao Jie speculated. Noticing that Bien Tao's body had relaxed somewhat, Gao Jie, with a stern expression, reminded him, "You must temper your impulsive nature. Should you find yourself entangled one day, you might learn your lesson." Bien Tao pouted. "You have no idea how infuriating he is. Just seeing him reveals his obstinacy." Zhao Huaixing, being the eldest among them, perhaps considered matters with the most foresight. Gao Jie stood up and spoke a few words of his family. When Bien Tao had rushed over, he was in a rather poor state, which prompted Gao Jie's parents to exhibit great warmth towards him, encouraging Bien Tao to stay as long as he wished and praising his previous acts of heroism. Gao's mother brought a blanket and laid it on the bed, gently advising, "You young ones are all alike. When things go well, many will praise you. But do be cautious. Being a beastmaster is perilous. Should you get hurt?" "Auntie, I understand," Bien Tao replied, flashing an exaggerated smile, his good looks rendering it quite endearing. Gao's mother embraced Bien Tao, saying, "You are still like a child to me. Even grown up, you retain that quality." "Mom," Gao Jie sighed. Yet upon witnessing Bien Tao reach out to reciprocate the embrace, he ultimately refrained from intervening. This was Gao's mother's way of offering comfort. When Bien Tao was younger, she would lift him entirely into her arms, a gesture now deemed inappropriate. Chapter 11. Have they established a home? Sensing Bien Tao's current vulnerability, Gao's mother was soothing him in her own manner. After a moment, she released him with a smile, saying, "Get a good night's sleep. You have school tomorrow." Once Bien Tao lay down and Gao Jie turned off the light, enveloping the room in darkness, Bien Tao inquired, "Why did you cry?" "I did not cry," Gao Jie denied. "It is time for sleep." Gao Jie, "I do not conceal anything from you, yet you share nothing with me." Bien Tao's voice rose slightly. Gao Jie found himself at a loss, softly responding, "You share everything with me, yet you went off to fight, causing Kind Song to end up in jail. What have I not told you? You know how much hair is on my head, so you—" "Then tell me why?" Bien Tao pressed, his curiosity not particularly intense. However, since that incident occurred, perhaps when Gao Jie was about 6 or 7 years old, he had not witnessed Gao Jie shed a tear for over a decade. It seemed that at that time, Gao Jie had been far more mature than Bien Tao, if it were not for something truly grave. How could it have brought tears to Gao Jie's eyes? "It is nothing. I merely entertained many thoughts." Gao Jie initially intended to deflect the conversation with another topic. Yet at that moment, Bien Tao spoke up, "Tell me about it." This was Bien Tao's unique way of coaxing since childhood, his tone softening yet sounding rather awkward. Regrettably, the darkness obscured Bien Tao's expression, and Gao Jie guessed it must resemble that of a puppet. With a hint of exasperation, he said, "For instance, if the fate between you were merely a phrase." Bien Tao listened intently to Gao Jie's hypothesis, the room resonating solely with Gao's voice. What if there were elements within you that could prove advantageous to them? Just observe how extraordinary your contracted beast is. If Zhao Huaixing is merely feigning benevolence, what will happen if he deceives you into returning only to mistreat you? Or perhaps they might exploit you. I cannot fathom why old Master Bien is seeking so many individuals, nor can I comprehend why I am not among them. Though I hesitate to think negatively, could it be that old Master Bien did not choose this path willingly? After all, everyone yearns for peace. What if your sacrifice is deemed necessary for such tranquility? I truly do not know whether this course is right or wrong. With these words, Gao Jie ceased speaking, his subsequent utterances tinged with tremors as if he were struggling to suppress something within. Bien Tao waited patiently until Gao's breathing steadied before he ventured to reply. What you say holds a possibility. Perhaps you have even stated that grandfather would not harm me. Thus you urge me, yet it seems you endure greater torment than I. What purpose does this serve? Gao Jiehe responded, stating that neither the necklace nor the documents were personally entrusted to them by old Master Bien. There are too many concerns, and they are shrouded in too many hidden truths at present. At that moment, Gao Jiehe seemed to recall something and remarked, perhaps Zhao Huaixing possesses some knowledge. After all, his high-ranking position and extensive experience imply that he would refrain from actions unless he either knows the truth or is unwilling to act otherwise. Bien Tao appeared to grasp Gao Jiehe's intention immediately, interjecting, I absolutely refuse to seek him out. It would be far too awkward, and he would not divulge anything. He would prevent you from approaching him. Gao Jiehe, somewhat resigned, suggested, why not stay with me for the next few days? Then you can accompany me to collect Kaing Song. Once you see him, you will understand the kind of person he is. Very well. Gao Jiehe was perplexed, wondering why Bien Tao, who was so courageous in the face of vicious criminals, would exhibit such fear regarding nominal fiancés. Bien Tao and Gao Jiehe went to fetch Kaing Song after school. The defense team appeared somewhat embarrassed, exhibiting a notably amiable demeanor. When they released Kaing Song, Bien Tao noticed he had become quite rotund. Upon seeing Bien Tao, he exclaimed, I had no idea that human food was so delectable. Gao Jiehe cast a glance at Bien Tao, incredulous. Did you not feed him? Bien Tao, taken aback, responded, I thought contracted beasts did not require sustenance or hydration. Upon hearing this, the defense team and Gao Jiehe exchanged peculiar looks. Contracted beasts are not divine beings. They cannot thrive solely on dew. While they possess unique abilities, they too require sustenance to replenish their strength. Generally, they do not need to consume human food. The issue lies in the exorbitant cost of provisions from other realms. The defense team cannot afford such luxuries and, in reality, lacks sufficient resources. Most resources are allocated to the valiant beast tamers on the front lines. They, as logistical support, primarily ensure the necessities of life. At this moment, Kaing Song interjected, expecting me to know how to feed him. He should focus on managing himself adequately. Bien Tao, considering the circumstances, refrained from expressing his displeasure when Kaing Song suddenly leapt into his embrace, leaving him momentarily stunned. His balance faltered, and he stumbled backward. At that moment, a large hand, alongside Gao Jiehe's arm, steadied him. Unaware of any peculiarities, Bien Tao inquired, how much have you fed him? The captain of the defense team sheepishly replied, our Group S rations for an entire month are nearly depleted by his consumption. He then solemnly saluted, addressing Bien Tao as inspector. This title triggered an instinctive reaction in Bien Tao, prompting him to pivot and attempt a kick, only to be easily restrained by the other party. Gao Jiehe had noticed this man earlier. Mature men possess a distinct allure, contrasting sharply with the youthful, somewhat naive charm of someone like Gao Jiehe. Are you obstructing me? Bien Tao's tone was unfriendly. We'll discuss your matters at home. I have work to attend to. He turned to Zhao Huaixing, requesting, please provide me with your contact information. I prefer not to use my authority to access your personal details. Bien Tao's personal information had been thoroughly recorded by the defense team due to prior incidents. As the core leader of the defense team, Zhao Huaixing indeed had the authority, yet he typically refrained from utilizing such privileges unless absolutely necessary. The defense team members nearby were utterly perplexed, wondering about the implications of discussing at home. Did the inspector and Bien Tao have a home together? What was the situation? Although Bien Tao contemplated leaving immediately, he ultimately recognized that the two needed to address their issues sooner or later. Avoiding the matter indefinitely was unfeasible. He could not continue to disrupt Gao Jiehe. He took out his phone and asked Zhao Huaixing to scan his code to add him as a friend. Zhao Huaixing wasted no time. Upon achieving his objective, he departed. Chapter 12. Not seeking to covet Bien Tao's beauty, I hope during this interval he had not spared a single glance in Gao Jie's direction. Yet this absence of attention instilled an inexplicable sense of urgency in Gao Jiehe. This individual undoubtedly possessed a formidable presence. No wonder Bien Tao reacted like a startled cat in his presence. He must have traversed other realms, far from the ordinary rank of inspector. The primary duty of the defense team is to ensure the safety of citizens, categorized into numerous levels. Most local defense teams comprise first and second-tier beast tamers, who, despite potentially having experience in other worlds, are primarily engaged in logistical roles. However, Zhao Huaixing exuded a distinctly different aura. Gao Jiehe furrowed his brow slightly, convinced that this man frequently entered other realms, possibly having ventured into higher-level dimensions. Bien Tao, hearing this, was somewhat puzzled. How do you know that? Can you discern such things? When negotiating with him, try not to be confrontational. Moreover, regarding your earlier mention of the kiss you were prevented from delivering, it is highly likely that he permitted you to do so. Upon saying this, Gao Jiehe's expression darkened. This Zhao Huaixing, appearing quite earnest, would not be inclined to covet Bien Tao's beauty, would he? Gao Jiehe withheld his suspicions. Should Bien Tao become aware of his thoughts, he would surely face repercussions. In this regard, Bien Tao was always just. He carried Kaing Tsang outside, now finding it somewhat laborious. This fellow weighs considerably more than 100 pounds. I currently weigh 300 pounds, a weight you cannot possibly lift. The Celestial remarked, Do you humans possess weapons that are measured by the ton? Bien Tao inquired, How many humans have you seen carrying heavy tanks in a battle against other worlds? I have indeed witnessed such a sight. What? Bien Tao was momentarily taken aback, then patted the Celestial, asking, Can the physical capabilities of a beast master truly be compared to those of a human? Moreover, do you even know what a heavy tank is? I do not. Bien Tao was rendered speechless. That thing weighs 40 tons. Gao Jiahua observed the interaction between the two with a gentle expression and remarked, You seem to have a wonderful rapport. My contracted beast does not possess such high intelligence. Upon hearing this, Bien Tao looked at Gao Jiahua in disbelief, wondering how he could perceive their relationship as so harmonious. However, with the Celestial present, Bien Tao felt a surge of confidence. Though the Celestial had not actively protected him during previous battles, it was willing to lend a paw in times of dire need. That was enough. Such an intelligent contracted beast requires time and patience to bond. Bien Tao resolved to return home tonight, determined to resolve matters thoroughly today. Gao Jiahua expressed concern, asking, Do you need me to accompany you? Bien Tao shook his head, recalling a matter at that moment. He inquired, What is your contracted beast like? At that time, he had encountered issues with his contract and sought assistance from Zhuo Xingzhou, missing the opportunity to witness his classmates sign their contracts, including Gao Jiahua. I am of the wood element, and perhaps I will have the opportunity to become an apothecary in the future. Upon mentioning this, Gao Jiahua's demeanor brightened. An apothecary is a beast master capable of creating potions, a highly lucrative profession where most individuals rarely find themselves on the battlefield. This is due to the relatively weak offensive capabilities of wood element beast masters. There are many wood element beast masters, yet those who truly become apothecaries number less than 1%. It is a challenging path, yet Bien Tao believes in Gao Jiahua's potential. This companion, with whom he has played since childhood, has always been remarkably capable. After escorting Bien Tao home, Gao Jiahua returned to his own residence. Bien Tao was uncertain when Zhao Huaixing would return or if he would return today. His gaze lingered on the screen of his phone, contemplating whether to send a message inquiring about his arrival. Tentatively, he typed, Are you coming to my house today? After a long pause, he received no reply. It then dawned on him that he had been staring at the screen for an extended period, feeling a mix of embarrassment and irritation. Why was he so concerned about him? He decided it would be better to continue his training. During the previous skirmish, Bien Tao had indeed identified several areas for improvement. After busily engaging in practice for a while, his gaze fell upon the Celestial, who was indulging in snacks. The house was nearly devoid of snacks, all of which had been unearthed by this little creature. The sight grew increasingly irksome. Bien Tao exclaimed, Stop eating, come train. What shall I train? The Celestial inquired. Bien Tao narrowed his eyes, stating, If you do not return to your normal size, I may have to cut off your food supply. However, if you train diligently, I will ensure 3 meals a day plus dessert for you. The vast heavens seemed to comprehend Bien Tao's intentions and spoke. I believe that in your quest for strength, self-discipline is paramount. Hence, it is essential for you to effortlessly lift weights of 300 pounds with one hand, rather than requesting me to lighten your burden. What do you think? If you find it unfeasible, just ask yourself whether you prefer relaxation or nourishment. Bien Tao furrowed his brow slightly, reiterating, I have previously stated my commitment to training you diligently. The essence of a contract beast's power is not solely derived from physical strength. At least, that is not the case for me. Those robust and resilient contract beasts are typically employed as shields, and I have no desire for Kind Song to counter this notion yet again. Subsequently, Bien Tao lifted Kind Song and tossed him upwards. I apologize. There may be times when I am unable to catch you. If you happen to fall, the discomfort will pass swiftly, Bien Tao said kindly. As Kind Song was thrown higher, he had yet to be caught even once. To Bien Tao's surprise, this action indeed served to strengthen his arm muscles. I believe you need not train your body. This method is quite effective. In no time, Kind Song was left disoriented from the exertion. Little did he realize that this was merely the beginning of a rigorous training regimen. Initially, Bien Tao presumed he would tire soon, yet he appeared to be engaged in a contest of endurance with Kind Song. As long as Kind Song did not plead for mercy, Bien Tao was resolute in continuing this simple act of tossing. When Zhao Huaixing returned, he fortuitously witnessed their jovial play. He was aware of Bien Tao's inability to reclaim his contract beast and had gathered some knowledge regarding Kind Song's nourishment over the past 3 days. However, he refrained from intervening. In hindsight, it may have been wise to do so. Upon noticing Zhao Huaixing standing in the doorway, observing him, Bien Tao momentarily faltered in his actions. Dazed, Kind Song was currently in free fall, directly above Bien Tao. Zhao Huaixing cast a glance before summoning a large water orb that enveloped Kind Song. The little beast thrashed within, having ingested a considerable amount of water. Upon landing, he appeared more lethargic, expelling water outward. Such antics hindered the rapid acclimatization between Bien Tao and his contract beast, as Zhao Huaixing remarked. Although Bien Tao did not witness the true form of Zhao Huaixing's contract beast, he sensed its fleeting presence during the earlier display of power. Coughing, Kind Song seemed to have choked, prompting Bien Tao to step on him lightly to help expel the remaining water, allowing Kind Song to breathe smoothly. Chapter 13. Do you care whether he is angry? Bien Tao looked on with concern, wishing for a towel to dry Kind Song. To his surprise, Zhao Huaixing controlled his power and evaporated the moisture in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Kind Song was restored to dryness. Such is the power of a beastmaster. Once the contract is established, a connection forms between the contract beast and the beastmaster. You should be able to sense your inherent talent, which complements your contract beast, Zhao Huaixing explained. He then turned to Bien Tao and continued, however, it seems that after summoning your contract beast, you have not experienced an enhancement. Such enhancements may be subtle. For instance, a water-type beast may sense moisture in the air. Your friend, being of the wood element, might have some sensitivity towards plants. These are fundamental principles of beastmasters, and it is hard to fathom how someone as busy as Zhao Huaixing finds the time to instruct others. Bien Tao listened quietly for a moment before speaking. When I engage in combat, I often perceive my opponent's movements as sluggish and can sense their weaknesses. During my studies of combat techniques, I have come to understand the vulnerabilities of the human body. However, in the previous battle, my awareness was excessively acute, almost fixating on a singular point. Otherwise, I might not have lasted even 5 minutes. He nodded at Zhao Huaixing, acknowledging the need to hone his strength and the connection with his contracted beast, rather than undertaking training blindly. There is no need for such haste. Beginning specialized training after becoming a beastmaster is equally viable. This sentiment resonated with Kind Song, who readily concurred, indeed. Bien Tao refrained from retorting and shifted his gaze toward Zhao Huaixing, tilting his head slightly as if attempting to assert a commanding presence, though it proved ineffective. He spoke, I wish to have a serious discussion with you. Zhao Huaixing nodded and settled into the sofa in the living room. remarking that whatever he had to say was preferable to avoiding him altogether. First and foremost, I will not accompany you to meet your parents, Bien Tao stated. If you believe this progression is too swift, that is entirely understandable. At these words, Bien Tao felt a surge of frustration building within him. He continued, I wish to annul our engagement. Impossible, Zhao Huaixing promptly refuted. If annulment is not an option, then we shall not marry, Bien Tao proposed as a compromise. Zhao Huaixing's expression darkened as he inquired, what is it about me that displeases you? He had never doubted his own capabilities. I have stated numerous times that this entire situation is utterly absurd. I have no desire to marry you, Bien Tao asserted. Moreover, do you not find it chaotic for 6 of us to cohabit? Zhao Huaixing has yet to interact with the others. How could he know if we could coexist? It is merely a matter of fulfilling obligations. Zhao Huaixing lowered his gaze, devoid of any feelings for Bien Tao at present. If there were no feelings, how could there be possessiveness? He warned, I will adhere strictly to the organization's arrangements. There is no need for you to exert effort in trying to persuade me. Bien Tao was momentarily taken aback. Then do you intend to continue fostering feelings for me, coercing me? He had been residing in the team for several days, and would continue to do so. Zhao Huaixing rose. Is this all you wish to discuss? Upon Bien Tao's nod, Zhao Huaixing departed. At that moment, Bien Tao turned to Kaiying Tsong and quietly asked, have I angered him? He had not expected Kaiying Tsong to respond, as there remains a distinction between contracted beasts and humans. Do you care whether he is angry? Kaiying Tsong inquired. However, repeated rejections were somewhat injurious to his pride. Bien Tao mumbled softly. After this, he likely won't take the initiative anymore. Initially, there had been no connection between Zhao Huaixing and him, and Bien Tao felt it inappropriate to project his resistance onto Zhao Huaixing. At the very least, he no longer had to be dragged to meet Zhao Huaixing's parents. For now, that would suffice. With Zhao Huaixing's issue temporarily resolved, Bien Tao proceeded to boil some frozen dumplings. Kaiying Tsong remained in the kitchen, fixated on the pot, drooling at the aroma of human food. Your cuisine is truly delightful. As he spoke, he swallowed a few times, clearly craving something. This is your share. A form of compensation for my previous actions, Bien Tao remarked. Kaiying Tsong, unconcerned, was not a petty creature. He was currently ravenous. Bien Tao stirred the dumplings in the pot with a spoon and added some water. Observing the bubbling surface, he finally spoke. Here, humans are well protected. Ordinary people know little about beast tamers. Bien Tao continued. However, both my grandfather and my parents are beast tamers, and you hail from another world. You must be aware of the harsh realities of that realm. It is vastly different from ours. So many are safeguarding this pure land, which is why I yearn to grow stronger swiftly. I am fully aware of my impulsive and reckless nature, often disregarding the consequences. Moreover, I can only contract with you. And if I could sign with other beasts, I would not have to force you like this. I understand that this is uncomfortable for you, and I apologize. But I find myself at a loss. As he spoke, Bien Tao's eyes reddened. This was only the second time he displayed such vulnerability since his grandfather's disappearance. The last occasion was triggered by the arrival of Zhao Huaixing, leaving Bien Tao bewildered. Ultimately, he was still young, lacking the means to effectively address these matters. Unsure of how to proceed, all he knew was to train and grow stronger. Kaiying Tsong smirked. Are the dumplings ready? This diversion snapped Bien Tao back to reality. What are you rushing for? You can't rush hot tofu. It will be ready soon. He then turned away from Kaiying Tsong, wiping his eyes with the back of his hand, and retrieved 2 bowls from the cupboard. Kaiying Tsong ate quickly yet elegantly. To Bien Tao's surprise, this little beast could even use chopsticks. Watching dumpling after dumpling disappear into Kaiying Tsong's mouth made Bien Tao question if he could afford to keep him. He had boasted too soon. Unexpectedly, Kaiying Tsong halted after consuming about half of the dumplings, then began to run and jump around the room for training. Although he said nothing, his actions alleviated Bien Tao's anxiety. It was nice that a contract beast didn't need to worry about post-meal exercise causing discomfort. Bien Tao continued to eat the dumplings, finding them oddly salty. By nightfall, as he lay in bed, Kaiying Tsong curled up beside Bien Tao's pillow, warm and fluffy. Within easy reach, Kai Song's voice broke the silence. My abilities are currently suppressed to the first tier because your body is too weak. If I were to restore my original rank directly, the overwhelming energy would likely burst you apart. Chapter 14. Who sent you? The reassurance proved effective, allowing Bien Tao to enjoy a good night's sleep. He decided to continue his studies at the training institution, opting to take the exam directly this time. He did not wish for Kai Song to endure any more torment. With Kai Song's intelligence, there was no need for such suffering. It was the weekend, and the number of examens had increased. Bien Tao successfully obtained his credentials, allowing Kai Song to stroll confidently outside. Let us go. I'll treat you to hot pot today, Bien Tao declared. Subsequently, a whisper akin to a demon's murmur brushed against the ear of Kai Song. Human sustenance must be procured with currency, and my current savings are rather meager. Henceforth, you shall accompany me into the other world to acquire resources for trade. Moreover, if there are any delectable meats from beasts in that realm, they could serve as a delightful delicacy. As Kai Song had yet to experience such fare, he dismissed the notion with a nonchalant tone. Was it not merely an invitation to join in battle? He had no reason to decline. Upon savoring the first bite, Kai Song proclaimed, "Let us venture into the other world at once, or rather, after we finish our meal." In a certain sense, this was rather fortuitous. Once we attain the rank of a first-tier beastmaster, we shall be able to infiltrate some other worlds occupied by humans to gather resources for trade, Bien Tao remarked. Yet, Kai Song seemed to possess an inkling of insight, responding, "Those locations are rather remote, with scant rewards to be found." After contemplating for a moment, he added, "A bit of training would not be amiss. In the places I know, your current strength would render you mere prey for others." Bien Tao's eyes sparkled with excitement. For Kai Song was no ordinary beast. In the midst of their meal, he unexpectedly spotted Chao Huaixing, accompanied by a woman, seemingly preparing to ascend to a private room above. What could this imply? Bien Tao swiftly produced his phone and captured an image of the duo. To his astonishment, the woman became aware of his actions. Perhaps a beast master herself? What was the nature of their relationship? The woman approached Bien Tao, with Chao Huaixing trailing behind, his brow slightly furrowed in displeasure. Bien Tao felt a surge of indignation, awkwardly glancing at the newcomer, dressed in a striking red outfit with cascading curls. The woman exuded an imposing aura, clearly not an ordinary person. With a haughty demeanor, she pointed at Bien Tao, exclaiming, Why did you take my picture? Show me your phone." Under different circumstances, such as if Bien Tao had not been wrong, he would have certainly resisted her demands. Yet now, as he sought to delete the photograph, it was snatched away by the woman. Watching her peruse his phone, Bien Tao felt a chill run down his spine. Was she on a mission? If he inadvertently caused a disturbance, the consequences could be dire. "I merely found you quite beautiful, and in our school, we lack such stunning women. I wanted to capture a photo to boast my friends." Bien Tao's mind raced. At that moment, Chao Huaixing interjected, "What? Did you not notice her male companion? This flower is already taken. Do you still wish to covet?" The woman, however, shifted her demeanor, pushing Chao Huaixing away as she whispered, "Hurry upstairs to reserve a table and order. I shall join you shortly." Chao Huaixing hesitated, casting a glance at Bien Tao before departing. Then, the woman reached out, caressing Bien Tao's cheek, exclaiming, "So tender. I do adore your type." She then murmured, "The male companion I found has some issues. He is merely for show and quite dull. You, however, are rather appealing. Why not allow me to take you under my wing?" As her hand swiftly descended, she added, "But I must assess the merchandise first. If you two are merely for display, that would be quite the disappointment." Fortunately, Bien Tao reacted quickly, grasping her hand. This seems to be an intention to sever his lineage, quite ruthless indeed. The woman appeared unfazed, her gaze shifting back to the one still indulging in hot pot, Kai Kang. "Your contract beast is rather unique, isn't it?" Bien Tao was momentarily at a loss for words. There's nothing extraordinary about it, just an ordinary first-tier contract beast. At that moment, the woman settled beside Bien Tao, leaning against him, and whispered, "Tell me, who sent you? How much did they offer? You young ones are always so eager to tread dangerous paths for the sake of money. Just tell your sister what they want you to do, and I'll offer you double." The woman seduced Bien Tao with her words. The alluring rose concealed a deadly intent. Bien Tao knew that a misstep could lead to trouble. Observing Bien Tao's unease, she noted how he seemed flustered the closer she got, even blushing slightly. He appeared to be fearful, yet his complexion was quite appealing. He truly did not seem like one who had undergone professional training, but rather resembled a mere student. Having been in close proximity moments ago, she had already relieved him of his possessions, leaving only the recently issued permit. She glanced at Kai Kang, confirming that it was indeed the contract beast in question. After examining the information, her brows furrowed slightly. It was astonishing that he was not even a beastmaster. She believed that neither the authorities nor enemy factions would assign a barely adult child to a mission. Could it be mere coincidence? Had she overthought the situation? After another look at the photo, she casually deleted it. "Have I frightened you, dear sister?" the woman inquired. "No, not at all," Bien Tao hastily denied. "You are truly beautiful. I'm just a bit nervous and embarrassed." Upon hearing this, the woman chuckled softly. "Were it not for this occasion, I might have genuinely considered you." She displayed an ambiguous expression, but alas, I have a male companion today and must take my leave. With a wave to Bien Tao, she turned to seek out information regarding him. When Bien Tao regained his composure, he noticed Kai Kang was now reclining in his chair, absent-mindedly stroking his belly, mumbling about how delicious the food was. Bien Tao lightly tapped Kai Kang's head. "How can you be so heartless? You didn't even think to save me." "What was there to save? You broke one, and there are still 5 left," came Kai Kang's nonchalant reply. "What kind of reasoning is that?" Bien Tao, exasperated, delivered a few playful punches to Kai Kang, which felt more like tickling than an actual threat. As thoughts of weaknesses occupied his mind, Bien Tao indeed discerned a vulnerability. He threw a punch, but Kai Kang deftly evaded it. Seemingly taken aback, Kai Kang queried, "Seriously? Is it just because I didn't protect you?" Thankfully, he'd managed to dodge. Otherwise, Bien Tao would have been quite embarrassed. "Let's go. I need to settle the bill." With all the food consumed by Kai Kang, Bien Tao now lacked the desire to linger. Just as Bien Tao and Kai Kang stepped outside, darkness suddenly enveloped him. It felt as if he had been seized by someone. Not again. Upon regaining his sight, he recognized a familiar face, Lin Yao. Given the previous events, Bien Tao felt a twinge of guilt. Chapter 15. The mission? "Did I hinder your actions just now?" Bien Tao inquired. Lin Yao, with a carefree grin, was in high spirits, but he was merely intent on involving you in the matter at hand. He had received the latest intelligence and needed to assign you a special task. Bien Tao felt somewhat bewildered. A task? Hadn't it been stated previously that he was not required? You must have seen the individual beside Zhao Huaixing. They are rather formidable. Lin Yao elucidated that the higher-ups had discovered a connection between the originally designated female agent and that individual. In other words, proceeding as planned would likely result in an immediate exposure of identities. As Lin Yao gathered his belongings, he continued to explain to Bien Tao. "Coincidentally, you encountered that person today, and you will attract their full attention. This is the downside of being overly suspicious, coupled with your good looks. You may be more effective in approaching the target. However, you will need to don women's attire, as your role will be to accompany the task target as a female companion to the subsequent banquet, and perhaps share a bed." Upon hearing this, Bien Tao voiced his concern. "What? So, being male would be more convenient? This task inevitably involves some physical contact. Rest assured, you will not be harmed, nor will anything truly untoward occur," Lin Yao reassured him. Bien Tao fell silent, gazing at the deep purple dress and the thick padding, his expression sour. Just as Lin Yao finished dressing him up, he seemed to suddenly recall something. He inquired, "The boss wants to know your willingness. Are you consenting?" "Can I not be willing?" Bien Tao softly asked. "Then I shall hold you accountable. You are fully aware of the boss's identity, yet still chose to act recklessly. What is your intention?" Lin Yao maintained a cheerful demeanor, uttering words meant to intimidate. At that moment, Bien Tao asked if I participate. "Will I uncover the reasons behind that Group S intent to abduct the little girl?" Lin Yao nodded, confirming that these two cases were indeed interconnected. "If you involve yourself, you will certainly acquire some pertinent information." He then inquired, "What? Are you interested in the previous case?" It was primarily due to the proximity of the bun-selling ant and the little girl to Bien Tao, having known them for so long. He was unsettled by his ignorance of the entire truth. Noticing Bien Tao's nod, Lin Yao spoke, "I have taken the liberty of agreeing on your behalf. I will procure the information for you later." To Bien Tao's surprise, Lin Yao was also skilled in makeup, and soon enough, he had transformed Bien Tao into an exquisite figure. "Your frame is somewhat petite, making it rather difficult to distinguish between masculine and feminine traits," Lin Yao remarked. Handing Bien Tao a mirror, "You are tall enough. I will provide you with low-heeled dress shoes for ease of movement." Typically, such gowns require high heels for embellishment, but Bien Tao had never worn them. Wearing excessively high heels could instead draw unwanted attention. At that moment, Lin Yao whispered, "I have a certain personal interest in having you attend the event, as you are relatively safe. I have inquired about you. Individuals like you, who have undergone training since childhood, are quite rare. Furthermore, your youth makes it easier for the target to lower their guard, and you possess a degree of self-defense capability." Lin Yao explained, "Perhaps you are still unaware of the weight upon your shoulders, but our organization exists to safeguard human security. You are welcome to join us at any time. For this operation, regardless of what you witness or learn, please refrain from disclosing it to anyone outside." Then, Lin Yao produced a confidentiality agreement. Bien Tao signed it and pressed his handprint beside his signature. Lin Yao wore a triumphant expression, holding the agreement and tapping it lightly with his fingers, as if to convey a sense of conquest. He then smiled and inquired, "Little one, or rather, classmate Bien Tao, what is your relationship with our leader?" "You see, I cannot refer to his position in public, nor do I dare to call him by his full name." Bien Tao replied, "There is no significant relationship. We are not particularly familiar, merely acquaintances." He was reluctant to discuss Zhao Huaixing, although Zhao had not displayed anger moments prior. The pressure he exerted was palpable. It was no wonder Lin Yao harbored apprehensions. Zhao was a rigid individual, inflexible and stern with both others and himself. "You wear your emotions on your face. I am a professional agent. Would I inquire without cause if I did not detect an issue?" Lin Yao remarked, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. It seemed he had become quite familiar with Bien Tao. As he continued, "To this day, I have yet to uncover a weakness in our leader. He is impeccable. Please assist me." Upon hearing this, Bien Tao felt a twinge of wariness. His gaze toward Lin Yao turned somewhat cold as he replied, "I have said there is nothing of significance." In an instant, Lin Yao understood this expression, and with a hint of exasperation, he said, "Do not misunderstand. It is not as you think. Let us cease discussing the leader and return to the task at hand." Lin Yao informed Bien Tao of an organization operating covertly, akin to underground rats on Blue Star. This group bore similarities to the previous cultists, as they worshipped strange beings from another world, regarding the bizarre entities as deities while subtly attempting to undermine humanity's defenses from within. While mere belief would be tolerable, this group had engaged in numerous clandestine activities. Their movements were elusive, and with some beast tamers supporting them, they were challenging to investigate. The information Lin Yao provided was scant. No matter what Bien Tao inquired, Lin Yao remained reticent. Essentially, he shared all he could without exceeding his authority. Those who worshipped these strange beings were referred to as heretics. This organization had matured, rendering it complex and difficult to penetrate. Zhao Huixing's presence here was due to receiving certain intelligence regarding a relatively marginalized small leader among heretics. But the mere fact that they had traced it this far was commendable. If fortune favored them, it might be possible to unearth all the heretics in the entire city. Therefore, the higher-ups placed great importance on this operation, dispatching someone of Zhao Huixing's caliber to lead the mission personally. Bien Tao pointed at Lin Yao and asked, "So, the leadership consists of just you and Zhao Huixing?" Lin Yao shrugged, "I am merely a mid-level beast tamer, while Zhao is a senior one. With our kind of presence, how many do you think will be necessary?" Wouldn't he that clearly signal those individuals to hide, knowing the defense team is coming for them? Lin Yao maintained his playful demeanor. Bien Tao posed another question. "Do you not find it dull to act alongside someone like Zhao Huixing?" Lin Yao looked puzzled. "What do you mean by someone like me? Do you harbor prejudice against me?" Bien Tao shook his head. "No, I hold prejudice against Zhao Huixing. At that moment, Lin Yao diverted his attention, instructing, "Stand up, take a few steps, and turn around for me to see if there's anything that needs adjustment." As Bien Tao spun around, the cotton padding on his chest shifted position. Lin Yao approached to make corrections, murmuring in confusion, "This shouldn't be misaligned. Otherwise, it might frighten someone terribly." Chapter 16. Annoying. Just then, the door swung open. The newcomer, without making a sound, stepped in and was taken aback to see Lin Yao holding Bien Tao's prosthetic chest. Zhao Huaixing had not anticipated such a shocking sight upon his return. Momentarily dazed, he quickly lowered his head, muttering an apology. Lin Yao called out, "Boss, it's Bien Tao. You didn't recognize me?" Bien Tao asked incredulously, glancing at the mirror. "It's just a bit heavier makeup. How could you not recognize me?" Only then did Zhao Huaixing look over and see the two still in their original pose. He remarked, "Lin Yao, I didn't know you had this particular hobby." "Boss, I'm merely working," Lin Yao replied, his expression one of dismay. Zhao Huaixing averted his gaze and said, "I don't recall assigning you the task of harassing a new temporary colleague." At this point, Lin Yao began to focus on his handiwork, securing the cotton padding more firmly against Bien Tao's body. This unexpectedly accentuated some curves, revealing a hint of innocence and allure. Meanwhile, Zhao Huaixing's brows knitted tighter as he pulled out his phone to locate an image. "I'll arrange an identity for you shortly. You can simply attend the banquet," he instructed. "The purpose of this gathering is for the target to select a favored companion. You may face harassment and unwelcome advances." Zhao Huaixing continued, "The target might be somewhat unsightly. Your task is to get close to him." He then complimented Bien Tao, saying, "With your current appearance, standing before him, you are sure to be chosen." Lin Yao interjected, "When I first saw him, I knew it would work." Bien Tao then took the phone to inspect the image, asking curiously, "Did he undergo any plastic surgery? How did he end up looking like that? Who would deliberately make themselves ugly?" Zhao Huaixing nodded, explaining that in the perspective of heretical beliefs, the more one resembled a beast or an aberration, the more deserving of respect and reverence they became. Bien Tao found it impossible to comprehend or respect such a malevolent organization. He hesitantly inquired, "Is it because I resemble an aberration that I might be chosen? Am I that unattractive?" Zhao Huaixing reassured him, "Even among aberrations, some possess an alluring charm." Lin Yao looked at Zhao Huaixing in disbelief, questioning how he could utter such words. Has the sun risen in the west? Is there a day where Zhao Huaixing acknowledges others? Zhao Huaixing seemed to sense the shift in conversation and swiftly redirected, stating that the target's aesthetic preferences were still quite normal. He merely brainwashed individuals for profit. He didn't genuinely espouse the values of aberrations. All his efforts were motivated purely by self-interest. Bien Tao nodded, affirming, "I will do my utmost. You must prioritize your safety. The target is a level 3 Beastmaster, and he may lower his guard around someone like you who is not a Beastmaster," Zhao Huaixing cautioned, adding, "I will keep a close watch on you." Recalling the previous actions of Bien Tao, I felt a sense of concern regarding his impulsive nature. I continued, urging him to prioritize his safety in times of conflict or adversity, and to know that fleeing was an option. Lin Yao sensed his presence was somewhat superfluous in that moment, yet he sought to affirm, "I shall take care of your contracted beast." Bien Tao glanced at Kind Song, realizing that the little creature had been gazing at him intently, likely out of worry. Subsequently, recalling something, he instructed Lin Yao to procure some snacks for him. Upon hearing this, Kind Song seemed to relax, promptly reclining on a comfortable chair, disregarding Bien Tao. With Bien Tao assuredly untroubled, I escorted him toward the designated location. I could not accompany Bien Tao inside, as I needed to seek out that woman. The lighting within the venue was rather dim, yet it sufficed to discern faces. The target stood out conspicuously, clad in a golden suit. Surely not genuine gold? That would be excessively ostentatious. Bien Tao, not particularly avaricious, did not dwell on this for long, endeavoring to draw near. Remarkably, the target was quite popular, making the orchestration of a serendipitous encounter rather challenging. He lingered in the vicinity, surrounded by unfamiliar faces. Aside from several young and beautiful ladies, There were also individuals dressed in peculiar attire, donning masks and adorned with strange ornaments. After observing for a while, someone approached Bien Tao. Impressive, isn't it? That is a third-tier exotic species finger. Quite valuable, a stranger remarked. Turning to face the source of the voice, Bien Tao encountered another masked individual. Instinctively desiring to distance himself, he found himself ensnared instead. Growing somewhat irked, he was about to question the other's intentions when he noticed a purple clasp on the stranger's sleeve, a mark of their affiliation. Surprised by the swift encounter, he heard, "Let us proceed. I will create an opportunity, but whether you seize it is entirely up to you." The individual then pulled Bien Tao along to offer toast. The events unfolded smoothly, as the target almost immediately spotted Bien Tao, scrutinizing him from head to toe, rendering Bien Tao quite uncomfortable. It was no wonder Lin Yao had hesitated to involve female colleagues in such tasks. Encountering individuals like this truly posed a challenge. After exchanging a few words, the target complimented, "You're quite remarkable. I trust this matter in your hands." Gratefully nodding and bowing, he beckoned Bien Tao over. As Bien Tao approached, the target introduced him, saying, "This is Master Zhou. Following him will ensure a life of comfort. Seize this opportunity well." Bien Tao nodded earnestly and slightly bowed. His chest was affixed with two faux skin patches to conceal the deceptive cotton beneath. This action elicited a repulsive gaze from onlookers, prompting him to vow that once the mission concluded, he would find a chance to deliver a thorough thrashing to that scoundrel. Just as he stood to approach, he felt a hand brush against his lower back, descending ominously. At that moment, a commotion arose around them, causing the hand to halt. Master Zhou appeared to have noticed something, promptly advancing toward the source of the disturbance, with Bien Tao trailing closely behind. Subsequently, he encountered the woman who had dined with Zhao Huaixing during the day. Mr. Zhou's demeanor towards her was exceedingly amiable, devoid of any vexatious glances, and his speech was marked by politeness. At this moment, Bien Tao realized that this woman was indeed extraordinary. "Miss Qin, shall we move to a quieter place?" Mr. Zhou suggested, gesturing for her to proceed. Bien Tao silently cursed, pretending to be someone of significance. At this time, Zhao Huaixing trailed behind Miss Qin like a ghost. The two were led to a small private room. Miss Qin turned to Bien Tao and inquired, "And this gentleman? He is trustworthy, my little assistant. I assure you she would not speak recklessly," Mr. Zhou interjected, directing his gaze towards Zhao Huaixing. Chapter 17. Have you chosen yet? Miss Qin remarked nonchalantly, referring to the toy who would temporarily serve as a bodyguard. No assurances were made, nor were they necessary. Mr. Zhou dared not contest this, merely murmuring, "Those remnants of the exotic species have indeed yielded considerable profit, yet in the presence of Miss Qin, they amount to nothing." Upon hearing this, Miss Qin responded with a non-committal hum, her eyes scanning the surroundings as if she were disinterested. "There's no rush. We shall discuss that later," she stated, then produced a small black box, explaining, "This is a newly developed device capable of detecting surveillance equipment." Miss Qin offered a relatively gentle smile, adding, "One must always exercise caution when out and about. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Zhou?" "I dare not disagree. That is merely the chatter of others. In your presence, how could I dare to imply otherwise?" Mr. Zhou replied. Seemingly unfazed by such exchanges, Miss Qin confirmed the safety of their location before her attention shifted to Bien Tao. "He appears quite presentable," Mr. Zhou noted, prompting Miss Qin to pause and scrutinize Bien Tao more closely. Then, uncertainly, she asked, "Have we met before?" Mr. Zhou misinterpreted her intent and pushed Bien Tao forward, saying, "If Miss Qin is interested, please take him. I had no idea you had a penchant for this sort. I assure you he is untainted. Do not speak of your sordid affairs in my presence." Miss Qin seemed incensed, gesturing for Bien Tao to step away. He prudently distanced himself, though Mr. Zhou's expression soured. After all, Miss Qin was not targeting Bien Tao. She was striking at Mr. Zhou, her demeanor towards him decidedly ungracious. It was evident that Miss Qin had no intention of discussing matters with Mr. Zhou today. She prepared to depart. "I believe you are aware of my inclinations. Today marks our acquaintance. If your offerings are sufficiently generous, and you prove agreeable, The terms of collaboration can certainly be elaborated upon. Miss Qin stated before exiting with Zhao Huaixing. Whether she sensed something amiss or deemed Mr. Zhou untrustworthy remained a mystery. Bian Tao stood quietly to the side, striving to diminish his presence. Yet, Mr. Zhou had no intention of letting him off the hook. He settled onto the sofa, beckoning Bian Tao forth. At that moment, someone entered, reporting, "Mr. Zhou, Miss Qin has departed." Mr. Zhou nodded, acknowledging her flaw lies in her excessive scrutiny of potential partners, fearing we might. He refrained from completing his thought, seemingly reluctant to divulge more. "Exercise caution, as it is ultimately beneficial for us," the man responded. Regardless of her, Master Zhou waved his hand dismissively, thinking to himself, "Do I fear her cooperation when I possess wealth?" He then drew Bian Tao into his embrace and inquired, "You appear quite youthful. May I ask your age?" 18, Bian Tao replied, his voice strained, fearful of revealing any signs of abnormality. "Very good." Master Zhou expressed his satisfaction, advancing to caress Bian Tao's form. Just as Bian Tao was on the verge of an outburst, Master Zhou abruptly stood, exhibiting an eager demeanor. Grasping Bian Tao, he led him away to a room, where he was unceremoniously flung onto a bed. Upon realizing the impending events, Bian Tao's countenance turned grim. Even if he were to sacrifice himself for the task, it ought to be in another realm, not engaged in such activities here. As he readied himself to resist, he suddenly noticed a small green turtle by the bedside, which appeared oddly familiar. The little turtle greeted Bian Tao, and then Master Zhou collapsed onto the bed. "Little turtle?" Bian Tao tentatively inquired, and the turtle amicably crawled toward him, mimicking the posture of the heavens, nestling in his embrace. It truly lacked a physical form. Bian Tao could sense its presence. Yet, when he reached out to touch it, his hand passed through the turtle's body effortlessly. "Zhuoxingzhou," Bian Tao called out cautiously. If the turtle was present, Zhuoxingzhou must also be here. The voice of Zhuoxingzhou emanated from within the turtle, stating, "My powers are constrained by regulations, limiting my influence over him. He will assume that something has transpired between you two." As he spoke, his tone grew softer, hinting at a touch of shyness. "You can still communicate with me through the contracted beast?" "How intriguing," Bian Tao remarked, astonished. "My contracted beast possesses numerous abilities. It appears that there is no one here capable of suppressing a third-tier beastmaster. Hence, I have been temporarily borrowed," Zhuoxingzhou explained. "Are you all right?" "I wish to give him a good beating." "Will he awaken?" Bian Tao inquired. "He will, but not immediately, and he will awaken as soon as it is over." Then, the little turtle seemed to sense something amiss and abruptly became transparent, vanishing from sight. Bian Tao glanced over, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Could it truly be that only a minute had passed? They had scarcely exchanged 2 sentences. At that moment, Master Zhou spoke up, "Strange. Why do I feel a bit dizzy?" He then propped himself up and lit a cigarette, addressing Bian Tao. "You are quite impressive. Stay close to me, and you shall not lack for anything." Bian Tao suppressed his urge to erupt, nodding obediently, fully aware of the priority at hand. Subsequently, Master Zhou provided Bian Tao with a means of contact, leaving his own number. "Soon, you will accompany me to a certain location," he stated, then made a call to someone. Throughout the conversation, he kept his gaze fixed on Bian Tao, seemingly unaware of what was being said on the other end. Master Zhou responded, "All right, who sent him? Verify it, and do not trouble me with this matter again." It appeared he had confirmed Bian Tao's fabricated identity, and his mind was now at ease. Master Zhou remarked, "Should you bear me a son, wealth and honor shall be yours." Upon hearing this, Bian Tao nearly shuddered in revulsion. However, the circumstances unfolded with such remarkable ease that it left one pondering whether it was due to prolonged planning or the extraordinary capabilities of Zhao Huaixing. Regardless, as this insignificant cog in the grand machinery engaged in the task at hand, he felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility. "Thank you, Master Zhou." Upon hearing this, Master Zhou cast a sidelong glance at Bian Tao, muttering, though his voice is rather poor, "He is undeniably quite handsome. Have you taken a fancy to him?" Before long, he led Bian Tao to a new location, a desolate wilderness. A twinge of anxiety gripped Bien Tao's heart, as he suspected that Master Zhou might have discovered something and was deliberately bringing him outside to prepare for a nefarious act. However, upon encountering a throng of people, his apprehension began to wane. Master Zhou draped a black robe over Bien Tao, enveloping his entire being and concealing his face. In a moment, you shall witness something extraordinary. Many newcomers have arrived today, and you shall be among the next batch, Master Zhou remarked. This somewhat reassured Bien Tao. Shortly thereafter, he beheld a creature of a different kind, bound by chains. Chapter 18. Underestimated this place should not be far from the city, yet concealed such a being? The creature exuded a vile stench, while those surrounding it seemed utterly oblivious. All gathered here were clad in robes, obscuring their appearances. They were fervently worshipping the creature, hoping to harness its power to fulfill their desires. Bien Tao maintained a stoic expression, his gaze fixed on the epicenter of the assembly. There, flames flickered, and approximately 10 individuals knelt, bowing repeatedly before the creature. This scene appeared utterly absurd, the weak beseeching an invasive entity to achieve their aims. What then could be said of those who bled in a foreign realm, obstructing their communion with the so-called deities? Bien Tao inhaled deeply, wishing fervently to obliterate this place, his power teetering on the brink of chaos. Soon thereafter, the sensation of being bound by chains washed over him once more. Reminiscent of the moment he forged a pact with the heavens, the power that had been on the verge of erupting suddenly receded, leaving Bien Tao drenched in cold sweat. Yet, Master Zhou inquired, "What is it? Are you frightened upon your first encounter with a creature of this kind?" His tone bore a hint of displeasure. To which Bien Tao replied, "I should have anticipated this. Upon meeting you, Master Zhou, I understood that such a creature would possess formidable prowess. Flattery is always in vogue." Master Zhou remarked, clearly pleased by the compliment. He then escorted Bien Tao to the center, where they observed the ritual being conducted. Someone proclaimed, "Today, we shall sever a piece of your flesh to feed it, and from henceforth, you shall be one of us. Trust in the deity of the creature, and blessings shall be bestowed upon you." Sever flesh? Bien Tao furrowed his brow, only to witness the first individual revealing their bare posterior. Instantly, his lips twitched in disbelief. This group seemed to possess a few loose screws. Was it the case that all heretics were missing a piece of flesh from their backsides? Swiftly, someone began to carve out a piece of flesh, roughly the size of a fingernail, from the kneeling individual. After bandaging the wound, this was deemed sufficient for their initiation into heresy. Bien Tao had no intention of fixating on the peculiarities of their initiation ritual. However, at that moment, one among them expressed regret. Suddenly awakened, he cried out to return, unwilling to join them. Instantly subdued, he was dragged toward the abyss of the otherworldly creature's maw. Just as Bien Tao prepared to rush forward, someone grasped his arm from behind, a force anchoring him in place. The individual was mercilessly torn apart by the creature, a sight that overwhelmed Bien Tao with revulsion. Anger surged within him, causing him to tremble slightly, his eyes reddening. The onlookers around him seemed indifferent to the loss of life, while the others remained unervingly compliant. The flesh that had been severed was ultimately offered to the creature, as a chorus of cheers erupted, welcoming the newcomers with fervor. The stench and the gruesome scene before him made Bien Tao feel nauseous. They displayed a blatant disregard for human life. Could these people still be called human? Bien Tao pondered the mindset that could unite such individuals. He stood there, momentarily lost in thought, until Zhou Yi spoke. "Is this your first time witnessing death?" "Yes," Bien Tao replied. Indeed, it was his first encounter with a creature feasting upon a human. He should have seized a weapon and slain that abhorrent being. Enough of this. If he had obediently relinquished a portion of his flesh, he might not have been devoured, Zhou Yi remarked before departing. Bien Tao felt compelled to follow, his gaze filled with a burgeoning intent to kill. His fists clenched so tightly that his nails left deep imprints in his palms. He longed to eliminate the man, knowing that if he were caught, he too would meet a grim fate. Why hadn't he acted sooner to stop the continued harm? As he contemplated this, a chill enveloped him, a physical coolness that swept over him after he had been drenched and then dried instantly, akin to emerging from water, allowing Bientao to regain his composure. It was the ability of Zhao Huaixing, observing the chaos around him, warning him that the time to act had not yet arrived. He must not stir trouble, as disrupting Zhao Huixing's plans could lead to further loss of life. Lin Yao's approach had been too gentle, merely informing Bientao that the target was amassing wealth, without mentioning the potential fatalities resulting from this cult. Perhaps he was aware, but chose to withhold the truth. In that moment, Bientao felt a sudden pang of being underestimated, dismissed for his youth and perceived weakness, deemed unworthy of the truth. He steeled himself. Since Lin Yao and Zhao Huaixing had little faith in him, he resolved to manage the situation adeptly. Approaching Zhou Yi, he playfully linked his arm, adopting a coy tone. "Zhou Yi, must I also bare myself tomorrow to have flesh taken? How embarrassing. It looks so painful. Please speak normally," Zhou Yi replied, seemingly unable to tolerate Bientao's tone. "They dare not look at my woman." Without further thought, he informed Bientao that the next initiation would be in a month, and if he were to conceive during that time, he would naturally be spared such suffering. Bientao's expression nearly faltered. How could he conceive at all? However, this week, the old man has committed numerous wicked deeds. It is time for him to face dire consequences. Bientao thought maliciously, concealing his feelings beneath a calm exterior. At that moment, Zhao Huaixing had intervened to prevent Bientao from unleashing his fury. Shortly after Bientao and old Zhou departed, a careless missionary allowed a creature to escape. This creature wreaked havoc in the city, fortunately without any casualties, as the timely arrival of the defense team subdued and eliminated it. Lin Yao inquired, "Are we being overly hasty in our actions?" Zhao Huaixing shook his head, confident that no one would perceive the underlying issues. Upon learning of the incident, old Zhou erupted in anger, destroying several items and instructing his subordinates to investigate thoroughly. Reports indicated that the materials used to contain the creature had malfunctioned, a problem that had been known for some time. However, repair resources were exorbitantly priced on the black market, and someone of old Zhou's stature could not procure items from official channels pertaining to the otherworld. Thus, he had chosen to ignore the matter, reluctant to spend such a sum. It was an impending disaster waiting to unfold. Fortunately, there were other creatures available, yet old Zhou remained deeply distressed, yearning to capture one alive and bring it to Blue Star, a formidable challenge. The management of interdimensional entrances within the country was exceedingly strict, rendering any domestic transport impossible. Consequently, overseas transportation was required, complicating matters further with customs. In summary, a significant amount of money was still needed to hire foreign hunters and facilitate the import. This was a considerable loss. Nonetheless, expenditures in this area would receive some funding from the cult, as long as more and more devout missionaries could be recruited. The higher-ups would not withhold resource allocation. Chapter 19. On the verge of breaking point, if responsibility were to be pursued, it would ultimately rest with old Zhou. However, no one dared to blame him. Instead, the group responsible for overseeing the creature that day would take the fall. Bientao watched as old Zhou vented his frustrations, knowing he would have to share a bed with him that night. Exhaustion seemed to have taken its toll, as Bientao was not subjected to harassment this time. While bathing, Bientao inwardly cursed Lin Yao for being utterly unreliable, merely informing him of the task's content without disclosing its duration. How much longer must he continue to act as this scoundrel's lover? Bientao genuinely feared he might lose control and stab that old Zhou. At that moment, the water on the floor suddenly coalesced, forming a message. When old Zhou and Miss Qin finalize their deal, the net will be drawn in a few days. Bientao instinctively covered his crucial areas, wondering if the Beast Master's abilities could truly penetrate the elemental forces to see his current state. Could he really see? Then, Zhao Huixing's power dissipated. Bientao cursed silently and turned his gaze to the mirror. The makeup had washed away, and as long as he wore a wig, he would remain undetected. The issue lay with his chest, which posed a significant challenge. Was he to remain in this dress indefinitely? Upon exiting, Bientao discovered old Zhou still asleep. He contemplated stepping outside, but as soon as he opened the door, he found guards stationed outside. Though they said nothing, Bien Tao understood one thing. He could not go out. Bien Tao furrowed his brows, pondering whether he would remain trapped indefinitely. Ultimately, he obediently returned to bed, maintaining a respectful distance from Master Zhou. In a state of drowsiness, Bien Tao was uncertain if he had actually fallen asleep. Nevertheless, he awoke at the slightest sound. Throughout the night, he found no solace in slumber, even with the knowledge that Zhuo Xing's little turtle might be lurking somewhere nearby, keeping him company. Still, Bien Tao dared not lower his guard. Such tasks were particularly exhausting, and with the ultimate purpose of the mission shrouded in mystery. He felt helpless in determining when this torment would cease. Upon awakening and washing his face, he learned from Master Zhou that there were no pressing matters for the day. With a proud demeanor, Zhou produced a card from his pocket and handed it to Bien Tao, boasting that it was filled with enough funds for the lavish jewelry and trinkets favored by women. At this, Bien Tao's face lit up with joy, and he approached, feigning nonchalance as he accepted the card, asking with a foolish grin, "How much is on this? Can I really spend it all? You could buy the entire jewelry store with this." Master Zhou chuckled, then playfully pinched Bien Tao's chin, scrutinizing him closely before exclaiming, "You should refrain from applying those garish cosmetics. You look so pure, just as you are. You're just trying to save money by not letting me wear makeup." Bien Tao retorted, placing his hand on Zhou's chest and giving a gentle push. Rather than resisting, he opted for a more playful demeanor. Zhou was immediately amused, bursting into laughter before playfully smacking Bien Tao's backside, teasing, "Just wait until I return tonight. I'll deal with you then." After bidding farewell to Zhou, Bien Tao contemplated purchasing some items to enhance his appearance. If discovered, the hope of escaping this place alive would be but a fanciful dream. As the sound of footsteps faded away, Bien Tao felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Just as he prepared to rise and leave, the little turtle reappeared. In a swift motion, Bien Tao seized it, and suddenly he heard Zhuo Xing's voice in his mind. "Bien Tao, I am attempting to establish a mental connection with you. Relax and do not resist." Bien Tao sat obediently on the bed, the sensation peculiar. At that moment, the power of the beast master seemed to materialize, allowing him to perceive the turtle's form. "Bien Tao, has the connection been established?" The voice was not Zhuo Xing's, it was Lin Yao's. A voice Bien Tao knew all too well. "Lin Yao, you scheming fool," Bien Tao instinctively exclaimed. Just then, Zhuo Xing's voice chimed in once more, "Stay calm. Communicate with us through your thoughts. We can now visualize the scenes you imagine." "Huh?" Bien Tao felt perplexed, questioning the bizarre nature of this experience. Lin Yao's voice followed. "You've been simulating battles with a mission target in your mind every day, haven't you? You promising young man." This sentiment was flattering, yet it merely indicated that they had witnessed Bien Tao's imagined scenarios of confronting Master Zhou. At that moment, Bien Tao quickly thought to himself, "I can barely hold on. I truly cannot stand that disgusting fellow. When will this mission ever end? Do not become agitated. The boss believes that you youngsters lack composure, which is why he is hesitant to entrust you with a mission. You must prove to him that you can handle it, right?" Lin Yao, this charming fox-faced individual, was finally understood by Bien Tao. With a seemingly gentle smile, he resorted to unscrupulous tactics, employing simple provocation. Did Bien Tao take the bait? Indeed, he did. It was never stated that he would not fulfill his mission. Subsequently, the image before Lin Yao and Zhuo Xingzhou transformed the beaten Zhou Yi into Lin Yao himself. Unperturbed, Lin Yao leisurely sipped his tea. He turned to the reticent Zhuo Xingzhou, who preferred to remain in the shadows, and remarked, this time without mental communication, that he never anticipated their leader could attract such a prodigious talent as him. Noticing Zhuo Xingzhou's indifference, he continued unperturbed. "This place is neither a central hub nor a renowned city. There isn't even a portal to another world. How did such exceptional individuals as you find your way here?" Lin Yao's words went unheard by Zhuo Xingzhou, leaving Bien Tao oblivious to the unfolding events. Soon after, Bien Tao received a new directive. Quite simple, really. Procure some jewelry to enhance his persona, ensuring Zhou Yi felt more at ease. The more harmless and innocent Bien Tao appeared, the better. Although Zhou Yi's vigilance did not rival that of Miss Qin, he had held his ground here for long enough to possess some skills. Otherwise, he would not have taken so long to eliminate him. Chao Huaixing and Lin Yao approached discreetly, and Lin Yao had yet to reveal himself. It seemed that Zhou Yi had not caught wind of their presence. Delving deeper into thought, Bien Tao found himself perplexed. The priority now was to keep himself occupied. Otherwise, he would remain haunted by the memory of the person devoured by the aberration last night. Upon his birth, the aberrations had already been driven away. He had not witnessed the harrowing scenes during the initial invasion of Blue Star and could only glean information through fragmented accounts and the spoken word. Yet, these pale in comparison to the visceral impact of witnessing the reality firsthand. In Bien Tao's eyes, the heretics belonging to that accursed cult deserved their fate. Chapter 20. Cautious utilization. Bien Tao arrived at the mall, perusing the gemstones before him. Many were sourced from otherworldly mines, yet they contained no energy that beastmasters could absorb, serving merely ornamental purposes. The prices were comparable to jewelry, some inflated. Since it wasn't his own money being spent, Bien Tao was indifferent. He randomly selected a few items and presented the card given by Zhou Yi. After concluding his jewelry shopping, Bien Tao wandered elsewhere and discovered a restaurant specializing in exotic cuisine from another realm. It was said that this establishment offered uniquely flavorful dishes that could bolster one's health, coupled with excellent service. The sole drawback was the cost, which was currently a limitation for Bien Tao. Once a table laden with dishes was served, Bien Tao felt a twinge of regret, wishing that Kaing Tsang were present. After taking a single bite, Bien Tao sensed a faint energy within the food, albeit weak, sufficient for an ordinary person to enhance their vitality. To elevate his prowess as a beast tamer, Bien Tao recognized he still had a considerable journey ahead, with one foot tentatively stepping into the realm of beast tamers. He savored delectable morsels with great enthusiasm. Each serving was modest in size, yet he distinctly remembered capturing photographs beforehand to share with Grandpa Zhou. A prompt reply arrived. "My dear, you seem to be indulging quite a bit." Bien Tao glanced at the message before switching off his phone. By chance, his gaze drifted toward a corner where an unfamiliar individual lingered. This person had been shadowing him ever since he left Grandpa Zhou, likely mistaking him for an ordinary person. Hence the lack of discretion in their pursuit. It was unclear whether this figure feared Bien Tao's escape or was wary of his potential actions. Subsequently, Bien Tao ventured out to purchase clothing. Initially, he felt a twinge of awkwardness while shopping for undergarments, steeling himself to enter the store. Fortunately, the absence of many patrons and the availability of a private fitting room eased his discomfort. After a struggle, he managed to change out of his conspicuous long dress into a comfortable, agile outfit. He also purchased several other garments, primarily those recommended by the sales staff, with sizes chosen for him. The exact amount he spent eluded him, but it appeared to be from a notable brand. In the ordinary shopping malls of Blue Star, life continued unperturbed, a stark contrast to the realms yet to reveal their otherworldly entrances. Perhaps in years to come, Bien Tao would find himself reminiscing about this serene existence, prompting him to seize the day and absorb as much as possible. Later, Bien Tao attended a film screening where he fortuitously encountered a few young female acquaintances, who promptly surrounded him and ushered him into the theater. He paid little heed to the movie, as one of the onlookers fixated on him from a distance. The young women seemed eager to convey something to Bien Tao, yet opportunities eluded them. During their brief interaction, one of them discreetly slipped an item into his chest pocket. Although it was a mere trinket, it held potential for a different interpretation. Once the film concluded, the young ladies bid farewell to Bien Tao. He could not shake the feeling that their gazes were imbued with a tenderness that belied their youthful facade. Thankfully, the observer following him maintained a distance. Otherwise, their secret would surely be uncovered. Uncertain of the item's nature, Bien Tao decided to set it aside, hoping to reach out to Zhuoxing Zhou and Lin Yao later. Upon returning to Grandpa Zhou, he discovered that his elder had completed his tasks and was now back. Grandpa Zhou's eyes lit up at the sight of Bien Tao, complimenting his appearance, which resonated more with that of student. Embarrassed, Bien Tao tossed the multitude of items he had purchased onto the floor, extracting one to present to Grandpa Zhou. "Grandpa, this is for you. Is there something for me as well?" Surprised, Grandpa Zhou feigned a cursory glance at the gift, which turned out to be a brooch, of little use to a beast tamer, yet he feigned delight. He planted a kiss on Bien Tao's cheek, exclaiming, "My darling, you've thought of me. This is indeed my first gift." Bien Tao was taken aback by such a response, momentarily at a loss for words. Upon reflection, Bien Tao realized that he had seldom received gifts. In the past, when his grandfather was still alive, he would bestow upon him toys on Children's Day. Those memories belonged to a distant past. As he matured, Bien Tao lost interest in toys and asked his grandfather to refrain from such gifts. Most of his birthdays were celebrated in the company of his grandfather and Gao Jiehe, yet they rarely exchanged presents, typically gathering simply to share a meal together. Bien Tao lowered his gaze, his emotions tangled. He had not taken the time to learn about Mr. Zhou, nor did he comprehend how he had arrived at this point, not even knowing his name. "What are you daydreaming about, little beauty? We should continue our endeavors," Mr. Zhou remarked, tossing Bien Tao onto the bed, attempting to mask his exasperation. Before long, Mr. Zhou fell into a deep slumber, almost like a log. At that moment, Zhou Xing's voice echoed. "The item I entrusted to you will create a protective shield when activated. It can be used twice. Exercise caution and refrain from impulsive actions." Bien Tao quickly retrieved the item from his chest, examining it with meticulous care before stowing it away. This object needed to be carried at all times to avoid raising suspicions with the mission target. Lin Yao's voice resonated in his mind. He understood the necessity of discretion, especially since Mr. Zhou had yet to mention anything concerning beast tamers. When Mr. Zhou awoke, he lit a cigarette as usual. This time, Bien Tao, intent on concealing any signs of abnormality, tossed his clothing onto the floor and covered himself with the blanket. Fortunately, after their encounter, Mr. Zhou lost interest in observing him further. However, such constant proximity would surely lead to suspicions over time. Furrowing his brow slightly, Bien Tao inquired, "Will Mr. Zhou be with me every day?" Mr. Zhou responded, "I will be here for the next few days, but soon I must travel elsewhere." Naturally, he would not divulge the specifics to Bien Tao, as he had intentions to procure a new exotic beast. The mere thought of this task was vexing, prompting him to rise and dress. "I have matters to attend to. You stay here. Use that card for now. I need to step out to purchase a formal suit for our meeting with Miss Qin tomorrow." Bien Tao nodded, listening as Mr. Zhou mumbled about establishing terms with the young lady before his departure. Otherwise, he feared missing this opportunity to connect with her. Bien Tao feigned ignorance, choosing not to engage in conversation, merely smiling as he bid him farewell. Once Mr. Zhou left, Bien Tao idly scrolled through his phone. This device was not his own and contained little of use. It had been given to him by Lin Yao post-makeover to prevent any unfortunate incidents that could reveal his identity. Chapter 21. Impatience afoot indeed. It was a perilous endeavor that necessitated thorough consideration from all angles. It was evident that Lin Yao excelled in this regard. Mr. Zhou did not return that night, and Bien Tao was unconcerned. It would be odd if he were involved in every matter. Regarding the formal wear, Bien Tao casually procured an outfit and engaged a professional makeup artist. Once prepared, he awaited Mr. Zhou's return at their temporary residence. As dusk fell, Mr. Zhou appeared, his expression bright, yet slightly rigid. "I fear it may be the after-effects of cosmetic surgery. It seems that something fortunate is in store. Have you dressed up? Quite splendid. Come with me. Today, I shall broaden your horizons," remarked Master Zhou. Bien Tao understood that he would likely remain distant from the core matters at hand. Aside from approaching the target of his mission, he had another task: to obscure Miss Qin's line of sight. Perhaps it was time for him to make his entrance. Bien Tao linked his arm with Master Zhou's and followed him into the car. This gathering differed somewhat from the last. It lacked many youthful faces and was primarily composed of those who preferred to remain in the shadows. Most attendees brought a female companion, some of whom also concealed their features. It was evident that this was not a conventional venue. The lighting was dim, yet Bien Tao's night vision seemed to have unconsciously sharpened, allowing him to discern his surroundings with some clarity. It appeared that everyone was attempting to deduce each other's identities through sounds or other means. At that moment, someone approached Master Zhou for a conversation, remarking, "You found yourself an ordinary person." Master Zhou replied, "There's no other choice. Once a woman becomes a beast tamer, her fertility diminishes. If she becomes pregnant, it's easy to lose the child, so it's better to find an ordinary person." The other party seemed aware of Master Zhou's circumstances, their tone growing somewhat audacious. "This one is far superior to the last, attractive and youthful." At this, Master Zhou remarked, "If I wish to find someone, I can certainly find any kind." Bien Tao found these idle banterings distasteful. He could only whisper, "I need to use the restroom." "Go ahead." Master Zhou waved his hand. After Bien Tao departed, Master Zhou engaged in a hushed conversation with the other individual, seemingly conducting a transaction. After agreeing on a price, the person commented, quite understanding, "Even knows to keep a distance. Youngsters don't grasp much, perhaps just drank too much water." Master Zhou appeared pleased, his demeanor softening. Completing this deal must be quite profitable for him. Meanwhile, more individuals began to arrive, none accompanied by female partners. By the time Bien Tao emerged from the restroom, he noticed several groups searching for Master Zhou. Upon returning to his side, no one approached him for conversation. Bien Tao found it peculiar. If that were the case, why was he being brought to meet Miss Qin? What was the nature of their transaction? Was there some arrangement between them that warranted a meeting? Bien Tao was led before Miss Qin, who, true to her suspicious nature, scrutinized him intently. This left Master Zhou in a difficult position, especially since he had previously mentioned offering Bien Tao to her, only to be rebuked by Miss Qin, leading to an unceremonious parting. Master Zhou struggled to comprehend Miss Qin's thoughts, yet to negotiate with her, he needed to understand her intentions. Miss Qin nodded at him, acknowledging, "Your charisma is commendable. You've managed to gather such a crowd. I see your strength." She then turned to leave, addressing Master Zhou. "Let us proceed and inspect the goods." Master Zhou's smile widened. Being permitted to view the goods indicated that the deal was nearly finalized. Only the matter of negotiating the price remained. Unexpectedly, Bien Tao found himself caught up in the situation. As he settled into the vehicle, Miss Qin issued a cautionary warning, reminding him, "You are a young girl, and you must be mindful of what you say and what you do not say." Bien Tao nodded eagerly, feigning fear as he drew closer to Master Zhou. This affected demeanor caused Miss Qin to furrow her brow slightly. "I do not concern myself with how you attract suitors, but do refrain from displaying that act before me. It is rather vexing." The breadth of her influence was evidently considerable. In response, Master Zhou gently nudged Bien Tao aside and remarked, "Remember what Miss Qin has said. Do you understand?" Clearly, he was reluctant to offend her. Reflecting on their initial meeting, Bien Tao had perceived her formidable presence, but had not anticipated her to be so absolute in her commands. What prowess did she possess that compelled Master Zhou to curry favor? Bien Tao found himself intrigued. Upon arriving at their destination, Bien Tao's eyes were blindfolded. He was merely aware of gripping someone's arm, initially believing it to be Master Zhou's. However, after a few steps, he sensed the discrepancy in size. Master Zhou's arm was thicker. He subtly distanced himself, and when the obstruction before him was removed, he realized he was beside Zhao Huaixing. At this moment, Miss Qin spoke. "It appears you have a fondness for my man." Bien Tao quickly released his grip and stepped aside to locate Master Zhou. Miss Qin seemed to delight in this revelation, laughing lightly, her laughter resonating through the quiet space. Master Zhou appeared somewhat anxious and momentarily oblivious to the unfolding events surrounding Bien Tao. Bien Tao cast a glance around, struggling to maintain his composure. He recognized the items present. They were weapons designed for a different world. Unlike Blue Star, firearms could not be utilized normally in this realm. Yet the templates remained functional, provided they were crafted from materials specific to that world and infused with the powers of beast tamers. For instance, the most common handguns required materials sourced from the other world, and the bullets had to be charged with the energy of a beast tamer to function correctly. Of course, these were not ordinary bullets. Their discharge resembled that of a laser gun. Before him lay an array of cold weapons, meticulously fashioned from materials native to the other world. Such items were strictly prohibited for private trade. Yet Miss Qin had managed to acquire an impressive cache of weaponry. Bien Tao's mind raced. Contemplating the gravity of this situation, it seemed Miss Qin's transgressions surpassed even those of Master Zhou. No wonder Zhao Huaixing had chosen to accompany her. He must have anticipated reeling in such a significant catch. An inexplicable thrill coursed through Bien Tao as he eagerly anticipated witnessing the downfall of these two individuals. He now endeavored to conceal himself, minimizing his presence. Yet Miss Qin's gaze remained fixed upon him. Perhaps it was an innate sixth sense or some manipulation at play. But Miss Qin found Bien Tao both suspicious and familiar. Chapter 22. The thrill of the beating with Miss Qin's remarkable memory. She should have been able to recall anyone she had encountered. Yet, inexplicably, she could not remember where she had crossed paths with Bien Tao. Was there something amiss? Perhaps a change in appearance or some other aspect. Before Miss Qin could ponder the matter further, Zhou Yi had already picked up a dagger, exclaiming in awe, "Wow! The craftsmanship is exquisite. These are all genuine articles." Zhou Yi was now in a state of exhilaration, envisioning how aligning himself with Miss Qin would undoubtedly elevate his standing within the cult. He would no longer need to fret about the repercussions of losing any strange entities. He could even ascend in rank and oversee larger territories, leading to even greater financial gain. He then turned his gaze toward Bien Tao and stated, "You must bear me a son. We shall enjoy a prosperous future." Ah, of course, Bien Tao managed to force a faint smile, her eyes instinctively searching for Chao Huaixing, yet hesitant to engage too deeply with the individual before her. This task felt increasingly stifling, and at that moment, Bien Tao dismissed the thought of joining the defense team after graduation. This was not a role she could fulfill. Miss Qin interjected, "The items are undoubtedly of high quality. Strange entities do not manufacture weapons. These are all crafted by humans." She seemed indifferent to the strange entities and the cult to which Zhou Yi belonged, emphasizing that adequate compensation was essential for any long-term collaboration. "That is certainly true," Zhou Yi quickly agreed. "You cannot imagine how easily one can earn money from those individuals. Today, I profited nearly 10 million from selling strange entities' essence." Upon hearing this, Miss Qin furrowed her brow. "Although the essence is exclusive to your cult, we are primarily interested in resources from other worlds. The currency of Blue Star is of no use to us. What about the information? Some individuals are willing to reveal anything for the essence." Zhou Yi shifted the conversation, revealing a cunning smile. He knew that those individuals were devoted to their organization, seeking its protection. Miss Qin understood that the benefits she could derive from Zhou Yi were limited. She was merely leveraging him to connect with the cult. She nodded, saying, "Very well, it depends on the value you can provide." Bien Tao was unaware of what the essence entailed, but did not sound promising. The conversation appeared to be quite amicable, with others present alongside Bien Tao and Chao Huaixing. It seemed that they were individuals Miss Qin had cultivated, and Zhou Yi displayed remarkable audacity by entering another's territory in such a manner. Overall, Zhou Yi was quite satisfied with the goods. Yet, for reasons unknown, the transaction did not materialize. Miss Qin's conditions for the trade were indeed numerous, and Zhou Yi would require some time to prepare. It appeared that the cult was also pleased with Zhou Yi's performance, sending a substantial amount of goods as support. Bien Tao followed to observe their clandestine unloading, discovering several corpses of strange entities. She was baffled by how these individuals had managed to acquire them. Once the tasks were completed, Zhou Yi took Bien Tao back and finally spoke. "Do you realize what we are doing with all these items you've seen over the past few days?" Bien Tao yearned to assert that he had witnessed nothing, yet he feared such a declaration would incite the ire of Master Zhou. Master Zhou merely desired a companion of uncomplicated thoughts, prompting Bien Tao to shake his head in feigned ignorance of their activities. A smile spread across Master Zhou's face as he remarked, "You may not have read much, but you must be familiar with beast tamers, correct?" Bien Tao's expression stiffened, barely maintaining composure. The role assigned to him by Lin Yao was perplexing. Surely he ought to be aware that beast tamers were common knowledge. The items surrounding them were tools of the beast tamer trade. And indeed, he himself was a beast tamer, a third-tier one at that. Pride tinged Master Zhou's words as he spoke. Bien Tao's internal thoughts diverged sharply from his outward demeanor. Were Master Zhou a valiant beast tamer defending humanity in a fantastical realm, such pride would be warranted. However, as a parasite of Blue Star, Bien Tao harbored an intense desire to eradicate him on the spot. He chose to indulge Master Zhou's words, exclaiming, "Master Zhou, you are indeed a beast tamer. How impressive!" Oblivious to the sarcasm in Bien Tao's tone, Master Zhou took it as admiration. "In due time, I shall broaden your horizons. There is much more to behold." Bien Tao maintained a smile, contemplating the future. When the time came for their transaction, it would likely coincide with Master Zhou's downfall. Bien Tao had underestimated the situation, as they would not have the opportunity to negotiate. The ambush commenced abruptly. While Bien Tao rested in bed, a group of individuals burst into the room, leaving him momentarily dazed. Upon recognizing their uniforms as those of the guard, he soon found himself handcuffed. Moments later, he spotted Zhao Huaixing arriving in a vehicle alongside Master Zhou, with Lin Yao at the wheel. Master Zhou, Bien Tao, and Zhao Huaixing were cramped in the back seat. At that moment, Zhao Huaixing donned the distinctive attire of the guard. Once he regained his senses, Master Zhou immediately recognized Zhao Huaixing, cursing, "That little girl has brought the dog to her side." Bien Tao was genuinely bewildered. The atmosphere was decidedly off, far from what one would expect after a successful capture. Both Lin Yao and Zhao Huaixing exuded a palpable tension, as if something had gone awry. Master Zhou continued to rant, while Bien Tao felt a rising irritation. He extended his cuffed hands toward Zhao Huaixing, coldly demanding, "Unlock them." Zhao Huaixing glanced at him, her brow slightly furrowing. "What? Is the torment I've endured not sufficient?" Upon hearing Bien Tao's words, Zhao Huaixing, in front of Master Zhou, released Bien Tao's handcuffs. "It's a bit chilly. You drag me from my bed like this." "Lend me your jacket," Bien Tao continued. Without much thought, Zhao Huaixing promptly unfastened her jacket. However, as she handed it to Bien Tao, darkness suddenly clouded her vision. Bien Tao enveloped himself in her jacket, and soon after, the sound of flesh meeting flesh echoed through the air. Indeed, Bien Tao was now vigorously striking Master Zhou with fists and kicks, cursing, "I am a man. You better recognize that. Your fate is one of utter extinction." The obscenities flowed freely, leaving even Zhao Huaixing, let alone the astonished Lin Yao, in shock. To one's astonishment, it appears that Bien Tao has revealed himself to be a violent individual, truly engaging in an unrestrained display of aggression. His visage now bears the marks of brutality. Utterly disfigured, one might say. Releasing all his pent-up fury, Bien Tao reclined in his seat, legs crossed, and raised his gaze to the rearview mirror. There, he caught sight of Lin Yao, who was furtively glancing back, seemingly apprehensive, likely fearing he might also fall victim to Bien Tao's wrath. With a deep breath, Bien Tao regained his composure and, with a smirk, inquired, "Brother Lin Yao, this vehicle belongs to the defense team. Does it not possess any surveillance cameras within?" Chapter 23. Cease the flirtation. Lin Yao hastily shook his head, exclaiming, No, of course not. This is a classified mission. Everything must remain confidential." As he spoke, he discreetly unplugged a device, insisting there cannot be any. It was only then that Bien Tao removed the coat from Zhao Huaixing's head and draped it back over his shoulders. A smile broadened on his face as he remarked, "Inspector, he has sustained injuries. Do you think the medical personnel are oblivious to this?" Zhao Huaixing retorted. Bien Tao, however, seemed indifferent, declaring, "If it comes to that, then simply arrest me. The damage is already done." Indeed, Bien Tao had endured considerable frustration of late, and thus Zhao Huaixing refrained from intervening during his earlier outburst. Nevertheless, Bien Tao's commotion seemed to alleviate the tension within the vehicle significantly. Zhou Yi had remained silent throughout, leaving one to ponder whether he was struck by the weight of Bien Tao's words or resigned to the bleakness of his impending fate. Upon returning the detainee, Bien Tao accompanied Lin Yao and Zhao Huaixing to their meeting venue. Inside, they were joined by others, including local defense team members and logistical staff assisting Chao Huaixing with the mission. Upon seeing Bian Tao, the expressions of those present were predominantly ones of admiration. Compliments flowed freely, encapsulating the sentiment, "Truly, heroes emerge from youth." With such promising young talent, we are filled with hope. Bian Tao felt a pang of discomfort. As he was not intimately acquainted with these individuals, his gaze flitting between Lin Yao and Chao Huaixing. At that moment, Chao Huaixing spoke, "You may step outside to rest." Chao Huaixing, "Do you believe it preferable for me to probe out of curiosity, thereby creating a commotion? Or would it be better for you to simply divulge the information to me now?" Bian Tao replied, his expression betraying his displeasure. After diligently accompanying them on their mission for such an extended period, it was disheartening that the core details remained undisclosed to him. "Have you made up your mind?" Chao Huaixing's voice turned icy, lacking warmth. "Are you prepared to join our defense team directly?" Continuing to press, Chao Huaixing added, "Of course. The benefits of our defense team are commendable. Stability awaits you upon entry. The actions you have participated in thus far are largely reflective of the tasks we will undertake in the future. You have already encountered the associated risks. Should you decide to join the defense team, I will assure you that I will allocate resources to cultivate your skills as an exceptional beastmaster." Upon hearing this, Bian Tao instinctively took 2 steps back. "I do not wish to join the defense team. I merely seek to understand what transpired," he murmured, feeling overwhelmed by the pressure emanating from Chao Huaixing. Was it the authoritative aura of one accustomed to power, or the influence of a beastmaster's abilities? Bian Tao retreated until his back pressed against the wall, with Zhao Huaixing following closely behind. Zhao extended his hand to brace against the wall, his expression stern. "Since you are not inclined to join us, refrain from prying into our affairs. Do you have ties with other factions?" His words were rather blunt, almost implying that Bian Tao was an undercover agent. At that moment, Lin Yao interjected, "Enough, Inspector, no need to engage in playful banter in front of others." He then smiled warmly at Bian Tao, saying, "Young one, my intention to withhold information is to protect you." Despite his cold demeanor, he has been more invested in your involvement than anyone else, having gone several nights without rest. This is not the time for recklessness. You must step back from this. You cannot be involved in what comes next." Bian Tao, incensed by Lin Yao's evasive comments, grasped Zhao Huaixing's garment. His body trembled slightly as he whispered, "Does this unexpected turn of events in the mission have anything to do with me?" In that instant, Zhao's expression softened, barely maintaining his composure. He replied gently, "You performed admirably, exceptionally well, even surpassing the newcomers trained for the defense team." Zhao had not anticipated that Bian Tao could execute the task so proficiently, achieving results beyond expectation. However, it was not the moment for self-reproach or assigning blame. More pressing matters awaited, Lin urged. Bian Tao turned to leave, seemingly severing ties with the mission at hand. Yet, this was merely the beginning. At that moment, Bian Tao had only just begun to unravel the surface of the mysteries surrounding another world. Observing Bian Tao's departure, Lin Yao finally spoke, "It is somewhat regrettable. After the young one was removed from the team, Zhe, the prodigy, has adamantly refused to assist us further, insisting on protecting the young one instead. His help is no longer needed." Zhao Huaixing added. He continued, seemingly reporting on the mission, "I was present at the time. I can confirm that a void appeared out of nowhere and took her away, and I can assure you she is still alive." Lin Yao concurred. "This has occurred before. If Miss Qin is indeed involved, this matter must be reported to our superiors. The rest is beyond our purview. The target has been apprehended, and we have identified the individuals associated with the transaction. Thus, the matter concludes satisfactorily." After the meeting, as people filtered out, they spotted Bian Tao crouched outside the entrance, curled into a ball, appearing quite pitiable. At that moment, Bian Tao looked up at Lin Yao and said, "Sky, about that promise you made to me. Come with me." Lin Yao replied, casting a furtive glance at Zhao Huaixing, gauging his superior's current mood and disposition. After all, he was the direct superior. A careless misstep could lead to dire consequences in the future. As Bian Tao followed behind them, he suddenly felt a garment draped over his shoulders, still retaining a hint of warmth. It was Zhao Huixing's. The clothing was slightly oversized for Bian Tao, hanging loosely at his shoulders, making it less than flattering. Bian Tao remarked, "I'm not cold." He recalled Zhao's earlier demeanor towards him, and now, any attempt at reconciliation felt futile. A young man, full of vigor, was hardly daunted by a chill in the night air. As the dawn of hope approached, Bian Tao, now of considerable age, refrained from voicing the sharp words that lingered on his tongue. Unable to confront, he still had inquiries to make of Lin Yao. He was led into a secluded chamber where Kaing Tsong lay in repose. Upon hearing Bian Tao's voice, he remained indolent, feigning ignorance of his presence. Despite the few days of separation, witnessing his master's excitement was a rare delight, albeit ungrateful. Bian Tao muttered to himself before approaching and lifting Kaing Tsong into his arms. Weighing him in his grasp, he noticed a slight decrease in weight and turned to Lin Yao, questioning whether he had been harsh on his contracted beast, for it appeared to have lost considerable weight. Lin Yao wore an expression of innocence, explaining that Kaing Tsong had been running and jumping about after meals, unable to replenish his strength no matter how much he consumed, suggesting perhaps he suffered from separation anxiety. Upon hearing this, Bian Tao felt a flicker of emotion, tightening his embrace around Kaing Tsong. At that moment, he regarded Lin Yao with an air of determination, stating, "You owe me the information you previously promised." Chapter 24. Potentially for protection, Zhao Huixing cast a glance at Lin Yao, sending a shiver down his spine. With a forced smile, he remarked, "Your participation in this mission has granted you some insight into the illegal organization of the cult." Bian Tao remained silent, allowing Lin Yao to continue. Aside from their primary task of recruiting new members, they also conducted various experiments. It was appalling that, despite being human, they sought to amalgamate with other species to create new forms, abducting ordinary individuals or those with the potential to become beast tamers. They specifically targeted vulnerable children, those left without guardians or with only elderly caretakers, making them easier to manipulate. Bian Tao furrowed his brow, his distaste evident. "How'd you deal with that, Zhou Yi?" he inquired. "We showed him no mercy," Lin Yao asserted firmly. Then, with a hint of regret, he mumbled, "You truly do not intend to join the defense team? If you did, my work under the boss would be much simpler." The audacity to speak such words in front of Zhao Huixing suggested Lin Yao had been feigning timidity before. Bian Tao replied, "There are too many rules and secrets. Your lack of transparency renders me disinterested." Lin Yao sighed. "You have no idea how badly that Zhou Yi was beaten by you." Bian Tao, still holding Kaing Tsong, stood to leave, stating, "This matter does not concern me any longer." "You must take the boss with you," Lin Yao lamented. "If you don't, he will face punishment." Surprisingly, Zhao Huixing indeed followed him. Bian Tao glanced back, softly saying, "You can take your own clothes. I'll escort you home," Zhao Huixing offered. Bian Tao, slightly exasperated, did not resist too vehemently. Upon arriving at Bian Tao's residence, Zhao Huixing surveyed the surroundings. The night had deepened, and the neighbors had all retired. It was only then that Zhao Huixing spoke. "Is your contracted beast's ability tied to wind and snow?" Bian Tao nodded, wondering what had prompted this inquiry. "It's nothing, just a rare occurrence. First-tier contracted beasts seldom exhibit such dual attributes. They differ significantly from beast tamers." Zhao Huixing's manner of speaking was as serious as that of an official. If a beastmaster were to forge a contract with a wind-type beast and a water-type evolutionary beast, only the beastmaster could wield the skill of wind and snow. Bian Tao, though partially comprehending, instinctively sensed that there was something amiss with Kaing Tsong. The crux of the matter was that he had no alternative. Whether there was a problem or not, he had to proceed. Thus, he warily inquired, "What do you wish to convey?" "I merely find it peculiar that dual-element first-tier contract beasts do exist. The question lies in why you cannot utilize the wind and snow skill." Zhao Huixing gazed intently at Bian Tao, then stepped closer, grasping his hand tightly, their fingers intertwined. Suddenly, Bian Tao was engulfed by a profound sense of peril, followed swiftly by a sharp pain radiating from his arm. Kaing Tsong, instantly agitated, assumed a defensive stance. Then, a graceful blue cat appeared before him, blocking his path. The moment Kaing Tsung moved, the large cat swiped at him, leaving him in disarray. The cat, unfazed, merely licked its paw as if nothing had transpired. "That hurts," Bien Tao murmured softly. Zhao Huaixing hesitated momentarily, loosening his grip slightly, yet ultimately tightened it once more. The duration of this exchange was brief, and soon Bien Tao discerned Zhao Huaixing's intent. He was bestowing upon him the essence of a beast master's power. Bien Tao let out a muffled sound, feeling an overwhelming discomfort throughout his being. At that moment, Zhao Huaixing paused and inquired, "Do you sense anything unusual in your surroundings?" Bien Tao, somewhat bewildered, began to attune himself to the environment. It felt as though there was a flow of water. Before long, a sphere of water materialized before him. This was astonishing. He could capture the moisture in the air and consolidate it. "Indeed, you possess a remarkable talent," Zhao Huaixing remarked, pointing at the water sphere. The sphere froze at a visibly accelerated pace, shattered by Zhao Huaixing, transforming into snow, which ultimately evaporated back into vapor in the air. "What is happening?" Bien Tao asked, bewildered. "You have absorbed my power and transmuted it for your own use," Zhao Huaixing explained. "When your essence intertwined with mine, I sensed a subtle connection. You are subconsciously absorbing my strength, and perhaps you are also drawing upon others' powers." Bien Tao furrowed his brow. "But this is something ordinary beast masters cannot achieve. You previously mentioned the ability to detect an enemy's weaknesses. That must be a mental type power, correct? You have interacted with Xingzhou, have you not?" Upon receiving a nod from Bien Tao, Zhao Huaixing fell into contemplation. Realizing the significance of Bien Tao's power, he deemed him a vital subject for protection. Such a gift was exceedingly rare, and it was likely that his contract beast was not merely limited to wind and snow. Zhao Huaixing pondered for an extended period, seemingly striving to devise a prudent resolution. Observing Zhao Huaixing's troubled expression, Bien Tao nonchalantly remarked, "I now somewhat grasp why my grandfather arranged for me to have so many men around. It might indeed be for my protection." He then inquired, "If I consume your power, will it incur a loss for you?" "At present, it is manageable. I can replenish it, and it is not substantial," Zhao Huaixing replied. As he observed his contract beast firmly pinning the celestial creature to the ground with its claws, he promptly dispatched the opponent back to the alternate realm. It was evident that the feline had not yet exhausted its amusement, emitting a piercing wail. However, it remained powerless against Zhao Huaixing. At last, the celestial creature was liberated, its head riddled with holes as it scurried over to Bien Tao, ultimately whimpering in a rather pitiable manner. Bien Tao pondered if human medicine was ineffective on contract beasts. Feeling a twinge of sympathy, yet refraining from voicing any reproach towards Zhao Huaixing. "That minor injury will heal shortly. Why doesn't he return to the alternate realm?" he inquired. "In that realm, wounds mend swiftly and energy replenishes rapidly," Zhao Huaixing responded. "Perhaps it yearns to consume more human food?" Bien Tao mused, uncertain of what truly occupied the celestial creature's thoughts. Suddenly, Zhao Huaixing retrieved a necklace, scrutinizing it as if seeking some clue. Sensing a connection to his own necklace, Bien Tao produced it as well. Unsurprisingly, Zhao Huaixing's gaze shifted towards him. Instantly, Bien Tao felt a wave of discomfort, muttering, "What on earth is this?" "Perhaps it's something from the alternate realm," Zhao Huaixing murmured, then handed the necklace to Bien Tao, requesting, "Please put on for me." Reluctantly, Bien Tao turned on the light and placed the necklace around Zhao Huaixing's neck. The moment he held it, he comprehended its significance, subsequently placing his own necklace in Zhao Huaixing's hand. The similarities in their functions were unmistakable. "An amplification tool, quite rare," Zhao Huaixing remarked. "Thus, I can harness the strength of all five of you. Your necklaces can enhance my combat prowess, while my necklace can similarly bolster yours." Bien Tao attempted to untangle their mutual relationship. "The data is insufficient. We need Xingzhou to ascertain this," Zhao Huaixing stated. Bien Tao fell into a prolonged silence. After a few touches of the necklace, Chao Huaixing found no additional functions. Bien Tao, noticing no abnormalities. Spoke up. I lack the power of wind and can only assist you in transmitting basic water energy. The powers of beast tamers and their contract beasts are inherently linked. Thus, you must safeguard yourself. After all, Chao Huaixing cannot remain by Bien Tao's side indefinitely, as he had more pressing matters to attend to. With that, Chao Huaixing rose to depart. At that moment, Bien Tao interjected, "If you don't mind, you may rest in my grandfather's room. It's quite late now." "All right," came the prompt and unhesitating reply. Bien Tao proceeded to tidy the room, ensuring Chao Huaixing was comfortable before returning to his own quarters to lie down. The celestial creature lay, as usual, at the head of the bed. Soon, Bien Tao drifted into slumber. After an undetermined span of time, a figure cloaked in black appeared in Bien Tao's room. Sensing something amiss, the figure attempted to flee, managing only to utter, "High-level beast tamer," before falling silent. Chao Huaixing, his expression grave, regarded the lifeless body in his hands. This cult indeed possessed some peculiar methods, having successfully located Bien Tao. Henceforth, encounters with cult members could pose a significant danger to Bien Tao. Thus, Chao Huaixing was reluctant to involve Bien Tao in this matter. Just as he prepared to depart, he noticed Kaing Tsong gazing intently at him. This enigmatic contract beast possessed many peculiarities, prompting him to utter a warning. "You must protect him." Kaing Tsong disregarded Zhao Huixing's words. Did he really need to be told? When Bien Tao awoke, Zhao Huixing had already vanished. The ground bore no traces of blood, as if the events of the previous night had never transpired. Kaing Tsong made no attempt to broach the subject either. Bien Tao merely sent a message to inquire about the situation. Zhao Huixing replied promptly, informing him that he and Lin Yao were already en route back. Bien Tao was rather surprised at their swift return. Lin Yao had taken the liberty of sending a voice message from Zhao Huixing's phone, reassuring Bien Tao that the little girl who had nearly been abducted was safe. They had successfully eradicated the cultists from their city, ensuring its safety. Only then did Bien Tao feel a sense of relief, allowing a long-lost smile to grace his face. "It's finally over. I should return to school," he remarked. Having taken several days off for various reasons shortly after the semester commenced, Bien Tao had yet to familiarize himself with his classmates' faces. He might not even recognize them if they crossed paths. Conversely, his classmates held a vivid impression of him, particularly since he had knocked down the most robust individual in class on the very first day, and he was undeniably handsome. Unbeknownst to him, Bien Tao had garnered considerable attention. At that moment, he pondered another concern: whether his interactions with Zhuo Xingzhou could harness the power of the mental realm. Did Zhuo Xingzhou have any inkling of this? Previously, Zhuo Xingzhou had rendered significant assistance, yet Bien Tao had not yet found the opportunity to express his gratitude. Apart from this mission, Bien Tao's perception of Zhao Huixing and Zhuo Xingzhou had undergone a substantial transformation. Perhaps the title of fiancé was merely a facade. His grandfather had bound them together for other reasons. The resistance he had felt had diminished considerably during their recent interactions. Moreover, he believed that if he were unwilling, these two individuals would not force anything upon him. At least from a moral standpoint, they posed no issue. Suddenly, Bien Tao recalled Zhuo Xing's whose exceedingly shy demeanor, struggling even with normal conversation, which brought a light chuckle to his lips. Seizing the opportunity during a break, he sought out Zhuo Xingzhou. The mentor's office was as empty as it had been during his last visit. Bien Tao's gaze drifted to the corner, and as expected, he spotted Zhuo Xing's figure. "I've come to express my gratitude. I owe you for what transpired earlier," Bien Tao stated directly. Zhuo Xingzhou appeared somewhat bashful, shifting within his cloak several times before finally speaking. "As I mentioned, it was a favor from Grandpa Bien, so it was my duty." As Bien Tao approached, he noticed that the closer he got, the more Zhuo Xingzhou trembled. There was something inexplicably endearing about it. However, concerned about overwhelming him, Bien Tao chose to respect his way of life, halting approximately 2 meters away and crouching down, ensuring that his gaze would be level with Zhuo Xing's. Zhuo Xingzhou is likely curled up on the ground, hugging his knees. "I have also mentioned that you must repay your grandfather's kindness directly to him." You have aided me, and in return, I shall assist you. Feel free to express your wishes, for I shall not shy away from what I can accomplish. This time, Bian Tao's demeanor has improved significantly, bestowing upon Zhuo Xingzhou an ethereal sensation, as if he were ensnared in a dream. Are you truly present? Or am I merely ensnared in a reverie or an alternate existence? Bian Tao nearly departed directly, but ultimately shared his friend's QR code, urging him to scan it. Before long, the two had successfully added each other as friends. The course schedule at Yulan Academy is quite demanding. After glancing at the time, Bian Tao remarked, I must attend class now. Farewell. Due to personal reasons, Bian Tao had not attended classes for several days. Yet fortunately, Gao Jia had assisted in covering the lessons. Bian Tao's solid foundation in physical training allowed him to easily keep pace. The cultural lessons were entirely devoted to knowledge concerning alternate worlds, information that the celestial realm was likely more familiar with than humanity itself. Consequently, keeping up with the curriculum proved to be no arduous task. Calculating the time remaining. Only 10 days remained until the assessment for becoming a first-tier Beastmaster. Despite the school term having progressed significantly, Bian Tao had only acquainted himself with Gao Jia. This particular class required collaboration in groups of 3. Naturally, Bian Tao sought out Gao Jia, but he had already formed a fixed group with others. Sorry, but I'll stick with my current group. You two should find someone else, Gao Jia stated. Bian Tao shook his head, responding, No need, if it comes to that. I can manage on my own. I'll see if there are any groups still in need of members. Scanning his surroundings, Bian Tao indeed spotted a duo. However, as he approached, the larger individual visibly stiffened, instinctively retreating several steps. With a hint of anger in his gaze, he inquired, What do you want? I'm not afraid of you. You resemble a bear standing there. It's hard not to notice, Bian Tao teased. Why not call me pretty boy anymore? Chapter 26. So pathetic? This was indeed the same student who had been thoroughly beaten by Bian Tao on the first day of school. Having not seen him for a while, Bian Tao's earlier animosity had long since dissipated. Upon hearing Bian Tao's words, the bear-like student's face flushed crimson as he stammered. I spoke out of turn. I apologize. So you cannot hit me again. Bian Tao nodded, feeling somewhat perplexed. This fellow had been rather arrogant before. How could his demeanor have changed so drastically in just a few days? Surely, a beating alone could not have humbled him to such an extent. At that moment, the bear student's teammate interjected, explaining, Everyone at school is now aware of your brave act in saving a little girl. Although I'm unsure of your whereabouts these past few days, I heard you were assisting the defense team on a mission. Most students at Yulan Academy now hold you in high esteem. He then glanced at the bear student, adding, Since you provoked him in front of the entire freshman class. You've been encountering trouble lately. 1 or 2 might be manageable, but too many will only result in more beatings. So pathetic? Bian Tao stifled a laugh and extended his hand in a gesture of goodwill. Greetings, I am Bian Tao. For the next 4 years, we shall strive together to become exceptional Beastmasters. This sentiment stirred a sense of emotion within a fellow student, who extended a hand and said, I am Peng Chun, and I am of the same age as you, not a middle-aged person. After several days, that conversation resurfaced. Bian Tao spoke again. I wish to join your group. Certainly. I am Wu Yanhui, a girl, came to reply from a companion of Peng Chun. It was only after this introduction that Bian Tao realized the significance of the moment. The student standing before Peng Chun appeared particularly petite, especially with a crew cut, and their speech and attire bore a rather androgynous quality, making it somewhat challenging to discern their gender at first glance. However, appearance is of little consequence. During the previous simulation, my hair became matted with the slime of my contracted beast, and it was quite difficult to clean. Thus, I decided to shave it all off and allow it to grow anew, Wu Yanhui explained. Peng Chun seemed poised to say something further, as if there was still some distance between them and Bian Tao, but ultimately chose to remain silent. From a distance, Gao Jia he observed, and a companion reminded him that they had successfully formed their team, seemingly expressing dissatisfaction with Gao Jia, his earlier inclination to abandon them. His tone laced with a hint of sarcasm. Yet, Gao Jia he remained unperturbed, continuing to engage in jovial conversation. though his gaze frequently strayed towards Bien Tao. Before long, the classroom was interrupted by the incessant notifications from Bien Tao's phone. Typically, aside from Gao Jiahe, few would reach out to him. With Gao Jiahe attending class alongside him, it was improbable that he would send a message. Thus, Bien Tao had no habit of silencing his phone. The teacher, halfway through a lecture, cast several glances at him after being interrupted repeatedly. Observing Bien Tao silencing his phone before placing it back down, the teacher finally admonished. Although college does not require phones to be collected, it is still essential to be attentive. We are currently in class. With that, the lesson resumed, focusing on a group competition. This format was familiar to the other students, having participated in it numerous times before. They began by drawing lots and proceeded to gather on the playground. Wu Yanhui represented their group in drawing lots, stating, "I have always had poor luck. Could you take my place in the next draw, Bien Tao?" "Me? My luck isn't much better," Bien Tao replied. They then commenced their battles in accordance with the order of the drawn numbers. Once again, they returned to the familiar arena on the playground, but this time, the teacher had established a protective array encompassing the entire stage. This was Bien Tao's first encounter with such an array, designed to prevent the residual effects of the battles from impacting the students outside the arena. This mode of competition proved to be far more engaging than Bien Tao had anticipated. Under the teacher's supervision, even without a permit, students were allowed to summon their contracted beasts. Meanwhile, Kaing Song remained perched on Bien Tao's shoulder, masquerading as a mere doll, thus attracting little attention. Their group drew the number 6, placing them as the final contenders in the competition. Consequently, Bien Tao had the opportunity to observe 5 matches, becoming well acquainted with the rules. I have also encountered numerous peculiar contract beasts, most of which bear resemblance to the animals of Blue Star. For instance, the proud contract beast of Zhao Huaixing resembles a feline from Blue Star. Even the psychic Zhuang Xingzhou possesses a diminutive creature akin to a turtle. Perhaps it is truly the misfortune of Wu Yanwei, as the combat group drawn for him coincidentally includes Gao Jiahe. Had he faced off against Peng Chun and Wu Yanwei, he might have had a fighting chance. However, with the formidable Bien Tao now in the mix, the battle becomes increasingly challenging. Gao Jiahe is not the primary combatant among the contract beasts, and his companions do not rank among the most powerful in the class, likely settling within the mid-tier. Otherwise, he would not have felt aggrieved by Gao Jiahe's desire to team up with Bien Tao. It seems he perceives himself as discarded due to his inferior abilities. You two hold off Peng Chun and Wu Yanwei, while I contend with Bien Tao. If we do not take this seriously, Bien Tao will surely become enraged, and you will find yourselves in a worse predicament, Gao Jiahe proclaimed. At that moment, someone retorted, "Why should we listen to you?" Gao Jiahe glanced at the individual, adding, "If you wish to face Bien Tao, I have no objections." Instantly, the person fell silent. Although Bien Tao had not attended school recently, he remained the undisputed champion among the newcomers. In truth, most individuals were reluctant to confront Bien Tao due to his considerable reputation. Furthermore, his previous fighting style had been somewhat wild. Although his current contract beast seemed harmless, no one desired to be the one to provoke him. Ultimately, Bien Tao and Gao Jiahe faced off. Gao Jiahe did not summon his contract beast directly. However, Bien Tao sensed something amiss. He appeared to glimpse a colossal tree swaying in the wind, exuding a profound vitality, with an enigmatic spirit scrutinizing him. It felt amicable, yet concealed a latent threat. Most beast masters of the wood element resonate with plants, even if plants are not classified as beasts. They are ultimately grouped together as contract beasts. At this juncture, classmates began to speculate. Do you think Bien Tao can force Gao Jiahe's contract beast to reveal itself? It's hard to say. Gao Jiahe has been reluctant to unveil the essence of his contract beast lately. Perhaps it is too large to accommodate. Listening to him boast, it might be too unsightly or weak for him to show. Gao Jiahe merely summoned a portion of his contract beast for battle, branches or roots, elusive and unpredictable, leaving others defenseless. Chapter 27. Team Battle. This scenario heavily relies on the skill of the Beastmaster. To maintain a prolonged connection with the other world while allowing only a part of the contract beast to manifest in Blue Star is an energy-draining endeavor. Thus, most of Gao Jiehe's battles have been swift resolutions. If he has not defeated his opponent in a timely manner, he will concede defeat outright. Consequently, students perceive Gao Jiehe as belonging to a category of moderate attack power. In reality, Gao Jiehe has been holding back, but facing Bien Tao, such restraint becomes untenable. Based on his understanding of Bien Tao, this fellow truly possesses an extraordinary ability to unlock the potential within others, relentlessly pushing them to their limits. In a certain sense, on the first day of school, Bien Tao was notably restrained. However, when faced with Gao Jiehe, a spark of excitement ignited within him. It had been quite some time since he had engaged in a proper match. Of course, the altercation with Zhou Yi did not count, as it was merely an unstructured outburst of frustration. This time was different. He patted Kind Song on the head and said, "Thank you for your hard work. Tonight, I shall treat you to a delightful meal." "Eggplant rice," Kind Song replied, placing an order. "No problem." Bien Tao clenched his fists, his gaze fixed intently on Gao Jiehe. He then spoke softly to Wu Yanhui and Peng Chun. "Do not forget, this is a team battle, so follow my lead." The two had no objections. In fact, Bien Tao's intense focus on Gao Jiehe was rather intimidating. Weren't they good friends? Why did he now wear an expression that seemed intent on bringing his opponent to the ground? For a moment, Peng Chun and Wu Yanhui were also drawn into the seriousness of the situation. Not everyone took such courses seriously. After all, the teachers would not force them to engage in a life-or-death struggle. Generally speaking, those training to become beast tamers would sign agreements prior to enrollment, acknowledging the risks of injury, disability, or even sacrifice. Consequently, parents would not typically intervene if their child were to be beaten at school. If one truly could not endure, they could always transfer to the liberal arts college to pursue roles in logistics or research. At this juncture, Bien Tao had taken to the stage, a smile gracing his face as he looked at Gao Jiehe. In truth, Gao Jiehe was a formidable opponent. However, he tended to be overly cunning, always holding back. Thus, he consistently fell short against Bien Tao. "I advise you to unleash your full strength this time. Otherwise, it would be rather disrespectful toward me," Bien Tao declared, setting Kind Song down. Presently, Bien Tao was unable to communicate with Kind Song through telepathy, so he simply said, "I'm counting on you." Kind Song nodded, albeit appearing somewhat disinterested. The moment the teacher announced the start, Bien Tao surged forward. His body was infused with immense power, allowing him to leap directly onto Gao Jiehe's head. At that moment, several branches extended from Gao Jiehe's back. As Bien Tao approached, he sensed the energy emanating from those branches, causing him to gasp in surprise, but he quickly broke into a smile. "What a pity, Kind Song and that bear. Cover me." With his hands braced against Gao Jiehe, he swiftly pivoted and lunged at one of Gao Jiehe's teammates. Although Gao Jiehe's branches momentarily hindered Bien Tao's movement, they did not afford his teammate much time to recover. Bien Tao had already pinned one individual to the ground, delivering a swift kick to their contracted beast. A whirlwind of snow and wind surged forth, obstructing the gaping maw of the opponent's beast. Meanwhile, Peng Chun had firmly latched onto Gao Jiehe, entangled in a mass of branches. Wu Yanhui's contracted beast also clung tightly to the last classmate's beast in the arena, rendering it immobile. The owner of that beast soon found themselves engaged in a fierce battle with Wu Yanhui. In but a fleeting moment, Bien Tao's team had gained the upper hand. With a single utterance, he declared, "If we were on the battlefield, or if I wielded a weapon, you would all perish." Such weighty words stirred even those who were initially devoid of martial fervor, igniting a fierce resolve within them. They immediately sought to resist, only to be firmly subdued by Bien Tao once more. At that moment, roots emerged from the ground, entwining around Bien Tao's calves and swiftly lifting him aloft. Those who had been bound by Bien Tao now united with their contracted beasts and charged at him once again. Suspended upside down, Bien Tao's eyes sparkled with interest. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to slumber amidst their theatrical antics. Strange squeaks emanated from the roots, causing Bien Tao to pause momentarily, taken aback. "Whose contracted beast is this?" he inquired hastily. "It's mine," came Peng Chun's somewhat sheepish reply. Bien Tao's attention was momentarily diverted, but it was the pain in his legs that snapped him back to reality. With a forceful exertion of his core, he righted his body and reached for the roots. Though Gao Jiehe could manipulate contracted beasts with relative ease, they were, after all, living entities with their own volition. Now, incensed by the little mouse's bite, it refused to relinquish Bien Tao, violently hurling him to the ground. Gao Jiehe's pupils constricted as he commanded, "Stop." In that instant of being thrown, a blade of ice erupted from Kaiying Tsang's mouth, severing the roots. Bien Tao endeavored to stabilize his form, yet he still made intimate contact with the ground. The surrounding students gasped in astonishment, and, as Bien Tao stood, he noticed blood seeping from his back where he had scraped against the earth. His current rank was far too low, and his physical prowess only marginally surpassed that of an ordinary person. How could he withstand a direct clash with a contracted beast? The earlier skirmish resembled a child's play, leading the onlookers to murmur, "It's just an exam. Is it necessary to fight so fiercely?" Indeed, there's no need to risk one's life. We're not in another world. Just then, the teacher's voice resonated. "By the time you reach another world, it will already be too late to fight." Instantly, the students fell silent, their attention riveted on the unfolding battle. With Bien Tao now bearing injuries, Peng Chun and Wu Yanhui also began to fight with fervor. Gao Jiehe, caught off guard, was unexpectedly struck by the headbutt of the clumsy creature, momentarily seeing stars. Fortunately, the instinct of the contracted beast to protect its master prevented it from pursuing Bien Tao any further. Instead, it turned its focus to entangling Peng Chun, while the latter's mouse energetically gnawed at branches and roots, with both sides eager to rescue their masters. Gao Jiehe, of course, could not allow Peng Chun's assaults to continue unchecked, and soon retaliated. The two became embroiled in a fierce struggle, and Bien Tao swiftly joined the fray, seeking to disrupt their conflict. Kaiying Tsang frowned and advanced, clearly straining as he utilized his wind and snow abilities sparingly. This individual was indeed concealing his strength, but that did not impede Bien Tao's combat. It was only when truly facing Bien Tao that one could comprehend his terror. He possessed the uncanny ability to anticipate his opponent's next move, and when engaged in combat, he showed no mercy, disregarding the bonds of camaraderie among classmates. While fighting, he taunted, "Your weaknesses are all too apparent." Chapter 28. Preparatory Assessment. As the battle drew to a close, Bien Tao found himself pondering the stark reality that this group of students paled in comparison to the well-trained heretics, even those who were merely ordinary individuals. If the strength of Yulan Academy rested solely upon such capabilities, he mused, he required a more expansive platform to swiftly elevate his own prowess, rather than languishing in a life of leisurely idleness. "Shall we head to the infirmary?" Gao Jiehe inquired, stepping forward. Bien Tao cast a glance at him, still vexed, for the fellow had not exerted his full strength. "I can manage on my own." Nevertheless, despite Bien Tao's insistence, Gao Jiehe followed him. The other students, bearing various injuries, limped or clutched their bellies, trailing behind in a motley procession. They regarded Bien Tao with lingering trepidation, having witnessed his fierce determination. The injuries were primarily superficial, and the infirmary stocked a selection of potions. Bien Tao's horrifying-looking wound on his back healed almost instantaneously. Gao Jiehe, aspiring to become a pharmacist, approached out of natural curiosity. The teacher in the infirmary, a beastmaster but not a pharmacist, initially assumed Gao Jiehe was interested in healing. Potions are merely convenient to carry. They possess effects beyond mere healing, such as enhancing strength and accelerating speed. However, the healing effects of light-type beastmasters are unparalleled. "Light-type?" Gao Jiehe retorted. The infirmary teacher continued. "Indeed, the light-type counters the dark-type, allowing for instantaneous healing during combat. It is far quicker than using potions, but regrettably, there are not enough light-type beastmasters available." Yet, among Bien Tao's list of potential fiancés, There was indeed a light-type beastmaster. Gao Jie's expression grew somewhat rigid as he questioned, if there are light-type beastmasters, does that imply that wood-type potions are not as effective? Why then are pharmacists so revered? Observing Gao Jie's demeanor, the infirmary teacher seemed to grasp something significant. He slowly responded, it is precisely because there are not enough light-type beastmasters that the existence of pharmacists is essential. The room fell silent, with only the teacher's voice resonating as everyone listened intently to the explanation. In a perilous world such as theirs, a single potion could save a life, and even contract beasts could utilize them. Most importantly, pharmacists were not exposed to danger. They did not risk their lives in the treacherous realms. You may be too young to fully comprehend, but for your parents, if they are not beastmasters, but ordinary people, their greatest hope for you is simply to grow up safe and sound. Thus, remaining on Blue Star and engaging in a secure profession is what they consider the best outcome. Moreover, pharmacists can earn substantial incomes, which certainly evokes envy. However, this was merely the perspective of ordinary individuals. If even one member of a family were a beastmaster, they would better understand the significance of being a beastmaster. At that moment, Gao Jiehe spoke again. Isn't the wood type inherently weak in combat? Does that not imply? At this juncture, Bian Tao interjected. Your contract beast hurled me across the room. How can you claim it is not adept in battle? This reflects a form of discrimination against beast types. Your contracted beasts may feel disheartened. Gao Jia, momentarily taken aback, soon revealed a relaxed smile. He realized he had overthought matters, as the answer lay plainly before him, overlooked. Observing this, the teacher in the infirmary nodded in agreement, noting that this year's freshmen appeared to be of significantly higher quality than in previous years. Previously, it was rare to see new students injured here. Upon hearing this, Bian Tao felt a bit embarrassed, acknowledging his lack of awareness. It's a positive trait to be unafraid of injury. Otherwise, one would inevitably retire from the other world, just as I did, the infirmary teacher remarked. A hint of melancholy in his expression. Not wishing to transfer his emotions to Bian Tao and the others, he quickly added, perhaps after you all undergo the Beast Tamer's assessment, you will undergo a remarkable transformation. What exactly does the Beast Tamer's assessment entail? At present, the group remained unaware. In the time to come, during combat classes, injuries were bound to occur. They were all young, each harboring a fierce determination. Once they stepped into the arena, they felt compelled to best their opponents. Occasionally, senior students observed the freshmen, engaging in conversations amongst themselves. It appeared that this year's newcomers possessed a certain spirited vigor. So, have you identified any promising candidates? Let us wait until the day of the assessment to see. For now, they are merely engaging in light skirmishes. This was indeed the case, for once they descended from the arena, profound friendships endured. This fervent atmosphere was most pronounced within Bian Tao's class. His combat style often forced opponents into desperate situations, utilizing all his strength to resist, only to be thoroughly defeated. The defeated would harbor resentment, approaching their next opponents with the same fervor. While they may appear jovial on the sidelines, a palpable tension simmered beneath the surface. The teacher of Bian Tao's class felt particularly proud, certain that the survival rate of his students in this assessment would be the highest. On the day of the assessment, everyone was prepared. The school's mentors arrived, surveying the entire cohort of freshmen. One inquired, have all the agreements been signed? You do realize that injuries may occur during the assessment, correct? Yes. All the freshmen responded in unison. In truth, they did not take it too seriously, believing the assessment's content to be manageable and that misfortune would not befall them. The time has come to test your foundational skills. And some mentors believed that a month was too brief a period for you to transcend the ordinary realm. The mentor, with a serious demeanor, stated, however, I believe that the day you contract your beasts, you should be cast into the other world to fend off extraordinary creatures. Only those who survive will be deemed elite. The students, unaccustomed to such reprimands, felt their faces flush with embarrassment. Among the newcomers, Bian Tao remained relatively composed. The mentor scanned the group of freshmen, declaring, if you cannot accept my philosophy, do not choose me as your mentor in the future. I have no desire to lead the weak into the other world. Upon hearing this, Bien Tao furrowed his brow, his anger ignited. The surrounding youth, brimming with adrenaline, found the atmosphere easily charged with fervor. Bien Tao and Gao Jia exchanged glances, uncertain of their mentor's intentions. Meanwhile, Bien Tao, cradling kind song, found himself the target of scrutiny. That classmate, still accompanied by your contracted beast in Blue Star? Is this merely a display? The mentor inquired. Bien Tao replied, my contracted beast cannot be recalled, hence I obtain a permit. Why can it not be recalled? The mentor pressed further. Chapter 29. Here lies the bustling city. Due to insufficient ability, I am unable to control the contracted beast. Bien Tao's voice rose slightly, eliciting a peculiar expression from the mentor. Was this child truly so earnest? His classmates struggled to contain their laughter, faces flushed with a mix of amusement and exasperation, eagerly anticipating the sparks that might fly between the mentor and Bien Tao. Alas, nothing transpired. They boarded the bus, preparing for their assessment. The city housing Yulan Academy lacked an entrance to the other world, and the nearest suitable portal was a 10-hour journey away. The students' once burning ambition dissipated during the ride. With some succumbing to slumber, Bien Tao scrolled through his phone, an electronic device devoid of signal in the other world. Even the passage of time could become distorted. In some realms, the flow of time differed significantly from that of Blue Star. Thus, such items could not be transported into the other world. As the bus journeyed midway, Kaing Song, previously dozing on Bien Tao's lap, suddenly awakened and pointed with a claw toward a certain direction. Bien Tao glanced over, focusing intently as he activated his ability. He sensed something amiss, as if an entity lurked nearby. Springing to his feet, he flung open the bus window and shouted, "Stop the bus! There's something on board." The driver glanced at Bien Tao through the rearview mirror, while his words plunged many classmates into chaos. Were it anyone else, such a declaration might have been met with skepticism, but the speaker was Bien Tao, a freshman of notable repute. He was not one to jest about danger. The vehicle screeched to a halt, the abrupt motion drawing forth the alien presence. Bien Tao's expression darkened. This creature, though dissimilar to the one he had encountered during the cult's initiation, exuded a foul stench that evoked memories of a person torn in two. Instinctively, he reached for the nearest classmate, determined to usher them to safety. This reckless act was perilous, yet Bien Tao consistently acted impulsively. As the creature's claw descended, Bien Tao instinctively conjured a water shield, though it was insufficient to withstand the onslaught. The moment the claw met the water, Kaing Song's skill activated, instantly freezing the mass of water. To the untrained eye, it appeared as though Bien Tao had executed the maneuver. But no one had the time to scrutinize further, except for the driver, who had just brought the bus to a halt. The creature's advance was arrested, allowing Bien Tao to drag the dazed classmate toward the exit. Yet, after just 2 steps, he halted. This is a bustling city, Bien Tao cursed, casting a glance at the driver, who had yet to disembark. This is clearly not the work of an ordinary individual. Those who have never encountered such a creature would undoubtedly be paralyzed with fear upon witnessing its terrifying visage. We cannot flee. If the aberration is lured away, ordinary people will be devoured in an instant. As Bien Tao paused, Gao Jia quickly joined him, his expression somber. He spoke, "We can fight. It is merely a first-tier aberration." Bien Tao nodded in acknowledgement. At this moment, Peng Chun and Wu Yanhui approached. They were initially closest to the bus door, perfectly positioned to exit swiftly. Meanwhile, a few classmates regained their composure and began moving toward Bien Tao's direction. Gao Jia took a moment to assess the group and declared, "We do not have the luxury to adhere to protocols right now. We can write a reflection on the unauthorized release of contracted beasts later. For now, I will bind this creature, and everyone prepare to attack together." Immediately, some responded affirmatively. With a decisive leader, chaos was averted. As Gao Jiahe's contracted beast ensnared the aberration, Bien Tao shouted, "Strike its eyes and abdomen. Those are its weaknesses. Relay this information accurately to your contracted beasts." He then concentrated water spheres at the 2 vulnerable points, which the heavens transformed into ice shards, penetrating the aberration's body. This served as a directive for coordinates. At present, only Bien Tao could wield the powers of a beastmaster, while the other students could merely guide their contracted beast to assist in the battle. Wu Yin Hui's contracted beast fortified the aberration's confinement. The most remarkable performance came from Peng Chun's small mouse, which bravely gouged out the creature's eye. Witnessing the situation under control, other students released their contracted beasts to join the fray. With over 30 students in the class, each commanding their own contracted beast, how could they possibly falter against a mere first-tier aberration? Soon, the aberration was rendered lifeless. Bien Tao rushed to the driver, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? This is a bustling city. Do you comprehend the implications of this?" His voice brimmed with indignation, questioning why so many innocent civilians had to be entangled in this chaos. Did they not realize the magnitude of their actions? The driver, seeing Bien Tao's agitation, chose silence. It was Gao Jiahe who pulled him aside, whispering, "It's all right now. Please calm down." Calm down? What nonsense! Bien Tao cursed, then leaped off the bus. The newcomers were not limited to their class. Other groups were also participating in the assessment today. Initiating such a calamity at the outset was bound to leave many unprepared. It is better to be overly cautious than to face dire consequences. What if something went wrong? Would countless ordinary lives be sacrificed for this? As Bien Tao exited the bus, chaos erupted around him. Many ordinary citizens, gripped by panic, began to flee in all directions. Yet, some individuals organized themselves, initiating an orderly evacuation. At least for now, most people remained on the bus. A few vehicles were parked too closely. Bien Tao turned back, urging, "You need to move the vehicle further away. If someone loses control of their power and causes an explosion, it could trigger a chain reaction." The driver scrutinized Bien Tao for a moment longer, realizing that this individual was not merely a tempest of unreasoned rage. He was simply quick-tempered, yet possessed a remarkable clarity of thought. Perhaps it is his inherent impatience. But an event once occurred that compelled him to be acutely aware of his surroundings in order to avert further losses. The student driver did not ponder for long and immediately started the vehicle. At that moment, Gao Jiahe and several classmates disembarked and followed Bien Tao closely. The driver did not intervene, as there were still some bewildered classmates aboard, too frightened to join them. This was of little consequence, for the vehicle was equipped with surveillance cameras that recorded everything that had transpired moments ago. Each year, the number of new students at Yulan Academy is limited, with only 10 classes this year. By now, 2 vehicles had already departed, their speed comparable to that of Bien Tao. However, the number of individuals disembarking appeared to be fewer than that of Bien Tao's classmates. They exchanged glances, but did not forcibly cluster together, instead observing the chaos engulfing the remaining 7 classes. Bien Tao first entered the nearest vehicle, while Gao Jiahe selected half of the group to accompany him to another car. It was imperative to resolve the situation in the shortest time possible. Chapter 30. Towering trees upon boarding. Bien Tao noted that the driver was leisurely smoking a cigarette. Most of the students had fled, leaving only 2 individuals confronting the aberration. Behind them lay a person who seemed to have fainted and sustained injuries. Bien Tao had now mastered his abilities, albeit his offensive power was still rather limited and required assistance from Kind Song. Bien Tao took charge of identifying and marking the weaknesses, while Wu Yanhui focused on restraining the aberration to minimize collateral damage. Peng Chun's diminutive mouse darted into a hole without concern for filth, proving exceptionally useful. The 3 of them were rapidly becoming a formidable trio, bolstered by their classmates who provided auxiliary attacks on the identified weaknesses. They found it significantly easier to deal with the situation than those 2 less experienced students, who struggled to communicate with their contracted beasts. Once the aberration was subdued, Bien Tao hurried to assess the situation. It was then he discovered that the injured student had a gaping wound in his abdomen from the claws of the aberration. He dashed to the driver and exclaimed, "Medicinal supplies." The driver opened a small compartment and retrieved a vial of green liquid. Bien Tao commanded, "All of it, please." There were only 5 vials in total, and he regretted not having requested supplies from the driver of his own vehicle sooner. The driver handed the compartment directly to Bien Tao without any exchange of words. The potion was applied to the wounded student's abdomen, and he soon regained consciousness, albeit in a daze, his eyes filled with trepidation. Only then did Bien Tao exit the vehicle, instructing, "Take them to a safe location." The driver complied and started the vehicle to depart. With a solemn expression, Bien Tao had just exited when he heard a resounding explosion. He had arrived a moment too late. His pupils contracted as he quickly turned to see the explosion accompanied by screams and cries of alarm. Flames began to rise, and an aberration had managed to escape the vehicle before the explosion, wreaking havoc. Those who had not yet been evacuated were immediately paralyzed with fear at the sight of the terrifying creature, their legs giving way as they shrieked in panic. There was no time to escape. Bien Tao harbored a fervent desire to intervene, yet the distance proved insurmountable, rendering his strength inadequate to reach the scene. At this moment, he remained oblivious to the fate of his classmates trapped within the exploded vehicle. With all his might, he sprinted forward, beseeching the heavens. Is it within reach? That distance? The celestial being shook its head, responding, "I can offer a slight obstruction, but I cannot inflict any harm upon that creature." "That's sufficient. I implore you," Bien Tao replied, his eyes now glistening with unshed tears. As he beheld the monstrous claws reaching for the hearts of humanity, the wind and snow offered a momentary hindrance to the aberration. It violently displaced the smaller, more agile humans to other locations. The creature's claws missed their mark, crashing down onto the ground, which yielded slightly beneath its weight. This was asphalt. Had it landed upon a person, the result would surely have been a gruesome fate. This particular aberration appeared to be among the more formidable of its kind, having escaped from the vehicle. When Wu Yanhui approached, she attempted to command her contracted beast to restrain the foe, but before the creature could produce its adhesive substance, it was sent flying by a single swipe from the aberration. It even attempted to bite, finding the substance unpalatable, and promptly spat it out. Wu Yanhui's complexion paled as she realized her contracted beast had been injured. Bien Tao swiftly retrieved a vial of medicine, offering it to her, acknowledging that their earlier recklessness stemmed from underestimating the enemy's strength. Now, facing a formidable adversary, the situation grew dire, the celestial being focused on diverting attention, ensuring no one fell prey to the creature's grasp, leaving little room for collaboration with Bien Tao. The aberration possessed a robust defense, its weak point hidden beneath the scales on its left chest. Bien Tao spoke, his face paling from overexertion, feeling unsteady yet unable to concern himself with his own condition. Fortunately, after administering the potion to her injured beast, it began to recover swiftly, though the injuries were severe, making it difficult for Wu Yanhui's contracted beast to restrain the aberration. As Bien Tao's mind raced, he observed the contracted beasts of his classmates. Hesitant to let them engage, fearing further injuries would exacerbate their plight. In his moment of indecision, he turned his attention to the surrounding crowd, exclaiming, "Why is the evacuation proceeding so slowly? Why are some still taking pictures?" The students, unaware of the reason, left Bien Tao seeking Gao Jiahe, knowing that his assistance was crucial. Meanwhile, students from other classes joined Bien Tao, their unfamiliarity evident. He merely conveyed the aberration's weak point and urged them to safeguard their contracted beast from harm. Beyond that, no further dialogue ensued. Gao Jiahe's appearance was quite disheveled, but Bien Tao's shout prompted them to request healing potions from the driver. By the time he and his classmates emerged, the other buses had already departed. They were now unable to impede the aberration's advance, and one disheartened voice suggested, "Let us call the defense team. We are not beast tamers and stand no chance." Bien Tao shot a glare at the individual, thinking if the defense team were capable of arriving, they would have done so long ago. Why wait so long? Moreover, in such a bustling urban area, should a foreign entity appear, it is unlikely to take more than 5 minutes before it is swiftly subdued. Bien Tao turned to Gao Jiahe and remarked, "Wu Yanhui's contracted beast could not restrain it and was injured in the process. Your contracted beast and mine are quite large. To contain this foreign entity, it would likely require considerable space. I need to communicate with it, though I cannot ascertain if it is willing to emerge." As Gao Jiahe spoke, he was already attempting to communicate with his contracted beast. After all, the ground here was composed of concrete and asphalt, which his beast detested. It seems this area will need restoration afterward. During his first attempt to summon the true form of his contracted beast, the sky darkened unexpectedly. They looked up to see a towering tree spiraling down. Gao Jiehe's figure swayed slightly, as if struggling to maintain his balance, yet he persevered. This was indeed a formidable challenge for him. Only 1 minute. Gao Jiehe shouted. You must hurry. The large tree descended, coiling around the foreign entity, tightly ensnaring it, even as it lost several roots to the entity's fierce bites. At that moment, Gao Jiehe addressed Bian Tao, saying, "It craves your energy." My energy? Bian Tao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly formed a water orb and tossed it to the colossal tree. The tree seemed to be in a good mood, swaying slightly, tightening its grip, which elicited a wail from the foreign entity. Bian Tao attempted to pry open the protective armor shielding its weak point, but after several failures, he could only observe as the student's contracted beasts launched multiple assaults against that area. Peng Chun's small mouse, though diminutive enough to burrow beneath the armor, inflicted minimal damage upon the foreign entity. Chapter 31. The insults were quite harsh. Ultimately, the little mouse, in a fit of desperation, exerted all its strength and managed to pry open the scales. At this moment, Peng Chun declared, "It signifies that we should attack it. It does not mind if it dies, as long as it can take down this foreign entity." The contracted beast possessed such thoughts, stirring the emotions of the crowd. A student with a defensive beast spoke up, stating, "My contracted beast also expresses its willingness to temporarily shield it. During this time, you must concentrate on your attacks, aiming for a decisive blow." This foreign entity had but one weak point, and currently, this was the only strategy they could devise. Together, they collaborated to strike at the foreign entity. The powers of numerous contracted beasts intertwined, creating a riot of colors. Yet in Bian Tao's eyes, these were merely chaotic and disordered forces. The strength of these students paled in comparison to that of Zhuo Xingzhou and Zhao Huaixing, elite beast masters. They had yet to learn to harness and guide the powers of their contracted beasts. It turned out that beast masters could accomplish a great many feats. During this battle, some students indeed awakened their latent potential, able to wield their own power or manifest it tangibly, much like Bian Tao. In relative terms, elemental powers were easier to control and recognize, so most of these pioneers wielded elemental forces, including Gao Jiehe. Moreover, Gao Jiehe's power was somewhat unique. He inadvertently nurtured a seed, and from where he stood, a plant suddenly sprouted. If it were not for the fissured ground beneath their feet, it would have been difficult to discern the situation. Bian Tao had overexerted his strength, rendering him incapable of meticulously observing his surroundings. His focus was solely on the otherworldly creature, gathering as much water as possible to sustain the colossal tree. At that moment, Gao Jiehe spoke up, his voice lacking vitality, conveying that his contracted beast indicated that if it could harness more of Bian Tao's strength, it could prolong its existence in this realm for a while. Even a few seconds could enhance the team's chances of victory. Bian Tao merely nodded. The two were now leaning on each other, striving to avoid collapsing from exhaustion. The water available for manipulation was limited, compelling Bian Tao to regulate his power and seek water from underground or farther afield, undoubtedly amplifying his burden. As the creature emitted a howl in response to the student's assault, Bian Tao finally exhaled in relief. Just as the creature fell before him, darkness enveloped his vision. Suddenly, he found it difficult to breathe and coughed up something. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was blood. His mind felt foggy, and Gao Jiehe's reaction was even more pronounced. Even Kaiying Song approached to assess the situation. Bian Tao sensed that he had been forcibly administered a potion, which offered some comfort. Yet the debilitating sensation of drained energy remained. In a haze, he glimpsed a shadowy figure, its face obscured. The figure lifted Bian Tao and administered another substance, alleviating his discomfort somewhat. When he regained his senses, numerous members of the defense team had arrived to begin clearing the battlefield, their remarks rather unflattering. Other students were utterly exhausted, sprawled on the ground in various positions. Faint cheers could still be heard. Recognizing the figure beside him, Bian Tao called out to Zhuo Xingzhou. "Are you feeling unwell?" Zhuo Xingzhou promptly inquired, scrutinizing Bian Tao's condition, cautioning him against overexertion. Bian Tao nodded and then asked how to enhance his strength. After a moment of silence, Zhuo Xingzhou replied, "Once you become a first-tier beastmaster, I shall do for you what Ko Weixing did for me." Did he mean that excruciating transfer of power? Bian Tao was not afraid of pain. However, this would leave him indebted to two individuals, the previous debt still outstanding. At that moment, Zhuo Xingzhou asked why Bian Tao had not replied to his messages. Bian Tao pursed his lips. The inevitable had arrived. During class, his phone had been incessantly buzzing with messages from Zhuo Xingzhou. Although Zhuo Xingzhou was socially anxious in real life, he was quite loquacious online. Initially, Bian Tao would respond, but eventually, he only replied to the most important messages and ultimately ceased responding altogether. Noticing Bian Tao's silence in reality, Zhuo Xingzhou appeared somewhat dejected, though his expression was difficult to discern due to the heavy covering. At that moment, Gao Jiehe weakly inquired, "What is he planning to do with you?" Amidst their own turmoil, they still pondered the safety of Bian Tao. It was of no consequence. After a brief moment of composure, Bian Tao rose to his feet. Not only would the defense team scold him, but he himself felt the urge to reprimand. Initially fueled by indignation, his emotions erupted upon witnessing the charred remains extracted from the wreckage of the vehicles. The color that had just begun to return to his face drained away, leaving him more pallid than before. In the depths of his rage, Bian Tao found an unsettling calm. He retrieved his mobile phone, activated the recording function, and approached, inquiring, "Whom should I ask about this matter?" The personnel responsible for handling the bodies shook their heads, stating, "We are merely tasked with transportation. The defense team is in charge of the cleanup. We are not privy to the specifics." All they could feel was the tragedy of such young lives lost. This was not in another world, but on Blue Star. It was a grievous loss. They could only imagine the anguish of these children's families. Bian Tao counted 1, 2, 3, 7 bodies in total. They had not even reached the assessment site or become beastmasters, and already 7 had perished due to the aberrations, bringing such entities to Blue Star. What distinction did this bear from the practices of a cult? Bian Tao could not comprehend it, watching as the previously departed vehicle returned. He located his designated vehicle and asked the driver, "Whom should I consult regarding this issue?" "Who among you is informed?" The driver replied, "Our instructor will clarify all your queries." As Bian Tao brandished his phone, the driver remarked, "The recording will be deleted. The affairs of beastmasters must remain concealed from ordinary individuals. It is an ironclad rule." An ironclad rule? What nonsense! Bian Tao kicked the seat in frustration. But his current physical state merely caused it to wobble without inflicting any damage. The driver said nothing, his expression complex, allowing Bian Tao to vent his anger. As the crowd dispersed, it became evident that this incident could not be concealed. Instructors from Yulan Academy gathered with several drivers. The one who had been driving the damaged vehicle was absent, having sustained injuries while reportedly rescuing 2 students. This, however, did nothing to quell the students' fury. Chapter 32. Grief from the heart entering another world. Injury or death stemmed from insufficient strength. Those who chose to venture into this realm must bear the inherent risks. Yet, this was Blue Star. I know you are all furious and bewildered as to why aberrations were placed in the vehicles you were traveling in, an instructor began. This was the same instructor from before, his demeanor grave. This is a qualification test. Those who flee, those who falter, those who hinder progress. You are unfit to participate in the Beastmaster assessment. As for becoming a Beastmaster, wait until you have the courage to emerge. Regarding the choice of this location for the test, he explained, this area is the most prosperous in the vicinity, populated by the greatest number of people. He paused momentarily. It is where we detected the latest entrance to the other world, within a region that is the most difficult to evacuate. The news of the latest entrance to the other world struck like a bombshell. A drill? An invasion drill? Some students began to realize. Soon, murmurs arose questioning whether the cost was excessively high. Currently, only a few students' deaths could be confirmed, Yet countless ordinary citizens have been injured and transported to hospitals. All of this was to prepare for the impending emergence of interdimensional portals in Blue Star. These portals represent the fissures that occur when another world overlaps with Blue Star, allowing for passage back and forth. This implies that when the portals appear, a multitude of otherworldly entities may surge forth. Such matters fall under the purview of beast tamers, and ordinarily, those who have yet to attain that status are not entitled to such knowledge. The fact that the instructor revealed the reasons indicates that those present, having passed the qualification test, are highly probable candidates to become beast tamers. Students from Yulan Academy will serve as the primary defense against these otherworldly entities. This means that your seniors, along with us instructors, will act as pioneers confronting the onslaught before you. The instructor's tones softened considerably, emphasizing the necessity for you to possess the strength for self-preservation. Likewise, you retain the right to abstain from battle, to forego the beast tamer examination, and to transfer back to the liberal arts college. Upon hearing the instructor's words, most students fell into silence. Those who dare to fight would certainly not shrink back in the face of danger. Very well, those participating in the examination, please board the vehicle. We shall continue our journey, the instructor announced. You may take the opportunity to rest well. Upon our arrival, we will also take a break, ensuring you are in optimal condition for the assessment. The students helped one another onto the vehicle. Bientao noticed that only 2 vehicles had started, indicating that the majority had either failed to qualify for the beast tamer examination or, despite qualifying, had succumbed to fear and opted out. Leaning back in his seat, Bientao observed Gao Jiahe, who, overwhelmed by fatigue, quickly fell asleep beside him. In the rear sat Peng Chun and Wu Yanhui, who had not yet given up, although it was evident they were still shaken. The instructor's explanation was harsh, making it difficult for them to accept in the short term. Yet they understood that these measures were not unnecessary. Without repeated drills, without allowing ordinary individuals to confront their fears, the chaos that would ensue when the true interdimensional portal opened would be catastrophic, resulting in far greater casualties. The instructor boarded the vehicle with this group, having previously concealed himself. Now, he was eager to assist the students with their inquiries, genuinely helping a few learn to harness their abilities. Bientao leaned back, listening as Wu Yanhui spoke. Among the deceased from that vehicle was the daughter of my mother's friend. That lady used to boast about how her daughter would become an incredibly powerful beast tamer. Bientao turned to offer some words of comfort, only to see Peng Chun's tears gushing forth like noodles, accompanied by sobs. This left the already sorrowful Wu Yanhui at a loss for how to respond. He attempted to console him, saying, "Don't cry just yet. You're such a big guy, with such a strong physique, yet you're quite sensitive." Peng Chun choked out. "I've never been able to handle these things since I was little." The atmosphere had been entirely ruined, and Wu Yanhui could only smile helplessly. Tears suddenly welled up and streamed down. Bientao, feeling heartbroken, leaned back against the car's seat, her eyes glistening. With Peng Chun's initial outburst, the other students seemed to have been granted permission to express their sorrow, the vehicle resonating with soft sobs. Not every student knew the deceased, yet the departure of a life stirred discomfort within them. It felt like a loss, a sense of regret that if such tragedies were absent, they might have accomplished countless endeavors. The unpredictability of accidents and tomorrow always leaves one uncertain of which will arrive first. Once the weeping subsided somewhat, a mentor spoke up, "You should allow yourselves to cry while you can. Once you enter the other world, there will be no time for tears. Death will become as mundane as eating and drinking, and hearts will grow numb. In the end, one might think, to hell with the other beings. For everyone I can slay, it's a gain." At that moment, another mentor interjected, "Why speak such things to these children?" The first mentor, seemingly unconvinced, muttered in discontent, expressing disdain for their overly gentle approach. "It's high time they grow up. The more who survive, the better." The conversation then shifted to the newcomer, Zhuoxing Zhou, seated in front of Bientao. "When will you take your students into the other world?" Zhuoxing Zhou offered no reply. The mentor, with a fiery temperament, pressed on, "What is the matter with you? Upon arriving at Yulan, why do you not engage well with your colleagues?" At that moment, Bian Tao's phone screen lit up with a message from Zhuo Xingzhou. A bit exasperated, she spoke. Mentor, Zhuo Xingzhou will accompany the other mentors to lead our group of newcomers into the other world. It seemed unnecessary for him to relay that information. He could have simply stated it himself. The arrangements for this will be decided later by Yulan Academy. Nothing could be settled at present. Oh, I see, the mentor acknowledged. Choosing not to pursue why Zhuo Xingzhou was unresponsive. However, the change in topic lightened the atmosphere within the vehicle. The students momentarily forgot their tears and the events that had transpired. Although the mentor's words were rather blunt, they possessed a certain sensitivity. Each mentor at Yulan Academy has a unique educational style, and most do not interfere with one another, as ideological differences could easily lead to conflict. Yet, such disputes would never occur within Yulan Academy, as they could indeed dismantle the institution. Chapter 33. Do we not need to watch the road? Most had agreed to venture into the other world to confront the other beings, determining victories and defeats, establishing their own hierarchy. They had yet to begin their introductions. True identities would only be revealed once the students were assigned to their mentors. Once the vehicle came to a halt, most students exited through the rear door. However, Bian Tao waited until all the students had departed before approaching the driver. The healing potions, those belong to us. The driver chuckled at Bian Tao's audacity. Bian Tao extended her hand, at which point Gao Jiehe, Peng Chun, and Wu Yanhui positioned themselves behind her. The driver had no intention of pocketing the potion. He took it out and inquired, "What? Do you wish to bully the few with the many?" Bian Tao, uninterested in engaging in such trivialities, accepted the potion and asked, "Do you not feel anguish watching those people perish? It is evident that they could have been saved." In response, the driver cursed, "You brat. Do you think you can play psychological games with me? I've consumed more salt than you've had rice. Take what you need and scram." Bian Tao turned to leave, remarking, "Sometimes, what appears to be the right course of action is not necessarily correct. Were it me, I would defy orders to save lives." As a few prepared to disembark, the driver's voice echoed from afar. "Just remember, humanity stands united. No one would willingly watch another sacrifice." It was not a deliberate choice not to save. Events unfolded too swiftly. There is no evidence to ascertain what truly transpired. Bian Tao felt a sense of relief. That statement was sufficient. Upon exiting the vehicle, Gao Jiahua finally spoke. "Your level of distrust towards people seems to have intensified. Recent events have been numerous, and they never disclose their decision-making processes to everyone. To them, it is a form of protection, yet they fail to consider whether we, the vulnerable, desire such protection," Bian Tao muttered. He then entered his designated room. As indicated by the card issued by Yulan Academy, each room was to accommodate 2 individuals, and Bian Tao's roommate was Zhuo Xingzhou. Gao Jiahua accompanied him into the room, curious to see who Bian Tao's roommate was, hoping to share a late-night meal if they were acquainted. Now, he and Bian Tao, along with Peng Chun and Wu Yanhui, had formed a close-knit group. To his surprise, encountering Zhuo Xingzhou led Gao Jiahua to suspect favoritism in the room allocation, prompting him to linger. Zhuo Xingzhou said nothing, still clad in his oversized robe, obscuring his face. At that moment, Bian Tao asked, "Do those with mental powers not need to watch the path around them?" At times, I truly wonder if Zhuo Xingzhou has left himself any room to see where he is going. Zhuo Xingzhou did not respond, possibly due to Gao Jiahua's presence. Still harboring his guard, "Could you give me a hint? What will we be tested on next?" Bian Tao inquired, though he did not genuinely expect Zhuo Xingzhou to divulge anything. "I've heard from other instructors that this year is particularly stringent. You should be cautious," Zhuo Xingzhou surprisingly replied. "There were qualification tests before, but nothing as severe as this year's that could lead to fatalities." Upon hearing this, Bian Tao's expression darkened. Even understanding it was due to the entrance to another world, he could not suppress his indignation. "What are we, then? Are we merely test subjects?" Zhuo Xingzhou refrained from responding to this statement. At that moment, Peng Chun and Wu Yanhui arrived, bringing fried chicken and beer. Zhuo Xingzhou confiscated the beer, questioning whether they intended to drink for courage before tomorrow's assessment. They paid it no mind, engaging in lively conversation, discussing various topics. After a while, Zhuo realized that the group of children was feeling anxious. Was it due to the assessment scheduled for tomorrow? Or had the encounter with the exotic creature earlier today left them profoundly shaken? Peng Chun cautiously approached Bien Tao and whispered, "Why is the mentor your roommate?" Such arrangements are rather uncommon, aren't they? "I know him," Bien Tao replied succinctly. Gao Jiehe then spoke with a serious demeanor. "I will be sleeping with Bien Tao tonight." Wu Yanwei raised an eyebrow, glancing at them with a somewhat ambiguous expression. He remarked, "Just try to keep it down. We have an assessment tomorrow." The way he said it felt rather peculiar. Both Bien Tao and Gao Jiehe turned their gazes toward Wu Yanwei, while the instigator of the conversation was busy savoring a piece of delicious fried chicken. He shifted the topic. "Once we become beast tamers, can we indulge in food from other worlds? I've heard that some exotic foods contain energy that can enhance our physical abilities or even our powers as beast tamers." "I suppose so. We will find out once we become beast tamers," Bien Tao responded. In his childhood, his grandfather never treated him to any peculiar delicacies. At least none that he could recall. However, he did possess a sturdier physique compared to his peers. At that moment, each of them held a piece of fried chicken, and in perfect harmony, they clinked them together, exclaiming, "Cheers! Here's to our success tomorrow." Their faces radiated joy, and Zhuo quietly observed from the side, feeling a pang of envy as he murmured, "How wonderful." Then, as if struck by a thought, he tensed momentarily before relaxing again. His presence was so faint that initially, when Peng Chun and Wu Yanwei realized their mentor was present, they felt a bit anxious. Now, however, they had completely forgotten about Zhuo Xing's existence. After they had eaten their fill, and as the hour grew late, the two returned to their respective rooms, while Gao Jiehe indeed settled down to share a bed with Bien Tao. Zhuo, however, was unwilling to accept this arrangement, intervening, "You can sleep here, but you cannot share a bed." Gao Jiehe expressed his displeasure. "We've always done this since childhood. What's wrong with sharing a bed? Should I sleep with you instead?" Zhuo replied, "Then you take my bed, and I will sleep with Bien Tao." At this point, Gao Jiehe was not pleased. That won't do. Although Bien Tao had not anticipated the situation escalating in this way, he truly did not wish to get involved. He retrieved Gao Jiehe's room card and exited the room. Given the circumstances, it would be more straightforward to head directly to Gao Jiehe's room. Kai Tsong observed that the surroundings were deserted before speaking. Not being able to converse is truly stifling. Elevate your strength swiftly so that mine can grow as well. And we 1T have to be so secretive. Concealing one's peculiarities was merely a precaution against prying eyes, especially with the presence of cults still lurking in Blue Star. It was wise for someone as unique as Bien Tao to exercise caution. Chapter 34. Surviving tomorrow. Although Kai Tsong was a contracted beast, he seemed to possess a greater sensitivity in this regard than humans. "Thank you for your efforts," Bien Tao said absent-mindedly. He did not embrace Kai Tsong, but allowed him to walk alongside him freely. Instead of heading directly to Gao Jiehe's room, Bien Tao stepped outside of his dwelling. There was a small square in front, devoid of towering buildings. Scattered remnants of debris were visible, and most of the surroundings comprised temporary metal shanties. Being near the entrance to another world, this scenery was a first for Bien Tao, yet it felt oddly familiar. Perhaps he had visited in his childhood? He furrowed his brow, gazing around before lifting his eyes to the sky. Fortunately, the stars twinkled above him tonight. It seemed that after the collision between the alternate realm and Blue Star, humanity had been preoccupied with the affairs of beast tamers, neglecting industrial development. The pollution now was somewhat worse than a century ago, and the ecosystem was primarily evolving towards desolation. The sky, adorned with countless stars, reminded Bien Tao of his childhood. He had read about the world before the invasion of the otherworldly beings, which appeared to be even more prosperous than the bustling urban centers. He pondered how it had been ravaged by the invasion, and how humanity had subsequently driven the invaders away to rebuild their homes. The writings from that time seemed less impactful than the reality he faced now. It was only when confronted with true death that one could feel the profound shock. Everything seemed to dissipate into nothingness after death. Those myriad stars in the sky represented the souls of countless individuals who had longed for life, yet would never return. As the cool breeze wafted by, Bien Tao felt his mind clear. He then proceeded to Gao Jiehe's room, discovering him waiting at the door. "This is my room. I came to deliver your room card," Gao Jiehe stated, seemingly aware of Bien Tao's earlier activities but refraining from asking about them. Bien Tao retrieved Gao Jiehe's room card, and they exchanged cards. Just as they were about to part ways, Gao Jiehe remarked, "Stay alive tomorrow." Early the next morning, all the students gathered together. The instructor began, "We are merely observers. The true assessors are the examiners, who will evaluate your physical and psychological fitness as well as your beast tamer abilities. Should you qualify, you will become first-level beast tamers. The tasks are quite simple. Just be cautious and return upon completion." The instructor then distributed each student's identity card and corresponding tasks, noting that all tasks were distinct. Once inside, they could choose to act independently or form teams, with no mandatory requirements imposed. Subsequently, the instructor led them to the actual entrance of the alternate realm, a torn spatial rift. Beast tamers guarded the area, requiring identity verification for entry. Bien Tao, Gao Jiehe, Peng Chun, and Wu Yanwei formed a team. Notably, Gao Jiehe's usual companions were absent from the crowd, suggesting they had either opted out of the assessment or had not qualified for it. Kai Kang was nestled in Bien Tao's arms, displaying a rare burst of energy, tugging at him as if to convey something. The previous night, Bien Tao had secretly fed Kai Kang a few pieces of fried chicken, and it was evident that the creature was still hungry. "Once the exam is over, I'll take you for barbecue," Bien Tao promised, calculating his living expenses. He indeed receives a subsidy each month, which was once quite ample, allowing him to save a little. However, after acquiring the insatiable beast of the sky, no amount of money seemed sufficient. The potion was distributed by Bien Tao, with each person receiving one, while the extra was entrusted to Gao Jiehe for safekeeping. To their surprise, prior to entering the alternate world, the examiner also provided each of them with a healing potion, akin to bringing an additional life along. Bien Tao's task was to seek a peculiar herb, while they were all on quests for various items. Gao Jiehe was searching for an unusual species, Peng Chun for ore, and Wu Yanwei sought a fruit native to the alternate realm. This truly resembled a novice's mission. In reality, many lower-tier beast masters engage in such resource-gathering endeavors. The tasks are simple, yet carry certain risks. Once all the students had entered, the mentors convened around Zhuo. Subsequently, his psychic contract beast began to observe the unfolding circumstances. Unfortunately, monitoring cannot function effectively within the alternate world. However, the abilities of psychic beast masters and their contracted beasts can present what they perceive, albeit not with perfect clarity, allowing for a general understanding of the situation. This serves as a highly advanced tool for assessment, considering that beast masters like Zhuo are quite rare. The top freshman this year was initially thought to be a lone wolf, similar to past cohorts. It was rumored he had a rather fierce temperament. Yet he surprisingly opted for teamwork, remarked one mentor. At that moment, Zhuo commented that he was quite amiable. Hearing Zhuo speak was a rarity, causing a stir among the onlookers. Let us pay closer attention to his performance. He excelled in the previous tests. The mentors deliberated. They often argued when encountering promising candidates, as the winners varied each year, seemingly following their own unwritten rules. Zhuo was unaware of this, thus feeling bewildered when witnessing the seniors bickering over potential talents. Gao Jiehe's abilities were commendable as well. Most wood-type practitioners can manipulate plants, but his strength was imbued with vitality. It is this vitality that allows for rapid growth. Although his offensive power is relatively weak, he has already formed a stable team with that top freshman. Additionally, the small mouse that performed admirably in this test and that tomboyish girl also showed great promise. They could be considered a quality team from Yulan Academy, perhaps even catching the attention of the discerning student council. Speaking of the student council, the mentors, who had been discussing amongst themselves, became even more animated. What is going on here? As team mentors, why are we hesitating in front of a group of students? Aren't you afraid to engage with them? I have no need to negotiate with them. While listening to the back and forth of the individuals before him, Zhu Xingzhou found it difficult to comprehend. However, this did not concern him. He merely needed to await the Academy's arrangement for team formations and follow the other mentors during the practice sessions. Meanwhile, Bian Tao, upon entering the alternate world, immediately sensed the differences from Blue Star. Relative to the limited powers available on Blue Star, the other world is indeed a splendid realm for shaping beastmasters. The abundance of energy here is palpable. Even those like Peng Chun and Wu Yanhui, who have yet to recognize their own strengths, can sense it. I believe that once this assessment concludes, everyone will be able to harness their abilities, Bian Tao remarked, his expression tinged with excitement. Chapter 35. The Deadlock. Do these humans understand? They swiftly entered a state of combat readiness, as did the others. Bian Tao's perception had sharpened significantly since entering this other world. He could even faintly sense the insect-like anomalies burrowing into the soil. Not all anomalies are prone to attack humans, Bian Tao stated. With him around, Gao Jia and the others felt a measure of ease, free from the dread of being unexpectedly bitten by some bizarre creature and meeting an untimely end. The term anomaly refers to all beings in the other world, in a sense. The contracted beasts signed from this other world can also be classified as anomalies. However, the majority of anomalies referred to by humans typically denote those that are hostile or instinctively inclined to devour humans. Initially, Bian Tao presumed that the other world was a complete entity, with all its entrances interconnected. However, upon entering, he discerned something amiss. There were indeed boundaries. They had arrived near the periphery. It remained unclear whether they had been enclosed or if this particular other world was inherently small. Kai Song had previously revealed in class that he could speak, so when the crowd dispersed, Bian Tao unhesitatingly inquired, "Are you familiar with this place?" Meanwhile, the others were also communicating with their contracted beasts. Peng Chun summoned his contracted beast with ease. Summoning my contracted beast here in the other world requires no energy at all, he exclaimed in astonishment. Hearing this, Wu Yanhui also conjured her contracted beast. Only Gao Jia's contracted beast remained somewhat immobile, confined to its original world. After Peng Chun's revelation, Bian Tao felt noticeably relieved. It was difficult to fathom just how much power Kai Song had absorbed from him. The newly emerged young creatures in the other world displayed little vigilance, a sentiment echoed by the others. Their task was to seek out elements they had yet to encounter, a process that proved to be quite time-consuming. Gao Jia seemed to sense something and spoke up. "Bian Tao, the item you seek is an aquatic plant. I just communicated with my contracted beast, and it mentioned that such plants can be found near ponds." Upon hearing this, Bian Tao's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Thank you. Let us first search for your task's objective. Afterward, we can contemplate ours, or perhaps find some commonalities," Wu Yanhui suggested. At that moment, Kai Song interjected, "That metallic rat is a treasure-seeking mouse. Although it may not locate what you desire, it will definitely uncover something valuable." Kai Song had not forgotten that on Blue Star, food needed to be exchanged for money. What is most profitable? Naturally, it is the resources from the other world. At this, several of them felt a surge of exhilaration. Bian Tao could not help but chuckle, gently patting Peng Chun on the shoulder, exclaiming, "What a true brother." As drowsiness approached, he was presented with a pillow, alleviating his concerns about not being able to support Kai Song. Though he had achieved his goal of becoming a beastmaster, there are no explicit rules against utilizing resources from other realms, were there? Isn't that how beastmasters accumulate their wealth? Be cautious not to overreach. It's prudent for us to prioritize safety, Gao Jia interjected. "Let's commence," Bian Tao acknowledged, fully aware of the need for moderation. Since they were dealing with aquatic plants, Bian Tao remained attuned to the surrounding water elements, soon discerning the correct direction. Meanwhile, a small mouse sniffed around, following the path Bian Tao had chosen without any sign of reluctance. However, no discoveries were made initially. After a few steps, Bian Tao softly remarked, "There is something ahead." A few contracted beasts also sensed it, prompting the group to heighten their vigilance. Bian Tao picked something up from the ground and tossed it aside, drawing out a medium-sized creature of a different species. It was slightly larger than a human, making it manageable to confront. Initially, The four of them joined forces alongside their contracted beasts, but soon Bien Tao suggested, "Leave it to me, you all observe for now." This would conserve energy and provide better training opportunities. Bien Tao would not make unreasonable judgments. Upon receiving the signal, the others withdrew. As Bien Tao engaged in combat with the creature, they observed how he wielded his abilities and combat techniques. Valuable lessons to be learned. Their earlier fighting lacked structure, but through observation, they could grasp the basics and exert some control. They all endeavored to communicate telepathically with their contracted beasts, enhancing their mutual understanding. This otherworldly creature was not the only one. They would switch combatants upon subsequent encounters. Bien Tao prepared himself, knowing that at a critical moment, his coordination with Kain Song could directly save a teammate. Of course, Bien Tao would only tend to fatal injuries. He would abstain from intervening in cases deemed minor. This was akin to learning to ride a bicycle. After a few falls, one inevitably learns. Such minor injuries hardly required a full potion. A mere application to the wound would suffice for a swift recovery. At this juncture, Peng Chun and Wu Yanhui began to perceive the disparity between themselves and Bien Tao. Gao Jiehe could barely keep pace with him. They lacked the same rigor towards self-improvement as Bien Tao and possessed limited experience and knowledge of this alternate world. The group subtly began to gravitate towards Bien Tao, naturally electing him as their captain. Having just concluded a battle, Bien Tao sensed an increase in the nearby humidity, igniting a flicker of hope within him. At that moment, however, Peng Chun's little mouse was sniffing around, emitting a peculiar sound as if its vocal cords were damaged. Kain Song remarked, "Deadlock. Do these humans comprehend?" The little mouse appeared somewhat disheartened, pointing to the ground and scratching at it anxiously. There was something beneath the surface. Bien Tao exchanged glances with the others. Then, after attuning to the surroundings and confirming the absence of danger, he located a relatively hard object. With considerable effort, he extracted it from the firm clod of earth. Once assured of its suitability for excavation, he inserted it into the spot indicated by the little mouse. Before long, he sensed the presence of a solid object. The sharp sound of impact elicited a surge of excitement among the group. The others joined in the excavation, and soon they uncovered a massive crystal. Kain Song approached, tapping it twice with his claws, then looked at the little mouse and said, "It's your turn." The little mouse revealed its sturdy teeth and began to gnaw at the crystal. If he wasn't mistaken, it even consumed several pieces. The outer layers were of no use. Only the core crystal contained valuable energy that could be harvested. Kain Song was actually too lazy to explain. He had seen treasures far superior to this meager rock. Chapter 36. Not a single bite? The little mouse gnawed for quite some time, appearing to relish every moment. At that moment, Bien Tao remarked, "Without your contract beast, we would never have discovered such a treasure. Even if we had, we would probably need to take a large chunk back." The tension from their initial encounter had dissipated. Peng Chun, feeling a bit embarrassed, spoke up. It seems quite content with its meal. It mentioned that its previous dwelling did not provide so much food, often going days without a proper meal. Not a single bite. Bien Tao gazed at the little mouse in astonishment. It was hard to imagine a contract beast willing to make sacrifices in battle, ready to step forward and face death. Survival in this alternate world was indeed remarkably arduous. Then, glancing at the recovering Kain Song, he wondered if its reluctance to return to the alternate realm stemmed from hunger. Kain Song sensed Bien Tao's gaze and looked up at him, rolling its eyes in a notably exaggerated manner. After all, how could one not say that contract beasts resemble their masters, openly expressing disdain? Before long, the little mouse had gnawed its way to a yellow crystal. Bien Tao promptly instructed Peng Chun to collect it, as this was not the time for dividing spoils. The little mouse inspected its claws and licked them, appearing somewhat unsatisfied. Its enthusiasm for the subsequent search intensified considerably. At that moment, Wu Yanhui was also communicating with her contract beast, inquiring about its usual diet. Her contract beast was omnivorous, consuming both plants and meat, but refrained from eating ores, which were too difficult for it to digest. It would only be able to consume such things after leveling up. Wu Yanhui decided to let it forage for itself. After walking a short distance, Bien Tao finally spoke. There is a water source ahead. It was quite a significant one, and now Bien Tao could manipulate his powers freely, although it was still quite taxing. Indeed, they had not walked long before they heard the sound of flowing water. As they drew closer, they discovered an enormous waterfall. Do you think there might be a cave inside the waterfall, perhaps housing treasures? Bien Tao said, his eyes lighting up half-jokingly. In truth, I ventured to perceive, yet discovered nothing. Indeed, he had overthought the situation. Subsequently, I began to seek the target as per the task directives. Approaching the waterfall, I realized that these aquatic plants were deeply rooted within. Suddenly, I retreated swiftly as a peculiar fish-like creature sprang forth from the water. "Sky above," I exclaimed, and in an instant, an icy mass materialized ahead, encasing the creature in ice. At that moment, voices emerged, and I warily glanced over, only to find fellow students from my school. We had little interaction in the past, but they appeared quite disheveled. One individual limped noticeably, and upon closer inspection, I discerned a bite wound on his calf. Had he not utilized any healing potions? I thought it only proper to express some concern, given we were from the same institution. The injured student, somewhat embarrassed, looked around at his companions, his expression reflecting displeasure. It seemed something had transpired earlier, and he spoke. "I've run out of potions." A closer examination revealed 6 individuals, yet they were not a cohesive group. There was a palpable distance among them, each seemingly on guard. I took a couple of steps back, holding the ice-encased creature, and regrouped with Peng Chun and the others, while Gao Jia subtly positioned himself in front of us 3. "Wait, let us not act rashly," I whispered, attempting to sense these individuals, at least to discern whether they were human or another species. There exists a distinction between the two, and should there be any special type of creature masquerading as human, I could sense it dimly. This is why spirit-type beast tamers are so highly regarded. After all, we are in a foreign world where anything is possible. It is always prudent to remain vigilant. After a moment, I spoke. "They're all human, fellow students." My voice did not diminish, yet my words seemed to render their expressions somewhat awkward. I then addressed the injured student. "Come here, I have some potions that can treat superficial wounds." Navigating this otherworldly realm with an injured leg would not only draw the attention of creatures, but also make survival considerably challenging. It would be best to restore oneself to optimal condition as swiftly as possible. I had requested extra potions from the driver, never intending to hoard them. "Are you willing to allow me to use your potion?" The student appeared taken aback, then cheerfully approached me. At that moment, another student, visibly uncomfortable, remarked, "We still don't know if they're truly human. They are so foolish, easily deceived." I cast a glance at this individual and replied, "Then why do you not offer your potion to him? Have you exhausted yours as well?" Upon hearing my inquiry, the person's face flushed crimson as he retorted, "Healing potions are our lifeline. I am not related to him. Why should I give it to him? If I use mine for him, what will I have left?" It is not uncommon to encounter such self-serving individuals among humanity. However, that is not the crux of the matter. I continued, "You are unwilling to assist him while simultaneously obstructing my efforts to help. Do you believe yourself exceedingly clever, harboring suspicion toward humanity? Are you a traitor to humanity, wishing for more of us to perish?" The words left the other party at a loss for words. Bien Tao observed further and realized that this individual was acting alone, without any companions. He then remarked, "As a lone wolf, your disposition is ill-suited for teamwork. What does that concern you?" The person seemed provoked, turning away to no longer waste time here. Bien Tao found it peculiar that so many had gathered around this waterhole. An injured classmate approached, visibly relieved as he watched Bien Tao administering medicine. "Thank heaven, I thought I wouldn't make it through today," the classmate chuckled, while his contracted beast affectionately nudged against his leg. After confirming the injury had healed, the beast surprisingly bowed to Bien Tao in gratitude. Contracted beasts possess a certain intelligence, and Bien Tao was taken aback by this display. "No need for such formality. I have plenty of medicine," he replied. Unfortunately, the other contracted beast was merely of the first tier and couldn't comprehend Bien Tao's words, requiring its beast master to relay the message. This contracted beast, resembling a pangolin, was of the metal attribute, adorned with numerous scales. It was primarily defensive in nature and rather common. Typically, one would expect such a contracted beast to keep its master unscathed. Chapter 37. The tool now, with the medicine depleted, Bien Tao finally inquired what transpired. The classmate's expression darkened at the mention of this. He briefly recounted the events that had unfolded. It was merely due to his metal attribute, defensive, contracted beast, that a few classmates approached him, intending to form a team. They treated him and his beast as mere tools. My contracted beast sustained several injuries while scouting ahead, and I couldn't bear to see him suffer, so I kept applying medicine, the classmate explained. After several applications, the medicine ran out. Upon arriving at this waterhole, he was unexpectedly attacked by a creature from the water. His contracted beast saved his life, but the wound on his leg was quite severe, impeding the team's progress. Consequently, he and his contracted beast were abandoned here. Bien Tao listened with a furrowed brow, inwardly cursing their inhumanity. How could such students exist at Yulan Academy? Have you completed your task? Bien Tao inquired, contemplating whether to bring this person along, as he was part of a team, and there were many factors to consider. To his astonishment, the classmate replied, "Yes, the item I seek is nearby, detected by my contracted beast." This revelation was quite novel to Bien Tao, prompting him to ask, "Your task objective can be sensed by your contracted beast? Can it treasure hunt? Treasures?" The classmate appeared bewildered, communicating with his contracted beast. Then, glancing at the little mouse, he shook his head and remarked, "It claimed it lacked the keen abilities of the treasure-hunting mouse, only able to vaguely sense what I was searching for through my descriptions." At that moment, Bien Tao felt a flicker of realization. Perhaps the tasks assigned to us were not random. During our quest, effective communication with our contracted beasts could facilitate a swifter and more efficient discovery of our intended treasures. This might also serve as one of the evaluative criteria, assessing the future beast master's ability to interact with their contracted companions. Ever since this classmate drew near, Kind Song had remained silent. Previously, Bien Tao had not attempted to communicate through their contract. Perhaps this was an opportune moment to try. Now that your wounds have healed and the task is complete, you can venture out on your own, Bien Tao said, his expression considerably relaxed. This left the classmate feeling somewhat embarrassed. "I truly appreciate your help. If you ever need assistance, my contracted beast and I can guide you," he offered, recalling how he had been engaged in such tasks before. Bien Tao shook his head, stating that his own senses were sufficient for navigation. "We do not require that. Our priority now is to exit safely. You have passed the assessment. There is no reason for us to linger in this perilous otherworld." Hearing Bien Tao's considerate remarks made the classmate even more bashful. He quietly said, "I know you. You are Bien Tao, the top of our new students. My name is Feng Liang. I am genuinely grateful for your help. I will wait for you outside." With that, Feng Liang departed with his contracted beast. The events unfolding here caught the attention of some classmates from a distance, yet they did not approach. Bien Tao found the situation somewhat strange and chose not to initiate conversation. He wondered if the classmates Feng Liang had mentioned were among them, noting their apparent distrust towards others. Perhaps their initial encounter with this unfamiliar world had instilled a sense of wariness. Or perhaps something had transpired to foster their aversion towards their peers. Bien Tao then shifted his focus to the distant pool of water. It was peculiar. Not only was the source of the waterfall unknown, but the pool itself did not lead to any other location, and the waterfall's waters continuously converged here. Why did the pool remain unchanged? There seemed to be no indication of an increase in water flow. Furthermore, the exotic fish in his grasp, frozen by the combined powers of Kind Song and himself, showed no signs of thawing. The natural order here appeared markedly different from that of Blue Star, creating a surreal, dreamlike sensation. Bien Tao's task was not something to be stumbled upon carelessly. It required delving into the water's depths to locate the target plant within the range of these exotic creatures' attacks. Just as he was observing the exotic species in his hand, another group approached. Their demeanor softened upon seeing the students from Yulan Academy, with some even taking the initiative to greet Bien Tao and his companions. However, the other students exhibited a cooler demeanor. This left Bien Tao increasingly unsettled. Why had they all converged here? Upon entering, they should have dispersed in various directions, and Bien Tao's pace was notably swift. Throughout his journey, he encountered no classmates. Why had a portion of them gathered here? What was the overarching essence of this otherworldly realm? Bien Tao yearned to swiftly master the power of ice. Yet this endeavor proved far more challenging than anticipated. After observing for a considerable time without discernible understanding, he continued to seek the assistance of Kaing Song. He then focused on communicating with Kaing Song, managing to stir a hint of their contract, prompting a response from Kaing Song. It seemed Kaing Song sensed Bien Tao's intentions, displaying a look of mild exasperation. What do you wish to convey? A strange voice suddenly resonated within his mind, startling Bien Tao. This voice differed from that of the beast Kaing Song. It was deep, husky, and possessed a magnetic quality, reminiscent of a captivating adult male rather than a mere gourmand. I am Kaing Song. Have you now sensed how to communicate through the contract? The voice echoed again. Bien Tao regained his composure, striving to connect mentally with the contract. Kaing Song, assist me. Freeze the water surface. He wished to observe the bottom of the pool, but upon approaching, he was met with an assault from a strange creature. After receiving the request, Kaing Song drew closer to the pool, its claws scraping the ground, and an icy layer formed upon the water surface. As Bien Tao approached, he heard a violent crash. Fortunately, the ice crafted by Kaing Song was sufficiently sturdy, withstanding the creature's immediate assault. However, back on Blue Star, Kaing Song had never produced ice of this caliber. Was Kaing Song concealing its true abilities? As a contract beast, it seemed rather cunning. The plants Bien Tao sought were not difficult to obtain, located at the fringes. As long as he could reach into the water without being crushed by the creature, he could complete his task. Bien Tao muttered in frustration. Why is my task so arduous? Is this something a human can accomplish? Chapter 38. A swift devourer, they possessed no tools whatsoever. Bien Tao looked at Kaing Song and communicated through thought. Can you create an ice shield to allow me to reach for that plant? You humans refer to it as a medicinal herb, do you not? Kaing Song replied. Yes. That can be classified as a medicinal herb, the raw material for concocting potions? Bien Tao pondered for a moment, only to hear Kaing Song urge him, hurry. We've lingered here too long, attracting more formidable creatures. Prompted by the command, Bien Tao reacted swiftly, grasping the herb and retreating a few steps. Suddenly, a shadow shattered the ice barrier created by Kaing Song and surged onto the shore. The surrounding students were left bewildered. Someone shouted, "Run!" The others quickly fled the area. Fortunate that the creature, for reasons unknown, did not venture too far from its habitat. Seeing that it had not attacked Bien Tao, it turned and returned to the water. At this time, the creature likely had offspring and dared not stray far from its nest. According to your human classification, that is a second-tier aberration. Your fortune remains uncertain. In the presence of these second-tier monstrosities, none among them possesses the capability to contend. At best, they might resemble Peng Chun, large enough to be consumed in 2 bites, while those akin to Wu Yin Hui, smaller in stature, could be devoured in a single gulp. Only after confirming the absence of danger did the students reconvene here, their gazes collectively fixed upon Bien Tao. Instinctively, Bien Tao retreated a couple of steps and inquired, "Do you truly believe that seizing sustenance from me would be swifter than wresting it from the jaws of a monstrosity?" His words bore an air of nonchalance, as if he were a mere cabbage ripe for the picking. After all, they were still students, unlikely to engage in such extreme actions. At that moment, one individual stepped forward, embarrassment evident in their voice as they asked, "Could you please create a similar ice barrier for us? Do we know each other?" Bien Tao retorted, questioning the audacity of their request. His incredulity was palpable. "You don't assume that I am the kind of person who generously shares excess potions with fellow students, do you?" A student with a fragile sense of pride blushed deeply at that remark. Although many students were gathered, those who remained shared the same objective as Bien Tao, the acquisition of aquatic herbal remedies. In this land, abundant with treasures, even a single plant holds considerable value. whether for healing ailments or concocting potions. Noticing their silence, Bien Tao continued. This is the Beastmaster assessment. If you cannot accomplish even the simplest of tasks, do you expect my assistance? Would you seek to perish as a Beastmaster in this other world? His words carried a weight too heavy, prompting Gao Jia to tug at Bien Tao, signaling him to refrain from further comments. Meanwhile, Kai Tsong communicated telepathically, "Are you not in need of my assistance as well? Given your inability to harness your own powers?" Bien Tao was incensed, retorting, "Nonsense. You are my contracted beast. You are bound to me for eternity. Can I remain with them for a lifetime?" Perhaps their intentions were noble, fearing that these students would become beastmasters without the power to defend themselves. Should a new portal emerge nearby, and they were thrust into battle as beastmasters without the requisite abilities, it would indeed lead to their untimely demise. Gao Jia understood Bien Tao's temperament, yet his words were far from palatable. Despite being fellow students of Yulan Academy, it was inevitable that a significant number would harbor animosity towards Bien Tao at this moment. Bien Tao had always marched to the beat of his own drum, and those unfamiliar with him might hold resentment due to his remarks and actions. The atmosphere grew tense, with Peng Chun and Wu Yanhui exchanging glances, taken aback by Bien Tao's sternness. Throughout their journey, Bien Tao had offered assistance, but he predominantly encouraged them to enhance their capabilities independently. They certainly bore no grievances against Bien Tao for not intervening with his abilities. However, it was uncertain how their classmates would react. Perhaps it would take ages for them to comprehend Bien Tao's intentions, or they might never grasp them at all. Yet in this moment, their disdain for the seemingly didactic Bien Tao was unmistakable. Someone muttered, "If you don't want to help, just refuse outright. Who do you think you are? Speaking on our behalf." Regardless, Bien Tao paid no heed to such remarks. He rose and turned to Gao Jia and the others, stating, "It is time for us to depart." Perhaps by a stroke of fortune, the path chosen by the little mouse soon led them to their target for Peng Chun's mission. Gao Jia was in search of living creatures, while Wu Yanhui's quest for fruit remained unclear. They each communicated with their contracted beasts, only to discover that Gao Jia was tasked with finding pests infesting tree-like exotic species, necessitating communication between his contracted beast and the afflicted trees. Conversely, the fruit sought by Wu Yanhui was her contracted beast's favorite delicacy, making her search considerably easier. Throughout the journey, the little mouse diligently sought mineral-like objects, halting to point with its paws upon discovering a target. Bien Tao and the others began to excavate, and indeed found a considerable amount. The little mouse feasted heartily. All these crystals were handed over to Peng Chun, who declared, "I possess great strength. I shall carry them first, and we will divide them evenly once we exit." Bien Tao nodded in agreement, not contesting the proposal. Equal division inherently forms the foundation of teamwork. Disputes over uneven distribution could very well lead to dire consequences. With newfound experience, the completion of Gao Jia and Wu Yanhui's task progressed exceptionally smoothly, and they encountered no second-tier exotic species. This otherworldly realm predominantly harbored first-tier creatures. The most joyous revelation was that the three of them had begun to harness their own powers. Gao Jia could induce rapid plant growth and manipulate flora for his purposes. Peng Chun's skin could harden, while Wu Yanhui's exotic form was inherently special, allowing her body to partially soften and morph, even enabling her to curl into a ball. Such abilities afforded her the potential for disguise, easily altering her appearance or even gender. Bien Tao felt a twinge of envy, and it seemed Gao Jia and Peng Chun shared similar sentiments. Only Wu Yanhui exhibited little emotional fluctuation, pondering whether her less aggressive abilities might prove somewhat superfluous. As Bien Tao prepared to retrace their steps, he turned to speak with them, but in that moment he was jolted by a sudden impact, nearly losing his balance. Upon closer inspection, he discovered an invisible barrier ahead. Touching it revealed it to be indistinguishable from a wall, producing sound when struck. His actions appeared to have startled something, as intense, crashing noises emanated from beyond the transparent wall. Chapter 39. A New Journey Begins. Bien Tao instinctively stepped back 2 paces while Kai Tsong reassured him. "Do not worry. It cannot breach this barrier. It is quite sturdy. With no one else around and no exotic creatures in sight, Bien Tao found that he could not sense whatever lay beyond. This invisible wall remarkably obstructed his psychic powers. How intriguing! Were they enclosed here? Bien Tao's eyes sparkled with realization as he studied the phenomenon for an extended period. The other three observed him in his contemplation, implying that this examination site was relatively safe, encircled by some peculiar force. The circumstances led to the existence of only low-tier anomalies, which even an ordinary individual could manage collectively. However, they had merely undergone a month of training at the academy and were not significantly stronger than the average person. Soon, they discovered the path to exit. Outside, two groups had formed, one jubilant, celebrating the completion of their tasks and now recognized as beastmasters, and another retreating, having forfeited their opportunity. The group proceeded to register their task accomplishments, noting that they had indeed completed their objectives, still in their teams. The registration staff appeared considerably more relaxed, inquiring about their names and swiftly retrieving their personal information. The cards and badges representing your status as Beastmasters will be produced and subsequently distributed uniformly at Yulan Academy. The staff member announced with a warm and friendly demeanor, welcoming them to the realm of Beastmasters. The melodious tone of their voice left the young men feeling somewhat elated. They had officially become Beastmasters. A new journey awaited them. The young men tacitly refrained from mentioning their gains from the other world, for beside them stood a sign indicating that any acquisitions beyond task objectives belonged to the individual. Furthermore, a resource recovery center had been established, implying that resources obtained from the other world could be exchanged there. The prices were fair, with no deceit, as it was an official establishment. However, within this first-tier recovery center, there was little of value to exchange. Many novices were fortunate merely to emerge unscathed, and those who completed their tasks were few. Very few had the opportunity to gather additional resources. It seemed a rather idle post, as the staff inside were engrossed in games. The young men deemed it somewhat unreliable, preferring to seek exchanges at other institutions. Once they possessed their Beastmaster identity cards, they would gain access to the exclusive trading market for Beastmasters. Bien Tao cast a glance at the staff member at the recovery center, primarily due to their disheveled appearance. While the surrounding students and staff donned long garments, this individual wore a tank top paired with shorts, exposing a dense growth of leg hair and a notably long beard on their cheeks, not to mention the bottle of liquor at their feet, which seemed rather peculiar. It appeared they were a bit too comfortable, perhaps looking down upon those who had come to undertake the assessment. Bien Tao, wishing to avoid any trouble, sensed that the staff member had caught his gaze. The individual glanced at him and then directed their attention to those behind him. Ready for some business? The middle-aged man remarked while rubbing his nose. He rose, seemingly prepared to attend to them. At that moment, Bien Tao whispered, "Let us go." The individual had recognized the items that Peng Chun was carrying with a mere glance. After Bien Tao and his companions departed, the staff member who had assisted them earlier commented, "They did quite well, all completing their tasks in a group. Today marks the third batch." The middle-aged man lazily replied, "Those previous students from the water element who berated the one with the ice contract beast, that young man over there." Hearing this, the staff member felt somewhat exasperated, wishing the man would refrain from eavesdropping on their conversations. Unable to traverse to another world, the monotony here rendered the middle-aged man indifferent to their conversations. "What are you doing? It's inappropriate to spy on you," he remarked nonchalantly. This exasperated the staff, who fell silent. The middle-aged man continued, "That contract beast should not merely be of the ice element. It likely possesses dual attributes of wind and snow." A glance at the personnel files confirmed his assertion. Meanwhile, Bien Tao remained oblivious to the discussions behind him. As they returned to the vicinity of the bus, they were met with the scrutinizing gazes of their mentors, leaving Bien Tao and his companions feeling quite uncomfortable. One mentor inquired, "Have you completed your task?" Upon seeing their affirmative nods, the mentors' expressions instantly brightened, leading to a lively debate among them. Bien Tao, bewildered, soon realized they were vying for attention. Some were even rolling up their sleeves, ready to engage in a scuffle. At that moment, Zhuo hurriedly approached Bian Tao, seemingly to ascertain his well-being. Upon confirming he was uninjured, he visibly relaxed. Bian Tao then spotted Feng Liang, relieved to see him safe. A nod of acknowledgement was exchanged. Feng Liang, somewhat conflicted, quietly remarked, "Before you emerged, some were speaking ill of you, suggesting you found the original words unappealing. I defended you, saying you weren't like that, and even offered them healing potions, but they ignored me. Pay them no mind." Bian Tao replied. If they truly endeavored to practice diligently because of Bian Tao's words, ultimately becoming beast masters, he would regard them with a measure of respect. However, if their intentions were merely malicious slander, they wouldn't dare confront him directly. Bian Tao held disdain for such individuals. If there are matters to discuss, let them confront me face to face. Should they wish to battle, I'm always available. If they lack the strength to do so and resort to gossip, then so be it. He shrugged, genuinely unconcerned. The celestial consciousness communicated, "Your demeanor is rather unappealing, much like mine. I have many adversaries in the other world. Why should I seek to be liked?" Bian Tao turned to the heavens, questioning if the valiant predecessors in the other world fought solely to gain favor. Surely, that was not their sole intention. He was not a people pleaser. Whether others liked him was their concern. Bian Tao unabashedly displayed his bold and obstinate nature before everyone. Such a character would undoubtedly be challenging to manage, yet many mentors remained eager to guide him. At this juncture, Gao Jiehe draped an arm over Bian Tao's shoulders, saying, "Do not be deceived by Bian Tao's demeanor. He is an exceptionally reliable teammate." That single statement sufficed. Zhuo scrutinized the two of them. Suddenly, Gao Jiehe felt his arm being lifted, leaving him somewhat speechless. Seriously? He thought, attempting to resist with his own strength, but he merely disturbed the grass at his feet. A few blades grew a tad taller, barely reaching his knees, and Gao Jiehe soon felt fatigued. Chapter 40. A venting of frustration. It turned out that the disparity in utilizing abilities between Blue Star and the other world was indeed monumental. It is difficult to fathom such constraints. One wonders how Bian Tao managed to summon so much water. In a certain sense, Bian Tao is indeed a genius. As the staff registered the participants, Bian Tao became aware that this assessment was, in fact, time-limited. Once the time elapsed, personnel would enter to search for those still inside. Observing the astonished expressions of a few individuals, the mentor spoke. "If anyone were to perish within and we do not initiate a search, we would be unable to return." The absence of prior notification was intended to alleviate pressure, for even if this assessment were to end in failure, there would always be another opportunity. Only 10% of the total participants would successfully emerge as beast masters, amounting to approximately 30 individuals, a notable decline compared to previous years, primarily due to the increased difficulty of the assessment. In a certain regard, the capability to become a beast master within the academy surpasses that of training institutions, leading to divergent career paths. However, remarkable and renowned beast masters can be found in both realms, each having made significant contributions. The mere act of venturing into an alternate world is commendable. Ignoring the mentor's disputes, the group settled into the vehicle to rest. It was now certain that no unforeseen entities would manifest after the assessment concluded, allowing them to peacefully slumber. Bian Tao glanced at the information previously issued, which documented their time spent in the alternate world. It amounted to 29 hours. They had merely perceived themselves as having battled a few entities while searching and excavating for resources. Indeed, they had emerged later than their peers. Gao Jia inquired and discovered they had been delayed by over 10 hours. The assessment duration was 36 hours, yet, fortunately, they had not succumbed to greed, focusing primarily on unearthing or gathering treasures along the way to fulfill their objectives. Had they exceeded the time limit, they would have faced failure. The group exchanged glances, a sense of helplessness washing over them. At that moment, fatigue enveloped them, and they leaned back in their seats, succumbing to slumber. The mentors appeared to have ceased their arguments, opting to await the conclusion of the assessment for all participants before resuming their discussions. The surroundings fell into a tranquil silence. One mentor cast a glance at Peng Chun and whispered, "Their blatant actions may attract the attention of cultists." Bian Tao had encountered such entities before, suggesting a need for vigilance. It was apparent that they had not paid adequate attention during lessons. Unaware that the phenomena of the alternate world could be sensed by mid-level and higher beastmasters in Blue Star. Even if they were cognizant, where would they procure a shielding ring? The mentor's words were heard by the vast expanse above, which merely twitched its ears. The contracted beasts of the others had long returned to the alternate world. It would be prudent to discuss matters with Bien Tao upon his awakening. When he finally stirred, he found himself back at Yulan Academy, roused by a mentor. Without that intervention, he might have continued to slumber. Surrounding students were similarly affected, blinking sleepily as they surveyed their environment, clamoring excitedly, "We have returned." The atmosphere within the school bus was a cacophony of joy for some and distress for others. The mentor spoke, "You may all return home. I am granting you 3 days off. Please come back for class next Monday." This effectively translated to a mere day of respite. However, after such exhausting efforts, they were delighted to have the opportunity to rest. As Bien Tao stepped out of the vehicle, holding on a kind song, he received a message from the mentor, warning that only intermediate-level beast tamers could sense resources from other worlds and to be wary of cults. If they were to encounter an intermediate beast tamer, would they not be inviting trouble? Had he known of such hidden dangers, he would have exchanged for resources at the recovery point. "How about we go for barbecue?" Bien Tao suggested, hoping to gather and discuss how to resolve the matter. Sensing his intent, the others readily agreed. Upon arriving at the barbecue restaurant near the academy, Kai Song's thoughts turned to the frozen fish-like exotic species. Regrettably, Bien Tao had not brought it along. Not only was he uncertain of its edibility, but it also drew too much attention. In retrospect, it seemed a prudent choice. Otherwise, it would be akin to wearing a sign that read, "Come and steal me." While enjoying the barbecue, Bien Tao hesitantly shared a brief account of the cult issue. Peng Chun was initially incredulous, then filled with indignation. "How can there be such individuals among humanity?" he exclaimed. Wu Yanhui responded, "What kind of people are there not among our students at Yulan Academy? If we do not intervene and correct their paths, surely some will join the cult for greed or other motives." Upon reflection, this notion seemed plausible. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Peng Chun inquired, "What should we do next?" Then, with a sense of righteousness, he declared, "I am not afraid. Let them come to me if they seek the resources." At that moment, Bien Tao interjected, "I will consult Mentor Zhua. Perhaps he has a solution." Before long, Zhua Xingzhou responded, "Why would you assume that intermediate beast tamers will be interested in the resources of those who have just become beast tamers?" His words were a wake-up call. How peculiar it was for Zhua Xingzhou to speak so directly. The one who usually communicated with playful cat emojis was now addressing Bien Tao in such a manner. Just as Bien Tao pondered this, another message arrived from Zhua Xingzhou. It was not I who sent that message, but Zhao Huaixing. Bien Tao replied, "Are you with him?" The tone of his response was rather unfriendly. Zhua Xingzhou explained, "Not just me. All the mentors of Yulan Academy are being reprimanded. I was caught playing on my phone, and when he saw your message, he snatched it away to reply." He continued, "The previous qualification test was excessively harsh, and the defense team is particularly incensed." Zhua Xingzhou added, "Yulan Academy tends to act first and report later, so now all of our mentors, including the principal, are lined up for a scolding." Zhua Xingzhou included a cat emoji expressing a sense of grievance. Understanding this situation, Bien Tao felt a mix of helplessness and irony. It was no wonder Zhao Huaixing had been irritable. He was likely driven to frustration. Bien Tao had also felt quite agitated by the incident. And now Zhao Huaixing seemed to be venting on his behalf. It was hard to imagine what it must be like for the collective mentors of Yulan Academy to face a reprimand together. No need to worry. Intermediate beast tamers will not covet our meager resources, Bien Tao reassured them, subsequently sharing the news he had just learned. A few individuals showed signs of relief. Although at that moment, they were frightened by the alien species and did not express their anger as vehemently as Bien Tao. However, this does not imply that they were devoid of rage. The actions of Yulan Academy were indeed excessive, and had they delved deeper, they would have discovered that the chaotic deeds committed by this once prestigious institution extended far beyond this singular incident. Such behavior might explain why they struggled to recruit mentors year after year. Kind Song remained silent, engrossed in his grilled meat. Though it lacked the exotic ingredients from other realms, the flavors of Blue Star's meats were still quite delectable. Chapter 41. The foolish son of a landlord, as luck would have it. They had a few days off and had arranged to visit the exclusive market for beast tamers. Upon entering, they realized that transactions required a specific currency. Of course, it could be exchanged for Blue Star currency, but it appeared to be rather unprofitable. The exchange rate was approximately threefold. Thus, 300 Blue Star coins would yield one Beast Tamer coin, while a single Beast Tamer coin would convert to only 100 Blue Star coins. Where could one find logic in such a system? It was evident that the use of Blue Star currency to purchase resources from another world was discouraged, resulting in this disparity. The items they possessed, based on market value, could be exchanged for over a dozen Beast Tamer coins, creating a sense of having played a game without consequence. A single healing potion required one Beast Tamer coin. Yet these resources were of little use accumulated in their possession. It was far more sensible to exchange them. In total, they had 6 crystallized entities, which traded for 12 Beast Tamer coins, along with a collection of damage plants that brought in 8 more coins. Ultimately, each individual received 5 Beast Tamer coins, sufficient for 5 healing potions, making it a worthwhile exchange. After exploring the market, they discovered that their nation had significantly suppressed the prices of resources from the other realm. These items, essential for survival in that world, would fetch a far greater price if sold on the black market or internationally, often exceeding 20-fold. Consequently, the regulations governing such formal marketplaces were stringent. Only individuals with impeccable identification were granted entry. Although Bien Tao and the others had yet to receive their Beast Tamer identity cards, their assessment results had already been uploaded, and given that they had just undergone the evaluation, acquiring items from the other realm through legitimate means they faced no inquiries. This intricate system seemingly fell under the jurisdiction of the Defense Corps, who stood guard outside the market. Most matters on Blue Star were overseen by the Defense Corps, while the true nature of the other world remained somewhat elusive to them. After a thorough exploration, Bien Tao spent 1 Beast Tamer coin to purchase a piece of alien meat for Kind Song. Once they returned and properly preserved it, it could provide sustenance for around 10 meals. From this perspective, Bien Tao exhibited a certain fondness for Kind Song. Initially, he had considered purchasing a weapon, but even the cheapest dagger cost 10 Beast Tamer coins, which was beyond his means, not to mention armor, which required a 3-digit sum. Items that can be carried are primarily storage-related and tend to be more expensive. They also encountered Feng Liang, who appeared somewhat dazed while observing the various bags and packages others were carrying. "You all have come too." Feng Liang greeted Bien Tao and the others warmly. Bien Tao, puzzled, questioned what is going on here. Is this the same Feng Liang who was discarded after using a healing potion? I had no idea that Blue Star coins could be exchanged for Beastmaster coins. "I'm the only Beastmaster in my family," he explained. "I just called my dad, and he sent me a card." Feng Liang, feeling a bit awkward, continued to explain that he wanted Bien Tao to procure more supplies since being a Beastmaster is perilous, and one's life is of utmost importance. He then rummaged through his bags and produced a box containing 32 vials. "Don't think it's too few. I truly appreciate your help. Otherwise, I would have perished in that alternate world." Bien Tao hesitated. "I can't accept this. I merely had the potions on hand. It was a trivial effort." Feng Liang looked confused. "What? Do you look down on me? Is it too little?" Reluctantly, Bien Tao accepted the box and opened it to find healing potions inside. "This is far too precious," he remarked, recalling that what he had given Feng Liang earlier was barely half of 1 vial. Though the exchange rate to Beastmaster coins may seem modest, it equates to a hefty 9,600 Blue Star coins, while life itself is priceless. What family can afford to casually gift nearly $10,000? This amount could sustain Bien Tao for half a year on Blue Star. It was hard to fathom that Feng Liang's family seemed quite affluent on Blue Star, yet he was deceived by classmates into becoming a mere pawn against otherworldly threats. This situation evoked a sense of the foolish son of a wealthy landowner. "Nothing is more valuable than my life," Feng Liang stated, reflecting on the precarious nature of existence in that alternate realm. "My father has only me as a son. If I don't spend his money, What is the point of his hard work? This reasoning struck Bien Tao as rather absurd, leaving him momentarily speechless. You're a good person, Bien Tao. I'm truly grateful to you. Feng Liang intended to grasp Bien Tao's hand, but found himself burdened with too many items. So he opened his arms instead and embraced him warmly. You all continue your shopping. I must take my leave for other matters. He bid them farewell. In the midst of this bewildering exchange, Bien Tao found himself in possession of a box of potions. He decided to share them with Gao Jia and the others, knowing that an additional vial equated to another chance at survival. Peng Chun and Wu Yanhui felt shy about accepting, but Gao Jia was unabashed, stating, "We lack the capability now, so let us not discuss repayment. In the future, as our strength increases, we will repay you. Besides, we have a high probability of entering the alternate world together, right? In times of weakness, solidarity is the best means of survival." Upon hearing Gao Jia's words, the two finally accepted the potions. To their surprise, the most astonishing revelation awaited them. Feng Liang was seen departing in a sleek sports car, likely worth 500,000 Blue Star coins. Feng Liang had previously maintained a remarkably low profile, rendering his true nature almost undetectable. His attire was exceedingly ordinary, devoid of even a watch upon his wrist. However, upon witnessing the items he purchased and later encountering him in another world, one would instantly recognize his affluence. Upon returning to school, as he entered the classroom, Bien Tao quickly noticed a significant reduction in the number of students present. It wasn't until the teacher entered that he learned that many classmates had transferred to the College of Liberal Arts. Their class had lost 12 members, nearly a third of its total. Conversely, the class that had faced misfortune was left with barely 10 students. The teacher addressed the class. Some of you have already become beast masters, and with numerous students transferring to the College of Liberal Arts. We will be reorganizing the classes in a few days. Those who have not yet become beast masters need not fret. You will have another chance to participate in the evaluation in a month, as long as you do not transfer to the College of Liberal Arts. Yulan Academy will arrange an assessment for you once a month. Next, those who had become beast masters were instructed to gather on the playground, where the principal would distribute their identity cards and badges. Chapter 42. Not a peaceful individual. Once the teacher had concluded the announcements, students began to exit the classroom in succession. With the already limited number of students, the principal swiftly distributed all the identity cards and badges. There was no trace of the reprimand he had received from the security team's inspector on the day of the assessment. This year, the inaugural group of Beast Masters was notably small, thus forming a separate class. The next phase involved the selection of mentors. As soon as the principal concluded his statement, over 10 mentors inexplicably appeared, each seemingly eager to showcase their prowess. The principal cleared his throat and continued. Selecting the right mentor will determine what you will learn in Yulan Academy over the next 4 years. You are the first group of students to become Beast Masters, representing the most exceptional among this new cohort. The choice of mentor is of utmost importance, and you must approach it with care. His words seemed to carry an implicit meaning, as Bien Tao felt the principal's gaze upon him. These mentors had been present during the assessment, and some had already made arrangements with successful candidates. Many students were now seeking their respective mentors. Meanwhile, Bien Tao's small group congregated, and Peng Chun spoke up. Previously, Mentor Su Rulai approached me, suggesting we follow him. Bien Tao looked at Peng Chun, puzzled. Did this mentor truly recruit students in such a manner? In truth, Bien Tao was reluctant to part ways with them, as future tasks might require their collaboration for mutual support. At that moment, a disgruntled mentor interjected, Su, you have no shame employing such underhanded tactics. Mentor Su Rulai immediately retorted, Nonsense. Peng Chun is of the gold element, and I am also of the gold element. It is entirely appropriate for me to recruit him. Bien Tao had initially wished to find a younger mentor, believing that a younger guide would be more understanding of impulsive actions. However, it was likely that Zhuo Xingzhou would in turn with them, and having two young mentors could lead to complications. At this juncture, he directly inquired, Is there anyone among you capable of handling difficult situations? Someone resilient would suffice. The words rendered the mentors speechless. Most students seek guidance not based on prowess or experience, but on the potential to learn something valuable. Ideally, one would find a mentor akin to Su Rulai or Peng Chun, as this compatibility would accelerate Peng Chun's mastery of his own abilities. At that moment, Bien Tao interjected, declaring, "I am not a docile student. You must consider this carefully. Do I have a temper? Am I impulsive and reckless? To be my mentor, you must be prepared to clean up after me. If you wish to accept me, it will depend on your ability to teach." Such audacity was striking. One must be bold in youth. The mentors exchanged glances, and unexpectedly, laughter erupted. "Young man, you are unaware of the esteemed status of Yulan Academy within the Beastmaster community." One mentor remarked, "Indeed, if we did not stir up trouble, would it still be called Yulan Academy?" The complaints sent to the principal's office could fill an entire room. Other academies have principals of great stature, while ours is chastised like a wayward child every few days. What is there to fear? If you disagree, we can settle it with a fight. Just the other day, a young lad gave our principal a thorough scolding. The mentors continued to banter, their interactions seemingly unorthodox. The expressions of the new students were a tapestry of emotions, a collective realization of the academy's seemingly unreliable nature. This aligned well with Bien Tao's intention. At that moment, one mentor stepped forward. "There is no one in Yulan Academy more resilient than I. Young man, you are fortunate to encounter me, for I seldom frequent the academy." The newcomer appeared to be in middle age, somewhat disheveled, bearing a resemblance to the older gentleman at the assessment site. Enough. Regardless of how busy we are, we still return during the new student assessments to scout for promising talent. Stop deceiving these youngsters. Another mentor directly undermined his bravado. It is common for mentors to expose one another's pretenses at Yulan Academy. Despite their current bickering, they were far from unified in the other world. Each mentor, if presented, could be deemed an exceptional source of mischief. Consequently, no other factions were willing to collaborate with Yulan Academy. The challenged mentor remained unfazed and replied, "In truth, we had previously deliberated among ourselves regarding who would mentor you, and ultimately, they all succumbed to my formidable presence." How brazen! Fu Sampi, you are truly lacking in humility. Do you think your thick skin grants you glory? Another mentor retorted sharply. In terms of resilience, Fu Sampi was indeed unmatched. At this juncture, someone approached Bien Tao and said, "Have you considered this thoroughly? Students mentored by Fu Sampi have a survival rate of 0. What a ridiculous assertion. I have never mentored a student. Where would such a survival rate come from? After a year and a half in your Yulan, it's either chaos or deceit. Can't you display a modicum of kindness?" Fu Sampi was clearly rattled. The acknowledgement of the issue was evident. He admitted his complete lack of experience as a mentor. In response, Bien Tao smiled and remarked, "Once you accept me, Fu Mentor's student survival rate will consistently be 100. With Fu Sampi alongside Zhuo Xingzhou. This could very well mark the first instance in Yulan Academy's history of a student being mentored by 2 mentors, possibly the only such case. The allocation of Bien Tao to Fu Sampi was made with considerable deliberation, despite the peculiarities and seemingly outrageous behavior of the mentors. It does not imply a lack of intellect. Otherwise, Yulan Academy would have long been disbanded and merged with other institutions. As Bien Tao approached Fu Sampi, Gao Jia and the others attempted to follow suit, but were intercepted by other mentors. Su Rulai first turned his gaze towards Peng Chun and stated, "I comprehend the bond of brotherhood you share. During your time at the academy, you will still have opportunities to team up and venture into alternate realms." However, Su Rulai's expression grew notably stern. "The most pressing matter at hand is the enhancement of your abilities. Accompanying me is undoubtedly the optimal choice." Upon hearing this, Peng Chun looked towards Bien Tao, visibly conflicted. Meanwhile, Gao Jia found himself standing before a refined gentleman, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, exuding the aura of a researcher. Similarly, Wu Yanhui was obstructed by a flamboyantly dressed young instructor. Judging solely by appearance and characteristics, the individual appeared to be male, radiating youthful vigor, possibly due to meticulous grooming or makeup, or perhaps simply youthful in essence. Upon speaking, he remarked, "Little girl, We have plenty of matters within our special program. There's no need to mingle with those unsavory men. The sharpness of his voice was striking. Wu, what do you mean by taking a step back? A tomboy and a sissy is indeed a peculiar combination. Wu Yin Hui's expression was one of desperate plea. Chapter 43. The mentor is a high-risk profession. It appeared that the mentors had already predetermined their students, seemingly depriving the students of any opportunity for choice. Nevertheless, the mentors possessed extensive teaching experience and profound knowledge of the alternate realms. The students selected by them were undoubtedly chosen after thorough consideration, deemed suitable for their guidance. The group exchanged glances, primarily because only Su Rulai had previously approached Punshan. They were entirely unprepared for this turn of events. The four of them looked at one another, contemplating their next move, yet they were given no time to deliberate, as the mentors displayed an unmistakable intent to forcibly remove anyone who objected. What happened to the promised autonomy in selection? No, the principal did not explicitly state that this was a mutual engagement. Was Yulan Academy an esteemed institution of higher learning or merely a den of bandits? At that moment, Bien Tao spoke with a smile, recognizing the situation as wise. Once we have strengthened our abilities, The remainder of his statement remained unvoiced, yet it effectively conveyed Bien Tao's rebellious spirit. After all, why would he choose a mentor prone to hardship? The chaotic selection of mentors seemed to have concluded. At this juncture, the principal strategically cleared his throat and announced, should you find a mentor unsuitable or encounter irreconcilable conflicts, it is imperative to promptly communicate this to the Academy. It is strictly prohibited to throw foreign creatures into a mentor's trousers at midnight, nor to set fire to a mentor's dormitory. Additionally, do not place alternate realm laxatives in a mentor's food. Such actions can lead to considerable complications. Any violations will result in penalties, reprimands, or disciplinary actions. Being oblivious to these circumstances, Zhu Xingzhou shuddered slightly. It is essential to understand that some seemingly bizarre regulations within the Academy were rooted in past precedents. Which senior possesses such audacity? The principal then produced a thick tome, seemingly conjured from thin air. This must be the ring of storage. Within it lies the regulations and corresponding penalties prohibited by Yulan Academy, which you may circulate amongst yourselves. I shall instruct your mentors to distribute an electronic version as well. It appears that the matters previously mentioned are indeed quite cumbersome to address. The new students engaged in lively discussions, overwhelmed by the influx of information. Subsequently, the principal announced the immediate dismissal. Fu Sampi led Bien Tao away from Yulan Academy, with Zhu Xingzhou following closely behind. Given his authority to select a leading mentor, he undoubtedly prioritized the team that Bien Tao belonged to. The usual protocol would entail an introduction to upperclassmen. However, as you now know, you're my very first student at Yulan Academy, allowing us to bypass that step. Fu Sampi remarked. Fu Sampi, somewhat portly and disheveled, with long hair haphazardly tied back, presented a rather unkempt appearance. At this moment, Bien Tao's abilities were still quite feeble, rendering it impossible to discern Fu Sampi's rank and attributes. Bien Tao responded, his demeanor slightly aloof. Fu Sampi, redirecting his attention to Zhu Xingzhou, inquired, are you truly intending to accompany me, you eccentric? I have only just learned how to guide students, and have yet to put it into practice. He gestured toward Bien Tao. Most likely, he shall be my experimental subject. I cannot predict what he will ultimately become. Zhu Xingzhou quietly remarked, that is precisely why I am concerned for you. Fu Sampi scratched his ear. Could you possibly speak louder? Consequently, Zhu Xingzhou chose to ignore him entirely. At that moment, Fu Sampi turned his gaze back to Bien Tao, stating, you have just returned from your break. I shan't waste your time further. Let us proceed directly to the alternate realm. A large question mark appeared above Bien Tao's head. Did he truly hear that correctly? Was this indeed something a human could utter at over 36 degrees? Zhu Xingzhou, somewhat anxious, interjected, if my memory serves me right. We were initially supposed to train the newcomers. How can we directly enter the alternate realm? It is not an assessment, after all. That is a battlefield that has been cleared, especially the first-level beast master's evaluation, which is the simplest of all. An unkempt alternate realm is fraught with peril. That is the modus operandi of the institution you previously attended. My teaching philosophy diverges from that, Fu Sampi replied. If you find it intolerable, you are welcome to seek another mentor. He then glanced at Bien Tao, adding, moreover, his foundation is already quite solid. Only those who have experienced life and death can grow more swiftly. Zhuo Xingzhou remained obstinate, eager to refute Fu Sampi. Su Zhenli, Fu Sampi exclaimed. This kid parading around with his contracted beast is simply too arrogant. I find him insufferable and feel the need to teach him a lesson. Bien Tao was genuinely speechless. Was it necessary to speak of such matters in his presence? Let us depart. I shall determine which alternate realm is most suitable. A nearby first-level alternate realm, ideal for novices to hone their skills, Fu Sampi muttered while checking his phone. At that moment, Kai Tsong mentally contacted Bien Tao. Return. I desire a large pancake rolled with green onions. Bien Tao signaled an okay gesture in response. In a certain sense, it is indeed quite economical to have the vast expanse of the sky work diligently with just a morsel of food. Ultimately, they opted to travel by airplane, only to discover that flights for Beastmasters were complimentary. Furthermore, should they wish to access the entrance to another world, arrangements would be made for them at the earliest convenience, eliminating the need for prior reservations. However, bringing along the creature posed some challenges. Previously, they had traveled by bus, chartered by Yulan Academy. The vehicle could accommodate even exotic beasts, so the presence of Bien Tao's contracted beast was hardly a concern. In fact, a creature like Kai Tsong would not disturb the passengers, as its appearance was remarkably innocuous. Eventually, they decided to arrange for Kai Tsong's pet transportation, which proved to be more convenient and expedient. Kai Tsong seemed somewhat reluctant, but Bien Tao's promise to seek out delectable exotic ingredients for him in the other world ultimately soothed the creature's minor discontent. As soon as they boarded the plane, Zhuo Xingzhou announced, "We shall rest today and enter the other world tomorrow." Fu Sampi appeared somewhat discontented and, before he could voice his objections, received a veiled threat from Zhuo Xingzhou. "I believe you still wish to continue your tenure at Yulan Academy." Fu Sampi regarded this threat with disdain. "Your ex-wife's close friend happens to be my distant cousin," Zhuo Xingzhou murmured, his tone noticeably softened, clearly reluctant to engage with others. If there were no pressing matters, he would prefer to remain hidden in the shadows. Until now, Fu Sampi had not even glimpsed Zhuo Xing's true appearance, as he was wrapped up so thoroughly. Fu Sampi also had his vulnerabilities. He feared his wife. Although they had divorced due to certain circumstances, she still held the title of his wife in his heart. "Since you've invoked the matter of my wife, I shall grant you this favor. Her close friend is akin to a mother-in-law, and I truly cannot afford to offend her." Chapter 44. The ruthless nature of beasts. Throughout their conversation, Bien Tao had no desire to become entangled. At this moment, he busied himself with studying his contract with Kai Tsong, as there was little else to do. Shortly thereafter, an irritable voice echoed in his mind. "Be quiet." I was just about to fall asleep. Despite being confined in a cage, the soft cushion was quite comfortable. It seemed there was no need for Bien Tao to worry further. Kai Tsong had always possessed this demeanor, unwilling to return to the other world. As long as it was comfortable, it cared not for Bien Tao's fate. During the previous collaboration with the defense team, Bien Tao had discerned the heartless nature of this beast. After a brief respite, they arrived at their destination, which appeared to be significantly better than the city where the assessment took place. It seemed to have been rebuilt after suffering destruction, presenting a much less desolate visage. Bien Tao suspected that the assessment site had intentionally preserved the remnants of the city that had once been ravaged, so that this fresh batch of aspiring beast masters might comprehend the brutality of the exotic beast invasion that had beset Blue Star. Fu Sampi's chosen accommodation was considerably superior to that of the assessment, featuring a single room, with the foot traffic considerably diminished. Bien Tao could carry Kai Tsong about without drawing undue attention, especially as many other contracted beasts were also allowed to roam freely, some even larger than Kai Tsong itself. Bien Tao, with a surge of power, discerned that these individuals were beast masters. A few among them sensed something amiss and glanced in Bien Tao's direction. Initially, They appeared quite irate, yet upon noticing Bien Tao, their ire dissipated entirely. No one harassed him, allowing him to observe his surroundings with the innocent curiosity of a child. It was only when his power inadvertently brushed against Zhuo Xingzhou that it was detected, prompting a swift halt. Bien Tao, refrain from recklessly probing into the information of other beast masters with your power, Zhuo Xingzhou urged anxiously. Your power is too feeble. It cannot go unnoticed. The others are unaware of your intentions, and if you are perceived as a voyeur, the consequences could be dire. Upon hearing this, Bien Tao promptly withdrew his power. Feeling somewhat awkward as he apologized, "I'm sorry, I was merely curious." At that moment, Fu San interjected, "Why concern yourself with him? When he encounters someone significant, he will naturally learn his lesson." Zhuo Xingzhou's concealed features radiated disapproval. "Bien Tao is not a mischievous child. I disagree with your educational philosophy. A simple reminder suffices. Why subject students to hardship? Your protective demeanor will only nurture a generation of timid individuals." Seizing the opportunity amid their quarrel, Bien Tao embraced Kaing Tsong and departed. As he engaged in conversation with others, he discovered that this realm was replete with entrances to other worlds, prompting the relocation of ordinary citizens long ago. The inhabitants here were all beast masters, some engaged in the trade of beast mastery, while others sought to enter other realms for sustenance. In comparison, training institutions were notably abundant. Many students from various academies came here for a practical experience, particularly those from institutions like Yulan Academy, where no entrances to other worlds had yet manifested. The energy here is far more potent than in your domicile. Perhaps you should consider relocating here, Kaing Tsong suggested, lacking any awareness of human survival instincts. For him, moving was a trivial matter, oblivious to the financial implications. Moreover, Bien Tao was enrolled at Yulan Academy. Leaving at a whim was not feasible. Let us contemplate that later. As it stands, I cannot decide where to go until I have graduated, Bien Tao replied, asserting that he would adhere to his mentor's guidance for now. At that moment, Zhuo Xingzhou hurriedly approached him, murmuring, "Bien Tao, I think you should transfer. The teachers at Yulan Academy are utterly unreliable." His voice, though not loud, reached Bien Tao's ears with precision. Before Bien Tao could respond, Zhuo Xingzhou continued, "They do not regard students as students, nor do they consider you as individuals. I still have contacts at my alma mater. Perhaps I can introduce you there." Bien Tao, sensing Zhuo Xingzhou's anxiety, remarked, "Why do I feel you are more anxious than I am?" This brought a pause to Zhuo Xingzhou's incessant chatter. Bien Tao added reassuringly, "Do not worry, I have Kaing Tsong by my side. If I cannot prevail, I will certainly flee." Zhuo Xingzhou seemed poised to say more when Fu San approached, laughing heartily, and remarked, as expected of my student. Zhuo Xingzhou deliberately delayed this day for a reason. When he finally located Bien Tao, the latter was still awake in his room, seemingly bewildered as he questioned, "But this is a single room. We cannot share it." Noticing Zhuo Xingzhou lingering at the door, Bien Tao stepped aside to allow him entry. Extending your hand may cause considerable pain. Upon hearing this, Bien Tao suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation and extended his hand. Meanwhile, Fu Sanpi, who had been attentively watching Bien Tao from the adjacent room, was under the impression that Zhuo Xingzhou was there to persuade Bien Tao to transfer schools. To his surprise, he overheard Bien Tao's voice, strained and pained, utter, "It hurts too much. Please be gentle. Endure for a little longer. A short pain is better than a prolonged one." Although Zhuo Xingzhou's voice also bore a hint of discomfort, Fu Sanpi could not tolerate the new mentor of Yulan Academy making mistakes right under his nose. Without hesitation, he rushed over, forcefully breaking down the door. Upon entering, he beheld the two of them holding hands. Bien Tao's complexion was pale, while Zhuo Xingzhou remained obscured beneath voluminous fabric, concealing his expression and state. Fu Sanpi, momentarily dazed, thought to himself, how can one make mistakes while properly attired? Realizing he had misunderstood the situation, he retreated from the room, intending to close the door, only to find it shattered into pieces due to his impulsive entrance. Staff members, alerted by the commotion, approached to investigate, promptly retrieving a computer to input a number. Seemingly unfazed by such occurrences, one of them smiled and asked, "Sir, online or cash?" "Online," Fu Sampi replied, feigning nonchalance. Meanwhile, Bien Tao, distracted by the disturbance, felt an abrupt surge of chaos within him. The previously expanding power had now turned tumultuous, causing his mind to throb painfully. The mental attributes were far more challenging to control than elemental forces. He clutched his stomach, beginning to retch, his face devoid of color. "My power is not as gentle as water. You must endure and maintain control over your abilities rather than let them govern you," Xingzhou spoke softly. Yet, for some reason, Bien Tao perceived Zhuo Xing's voice as overwhelmingly loud. "Be quiet." Could the awakening of mental powers render the world so terrifying? At this moment, Kai Tsang sauntered over leisurely, placing a claw upon Bien Tao. His gaze towards Zhuo Xingzhou exuded an air of superiority. Pointing a finger, he remarked, "Since you are aware of the ferocity of mental powers, yet proceed with such haste, you young humans are indeed rash." It seemed he could share strength with Bien Tao, swiftly aiding him in stabilizing the turmoil. The realm of mental powers was not to be trifled with. If mishandled, one could be rendered an imbecile. Zhuo Xingzhou felt a pang of guilt, murmuring an apology. At that moment, Fu Sampi peeked in, his face a mask of astonishment as he exclaimed, "This contract beast can speak." Kai Tsang raised his head, declaring, "Ignorant humans." Fu Sampi, still unaware of the implications, pondered two possibilities. Either he had been long entrenched in another world, rendering him somewhat oblivious to the happenings at Yulan Academy. The teacher in the classroom at that time had suppressed the unique ability of Kai Tsang to speak, presumably out of a protective instinct. Given the mentor's understanding of the new students, it is likely that the motivations stem from the latter. Kai Tsang held a favorable view of Yulan Academy, as Bien Tao was indeed its beast master, and such a highly intelligent contracted beast would undoubtedly harbor a sense of favoritism. It was perfectly clear to Kai Tsang which factions were friendly or hostile towards its beastmaster. However, the attitude remained consistent. For a contracted beast of Kai Tsang's nature to engage in communication with Zhuo Xingzhou was already a mark of respect. Were it not for Bien Tao's limited strength, Kai Tsang would, with all its power, exhibit an even greater pride. Fu Sampi glanced at Kai Tsang and then at Bien Tao, who was still in shock from the impact. Their demeanor was strikingly similar. Entering the other world would certainly pose a risk to their mentor, potentially costing him his middle-aged life. After settling the compensation, Fu Sampi rearranged a room for Bien Tao before approaching Zhuo Xingzhou and inquiring, "What have you done to Bien Tao? You attacked him, didn't you?" To this, Zhuo Xingzhou offered no explanation. The strength among beast masters cannot be transmitted between them. Even those with the same attributes cannot share their power, let alone someone like Bien Tao, who had been directly developed for his potential. The power of a beast master is akin to a coded lock, unique to each individual. Only unclaimed power can be absorbed or harmonized with an already contracted beast. In essence, the mutual enhancement between a contracted beast and its master resembles a power amplification. It cannot be casually exchanged or inputted. The contract represents a bond between the two, akin to two locks clasped together, yet lacking the key to unlock the coded mechanism. Bien Tao, in this context, appeared as though he had no lock at all, serving merely as a vessel of power. The uniqueness of this situation does not require elaborate verbal descriptions. Aside from those few who were matched, others remain oblivious to the matter. The connection among them is subtle. Bien Tao can draw upon the powers of water and spirit when near him and Zhao Huaixing, yet despite spending considerable time with Gao Jia and others, he has not absorbed any attributes of wood, gold, or special transformations. Zhuo Xingzhou suspected that his grandfather might know something, but the likelihood of him revealing the truth was exceedingly low. Bien Tao himself was completely unaware of anything amiss. Noticing Zhuo Xing's silence, Fu Sampi spoke up. "I don't care who you are, whether a mentor from Yulan Academy or a privileged scion. I will not let you harm my student." At this, Zhuo Xingzhou relaxed, softly responding, "I misunderstood you earlier. It seems your indifferent demeanor was not indicative of a lack of concern for your student's safety. This mentor had, in fact, been quietly observing Bien Tao's situation, which explained his prompt arrival to provide assistance, demonstrating a sense of urgency. Zhuo Xingzhou uttered, "I shall not interfere with your teaching henceforth, provided your methods yield substantial results." Truthfully, the latter part of his statement was superfluous. In an instant, Zhuo Xingzhou's figure had vanished, appearing almost ethereal. At that moment, Bien Tao was still acclimatizing to his newfound powers, an inexplicably augmented mental prowess that rendered him considerably more perceptive. However, this heightened sensitivity at present did not bode well. This was, after all, a place of respite, yet Bien Tao found himself unable to rein in his abilities. He could not help but involuntarily perceive things he ought not to sense. Surely, it should not be forbidden for couples to reside here, nor should they be impeded from expressing their affections. Regardless, Bien Tao's face had flushed deeply, rendering him akin to a boiled shrimp. He had never encountered such a situation before. Most of his previous efforts had been dedicated to training, leaving little room for such distractions. The less powerful individuals were manageable, but those beast tamers of the third rank and above could easily detect Bien Tao's burgeoning strength. Some assumed he was spying, with the more temperate among them merely muttering complaints, while the irascible ones sought to uncover the identity of the individual lacking in ethics. Wielding beast tamer powers in such a setting. Before long, there was a knock at the door. Bien Tao, his head bowed, appeared somewhat disheartened. The staff member, upon seeing him, was taken aback, hardly expecting the perpetrator of such a dubious act to be a youth. He was rather handsome, which only added to the peculiarity of the situation. With a softened tone, the staff member addressed him. "We have received feedback from other guests requesting that you temper your abilities, as they have caused considerable disturbance. Furthermore, according to the regulations for beast tamers, utilizing mental powers to intrude upon the privacy of fellow beast tamers is against the rules." While saying this, he cast a discerning glance at Bien Tao, uncertainly inquiring, "You have become a beast tamer, so you must be of age, correct? As an adult, one must take responsibility for their actions." At that moment, Bien Tao felt nothing but mortification. This was not his intention. He could only awkwardly explain, "I did not mean to. I cannot control my powers. Perhaps I should check out." Bien Tao longed to retreat to the wilderness, for he could not bear the embarrassment. Although such occurrences were rare, they had been known to happen. The staff member expressed understanding, stating that it would be best if he could manage his powers, should he fail to do so. Attracting the attention of the inspection team would be undesirable. The inspection team was established to address violations of the beast tamer regulations, tasked with investigating and apprehending offenders. Matters occurring at the entrance to the alternate realm and within its confines fell under their jurisdiction. In contrast, in Blue Star, regions inhabited by a multitude of ordinary people were overseen by the defense team. Chapter 46. You shall not be manipulated. After the staff member departed, Bien Tao remained despondently seated on the bed, questioning his existence. At that moment, Kai Tsang interjected, "Is it not merely a matter of mating? Such occurrences are commonplace in the alternate realm. Why must you humans complicate matters with warnings and regulations?" Bien Tao found himself utterly at a loss, unable to elucidate these intricacies to a beast. The vast expanse of the sky did not continue the conversation, but instead inquired, "Shall we go out for a late-night snack? A change of scenery might uplift your spirits more than lingering here in despondence." "All right," Bien Tao replied, rising to step outside for a breath of fresh air. Yet, he sensed something amiss. How did Kai Tsang know? He turned to Kai Tsang in disbelief and asked, "Were you spying on me? Have you begun to wield psychic powers?" Kai Tsang halted momentarily, instinctively retreating 2 steps before seizing the opportunity to dash out of the room. He left a message for Bien Tao through their bond. "I'm off to eat, and you can settle the bill." This was not a familiar neighborhood, and no one recognized Bien Tao, so how could he possibly allow a tab to be opened? If Kai Tsang acted recklessly, he would surely attract the attention of the inspection team. Bien Tao, infuriated, was so consumed by his anger that he failed to notice his own surging psychic energy. All he could think about was capturing Kai Tsang. About an hour later, Xingzhou hurriedly arrived at the address Bian Tao had provided. Observing the duo, one person and one beast, held captive, he felt a sense of helplessness. "Let me handle the payment," he offered. In truth, Bian Tao and Kai Tsang had not consumed much, opting for the more economical options. To their dismay, the establishment did not accept Blue Star currency for the exchange of beast coins, leaving them without a means to pay. Bian Tao attempted to haggle, but the proprietor refused to negotiate. Had it not been for Bian Tao's evident inexperience, the shopkeeper would have already contacted the inspection team. Xingzhou scanned the beast coins and, upon receipt, the shopkeeper's demeanor transformed to one of cordiality. "How could you take a novice out without any beast coins for a meal? We are in business, not charity," the shopkeeper remarked. Today, Bian Tao felt utterly unfortunate. Yet he remained silent, following Xingzhou back with a sense of defeat. Along the way, he spoke, "I apologize for the trouble I've caused. I will pledge my healing potion with you and return it once I have earned enough beast coins." In reality, Bian Tao could have traded the healing potion for meal money, but the shopkeeper had been decidedly unfriendly, exhibiting disdain towards him. Moreover, the value of the healing potion far surpassed that of the beast coins, and Bian Tao did not wish to let the other party take advantage of him. As the shopkeeper had said, no one was out here to engage in charity. "You needn't worry about repaying me. Consider a treat," Xingzhou replied in a low voice. For Bian Tao, whose powers were in disarray, this was just right, not overwhelming as before. In fact, he found spending time with Xingzhou quite pleasant. Their ages were not significantly different. Before he could ponder further, Bian Tao inexplicably recalled the myriad scenes he had witnessed with his psychic powers, feeling a surge of embarrassment, his face flushing. His psychic energy began to fluctuate violently. Xingzhou, being attuned to such energies, immediately sensed the change. He called out to Bian Tao, "Wait, your power," but was interrupted as he felt Bian Tao's attention shift towards him, accompanied by a surge of psychic energy. Instinctively, he shielded his vital areas with his arms, while Bian Tao averted his gaze. Of course, it was merely a glance. Mental prowess is not solely governed by the naked eye. This is precisely why Xingzhou is a man. Otherwise, Bian Tao's actions would be akin to lewdness. Xingzhou lowered his voice to avoid startling Bian Tao with excessive volume. "Relax. The more you resist, the less the power will be at your disposal." Bian Tao found himself unwittingly drawn to Xingzhou's voice. Their energies, after all, share a common origin, fostering a sense of familiarity and security. Yet, Bian Tao could only perceive Xingzhou's lips moving, failing to grasp a single word. In Bian Tao's eyes, the fabric that once obscured Xingzhou had vanished, revealing a young man with silver hair and silver eyes. Even his eyelashes exhibited an unusual grayish-white hue. He appeared somewhat unapproachable, yet exuded a certain purity. Gazing downward, one would notice a frail physique, emaciated though partially concealed by his arms. This gesture resembled that of a divine being. How could such a person exist in this harsh world? He ought to be enshrined upon a pedestal, admired by all. Xingzhou seemed to sense something, a blush briefly gracing his cheeks before fading away. Bian Tao pondered, is it albinism? No wonder he wraps himself so tightly. Not quite, Xingzhou clarified. It is the impact of psychic energy. Excessive use can lead to such consequences, for it is not a power belonging to humanity, and borrowing it incurs punishment. If you observe closely, even high-level beast masters like Chao Huaixing are affected by this power. Chao Huaixing? Bian Tao recalled, noting that his body temperature seemed even lower. He had not previously noticed his eyes. Not just temperature. His condition may be more severe, but it will be better if he explains it to you himself. At that moment, Bian Tao realized he had unwittingly voiced his thoughts. Xingzhou shook his head. Our powers are akin. I can more easily probe your mind. This is one of the skills of advanced psychic abilities. Bian Tao gasped, glancing at his own palm. Power is formless, and the manifestations thereof must be wielded by a beast master. He muttered, You all possess such formidable gifts, almost like freaks, and you bestowed them all upon me? Xingzhou remained silent, simply gazing at Bian Tao. Now, Bian Tao could clearly discern his features, understanding that Zhuo Xingzhou looked at him with a hint of a smile. The unamiable emotion in his eyes seemed to convey affection and indulgence. This sent shivers down Bian Tao's spine, prompting him to instinctively retreat several steps. Bian Tao was one who responded better to gentleness than to force. Confronting him directly could provoke his ire, yet soothing words would leave him at a loss. Thus, in a certain sense, Bian Tao struggled to cope with someone like Zhuo Xingzhou. Let us return and rest well. Tomorrow we must venture into another world, which is fraught with danger. Suosing so bore no resentment. Since Bian Tao had met him, it seemed he had never witnessed Zhuo Xingzhou's anger. Disagreeing with Fu Sanpi's educational philosophy, he hastily expressed his thoughts, yet ultimately compromised. Such individuals are indeed challenging to deal with. Bian Tao felt a twinge of anxiety. Unbeknownst to him, he had accrued a considerable debt of gratitude to Zhuo Xingzhou. Would he be at the mercy of his whims in the future? Chapter 47. Sightseeing and tourism. Before entering the other world, Bian Tao noticed some beast masters carrying oversized backpacks. These were all novice beast masters who could not afford storage rings. He immediately turned to Fu Sanpi and said, "My equipment." Fu Sanpi pointed to a nearby vendor, stating that the prices were uniform and fair, and added, "I have no money." The latter statement was likely the crux of the matter. "I have no students, so there's no additional profit. With a meager salary from Yulan Academy, I can barely afford my meals. Haven't you seen that my wife has left me?" Bian Tao glanced over and then, with a solemn expression, withdrew his gaze. It was indeed too expensive. He could not afford it. 100 beast coins would suffice to outfit him with both offensive and defensive gear. His mentor was truly unreliable. When Bian Tao went to register, the staff member hesitated and asked, "Are you still a student? Having just become a beast master, shouldn't you enter with a team or your academy's mentor?" It was evident that this staff member was somewhat familiar with Yulan Academy, her expression reflecting uncertainty. Bian Tao turned to look at Fu Sanpi, who was smiling and waving at him. It was unclear whether he was greeting or bidding farewell. Bian Tao replied calmly, "No need." The staff member kindly added that the entrance to this other world was fixed, and time flowed comparatively faster. If one spent 3 days inside, only a day would pass on Blue Star. "What is your task?" "Sightseeing and tourism," Bian Tao responded. Did he expect to gather any resources? It would be a feat just to return safely. "Haha, you truly have a sense of humor," the staff member replied awkwardly. Many individuals, even after becoming beast masters, often felt nervous and fearful upon re-entering the other world. In contrast, Bian Tao appeared remarkably composed, almost akin to a seasoned veteran. He murmured softly, "Yet Yulan Academy does seem somewhat more daunting." Then, as if nothing had transpired, she resumed a friendly demeanor, saying, "You may place your identity card and personal weapon with me. We will store them in your exclusive locker, and upon your return, you can retrieve your belongings using the badge." She then began to explain the badge, which was crafted from a special material containing the power of a psychic beast master, enabling swift identification of one's identity. In Blue Star, the internal chip would correspond with the identity card, but upon leveling up, both the identity card and badge would require simultaneous upgrades. Bian Tao nodded in understanding. So, was this badge intended for easy retrieval of corpses? He pinned the badge to his sleeve and rolled up his shirt cuff. Such small items were easily misplaced. It appeared to be metallic and was about the size of a thumb. At this moment, Bian Tao remained oblivious to the immense power concealed behind that small piece of metal. He proceeded with his usual nonchalance. Nearby, numerous beast tamers were preparing to enter the other world. Some stood on high alert. Others bore anxious expressions, while some appeared relaxed, attempting to uplift the atmosphere. Bian Tao did not scrutinize them closely, for they would soon part ways once they stepped into the other realm. With a single step, he crossed the threshold into a new world. The experience of entering this other world was devoid of any extraordinary sensations. It was only after successfully stepping through that he would feel the shift. The temperature of this new world was slightly cooler than Bian Tao had anticipated, yet still bearable. Observing the beast tamers around him dispersing in various directions, Bian Tao chose one path to follow. He had no specific destination in mind. He merely sought to observe his surroundings meticulously, using his still uncontrolled mental powers to sense and explore the vicinity, even delving a meter beneath the surface. Bien Tao lacked the sharpness of a treasure-hunting rodent, often missing crucial details. The inexpensive trinkets that trailed him were dismissed entirely by the vigilant Kaing Song. After wandering for a while, Bien Tao stumbled upon a peculiar enclosure, where a young beast tamer stood guard. "So young?" the tamer exclaimed upon seeing Bien Tao. "Are you alone?" Upon nodding, Bien Tao sensed the guard's surprise. He scrutinized the young tamer, noting a distinct difference in attire from those he had encountered before. The tamer spoke, "This is the edge of the human-guarded zone. Proceed with caution if you venture further. There are no resources left within the human-guarded area, and any collection must be done outside. Generally, beast tamers entering from Blue Star face minimal scrutiny. However, returning from the other world to Blue Star involves multiple checkpoints." Bien Tao nodded, refraining from further conversation with the guard. He then crossed the rudimentary barriers and ventured deeper into the other world. Moments later, a middle-aged man approached, escorting a tightly wrapped humanoid figure. The figure was murmuring, "If you wanted to follow me, you should have informed me sooner. Do you think a mental-type beast tamer is all-powerful?" At that moment, a greenish, somewhat translucent turtle hovered above the humanoid's head, functioning like a compass to indicate direction. "Have I found you? When I saw you, you were with my student. Do you expect me to say in front of my student that I wish to secretly follow and protect you?" These two were Fu Sampi and Zhuo Xingzhou. Their peculiar appearance prompted the guarding beast tamer to intercept them. Fu Sampi produced his identification without uttering a word, resulting in their immediate passage. It seemed the guard was reluctant to provoke anyone from Yulan Academy. Zhuo Xingzhou remarked this way. The turtle above was detecting the direction, leading the two in search of Bien Tao. Meanwhile, Bien Tao remained unaware, as the path he had chosen was largely devoid of people. At this moment, Kaing Song expressed his disdain, saying, "Why are all these merely juvenile herbs? They have not yet reached the age for harvesting. The predecessors have nearly stripped this otherworld bare." Bien Tao sighed in resignation, acknowledging that this was merely a first-tier otherworld, far too low in rank. It was likely that any valuable treasures lay deep within the core of the otherworld. Having witnessed true treasures before, Kaing Song felt a lack of enthusiasm upon entering this world, remarking, "Let us consider this a journey. There is little of interest here." Naturally, Bien Tao did not dare to treat the otherworld as a mere tourist destination. He was merely speaking idly. To truly let his guard down would be foolish. Aware that Bien Tao's control over his mental energy was not optimal, Zhuo Xingzhou slowed his pace as they approached. In Chapter 48, "Must take it out," indicating the position of Fu Sampi, Bien Tao could only watch as Fu Sampi slipped into an unseen space, pulling him along as well. Zhuo Xingzhou glanced around and suddenly felt a sense of wonder. "You possess spatial abilities. With this level of concealment, even I would require some time to perceive it." He mused. He had not anticipated encountering a master of spatial powers at Yulan Academy. Bien Tao, being of a lesser rank as a beast master, certainly cannot sense it. Fu Sampi could even move within this space alongside Zhuo Xingzhou, enabling him to observe Bien Tao's actions more effortlessly. At this moment, Bien Tao was straining to adjust his power, speaking to Kaing Song. "It seems I can master my abilities more swiftly in this other world." Upon finishing his words, he abruptly sidestepped, exclaiming, "Kaing Song, you need not call me every time. There must be a more efficient way," Kaing Song replied. As they spoke, Bien Tao had already detected the sudden emergence of an aberrant creature and immediately employed his power to slow its advance. Kaing Song casually transformed it, encasing the creature in ice. Bien Tao stepped forward to collect the icy mass, studying it for a moment. He attempted to convert his energy, yet he could not manage to transform water into ice. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he glanced at Kaing Song. Sensing an ominous premonition, Kaing Song inquired, "Why do you look at me with that expression? What are you planning?" "I wish to study this for a moment, just a moment, so I can understand how the power transforms," Bien Tao replied. Hearing this, Kaing Song retreated several steps, saying, "Let me be clear, do not act recklessly. Otherwise, I shall leave you alone in this other world, and I might agree to help you capture an ice-type aberration, but do not get any ideas about me. Very well. Bien Tao agreed. His study of power transformation merely involved using his mental energy to observe the conversion process. It would not harm Kang Song. Though Kang Song claimed indifference to privacy, he was, in truth, a bashful creature. Seeing that Bien Tao had truly abandoned his intentions, Kang Song sighed in relief. You still haven't answered my previous question. Can you also wield mental energy? Bien Tao suddenly recalled this significant matter. The vast sky seemed reluctant to delve deeply into this subject, stating, "The power you possess, I too shall possess. Otherwise, how could we have forged our contract?" At first glance, this assertion appeared somewhat reasonable. Bien Tao regarded Kang Song with suspicion, aware that this contracted beast harbored numerous secrets. Discussing such matters in this otherworldly realm provided him with a sense of security, believing that no one else could overhear. Little did he know, Fu Sanpai had been covertly following him all along. At this moment, Fu Sanpai appeared bewildered, glancing towards Zhuo Xingzhou and inquiring, "Is Bien Tao's contracted beast a late awakening psychic type? Was he previously unable to wield psychic powers?" He then sensed something amiss. Bien Tao's abilities were of the water element, yet he could now harness psychic powers. Why was this not documented in his personal information? Had it been deliberately concealed? Zhuo Xingzhou finally spoke. There is no necessity to record every detail in one's personal information. Keeping some things hidden can be advantageous for beast tamers. Moreover, he has already demonstrated his psychic talent during the assessments, has he not? In the presence of colleagues, Zhuo Xingzhou maintained an enigmatic and taciturn demeanor, often perceived as a reclusive genius. Who would imagine that such a beast tamer would bombard Bien Tao with messages in private, even employing cat emoticons to express affection? While it was still possible to keep things under wraps, what would happen when Bien Tao acquired other abilities? This was a concern that weighed heavily on Zhuo Xingzhu's mind. Furthermore, considering all aspects, it was imperative for Bien Tao to engage with his other potential suitors. The stronger Bien Tao became, the more benefits it would yield for Zhuo Xingzhou. Conversely, the responsibilities and burdens would also grow heavier. Zhuo Xingzhou wished to indulge his own interests. Yet the current situation did not allow for personal desires to materialize. Unbeknownst to Bien Tao, he was oblivious to the conversation between the two. As he focused on examining the exotic creature before him, the ice had solidified it thoroughly. This first-level exotic creature could not escape once frozen. He pondered the nature of the creature's flesh, wishing he had fire powers to roast and taste it. If only I had fire abilities, Bien Tao remarked. He was not merely being gluttonous. It was Kang Song who insisted on keeping it. What if it turned out to be exceptionally delicious? However, carrying it around posed an inconvenience. Ultimately, he would have to sift through and select the more valuable exotic creatures to transport. I have never tasted such a low-level exotic creature. I am unsure of its flavor. You may carry it for now, Kang Song insisted. It seemed he was still preoccupied with the aquatic exotic creature he had previously failed to collect. It was said that aquatic exotics were quite delectable, and upon learning this, Kang Song felt as though the heavens had collapsed upon him. He had missed out on far too much. Therefore, he resolved that he could not afford to overlook such opportunities and must ensure they were taken away. Bien Tao sought out vine-like plants to weave together, dragging the exotic creature along as he continued his journey. The fact that Master Fu Sanpai had not issued any specific instructions meant that Bien Tao enjoyed considerable freedom. Had it been someone prone to cunning and deceit, they might have lingered in the safety of the beast tamer's stronghold before venturing out. Perhaps Master Fu Sanpai would have turned a blind eye to that. However, Bien Tao would not act in such a manner. Failing to hone his skills and enhance his strength would only increase the risk of death. This other world has already devoured his parents and his grandfather, whose fate remains uncertain. Bien Tao feels compelled to resist weakness and timidity. Furthermore, he still owes Xingzhou a sum of beast coins and must earn some money before venturing out. Most aberrant creatures tend to attack humans instinctively, perceiving them as mere food. Thus, Bien Tao need not expend excessive effort in search of them, as they come to him willingly. As for those timid creatures that scurry and hide, Bien Tao lacks the energy to pursue them, especially with several ice entities trailing behind him. At this moment, Kind Song sniffed around Bien Tao and inquired, "Do you possess some unique trait? Why do these low-tier aberrant beings react so frantically upon seeing you, willing to risk their lives for a mere bite?" Bien Tao found himself perplexed, pondering why aberrant creatures behaved this way towards humans. Even if they were food, there existed intelligent aberrants that patiently awaited their prey. Why were they so reckless? Kind Song murmured, then sniffed Bien Tao again. "Moreover, having been in my presence for an extended period, you carry my scent, which might intimidate lower-tier aberrants to some extent." Kind Song began to doubt the nature of beast contracts. Had his strength been diminished by the constraints of their bond, leading to a loss of his former authority? Chapter 49. The inexperienced contract beast Kind Song, somewhat discontented, found it intolerable to endure such indignities due to his proud nature. Subsequently, when encountering aberrant creatures again, Kind Song forbade Bien Tao from intervening. He emitted a peculiar howl and feigned ferocity, observing as the aberrants cowered in fear before him, trembling and ultimately encased in ice. After repeating this several times, Kind Song grew weary and remarked, "This is quite dull. They are merely low-tier aberrants. Intimidating them brings no sense of achievement." At this juncture, Bien Tao asked, "Do you require mental energy to frighten these first-tier aberrants?" This seemed to strike a nerve with Kind Song, who was reluctant to admit that his power had been significantly curtailed. He now stood at the same level as these first-tier aberrants, naturally failing to instill fear within them. "So what? They have indeed submitted to me," he stubbornly retorted. "Indeed, they have submitted under your coercion, happily preparing to become your next meal," Bien Tao replied. At this moment, he contemplated returning, as the hides, claws, and even the innards of these aberrants could be traded for a considerable amount of beast coins. As long as he retained the meat, repaying his debt would be no issue. With a stroke of luck, he might even exchange for a weapon. Bien Tao had long set his sights on a formidable cleaver, which would greatly facilitate his battles against aberrant creatures. After taking a few steps, Bien Tao noticed that the aberrants trailing behind had significantly lightened. Turning around, he discovered a large hole in the net he had woven. Confusion washed over his face as Kind Song surveyed the surroundings, sniffing the air. "I don't know where this rogue fur came from, but how dare it steal my food?" Kind Song scolded, "Fire type, and it can mask its scent. I cannot trace it." In an instant, half of the situation had changed, yet Bien Tao remained utterly oblivious. Even the reaction of Kind Song was not significantly quicker than that of Bien Tao. This implies that had that entity intended to launch a surprise attack, Bien Tao would likely be in grave peril by now. Scanning the surroundings revealed no unusual movements. It had fled, and I could only ascertain a rough direction. Kind Song gestured with its claws towards a certain area, prompting us to pursue. Kind Song was deeply indignant, while Bien Tao, having gathered the plant network, exhibited a heightened sense of vigilance. From the shadows, Fu San remarked, "This other world lacks sun and moon. The light remains constant without any fluctuations." Bien Tao, lacking experience, was probably incapable of determining how much time had elapsed. Given the mental strain, 3 days had already passed without rest for him and his contracted beast. Zhua Xingzhou interjected, "This is not auspicious. If Bien Tao relinquishes most of his spoils and returns directly, he might find himself in safer circumstances. Yet, they are now venturing deeper into the heart of danger. This other world, while not vast, was just difficult to perceive the boundaries with the naked eye. However, for an advanced beastmaster, it was indeed one of the simplest and least perilous realms. Regrettably, Bien Tao was still rather weak. Engaging with first-tier aberrations was akin to slicing through vegetables, yet how he would fare against those of higher tiers remained uncertain. As Bien Tao followed Kind Song, he suddenly felt the darkness enveloping him, and an inexplicable lightness beneath his feet reminded him that he had not slept at all. The surroundings had shown little significant change, and there were neither sun nor moon in the sky. At that moment, Bien Tao called out to Kind Song, "Aren't you tired?" "Tired? Not at all. Kind Song replied, slightly bewildered before a realization dawned upon it. I forgot, you humans require rest. Is this your first time as a contracted beast? Are you doing all right? Bien Tao then inquired, do you not feel that the temperature has risen? Kind Song nodded, there is fire ahead. Naturally, the temperature here would increase. It quickly added, it should be nearby. I can smell the scent of the aberrations we encountered earlier. Bien Tao abruptly halted. Fire? Won't your ice be melted? Of course. Otherwise, why would the aberrations steal these frozen ones? They must have a way to break the ice. Bien Tao glanced at the accumulated aberrations behind him and promptly altered his course away from the source of heat. Although Kind Song had previously threatened to abandon Bien Tao, it was, after all, his contracted beast and could not truly leave him in this other world. It followed up with confusion. Why are you running? Our food has been captured. Bien Tao seized Kind Song, lifting it with one hand, and retorted, did these aberrations die once frozen? What if the ice melts and they revive? Continuing to explain his intentions, he said, we need to find a place to shatter them, dismember them, and eliminate any chance of resurrection. That makes sense, Kind Song agreed. Otherwise, many of these aberrations might merely be in a dormant state. If we bring them inside and the ice melts, protecting you would become a daunting task. The vast sky would not wish for the contracted beastmaster, who had finally signed a pact, to meet an untimely demise before embarking on their journey. This was the first instance of a lone beastmaster and their beast entering a foreign realm together. Bien Tao found himself devoid of strength and encountered difficulties during his initial experiment. The ice proved impervious to his attempts to shatter it. This force was indeed more formidable than the natural elements of Blue Star. As a first-tier contracted beast, Kind Song possessed such prowess, leaving one to wonder how astonishing it would become at higher ranks. With Kind Song's assistance, the ice was ultimately shattered, allowing Bien Tao to gather the fragments. With a smile, Bien Tao suggested, you might try roasting these later. Isn't there a source of fire nearby? This invigorated Kind Song. Bien Tao, feeling fatigued, considered this a moment to relax. He surveyed his surroundings and ultimately decided to ascend a tree. Kind Song, appearing somewhat perplexed, inquired, what are you doing? I need a rest for a while. If you're not tired, please keep watch for me. Thank you, Bien Tao replied. The notion of sleep was casual. Yet, what of its sustenance? Here, it would be impossible to sleep too soundly. Bien Tao merely intended to rejuvenate his spirit. Indeed, the power of mental fortitude proved beneficial, and he felt his recovery was significantly swifter than before. Once sufficiently refreshed, Bien Tao descended from the tree and glanced at Kind Song, who lay there looking somewhat dejected. Let's go, he said. With Kind Song's keen sense of smell, Bien Tao was led to the thief. Observing the almost devoured carcasses of the exotic creatures, he frowned slightly. These creatures were quite large, making it difficult to fathom how they had stealthily stolen from behind him. Enraged, Kind Song was ready to confront the exotic creature, and Bien Tao did not intervene, opting instead to remain behind. Chapter 50. Arrogant as a rooster at that moment, footsteps echoed from a distance. Bien Tao turned to investigate, only to discover a small human squad approaching. Just as he intended to call Kind Song back, a wave of heat swept over, leaving Kind Song looking disheveled. The exotic creature pursued, but seemed to retreat upon sensing the presence of other humans. From afar, Bien Tao could hear an impatient voice. What task is this that requires me to take action personally? The comment was irksome. He wondered which arrogant air could utter such words. Not wishing to engage, Bien Tao prepared to leave with his disheveled companion. However, Kind Song vehemently protested. I refuse to back down. Let me confront it one more time. At this moment, the human spoke again. It's merely a second-tier exotic creature. What is there to fight? Then, casting his gaze toward Bien Tao's direction, he continued arrogantly. What manner of person is hiding there? Is that a contracted beast that speaks human language? To be discovered so swiftly was unexpected. Bien Tao emerged, still clutching his spoils. Initially, the human had disregarded him, perhaps sensing Bien Tao's weakened power, and commanded, this is not a place for someone like you to linger. Leave at once, or do not blame me for the consequences. The individual before me was adorned in flamboyant attire, draped in crimson garments accented with golden trim, exuding an air of affluence. His demeanor was as haughty as that of a proud rooster. Intriguingly, I recognized this person, Meng Hongxian, one of his fiancées. He appeared to be a dual-element prodigy, wielding both fire and metal powers. It was not surprising to find him here, yet he seemed distinctly uninterested in this realm, as evidenced by his lack of vigilance. I recalled that Meng Hongxuan's narrative was the most captivating. Unlike Zhuoxing Zhou and Zhao Huaixing, his journey was not one of straightforward success. The fusion of fire and metal made him a chosen one for weapon crafting. Yet this young master was inherently frail, unable to withstand the dual forces that nearly rendered him incapacitated. His family expended vast resources in attempts to restore his health, but their efforts were in vain. Ultimately, they managed to keep him alive, yet he could neither summon his contracted beast nor harness his own powers. There were whispers suggesting that Meng Hongxuan's frailty stemmed from his inept father, described as utterly unfit, a lineage devoid of viable sperm. After several attempts at in vitro fertilization, Meng Hongxian was conceived, with multiple near misses leading to natural losses. In essence, his existence was merely a product of financial investment. Nonetheless, this did not imply that I held any interest in him. A sense of peculiarity lingered. If he were truly as incapacitated as rumored, how could he so swiftly discern my presence? The voices from the expanse had gone unnoticed by others, yet he had even identified the sound of his contracted beast's utterance. I had no desire to engage in matters that bore no relevance to me or yielded no benefit. Still, I found myself irked by Meng Hongxuan's demeanor, muttering under my breath, insane. I turned to leave. However, Meng Hongxuan's keen ears caught my remark, and his displeasure was palpable. "Do you think I cannot hear you? Halt!" Upon hearing this, I promptly turned around, locking eyes with him. There was a depth in his gaze, despite the distance and the subtlety of my words. He had managed to hear me. Those surrounding Meng Hongxian seemed unfazed, perhaps accustomed to his temperament or unaware of the intricacies of the situation, merely viewing him as a temperamental young lord seeking trouble. In the realm of bad tempers, I was no less formidable. Instantly, Meng Hongxian recognized me, and, as we were both cognizant of one another, he grasped the meaning behind my peculiar gaze. He immediately interjected, "You cannot leave." "I will not allow it." I retorted, "I have no obligation to you," and turned once more to depart. My words were at a normal volume, audible to those accompanying Meng Hongxian. They felt a surge of satisfaction. Finally, someone was standing up to their troublesome young master, who had been nothing short of a nuisance throughout the journey, finding fault at every turn. Though they had accepted the payment, they were not obliged to endure his whims unchallenged, and now someone had dared to speak out. Meng Hongxian appeared to feel a loss of face, his complexion reddening as he spoke. "Did you not hear me speaking to you?" With that, he quickened his pace in an attempt to pursue Bian Tao. At that moment, someone interjected, "Young master, we still have a mission." Meng Hongxian feigned ignorance and drew closer to Bian Tao, reaching out to grasp her wrist. However, Bian Tao slipped away like a cunning eel right beneath his nose. "Help me shake off those people," Meng Hongxian murmured in a low voice. Bian Tao, positioned nearby and utilizing her mental prowess to ascertain Meng Hongxuan's location, heard him distinctly. "Not interested," she replied curtly. Yet, Kind San chimed in, 5 meals. Bian Tao kicked it in irritation, while it was one thing for it to make demands. How could a stranger be so easily persuaded? To the group of onlookers, it appeared as though Bian Tao was briskly walking away, dragging an assortment of peculiar creatures, with Meng Hongxian trailing behind. However, Meng Hongxuan's frail physique left him gasping for breath after just a few steps, a stark contrast to his fiery temperament. One of the observers voiced their thoughts. "Should we just ignore him? What does it matter? It's merely a first-tier instance. He'll tire out and return to us soon. What a hassle." Another added, "This journey has truly exhausted us. Who knows where he finds so many escapades? I've never seen a beastmaster so sensitive to foreign entities. Gasping for air, yet still so arrogant. It seems he's been spoiled." They likely believed the distance was sufficient for Meng Hongxian and Bian Tao to miss their remarks. In reality, while Bien Tao amplified her surroundings through her mental powers. There were no discernible mental energy fluctuations emanating from Meng Hongxian. He was simply endowed with extraordinary hearing and sight. Even in his current state of anger, he could not afford to reveal it. Meng Hongxian continued his pursuit of Bien Tao, who, if she truly wished to flee, could have vanished long ago. "What do you want?" he inquired. "The storage rings. I see you are wearing 5 on one hand." "I'm not greedy, just one will suffice." Without hesitation, Meng Hongxian replied, "All right, but on one condition, help me blow up the nest of those creatures not far from here." Bien Tao looked perplexed, "But I don't have any explosives." In the high-temperature, saturated environment of Blue Star, water rapidly evaporates under atmospheric pressure, expanding violently and causing explosions. In this foreign realm, combining our powers with the natural environment would make detonations even more feasible. Chapter 51. A madman what? Bien Tao felt that the person before her was likely insane. However, she was genuinely intrigued. What if someone got hurt? The creatures were inconsequential, but there were many people here. Was Meng Hongxian's objective truly those individuals? In that case, Bien Tao absolutely could not cooperate with him. Just create a safe distance. How much power can a first-tier Beastmaster and his first-tier contracted beast muster together? The arrogance in his words caused Bien Tao to frown slightly. Why did he look down on others? She whispered, "Have you ever tested it? Do you know the approximate blast radius?" Upon hearing this, Meng Hongxian proudly declared, "I can calculate it." All talk and no action, she thought. Bien Tao found the matter rather dubious. Despite the allure of the storage ring, he would not jest with so many lives at stake. Lacking the inclination to indulge this young master's whims, he had other matters to attend to. Noticing Bien Tao's reluctance, Meng Hongxian prepared to leave, but decided to follow him instead. Bien Tao harbored no particular feelings towards Meng Hongxian. He refrained from judging a person solely based on rumors. Moreover, the persona Meng Hongxian had just displayed might not reflect his true character. As long as he was not provoked, Bien Tao preferred to disregard such individuals. Clearly, Meng Hongxian was not ready to give up. After a short while, Bien Tao inquired, "How long do you intend to follow me?" He then glanced into the distance, where a group of people silently trailed behind, their faces etched with impatience. They had attempted to persuade Meng Hongxian numerous times, yet he paid them no heed. This annoyed Bien Tao. He was preparing to venture into another world and had no time for frivolities. "Don't you desire that second-tier strange creature?" Meng Hongxian spoke, albeit with a somewhat pallid complexion. After a moment's contemplation, he added, "It's time to rest. It should be evening now." Bien Tao, puzzled, looked around. The unfamiliarity of this otherworldly realm offered no reference points, easily leading one astray. He was uncertain how long he had been there. Observing Meng Hongxian request supplies from the others, he then set up a tent. The group, with furrowed brows, assisted Meng Hongxian in keeping watch. For safety reasons, Bien Tao refrained from departing alone. The majority of the group also raised tents, seemingly preparing for a rotation of night watch. Judging by Meng Hongxian's condition, it appeared to be the optimal time for rest. During this period, whenever hunger struck, Bien Tao consumed fruits and plants deemed non-toxic by the sky. As he watched them eat some easily carried Blue Star food, he felt a pang of hunger. Bien Tao then selected a few strange creatures and politely inquired, "May I exchange these strange creatures for some food? I haven't had Blue Star food in many days." While the others were dissatisfied with Meng Hongxian, they did not direct their frustration towards Bien Tao. Recognizing Bien Tao as a child, they found his request somewhat challenging. One person spoke up, "Kid, we are all on a mission. You know how uncooperative he is. We have no idea when we'll complete our task." Food is indeed a vital resource in this other world. At that moment, Meng Hongxian chimed in. Being of the fire element, he could even enjoy hot meals. He retrieved instant noodles and water, beginning to heat them. The aroma made the sky's eyes widen. If he inhaled any longer, he would likely drool. It was no wonder Meng Hongxian needed 5 storage rings. His lifestyle was indeed extravagant. The sky tugged at Bien Tao with its claws, expressing a desire to partake as well. Bien Tao felt a headache coming on. While these items could be consumed in abundance outside this other world, Here, they were truly luxuries. Did not those people find their portable food less appealing at this moment? At this moment, someone produced firewood, evidently sourced from the peculiar flora of another world, likely gathered during their journey. Meng Hongxian effortlessly conjured a small fire pit. Bian Tao, having set aside the exotic plants, sought a comfortable spot and reclined upon the ground. This act surprised Meng Hongxian. Judging by Bian Tao's delicate appearance, he had assumed him to be a rather frail individual. To his astonishment, Bian Tao proved to be quite resilient, remaining unfazed despite the circumstances. He was evidently a person of strong principles. With this group present, Bian Tao was able to rest quite well. Kai Tsang, not particularly stubborn, refrained from demanding Meng Hongxian's food. Noticing Bian Tao's reluctance to exchange for provisions and finding the aroma of the food somewhat unbearable, he nestled close to Bian Tao, burying his head in Bian Tao's embrace to mask the scent of the food. As Kai Tsang approached, Bian Tao sensed his presence and softly remarked, "Let us postpone repayments. I'll exchange for some gourmet treats with the Beast Master tokens. Next time we venture into the other world, we shall gather more." Though Kai Tsang did not respond, his silence suggested agreement. Meanwhile, Zhuo, who had been concealed within the spatial confines, felt a pang of sympathy for Bian Tao. Living alone, a beast master inherently required abundant resources. Without familial support, pursuing this path demanded immense sacrifice. I might as well provide him with some essentials. I can't bear the harsh educational methods of your Yulan Academy. He shouldn't have to endure such trials, Zhuo declared. Once he emerges, I'll furnish him with storage rings and necessities. It's not as if I cannot afford it. I could always take a loan. I'll allow Yulan Academy to lose face before other Beastmaster factions. Surprisingly, Bian Tao found the situation quite comforting. At least with the fire burning and the company of his contracted beast, warmth enveloped him. Once Bian Tao succumbed to slumber, the group began to speak. Where did this little one come from, entering another world unprepared? How perilous! They reminisced about their own experiences, recalling a companion from their past who, despite being well-equipped, had been reduced to tears by the terrifying creatures they encountered. Some were so frightened they even wet themselves. At this juncture, Meng Hongxian interjected from Yulan Academy. The mention of the academy rendered the group momentarily silent. Then someone awkwardly ventured, from Yulan Academy, that explains it. Suddenly, Meng Hongxian proposed, perhaps I should transfer there as well. It seems quite intriguing. At that moment, a voice from within the crowd coolly remarked, "Young master, that is not advisable. The current academy is deemed by the elder to be the most suitable for you. Please refrain from being capricious." As soon as he spoke, the others fell silent. Throughout their journey, they had scarcely noticed the presence of others shadowing Meng Hongxian. Such stealthy behavior likely belonged only to advanced beastmasters. Chapter 52. A few more meals would suffice. It remained uncertain whether their previous conversation had been overheard. Would their wages be deducted? Behind the elusive figure of the cricket master, Meng Hongxian found himself caught by the master sycophant. This sensation, he decided, was best left unheard as he retreated into his tent. The figure vanished shortly thereafter. Though he had not strayed far, he stood there unnoticed, cloaked in an air of secrecy that sent shivers down the spine. Observing his surroundings, he locked eyes with Fu Sampi, who was the first to speak. The mentors at Yulan Academy are indeed becoming increasingly impressive. Such flattery was unwelcome to Fu Sampi, who had little patience for those who adhered too rigidly to rules and protocols. "Speak plainly and be done with it," he retorted, his tone brusque. "You should keep a close watch on your students. Even if there is an engagement, it requires the old man's approval. Do not presume upon your status to get too close to the young master." This remark incensed Fu Sampi, who snapped back, "Are you blind or deaf? It is your young master who has been pursuing our student." He continued with a challenge, "Stop your nonsense, and, if you have a problem, let us settle it with a fight." The other man chose silence and departed, maintaining an air of superiority that further irritated Fu Sampi, who muttered to himself about the foolishness of such people. In his frustration, Fu Sampi suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation and inquired, "What engagement? Does Bian Tao have an engagement?" Zhua Xingzhou remained silent, feigning ignorance. Meanwhile, Bian Tao had fully recuperated from his exhaustion and felt invigorated. "Thank you," he expressed, grateful that these individuals had not forced him to leave. Someone promptly remarked, "No, the students of Yulan Academy who survive will surely become formidable figures." Initially, Bian Tao misinterpreted this as mockery, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was merely a statement of fact. It appeared that the impression of beast tamers regarding Yulan Academy was something he could not yet comprehend. When Meng Hongxian awoke, he noticed Bian Tao's absence and immediately grew agitated, demanding to know which direction Bian Tao had taken before pursuing him. Throughout their journey, they encountered no other beast tamers. As the number of those entering this alternate realm was limited, which explained Meng Hongxian's fixation on Bian Tao, likely due to the scarcity of water-type beast tamers. At this moment, Kai Song, who had been accompanying Bian Tao, inquired, "Why did you decline their offer? The terms were quite favorable, and crafting a small bomb is not particularly challenging." Because he did not disclose his entire plan nor the rationale behind creating an explosion, Bian Tao replied, "Thus, I cannot ascertain whether I would be performing a noble deed or aiding in malevolence." Meng Hongxian was an enigmatic individual, prompting Bian Tao to wish to limit their entanglement. Regrettably, during this time together, he had not gained the powers of fire or metal. Surprisingly, Kai Song remarked, "I had assumed you humans invaded alternate worlds to plunder resources, wreaking havoc wherever you went. I did not expect that you might not be seeking power by any means necessary." Bian Tao was somewhat taken aback. In truth, he had not truly contemplated the nature of the other world. His primary concern was merely the potential detriment to humanity. The words of Kai Song, however, plunged him into deep reflection. How did the beings of that other realm perceive humanity? Did they regard us as invaders, pillaging their homes and seizing their resources? Kai Song nodded, affirming that while we are labeled as other, from his perspective, humanity itself is merely another form of other. There exists little distinction between us, save for the differing territories we inhabit. He further elucidated that for highly intelligent beings, the lesser creatures we encounter today operate purely on instinct, devoid of higher reasoning. Bian Tao's expression darkened with concern. "Then why do you choose to forge a pact with humanity? What compels other contracted beasts to assist us?" Kai Song replied, "I am entering into a covenant with you, not with humanity as a whole. For lower-tier contracted beasts, forming such alliances enhances their power. In my case, as a higher-tier being, it represents a means to transcend limitations." Bian Tao furrowed his brow even more tightly. He was certain that he was not the first to uncover these truths. Prior to him, other beast tamers must have discerned this reality. Yet, the continued existence of beast tamers indicated humanity's reliance on the strength of contracted beasts for various endeavors, be they protective or aggressive in nature. Of course, the differing stances rendered their natures quite distinct. If highly intelligent beings perceived humanity as aggressors, why then did so many still choose to form pacts with us? Was it simply for the sake of gaining strength? This conundrum seemed perplexing to Bian Tao. Kai Song, somewhat exasperated, explained that among the other beings, there existed a hierarchy of predation. Even among the highly intelligent, there was discord. Some harbored animosity towards humanity, seeking to consume us and reclaim their territories, while others exhibited benevolence, wishing to offer assistance. Prior to entering into a pact with you, Kai Song continued, I maintain a neutral stance, not intending to involve myself in their conflicts over species or territory. This revelation piqued Bian Tao's curiosity, prompting him to inquire, are you reluctant to return? Perhaps out of fear of being overwhelmed? Such behavior from Kai Song would undoubtedly provoke disdain from those other beings who viewed humanity with hostility. However, he could find refuge among those who were inclined to aid humanity, thus rendering that argument moot. Yet Kai Song countered, is it not due to your formidable strength that I can sustain my existence here on Blue Star for such an extended period? Moreover, I have aided you in ways you remain unaware of, my dear little crispy skin. Having spent considerable time on Blue Star, Kai Song had certainly honed his flattery skills. Then I thank you. but you must safeguard my life. Should misfortune befall me, you would have no choice but to return to the other realm and face the consequences. Bien Tao jest, choosing not to press further into Kaiying Tsang's true reluctance to return. Very well, just treat me to a few more meals, and all shall be well. In the other world, the profession of chef did not exist, leaving Kaiying Tsang bewildered by how humanity could render food so exquisitely delectable. All right, understood, he concluded. In response, Bien Tao did not suppress his feelings. This was evident as Kaiying Tsang was not the kind of beast lacking principles for the sake of food. His earlier restraint from causing a ruckus over Meng Hongxuan's meal was a testament to that. Chapter 53. I see you are quite a handful. Not long after, Bien Tao was caught up by Meng Hongxian, who had only traversed half the distance. The exit from the other world was still far off. However, this time Meng Hongxian appeared decidedly peculiar, with a noticeable change in his manner of speaking. Hello, may I have a moment of your time? There's a matter I wish to discuss with you. Meng Hongxuan's tone remained gentle, even accompanied by a smile. For some reason, Bien Tao felt as if there were a glimmer of golden light in the depths of his eyes. Upon closer inspection, they remained black as night. Was it an illusion? I have nothing to say to you. Bien Tao retorted. Are you planning to follow me until we exit this other world? Despite Bien Tao's brusque manner, Meng Hongxian did not take offense. With a persistent smile, he replied, I apologize for what transpired earlier. It was never my intention. Bien Tao furrowed his brow and stepped back several paces. Are you truly Meng Hongxian? Who are you? Meng Hongxian hastily responded, Please do not misunderstand. Can you delve into my thoughts? You are not my contracted beast. How could I know what you are thinking? Bien Tao was aware that those with formidable psychic powers could indeed probe the thoughts of others. But his own abilities were merely nascent and far from capable of such feats. Despite Bien Tao's rudeness, Meng Hongxian maintained his smile and courteous demeanor, which only heightened Bien Tao's unease. Do not come any closer, I warn you. Meng Hongxian, somewhat distressed, softly explained. I have come with my team primarily to gather fire-type materials for weapon crafting. That seems unrelated to me, Bien Tao mused. Are you offering to forge me a weapon for free? If you are willing to assist me, I can bestow upon you a storage ring and a weapon crafted by my own hand. Meng Hongxian stated, After all, you are one of my own, and I would not shortchange you. A chill ran down Bien Tao's spine. Have you lost your mind or had your body usurped? Your words are quite unsettling. Meng Hongxian remained unfazed, continuing, in the mountains I mentioned, aside from the ores I require, there exists a horde of insect-like aberrations. Allow me to clarify. These creatures are not particularly strong, but their sheer numbers and sharp teeth can cause landslides. I plan to gather resources with my team, which entails considerable risk. If we can create an explosion, it would not only reduce casualties, but also aid in concealing our actions during the process. Therefore, I hope you will assist me, considering the plight of those unfortunate humans. Conceal whom, exactly? What ulterior motives might Meng Hongxian harbor beyond mere resource gathering? At this juncture, Zhuo Xingzhou inquired, Is there anything distinctive about the small hillock where those aberrations dwell? Fu Sampi shook his head, noting that Meng Hongxian was not only enticing Bien Tao, but also resorting to moral coercion, which proved disadvantageous for him. As Zhuo Xingzhou spoke, it seemed Meng Hongxian sensed a shift. Softly speaking, I must trouble you to join hands together. I shall certainly express my gratitude at Yulan Academy another day. This remark was directed towards Fu Sampi and Zhuo Xingzhou, yet from Bien Tao's perspective, it bore no fault. He merely interjected, Do not seek me out at Yulan Academy. I perceive you to be quite troublesome. Then, with a look of inner conflict, he inquired, If I do not assist, will you not face casualties during your forging? Indeed. Meng Hongxian replied. Then why do you not retreat? Why not seek more formidable assistance? Because someone desires my demise today, regrettably entangling these innocent lives. Meng Hongxian spoke with a calmness that sent chills down Bien Tao's spine. His interest lay not with Bien Tao, but with Fu Sampi and Zhuo Xingzhou, who had accompanied him, all for the sake of a slender chance of survival. I can speak no more. He approaches, Meng Hongxian whispered, then raised his voice. Your willingness to assist me is immensely appreciated. I am profoundly grateful. Bien Tao wore a perplexed expression. He was neither the one nor the other. Who is coming? At this moment, Meng Hongxian grasped Bien Tao's wrist and returned to the crowd. He smiled at those around him, declaring, "The students of Yulan Academy are willing to aid us. Shortly, I shall orchestrate several small explosions. I hope everyone will remain vigilant, should any aberrations emerge from their lairs. I kindly ask for your assistance in resolving the matter." The group appeared taken aback, with someone responding, "This is our duty. We shall surely succeed." A collective sigh of relief followed, for such arrangements significantly reduced their risks. Though they found Meng Hongxian peculiar, it did not hinder their fondness for Bien Tao. Little one, emerging alone to accomplish such troublesome tasks is truly commendable. This material is the most challenging to gather. Bien Tao felt somewhat unaccustomed to their sudden camaraderie, but replied, "In this otherworldly realm, we ought to support one another, especially since you previously kept watch for me." Upon hearing this, the group appeared even more pleased. What is that in comparison? Otherwise, we would have to take turns keeping watch during our rest. Bien Tao wished to continue the conversation, but Meng Hongxian suddenly intervened, isolating him from the crowd. Bien Tao took 2 steps aside, feeling a sense of wariness towards Meng Hongxian's odd behavior. He asked, "What is the matter? Due to prior circumstances, we have already squandered some time. We must be on our way shortly, and I'm uncertain if you can endure." Meng Hongxian bantered aimlessly. Bien Tao chose silence, perplexed as to why Meng Hongxian would prevent him from mingling with those individuals. He maintained his distance from everyone. Previously, Meng Hongxian's antics had discouraged the group from engaging further. Even if they harbored discontent regarding Meng Hongxian's actions, no one dared to voice their thoughts. Distance had been established, yet that did not preclude conversation. It was then revealed that the faction to which these individuals belonged was known as the Rangers. Most undertook various personal assignments, and, occasionally, other factions would commission tasks for the Rangers. These individuals were predominantly graduates of training programs, their abilities varying along with the difficulty of the tasks they could undertake. Meng Hongxian's endeavor to gather materials is relatively challenging, yet it remains within the realm of a novice beastmaster. At the very least, the abilities he has exhibited align with those of first-tier beastmaster, albeit not with great stability, rendering him not much different from the rumored inept. This team comprises only 1 third-tier beastmaster and 3 second-tier beastmasters, while the rest are all first-tier. Bien Tao contemplated strategies to ensure that these individuals exercise caution without attracting the attention of Meng Hongxian's associates. Subsequently, he pondered whether he might be overestimating his own influence. Was it too simplistic for Meng Hongxian to seek his assistance? Could a handful of explosions truly alter the course of events? At this juncture, Zhuo Xingzhou inquired about his plans. Fu Sampi's expression turned serious, acknowledging the complexities inherent within certain prominent families. He was taken aback that someone as young as Meng Hongxian was already strategizing for self-preservation. He then expressed his irritation, stating that the number of individuals they could save depended on Meng Hongxian's execution. If they were to become aware of their presence, they would likely abandon the endeavor altogether. The situation would be particularly troublesome if the formidable individual trailing Meng Hongxian posed a threat. Zhuo Xingzhou himself was not well versed in these matters. Aside from his obligatory missions into the other world, he had been engrossed in academic research and the development of mental prowess. With only a cursory awareness of the existence of cults, his real encounter with such a cult had been during a previous mission to assist Bien Tao in an undercover operation. Fu Sampi felt a twinge of frustration. If they genuinely wished for Meng Hongxian to vanish from the first-tier otherworld without a trace, considerable preparations would be required. He then turned to Zhuo Xingzhou, searching for any potential vulnerabilities in the boundaries of this world. Entering through conventional means seemed improbable, making the establishment of new routes the most viable option. Possessing space manipulation abilities akin to Fu Sampi's or employing alternative methods could potentially achieve this. "You make it sound easy," Zhuo Xingzhou retorted, visibly agitated as he cradled the small turtle that floated above him. In a short while, the turtle transformed into a computer, and Zhuo Xingzhou softly remarked, "Thank you for your hard work, little turtle." The computer flickered momentarily, and the screen displayed their current location. A grid began to form, though the expansion was sluggish. This other world was not excessively vast, yet the resources required for comprehensive coverage were staggering. Fu Sampi was genuinely taken aback by Zhuo Xing's capabilities. He had initially assumed they would need to split up, not realizing that Zhuo Xingzhou would commence the exploration so promptly. Is this a monster? He mused, having never heard of any psychic beastmaster achieving such a level of proficiency. It was no wonder that Zhuo Xingzhou had been so closely guarded for so long, rarely venturing into the other world. Zhuo Xingzhou, however, disregarded the comments. Placing his hand on the computer, he began manipulating the interface. Before long, their location, along with Bian Tao's nearby position, was marked by several red dots. Should any other individual approach Bian Tao and the others through certain means, Zhuo Xingzhou would undoubtedly sense it at once. Before long, a bubble manifested around the red dots of Zhuo Xingzhou and Fu Sampi. It was one of Fu Sampi's contract beasts, diligently maintaining the stability of their space, a spatial fish. Seemingly aware of Zhuo Xingzhu's power, the spatial fish expressed friendliness and did not hinder his probing. Fu Sampi, observing this, couldn't help but marvel at the impressive technology. Regrettably, Zhuo Xingzhou paid no heed to Fu Sampi's exclamations. When employing his powers, he would concentrate intensely, effectively blocking out external distractions. This was Zhuo Xingzhu's vulnerability. Should he use his powers in a perilous situation, unforeseen accidents could easily occur. Furthermore, his abilities leaned towards assistance rather than being of the offensive type, which inclined him more towards academic pursuits. This did not reflect Zhuo Xingzhu's personal will, but rather his commitment to doing what was right. Now, however, the intrusion of Bian Tao had paradoxically restored some freedom to Zhuo Xingzhou. They reached their destination sooner than Bian Tao had anticipated. Yet Meng Hongxian appeared to be in poor physical condition, persistently pushing through. Bian Tao gently urged him, "If you're tired, you should rest. It seems you're on the verge of exhausting yourself." They had surely been traveling for over a day. "We're almost there. Let us rest once we arrive." "Thank you," Meng Hongxian replied softly. Bian Tao was still unaccustomed to such polite behavior from Meng Hongxian. Most importantly, until now, Bian Tao had yet to witness Meng Hongxian utilizing his fire-based powers. At that moment, Meng Hongxian spoke, "This is for you, as a token of my sincerity." He then removed a ring from his ring finger and placed it onto Bian Tao's hand. It seems quite arduous to keep dragging those aberrations along. Bian Tao, as if accustomed to it, hardly regarded the matter. Now, glancing at the ring unexpectedly adorning his finger, he felt somewhat puzzled. Nevertheless, he accepted it and soon learned how to use it, promptly storing the aberrations within the ring. Indeed, it alleviated his burden considerably, and Bian Tao's steps became noticeably lighter. Not long after, Bian Tao sensed a wave of heat rising in the surrounding air. Even though Meng Hongxian continued to push forward, the Rangers did not voice any complaints. It seemed they had endured even harsher conditions in the past. So long as Meng Hongxian refrained from causing trouble, they were grateful. During this time, Meng Hongxian had been unusually quiet, as if some weighty concern pressed upon him. Aside from the moment their wrists had intertwined, he had not engaged in any further contact with Bian Tao. An invisible distance had developed between them, which made Bian Tao feel at ease. It was only when they were in close proximity, and Bian Tao could even see a distant hillock, that Meng Hongxian instructed the group to halt. He announced, "The temperature here is relatively high. We should rest for a while to acclimate. Be vigilant against apparent attacks, and once we've regained our strength, we will proceed immediately." At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared. Bian Tao was taken aback, as he noticed a gaunt old man staring ominously at him, emanating an unmistakable air of malevolence that sent chills down his spine. The collection had yet to commence, and he wondered if they were on the brink of conflict. The old man's gaze shifted to Meng Hongxian, and he spoke with a tone laced with disdain. "Young master has truly grown. Do you believe this suffices?" Meng Hongxian remained silent, his expression grave, seemingly oblivious to the insinuation. His words bore a hint of rudeness, starkly contrasting with his earlier communication with Bian Tao. With a cold snort, the old man vanished, suggesting that the person had not yet arrived. It appears they are not here yet, Meng Hongxian muttered softly. At this moment, Bian Tao inquired, what are our chances of escaping now? I need to collect samples, and fleeing with so many people will undoubtedly incur sacrifices. Fighting may offer a glimmer of hope. They have underestimated the ranger, and they have underestimated me. It seemed that after the old man's departure, Meng Hongxian adopted a more carefree demeanor. I apologize for involving you in this. Bian Tao flicked the ring on his finger. The reward was already secured. Chapter 55. Who permitted you to enter my private domain? Meng Hongxian maintained his humble and courteous demeanor until the tent was properly erected. He extended an invitation to Bian Tao, stating, although warmth is not necessary at this moment, my tent is furnished with cushions and ample space. Why not share it? Bian Tao accepted without hesitation, eager to restore his energy swiftly in order to complete the task ahead. The longer they delayed, the more disadvantageous it became for Meng Hongxian and his companions. There were many aspects that remained perplexing, but there was no need to compel Meng Hongxian to explain at this juncture. His speech was already cautious enough. Another reason Bian Tao felt drawn to Meng Hongxian was the dual forces of gold and fire at his disposal. Even if Meng Hongxian did not actively share them, as long as Bian Tao could sense these two energies, he could gradually practice and harness them. Bian Tao had made attempts before, but found he could not conjure something from nothing. However, the interior of the tent was undeniably comfortable, constructed from materials whose composition eluded him. Kai Tsong stubbornly insisted on accompanying them, so Bian Tao rested his head on Kai Tsong's shoulder. Knowing that there would be others outside on watch, Bian Tao relaxed and succumbed to drowsiness. At that moment, Meng Hongxian mumbled, I truly envy your ability to summon a contract beast. Did his contract beast truly remain unsummoned? This was the last thought that crossed Bian Tao's mind before he drifted off to sleep, as the fatigue of the past few days washed over him. In response, Fu Sampi expressed some discontent, saying, even if he is an acquaintance, how can you trust that fiancé so easily? What if he is a disguised, otherworldly creature? You could end up devoured. There exists a special recognition method between us. Otherworldly beings cannot disguise themselves, Zhuo Xingzhou interjected. Between you two? Fu Sampi queried. Confusion etched on his face. The two had not rested during this period, yet they appeared quite alert, as Zhuo Xingzhou continued to probe and calculate. Fu Sampi refrained from disturbing him excessively. Bian Tao, in a state of semi-consciousness, felt his body awaken before his mind, instinctively seeking to evade danger. Suddenly, piercing screams filled the air as Bian Tao gazed at the flames that had erupted before him. Instinctively, he summoned his powers to extinguish the fire. Turning his gaze towards the person beside him, he noticed Meng Hongxian's fierce expression, radiating fury. Who permitted you to invade my private domain? Do not presume that our broken engagement grants you the liberty to act recklessly. His voice startled several wandering souls nearby, who, in their alarm, mistook the commotion for the emergence of a foreign entity, immediately on high alert. However, once they discerned that the young master was merely causing a ruckus, they returned to their rest, each in a foul mood. Bian Tao's demeanor was no better. His face bore a displeased expression. Rising swiftly, he skillfully subdued Meng Hongxian, his arm pressing against the latter's neck. Straddling him, he whispered, I know not whether you possess a dual personality or what your condition may be, but you invited me here to rest. Should you continue to suppress your temperament, no one will come to your aid. At that moment, Kai Tsong interjected dual souls. They are aware of what transpires between them. He simply detests you and wishes to expel you. Bian Tao, already irked, felt his anger flare further at Kai Tsong's provocations. The corners of his eyes tinged with a hint of crimson, fatigue evident upon his countenance. Being jolted awake from slumber was hardly a pleasant experience, and he had been startled awake the moment Meng Hongxian had stirred. Meng Hongxian, seething with rage, yet seemingly aware of his need for Bian Tao, fell into silence. Then, Bian Tao rose and exited the space. Outside, the brightness was overwhelming, waves of heat washing over the surroundings. Bian Tao surveyed the distant hillock. It was too far to utilize his mental powers for scrutiny. He could not recklessly approach, lest he inadvertently provoke a foreign entity. At that juncture, Meng Hongxian also emerged. Glancing at Bian Tao, he inquired, "Where's my storage ring?" It seemed he wished to question why it was in Bian Tao's possession, but recalled previous events. Altering his inquiry, "Why is it on your middle finger?" Bian Tao sensed he was being provoked and retorted with irritation, "Your ring fits perfectly on my middle finger. My ring finger is too small." Meng Hongxian, feeling uncomfortable, replied, "That is not a token of affection. I could never harbor interest in you. Stop creating trouble for no reason." Bian Tao found his behavior utterly perplexing. Did he truly appear to be enamored with Meng Hongxian? Frustration boiled within him. He thought to himself that when that person gained the upper hand, only then would he entertain conversations. Hearing this, Meng Hongxian exploded, "Yes, you all admire him, but I can still suppress him. Without my permission, he can never emerge." Bian Tao longed to label him as mentally unstable. How could Meng Hongxian possess such a yearning for affection and attention, as if he were a rebellious adolescent? Choosing silence, Bian Tao awaited the team's restoration to optimal condition. Led by Meng Hongxian, they approached the hillock. They had scarcely taken 2 steps when 5 foreign entities erupted from the ground. In such circumstances, there was no need for Bian Tao to intervene. Firstly, he was unfamiliar with combat, and secondly, he had yet to establish a cooperative dynamic. Bian Tao was witnessing the formidable power of teamwork for the first time, where every individual played a crucial role. The speed at which they dealt with the aberrations was remarkably swift, yet the environment exerted a natural pressure on Bian Tao, as he was unable to harness the power of water from his surroundings. Relying solely on his own abilities, he realized he had to conserve his energy given his current rate of recovery. As for the power of the sky, Bian Tao had yet to fully grasp its essence. The closer they approached the small hillock, the hotter the ground became. Soon, the sky became unbearably hot for Kai Tsong, who clung to Bian Tao for relief. At present, the battle was manageable for the Rangers, and someone engaged Bian Tao in conversation. "Your small contract beast is quite convenient to carry. Just tuck it away and go. We larger ones can only summon our companions during combat, which offers a greater degree of safety for our contract beasts. And for those like Gao Jia, who have immobile plant-based contract beasts, carrying them around is simply out of the question." However, Bian Tao was preoccupied with another concern. "You do not possess psychic powers, but the location where we set up camp was calculated to be free from aberrant attacks, correct? Of course, these are merely experiences. Once you venture into the other world for missions more frequently, you will naturally become knowledgeable. Guidance is still required, but as a student of Yulan Academy, your method of guidance may differ. Each faction has its own training methodologies." After clearing a short distance, they approached the small hillock. Bian Tao, intrigued, utilized his powers for a brief scan, only to be met with a chilling revelation. The interior of the hillock was densely populated with aberrations, all engaged in their own tasks. Chapter 56. Carrying a handkerchief? How sophisticated. A portion of the aberrations seemed to sense their presence and began to advance towards them. Bian Tao immediately exclaimed, "Let us move quickly. Aberrations are approaching." At that moment, Meng Hongxian produced a handkerchief and placed it in Bian Tao's hand. Grasping Bian Tao's hand, he whispered, "You can best perceive my power. I will indicate the direction where the temperature will rise rapidly, and after you utilize your strength, we must retreat swiftly." He added hurriedly, "There are no guarantees of success, so we must try multiple times." Bian Tao's attention was momentarily diverted by the handkerchief. Carrying a handkerchief? How sophisticated. Subsequently, he heard Meng Hongxian provide a direction, but Bian Tao sensed Meng Hongxian's power was quicker. "No need to announce the location. I can sense it," he replied, and they retreated swiftly. The Rangers reacted with remarkable speed. Almost as soon as they began their withdrawal, a sound emanated from the ground. A few aberrations broke through the surface. Although they had succeeded, the explosion was disappointingly minor. Bian Tao and Meng Hongxian attempted this several times, each resulting in similar outcomes. Even instantaneous explosions appeared minimal from an external perspective. Observing the weak intensity of the explosions, the Rangers focused their efforts on dealing with the aberrations that had emerged. At this juncture, Bien Tao inquired. Isn't something amiss? He had exerted himself to the fullest, yet Meng Hongxuan's power was evidently greater than his own. Due to the feeble sounds and lack of force, they unanimously decided to escalate their intensity. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. At that moment, Bien Tao made a resolution to attempt once more. He would not retreat, but instead seek to uncover the cause. Although he had yet to fully harness his mental powers, he believed that drawing a little closer might enable him to sense something. The danger loomed. He had a measure of restraint. It was far better than exhausting his strength without inflicting significant harm on these aberrations. Upon sensing the quantity of anomalies lurking beneath the hill, a pang of despair gripped Bien Tao. Given their current team, confronting these aberrations, as well as the perilous individuals mentioned by Meng Hongxian, seemed exceedingly perilous. There was no time for contemplation. After Meng Hongxian selected a position once more, it was evident that he deliberately reduced his power this time. Bien Tao found this action somewhat superfluous. How could such a depth underground possibly harm those on the surface? As Meng Hongxuan's power surged, Bien Tao swiftly observed the nearby anomalies converging towards the source of his strength. When Bien Tao infused his own power, the anomalies enveloped it entirely. Subsequently, a dull thud resonated as the shockwave from the explosion diminished some of Bien Tao's mental energy. Enduring the painful sensation, he gleaned information about the anomalies. A number had perished in the explosion, having shielded themselves with their bodies. Bien Tao furrowed his brow slightly and relayed this information to Meng Hongxian. Yet, with so many anomalies, it would be challenging for just him and Meng Hongxian to eliminate the majority. Were the actions of these anomalies instinctual, driven by a desire to protect their habitat, or were they motivated by their very nature? Meng Hongxian found himself in a dilemma as well. He did not wish to linger here for too long, as it would be detrimental to him. Aware that the explosion posed no threat to them, Bien Tao decided to conserve his strength and remain steadfast. Meng Hongxian stood beside him and inquired softly, "You can sense me speaking quietly, right?" Given Bien Tao's earlier display, it was clear he possessed mental powers. However, being dual elemental, Meng Hongxian found this unremarkable. Bien Tao nodded. Just as the explosion resounded once more, Meng Hongxian murmured, "Do you know why they chose this location?" He then produced a small jade tablet from his ring and waved it before Bien Tao's eyes. This question startled Bien Tao, and he observed as Meng Hongxian irritably reminded him, "Don't slack off. Let us finish this quickly and complete the mission so we can return." At that moment, a member of the ranger team voiced their dissatisfaction, mentioning that the young one had only recently become a beast master and was already fatigued from the frequent use of his powers, yet was not permitted to rest. Meng Hongxian responded, "I've hired him by providing him with resources." He truly could not fathom why this individual felt compelled to provoke others so deliberately. As the explosion echoed, Bien Tao remarked with an odd expression, "You aren't intentionally doing this to seek an opportunity to drive them away, are you? Preventing them from feeling cornered later and rushing to save you in a fervor?" Meng Hongxian, his back turned to the group, revealed a bitter smile and said, "I thought you were unaware of such matters." Subsequently, he mumbled, "Not entirely." This time, Bien Tao did not restrain his strength, resulting in considerable commotion. It seemed that the selected location was somewhat excessively heated. Meng Hongxian swiftly made adjustments and continued speaking, his tone reminiscent of imparting a final message. "You may sense some entities growing beneath this place. This is also the reason these aberrations linger here. It might be a bit complex. My existence could pose certain obstacles for some individuals." Meng Hongxuan's voice grew increasingly faint, yet the explosions became more frequent. However, there was a silver lining. As long as they vacated this area, they would not turn against me. Meng Hongxian gestured towards the jade token in his hand. For this token could project an image of me prior to my demise, an object from another realm. Yet, something here interfered with the token's normal function. This phenomenon was exceedingly rare. Bien Tao felt perplexed, pondering what could possibly be buried underground that compelled one to risk their life for its acquisition. Meng Hongxian shook his head, indicating that it was not solely for that purpose. It was his intention. Rather than feigning madness and living in constant fear, It would be more prudent to lure the serpent out of its lair and ensnare them all at once. Oh, at that moment, Bien Tao suddenly sensed a complication. The doubts he had harbored previously would soon be validated. Some individuals, after all, were kin and required tangible evidence. Meng Hongxuan's words came to a close, and in truth, he was uncertain why he shared this with Bien Tao. Perhaps it was because no one could comprehend his suffering. Bien Tao understood that the he Meng Hongxian referred to must be another version of himself. The stark contrast in their personalities revealed that this irritable yet challenging Meng Hongxian was, in fact, the more benevolent one at heart. Bien Tao, having grown up in an ordinary family and perhaps somewhat indulged, naturally could not grasp this. He then inquired, "What are your chances?" 70%. "And if you had not encountered me, how would you have dealt with these aberrations?" Bien Tao recognized that his presence was merely coincidental. Yet the sheer number of these entities was enough to send shivers down one's spine. You will find out soon enough. Meng Hongxian likely possessed a trump card. Chapter 57. Truly a rooster at this juncture, Bien Tao felt that Meng Hongxian would seek him out, not due to his own strength, but rather because he was overly fatigued mentally and had not anticipated that Fu Sanpi and Zhuo Xingzhou would secretly protect him. After a brief respite, the final exertion required immense strength. Meng Hongxian remarked that once breached, this area would immediately collapse, unleashing even more ferocious heat waves from below. You would do well to retreat now, to a safe distance, Meng Hongxian directed towards the group of rangers. Bien Tao refrained from questioning him. For ever since Meng Hongxian had bound his hands with a handkerchief, he had repeatedly pulled him away from danger. Though it was merely theoretical, there were indeed few occurrences that surpassed Meng Hongxuan's calculative abilities. Thus, Bien Tao trusted that he must possess a method to help him evade peril. At that moment, Meng Hongxian turned to Bien Tao, casting a doubtful glance and asking, "It requires immense strength. Can you manage it?" Bien Tao gently tapped the vast sky, and I found myself in a similar state. The sky, stretching its legs, showed no signs of descent. Your contract beast, Meng Hongxian, cast a lingering glance, seemingly unable to discern anything amiss. In this environment, Bien Tao's recovery was notably sluggish. Had there been a beast master of the light element, perhaps they could have restored their vitality instantly. However, the numbers of light element practitioners were exceedingly few, and their fragility often deterred them from confronting peril directly. The aberrations that had previously emerged were collected by the rangers. Yet with the multitude of explosions, it was likely that numerous aberrant corpses remained. At this moment, Bien Tao spoke. "Divide the aberrant corpses with me, half for each." Meng Hongxian, without hesitation, acquiesced. Such matters paled in comparison to what he sought to uncover. Before long, Bien Tao rose, signaling that he was nearly restored. Despite any lingering disdain, Meng Hongxian grasped Bien Tao's wrist. The final binding of their power was evidently far more potent than before. Bien Tao cradled the sky in his arms, concentrating his strength, drawing forth a multitude of water elements that drained some color from his visage. The rangers had withdrawn, now observing from a distance. Soon, the sound of an explosion resonated once more. Bien Tao felt a tremendous force at his wrist, accompanied by a fierce, tugging sensation. When he regained his senses, he found himself pulled to a considerable distance, as if transported instantaneously. In that moment, Meng Hongxian suddenly knelt, expelling a spurt of blood before hastily consuming something. Bien Tao recognized this as the consequence of overexertion. His attention was swiftly captured by the phenomenon in the collapsed area. A scorching wave surged skyward, palpable and overwhelming. The temperature around them skyrocketed, the intense heat prompting Bien Tao to squint involuntarily. Yet, he beheld a colossal firebird burst forth, sweeping up numerous aberrations, soaring into the heavens. Its resounding cry echoed, and then a diminutive figure plummeted from above. It spiraled twice before finally landing atop the sky. The rangers murmured among themselves, clearly awestruck by the spectacle. Bien Tao, astonished, remarked, "It truly resembles a rooster," observing its proud crest and splendid crimson plumage. It was evident that it had been well cared for. The contract beast seemed to comprehend Bien Tao's words, promptly pecking at him. Lacking a comb, it was certainly not a chicken, yet it emitted continuous calls of indignation. After a couple of pecks, Bien Tao seized its throat. The contract beast, still intent on resisting, was abruptly met by the furious sky, which seized the opportunity to take a bite. A true pandemonium ensued. When discord brews between masters, their contract beasts often find themselves embroiled in conflict. In an instant, the trio, a human and two beasts, was engulfed in chaos. Bien Tao felt as though the contract beast's expansive wings had slapped his face. Though the bird's size was smaller than the sky, when its feathers unfurled, they resembled a giant fan. It appeared poised to take flight. Bien Tao attempted to exert control over it, but the entire weight of his body pressed down upon it. As the heavens took the opportunity to bite down on the thigh of the contracted beast, drawn by the abundance of flesh, Meng Hongxian, whose health was already fragile, found the exertion of summoning the beast and unleashing such a skill to be excessively taxing. Now, he knelt on the ground, motionless, while a farcical scene unfolded nearby, with neither humans nor beasts paying him any heed or concern. A sense of discomfort welled up within him. At that moment, the rangers approached, having heard the commotion. The underground habitat of the aberrations had been thoroughly obliterated, with the recent skills having incapacitated the majority. However, a few stragglers remained. This was not a time for frivolity. Bien Tao dismounted from the bird and remarked, transforming into flames as he did so. Someone chimed in, noting that such a skill could typically only be wielded by intermediate beast tamers. As for Meng Hongxian, his current state was a mystery, appearing as though he were on the brink of collapse. When misfortune reigns, it pours. At that moment, Zhuo Xingzhou suddenly spoke up, having just identified the entry point of their intrusion, only to discover a horde of unusual creatures approaching. The earlier explosion seemed to have drawn them in, and they advanced with alarming speed. The leader had already broken away from the group, likely a fifth-tier beast tamer. Without a warning, they would be caught completely off guard. A fifth-tier beast tamer was more than capable of annihilating their team. Zhuo Xingzhou had no choice but to communicate with Bien Tao using his power, cautioning him that danger was imminent. In that instant, Bien Tao's understanding crystallized. In a fit of anger, he kicked Meng Hongxian, urging him to rise because those who valued his life were approaching. He then began to use his mental prowess to scan the underground, sighing in relief to find that only about 20 aberrations remained mobile. Had Meng Hongxian's earlier strike landed on a person, they would have been reduced to ashes. "Please assist me in retrieving something," Meng Hongxian said softly. Such politeness was characteristic of another side of him. Bien Tao instinctively glanced for the contracted beast, only to find it had vanished. This implied that the metal and fire elements could not coexist. It seemed Meng Hongxian's dual affinity had led to naught. Bien Tao was uncertain of what Meng Hongxian sought, but reluctantly served as a makeshift support. Time was of the essence, and despite his shorter stature, he dragged Meng Hongxian through the debris-strewn area. Meng Hongxian displayed remarkable fortitude, enduring in silence. "Should you exploit me like this again, my retribution shall not be merely a trivial scratch," Bien Tao whispered, though his gaze held a resolute determination. He then addressed the rangers. "The mission is complete. You may return." This aligned with Meng Hongxian's intent, though it remained uncertain whether this seemingly courteous version of him shared the same thoughts. Chapter 58. The food chain. A ranger responded, "No, our mission is to ensure Meng Hongxian's safe passage, not merely to gather these items." At that moment, Meng Hongxian was rendered incapable of speech, his complexion devoid of color. Bien Tao moved swiftly, already leading the group into the wasteland. "Point the way. Where are the items?" Bien Tao inquired, gazing at the enormous pit left by the collapse. Within it, faint glimmers of light were reflected, revealing a mixture of crystals, earth, and fragments of sand, alongside the remains of otherworldly creatures. Bien Tao's mental energy was continuously projected outward, apprehensive of any hidden entities that might suddenly emerge. He dragged Meng Hongxian, inching downwards. As they approached the anomalies and the crystals, he retracted his energy. At that moment, Meng Hongxian strained to speak, urging him to go to the center. The center? Bien Tao cast a glance, realizing there was no true center. It was merely an abyss. How had these strange beings excavated their habitat so deeply? The further they descended, the more the temperature seemed to rise. The upper layers contained relatively normal metallic or resources, but deeper down, these minerals began to radiate heat, no longer purely composed of gold properties. Nevertheless, it was a trivial task, and Bien Tao collected all that he could, primarily to clear the path. His movements were swift and efficient, leading Meng Hongxian to believe he was akin to a bandit, seasoned in plunder. Yet, Bien Tao understood the importance of urgency. The main objective was to progress. It was simply faster to store these items directly in his ring than to take a detour with Meng Hongxian in tow. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, and every obstacle was a resource. Fu Sanpi and Zhuo Xingzhou had been following Bien Tao all along, contemplating whether to reveal themselves. The fifth-tier Beastmaster was alarmingly close. Upon arriving, he would surely ascertain the whereabouts of Bien Tao and Meng Hongxian. It was only a matter of moments before he discovered they had entered this desolate area of collapse. Zhuo Xingzhou felt a surge of anxiety, his gaze fixed on Bien Tao's somewhat clumsy silhouette. The fragments of or here were sharp, and it seemed Meng Hongxian possessed some armor, with his shoes also providing protection. Relatively speaking, he was better off, though his pants had suffered some tears, while Bien Tao bore numerous injuries. In such an environment, scrapes and bruises were inevitable. Avoiding a tumble into the abyss was a fortunate outcome. "All right, we are near," Meng Hongxian spoke up. Bien Tao halted. Clearly, Meng Hongxian still lacked the strength to move. Before he could inquire further, Meng Hongxian continued, "My contract beast has already gone to search." The light here was dimming. They had descended too deep underground without a source of illumination. Bien Tao resorted to exploring the surroundings with his mental energy, but the range he could touch was limited, and he seemed to glimpse something elongated slithering. A chill ran down his spine. Was it a snake? Your chicken and your snake form a food chain. Should they encounter one another, one would surely perish. Meng Hongxian appeared speechless, not responding. At that moment, Bien Tao scanned the vicinity again, calling out for Zhuo Xingzhou. "Suo Xing Tzu, come fort. I know you're nearby. I heard you speaking moments ago." Just then, Bien Tao thought he detected a sound, initially believing it was Zhuo Xingzhou, but suddenly, a warning from the heavens echoed in his mind. "Protect yourself with water." Almost instantaneously, a thick layer of ice materialized before Bien Tao. His synergy with Kaiying Tsang has become increasingly harmonious, cultivated through the arduous process of gaining experience. The strategy of overwhelming with sheer numbers has proven remarkably effective. In this fleeting moment, Bien Tao found a brief respite, pulling Meng Hongxian in an attempt to retreat. Yet, a new wave of attacks emerged once more. Bien Tao instinctively channeled his strength, positioning his body to shield the immobile Meng Hongxian. With a hint of resentment, he inquired, "When will you regain your freedom to act? Shall I accompany you to death?" However, his words elicited no response. Their defenses had already been shattered twice. In this dire situation, Bien Tao felt his strength depleting rapidly. Kaiying Tsang launched an attack, yet could not catch even a glimpse of their adversary's shadow. Soon, Bien Tao was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Initially, the assailant seemed hesitant to strike, as if confirming something. Now, it appeared that the prospect of eliminating both of them posed no concern, prompting a full display of their power. The commotion caused by Meng Hongxian had undoubtedly attracted more onlookers, a fact he had orchestrated deliberately. Thus, the situation must be resolved before it escalated further. At this moment, the fifth-tier Beast Master felt a pang of frustration, unable to establish contact with the insider from the Meng family. Although he had been promised assistance from a high-tier Beast Master to swiftly eliminate Meng Hongxian, he found no trace of the ally. Instead, he now faced 2 first-tier Beast Masters alone. However, executing a quick kill was not beyond his capabilities. As for Bien Tao, an unforeseen variable not accounted for in his plans, it seemed best to bury him here. The disparity in Beastmaster ranks was astonishing. The opponent's casual strikes bore an alarming potency. Bien Tao's expression darkened, Ice magic was not a protective shield. While it could momentarily delay harm, the notion of withstanding damage was utterly preposterous. In a state of urgency, Bian Tao implored Meng Hongxian, "Do you possess any protective items for survival?" Meng Hongxian merely whispered, "Jinya," but received no reply. Heightened tension led Bian Tao to sense the condition of the contracted beast. It truly had a knack for shedding its skin at opportune moments. At that moment, the relentless onslaught obliterated the already fragile surface above. Numerous crystals and clumps of earth plummeted down. Bian Tao could not discern the enemy's figure, as they were launching ranged attacks. The sensation of awaiting death was far from pleasant, even if it lasted less than a minute. His mind raced, contemplating potential solutions. However, how could he evade such extensive attacks? Kaing Tsang, can the gold element be utilized? Bian Tao placed his last hope in Kaing Tsang, only to receive a negative response. At that instant, he noticed a layer of green membrane rising before Meng Hongxian. Bian Tao's demeanor turned serious just as the attacks descended. Areas not enveloped by the green light rapidly caved in. Meng Hongxian appeared anxious, seemingly concerned for his contracted beast. Struggling to rise, he stumbled back to the ground, looking utterly disheveled. Ultimately, it was Bian Tao who lifted him up. Miraculously, a voice emerged, followed by yet another sudden attack. Once again obstructed by green film, the individual finally sensed something amiss. Casting a wary glance around, he coldly inquired, "Who might you be? Do you comprehend the dire consequences of disrupting our endeavors?" Chapter 59. Such individuals are most troublesome at that moment. Fu Sampi also peeked out, surveying his surroundings. He remarked, "I'm quite curious to see who possesses such audacity." Almost instantly, a figure materialized before Fu Sampi, an attack following swiftly, rife with lethal intent. There was scarcely a moment to breathe, and Fu Sampi recoiled, vanishing from sight. The fifth-tier Beastmaster furrowed his brow slightly. This skill did not resemble that of a typical inept Beastmaster assigned as a target. If he were to be deemed a guardian of sorts, he seemed rather inadequate. However, he was still somewhat stronger. Just as he hesitated, contemplating escape, a sudden sharp pain coursed through his arm. Upon inspection, he discovered the spatial realm beside him had been rent asunder, and his hand had entirely vanished. A spatial Beastmaster could indeed kill unseen. At that moment, the fifth-tier Beastmaster's complexion turned ashen as he raised his wounded arm, applying some substance that resembled a dark, viscous gel, which soon blossomed into a new hand. Fu Sampi understood why such a fifth-tier Beastmaster had been dispatched. He was a troublesome specialist in transformation, a particularly vexing foe. The crucial point was that his contracted beast remained elusive, potentially capable of adopting any form. Its attacks were unpredictable, emerging from nowhere to deliver a lethal blow. Although its methods were akin to Fu Sampi's, this adversary would find it difficult to obliterate him unless it swiftly incapacitated both his brain and heart. Fortunately, this was merely a mid-tier Beastmaster. The capabilities of a higher tier one were unfathomable. At that moment, Zhuo Xingzhou was still calculating, saying, "I have informed nearby powerhouses of the breach. They will rush over from other realms upon receiving my message." It was difficult to imagine how he managed to scout the area while simultaneously contacting others and safeguarding Bian Tao and Meng Hongxian. Fu Sampi's perception of Zhuo Xingzhou's abilities began to shift. Zhuo Xingzhou then spoke with a serious demeanor. "The contracted beast of this fifth-tier Beastmaster is currently lurking near Bian Tao, seemingly poised to strike." As he communicated with Fu Sampi, this information was relayed to Bian Tao. Bian Tao, ever vigilant, surveyed his surroundings. His mental acuity had not detected any anomalies. "Is there any danger nearby?" "Surely. It would target your contracted beast?" Bian Tao queried. "No. It would be best for your contracted beast to return to its habitat, wherever it was summoned from. It should be returned there. If it is in a weakened state, it remains precarious in its habitat, as its kind is not united," Meng Hongxian gently advised. A large question mark loomed over Bian Tao's handsome visage, torn between the urge to curse and his bewilderment. Such matters need not be so elaborately depicted. Could a contracted beast, akin to oneself, not foster a more profound bond. Bien Tao's complexion had turned a shade akin to that of wilted greens. His teeth clenched as he surveyed his surroundings with a wary gaze. He spoke, "Meng Hongxian, additional remuneration is required. The offerings you have provided are insufficient for the perils I am undertaking here. I shall personally compensate the 2 mentors from Yulan Academy with their rightful rewards and banners." As I have previously communicated, after Meng Hongxian finished speaking, he muttered, "Where are my people?" Though the Meng family's members had yet to arrive, the band of rangers was preparing to descend for reconnaissance. Just as they stirred into action, they encountered the adversaries sent forth by the enemy. The rangers, being of a lower rank, prompted Zhuo Xingzhou to anxiously urge, "You must ascend and inform them not to descend. Otherwise, they will all be annihilated by that 5th-tier beast master." "Understood," Fu Sampi replied, teleporting outside, where he fortuitously encountered the group of over 10 individuals. He quickly fabricated a story, saying, "Brothers, those are cultists. If you truly do not wish to retreat, then eliminate them." At that moment, one among the group, seemingly lacking in wit, exclaimed, "Boss, he'd been exposed." The clarity of his voice rendered it unnecessary for Fu Sampi to reveal his identity or persuade them further. He chuckled as he returned to the space, just as the contract beast that had severed the hand of the 5th-tier beast master rejoined him, presenting the bloodied appendage. Simultaneously coordinating commands with 2 contract beasts proved exceedingly arduous. Although Fu Sampi's contract beasts were diminutive, this did not mitigate the energy expended. The essence lay in the intensity of the attack and the extent of the damage inflicted. At present, Fu Sampi was incapable of instantly exterminating a 5th-tier beastmaster. He had just recently ascended to the 6th tier himself, only marginally surpassing his adversary. With time to acclimate to his newly acquired strength, he might find it easier. Most individuals harbored a degree of animosity towards cults. Once the enemy's identity was revealed, the ranger's eyes ignited with fury. There was no need for further discourse. They would simply enact vengeance. This was an alternate realm, where slaying cultists was devoid of the cumbersome regulations prevalent on Blue Star. The inspection team safeguarded only the legitimate beast masters of Blue Star, indifferent to the fates of cultists. On Blue Star, these cultists might be relatives or friends of someone. However, in this other world, they operated under the guise of cultists, heretics who had slain countless compatriots, deserving of eradication. Fortunately, the Rangers had not retreated. Fu Sampi exhaled a sigh of relief, acknowledging that their unwavering spirit in completing their mission had indeed saved many lives. Today, they, along with their students, had become beneficiaries of this resolve. Fu Sampi then mumbled, "Why did Ti go after the Rangers back then? That would have been far more impressive." Zhuo Xingzhou feigned ignorance, his focus sharp on the computer screen before him. As the Rangers made contact with the heretics, he deftly tapped a few keys on the screen, his complexion paling. Suddenly, a vague shadow materialized above the heretics, followed by thin, thread-like entities ensnaring them. Some instinctively attempted to strike, only to find that their physical attacks effortlessly passed through the threads. The voice of Zhuo Xingzhou echoed, "You have only 3 seconds." The Rangers reacted with remarkable swiftness, launching their assault within the mere 3 seconds that the heretic was restrained. They targeted lethal points, swiftly eliminating half of the heretics in an instant. A cry for help rang out, drawing the attention of the 5th-tier Beastmaster. Upon realizing what was transpiring, the 5th-tier Beastmaster retaliated against the phantom in the air, only for it to dissipate completely. The casualties among his entourage were grave, and not a single member of the Meng family or their spies remained visible. He felt certain he had fallen into a trap set by the Meng family, his expression darkening as he anticipated a disastrous outcome for the day. At that moment, a figure approached, startling the 5th-tier Beastmaster. Upon recognizing the newcomer, he exhaled slightly, though his displeasure remained evident. "You arrived so late. I feared it was a ploy set by your Meng family," he remarked. "This was a rare opportunity to eliminate that young man. Yet I did not expect to encounter complications along the way. My people have suffered heavy losses." The newcomer's expression soured further at the mention of this matter, rendering his already grim visage even more lifeless. "Let us act quickly. That Ming lad seemed to have caused quite an uproar earlier. If we delay, we risk attracting more attention, and we cannot afford to be hindered any longer. He was cunning indeed, leaving behind 2 mentors from Yulan Academy. Previously, he had mocked the Ming family for arranging a betrothal for their inept son, seemingly aiming to sever their lineage. Little did he anticipate that such a decision would prove advantageous at this critical juncture. However, they had not overlooked these unforeseen variables. Their numbers were already considerable, albeit aimed at pursuing a useless Beastmaster and a low-tier Beastmaster team. The third-tier Beastmaster among the Rangers was remarkably resilient, capable of holding his own against 2 opponents simultaneously. Consequently, the remaining members found it considerably easier to strike swiftly. The 5th-tier Beastmaster watched in anguish. These were his trusted confidants, painstakingly nurtured. It is crucial to understand that Beastmasters are far more challenging to manipulate than ordinary individuals with assets in Blue Star. Most of them had undergone mental conditioning, and their goals were aligned, making it exceedingly difficult to sway even 1 or 2 to their side. Those who had been coerced into compliance out of fear only sought comfort, and were thus unsuitable for such clandestine missions. I will intercept those 2 mentors from Yulan Academy. You focus on eliminating the target. The individual behind spoke to the 5th-tier Beastmaster. I cannot engage directly, for if my involvement is discovered, it would lead to complications. He then located Zhuo Xingzhou and Fu Sampi within the spatial realm and whispered, "I warned you to leave. Yet, you insisted on courting trouble." Fu Sampi attempted to manipulate the space, but found it sealed. He had no choice but to summon other contracted beasts and launch an external assault on the individual. Zhuo Xingzhou, overwhelmed, found it impossible to divide his focus. He had expended too much energy on the skills he previously employed, while summoning 2 contracted beasts was manageable. Deploying his ultimate abilities simultaneously proved excessively burdensome. With the inability to manipulate the space, the opponent's strength could infiltrate, leaving them in a position of passive defense. Fusion P murmured softly, "To shatter the surface space, one requires at least an 8th-tier Beastmaster. The Meng family possesses the foundation to cultivate such a tier of Beastmaster. And to eliminate Meng Hongxian, this tier of Beastmaster is indeed a chilling prospect. Thus, the only means to safeguard this secret is to extinguish all present here." The sounds of battle resonated around them, accompanied by the furious roars of the Rangers. "Be careful." Following this was a cacophony of noise and cries, as the conflict intensified. From the conversation, it became clear that some had succumbed to the onslaught of the heretics, and lives had been lost. Fusion P's eyes reddened instantly. The contracted beast seemed to sense its master's distress and began to thrash violently. The troubles were far from over. A 5th-tier Beastmaster had shattered Zhuo Xing's protective barrier. As the contracted beast was injured, Zhuo Xingzhou suffered a backlash, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He seemed to grit his teeth, struggling to endure. He wished to raise a protective shield for Bian Tao, but it was utterly impossible. Bian Tao and Meng Hongxian were merely caught in the residual force of the barrier's destruction and were sent flying a considerable distance apart, forcibly separating them. Kai Tsong could no longer tolerate the situation and declared, "I will lift the seal for a few seconds. Afterward, you may be paralyzed or even meet your demise. You have only 2 seconds to ponder. Do it." At that moment, Bian Tao felt dizzy, his mental energy radiating outward, as he remained oblivious to the sacrifices that had already occurred. Everything transpired too swiftly. The sounds of colliding forces drowned out many spoken words. Kai Tsong's voice immediately captured Bian Tao's attention. In that instant, Bian Tao sensed a peculiar transformation within his contract. His surroundings blurred, and he felt an immense power suddenly surge from around Kai Tsong. Above, the 5th-tier Beastmaster, looking down upon the ants, beheld a colossal eye. Kai Tsong was merely a reflection of that immense eye. Upon locking gazes with him, he found himself immobilized. The howling winds and snow assailed him, allowing ice spikes to pierce his abdomen and shatter his bones. At that moment, he could not feel pain. It was as if his body had detached from his very essence. When Bian Tao regained his senses, he witnessed the fifth-tier Beastmaster plummeting to the ground. He was incapable of movement, his consciousness barely lucid, let alone harnessing his mental power. Even the most fundamental perception of the surrounding energies eluded him. The information his naked eyes and ears could gather was scant. He wished to speak, yet not a sound escaped his lips. Kai Song appeared to be in a similar plight. The price of breaking the taboo rendered them as helpless as fish on a chopping block. Bien Tao understood that Kai Song's power had been insufficient to bring about that individual demise. If he were to comprehend the hierarchy of power now, he would realize that Kai Song's strike was akin to a full-force attack from a fourth-tier Beastmaster combined with his contracted beast. Bien Tao was uncertain if he was still breathing, but he was resolute in his desire not to succumb to unconsciousness or to perish in such a bewildering manner. Desiring to rescue Meng Hongxian, especially given his prior state of distress, uncertainty loomed over the fate of the man after he was flung into the air. Although the fifth-tier Beastmaster had fallen, his contracted beast continued to flap its wings, creating a cacophony that reached Bien Tao's ears, though his position prevented him from witnessing the creature. Its overall form resembled that of a bat, cloaked in darkness, possessing formidable night vision capabilities. Compared to the elusive Meng Hongxian, this contracted beast appeared decidedly more intrigued by Bien Tao. The sound drew ever closer. When Bien Tao finally discerned the creature, a massive serpent glimmering with golden light suddenly lunged forth, seizing the contracted beast by its neck. He could almost hear the sound of bones cracking. At least there was hope. He was not dead yet. The situation was far from resolved, and Bien Tao yearned to ascertain the conditions of Fu Sanpi and Zhuo Xingzhou. The individual opposing Fu Sanpi since the fall of the fifth-tier Beastmaster, mentally calculating the time required for recovery. With shattered bones, movement would likely take several minutes. It was evident that swift action was imperative. Prolonging the battle would surely be detrimental to their side. A dark force enveloped him, permeating the space before him. As he observed the area occupied by Fu Sanpi and Zhuo Xingzhou being gradually consumed, a smirk crept upon his lips for both the Beastmaster and the contracted beasts, tainted by his noxious mist, were doomed to perish without a doubt. Chapter 61. Transformed into blood as his gaze shifted towards Bien Tao and Meng Hongxian. Contemplating how to eliminate them without leaving traces of his power, an excruciating pain suddenly coursed through his body. In his attempt to retreat swiftly, he found himself immobilized, as if an invisible force had him in its grip. Zhuo Xing's whose voice echoed, but the source was indiscernible. Knowing you can penetrate the veil of space to discern our location, do you truly believe we remain unprepared and vulnerable to your easy annihilation? Although the toxic mist was erratic, the Beastmaster's body remained flesh and blood, incapable of morphing at will like a specialized transformation. Consequently, he was more susceptible to harm. As long as the adversary remained in the light and they in the shadows, there was still a glimmer of hope. Zhuo Xing's, whose mental power restrained and bound, coupled with Fu Sanpi's spatial cutting, provided a significant advantage. Even if the opponents sought to summon other contracted beasts, they would first have to contend with Zhuo Xing's whose mental prowess. In that moment, the senior beast master finally grasped the terror of mental power. Fortunately, Zhuo Xingzhou was not a higher tier, just as Fu Sanpi was expending energy to inflict greater damage upon this formidable beastmaster. The latter's mental control began to fray, and a cloud of poisonous mist enveloped him. Uncertain of the means employed, he departed as mysteriously as he had arrived. I advise you to exercise caution with the poison I have left behind. Even a mere touch could reduce a low-tier beast master to blood. This toxic mist blanketed the entire plain, slowly descending. Zhuo Xingzhou and Fu Sanpi remained concealed within their spatial refuge, yet they found themselves unable to move. Fortunately, Bien Tao's contracted beast possessed wind attributes. Surely he could still act, right? Zhuo Xingzhou voiced his concerns. If you had not uttered those words while lying down, Tao might still possess some strength, replied Fu Sanpi. Both he and Zhuo Xingzhou had been thoroughly drained, and it was a stroke of luck that Tao still had breath left in him. Zhuo Xingzhou felt a twinge of anxiety, yet the overwhelming fatigue from overexertion enveloped him. Even the small turtle perched atop his head had been reluctantly sent back. Zhuo Xingzhou yearned to retrieve the potion for restoring his strength, dismissing any thoughts of potential side effects. However, he found himself utterly immobilized, uttering a single phrase before feeling as though he had lost consciousness. Fu Sampi could barely maintain the cloaked space they occupied. The spatial fish was now languid, no longer swimming about, but remaining at the center to ensure the two beast masters were not engulfed by the chaotic currents of space. At this moment, Bian Tao's consciousness remained alert, though his surroundings were shrouded in darkness. Speaking was a formidable challenge for him until a staggering figure approached, followed by the muttering of Meng Hongxian. Don't say it's not worth it. This life-saving elixir is quite expensive. It's worth far more than the trinkets you desire. Since you didn't abandon me and clung to the hope of taking me along during this critical moment, I'll share one with you. Soon after, Bian Tao felt his mouth pried open and an unfamiliar finger, possibly tainted with the soil of another world, inserted a pill beneath his tongue. As the medicine dissolved, the bitter taste contorted his face. A refreshing sensation accompanied the surge of power from his mouth to his esophagus, ultimately reaching his abdomen. During this process, it seemed as if his internal organs were greedily absorbing the potency of the medicine. This was a resilient vitality, far superior to the meager strength currently wielded by Gao Jiahua. Once Bian Tao grasped the market value, he couldn't help but marvel at Meng Hongxian's extravagant generosity. It appeared that the fire element was now dominant, as the serpent had vanished, replaced by a vibrant red bird. The bird tilted its head curiously at Bian Tao, pecking gently at his nose. Upon witnessing this, Meng Hongxian rushed forward to intervene, exclaiming, "Stop! If there are any bugs here, they must be of a different breed." Bian Tao would be devoured. He then glanced upward, puzzled, and remarked, "Do you sense something above?" It seemed shrouded in a mist. Meng Hongxian, being physically weaker, was particularly sensitive to the anomalies around him. The slightest irregularity made him feel uncomfortable, prompting him to say, "You should return. I lack the strength to support you any longer." This was still in an alternate world. Had they been on Blue Star, he wouldn't even have enough power to summon a contracted beast. Thus, the rumors were not entirely unfounded. They contained elements of Meng Hongxian's current predicament. As soon as Bian Tao regained the ability to move, he rose swiftly and began to retch. Before long, he expelled a considerable amount of coagulated blood, remnants of previous injuries. Once he could breathe normally, he immediately sought out Kind Song. As they approached the sky, their appearance was somewhat disheveled. Only after confirming that everything was in order did they breathe a sigh of relief. After administering 3 healing potions to Kind Song, its condition began to improve. "I'm fine now," Kind Song spoke, feeling a bit dizzy. It soon detected a problem above. "Beware, there's poison falling from above," Kind Song warned in a flurry. At that moment, Fu Sampi and Zhuo Xingzhou stumbled out of the spatial rift, looking equally frazzled. Zhuo Xingzhou even struggled to stand upright. Concern for the ranger above weighed heavily on them. Upon exiting the space, Zhuo Xingzhou's expression darkened as he remarked, "It seems the poisonous mist has been extracted from some aberrant creature." This implied that they could not discern the identity of their adversary by collecting these toxins. So, the poison is not his power? Fu Sampi's pupils constricted. At that moment, Meng Hongxian recalled that none of the known Meng family warriors employed poison. "The frail old man who was protecting you previously even discovered us and drove us away," Fu Sampi added, recalling that the old man had reprimanded them regarding Meng Hongxian's transfer. Meng Hongxian nodded, his expression grim. He replied, "That person has always been responsible for my protection. Logically, if he intended to strike, he would have done so long ago. Such peculiar terrain exists in other dimensions as well. You need not disclose your family's affairs to outsiders." Fu Sampi interjected, wishing to avoid further discussion about the Meng family. Meng Hongxian felt a twinge of embarrassment, but merely snorted, masking his emotions with stubbornness. Zhuo Xingzhou, however, was more concerned for Bian Tao and asked, "Are you all right?" Bian Tao shook his head, indicating he had nearly recovered. He then glanced at Zhuo Xingzhou and Fu Sampi, unable to suppress his expression, and asked, "You've been following me this whole time?" Zhuo Xingzhou remained silent, while Fu Sampi snorted in response. If you still have the energy, see if you can use wind-based powers to disperse that mist. Poison is quite troublesome, Fu Sampi suggested. Bien Tao felt exasperated, realizing that despite their presence, he still had to fend for himself. He turned his gaze to Kang Tsang, who remarked, "What? A mere first-tier Beastmaster hopes to acquire dispersal skills?" This taunt left Bien Tao speechless. Indeed, the skills of a Beastmaster were impressive. Nonetheless, Kang Tsang's words enlightened Bien Tao regarding a part of wind-based abilities. Kang Tsang then inquired, "Who among you can fly? Carry us aloft, and I will use wind powers to blow away the poisonous mist." Time was of the essence, as the battle above had yet to cease. Although Zhuo Xing's little turtle could float, it was difficult to carry so many. Fu Sampi appeared unwilling to offer assistance. Meng Hongxuan's little red bird could fly, but it had never attempted to carry anyone. Moreover, that bird was not on good terms with either Kang Tsang or Bien Tao. Its taming would depend on Meng Hongxian. When the little red bird was summoned again, it appeared bewildered, and after a brief communication with Meng Hongxian, it awaited further instructions. With wings unfurled and grasping the azure expanse, I flapped vigorously, soon soaring into the sky, letting out a triumphant roar. It felt as if boundless strength coursed through me. Meng Hongxian spoke, stating that one must clutch Bien Tao's contracted beast and shuttle back and forth to transport us all. After some deliberation, it was decided that Zhuo Xingzhou would ascend first, followed by Bien Tao, then Meng Hongxian, with Fu Sampi bringing up the rear. The two mentors took turns to ensure safety. Had Bien Tao known of Fu Sampi's formidable power, he would not have felt such overwhelming gratitude. The mentors from Yulan Academy were indeed reliable. Although tasked to complete the mission alone, they ultimately shadowed him in protection, bringing warmth to his heart. Had Bien Tao realized that Meng Hongxian was oblivious to the mentor's presence, he would not have clung to the first-tier Bien Tao. This was akin to inviting him to share in a perilous fate, and he would have thought differently. Departing from the mentor's protective umbrella, the sky was clear, devoid of rain. However, Bien Tao's overall performance truly astonished Meng Hongxian, despite his usual disregard for appearances. This collaboration revealed that Bien Tao vastly exceeded the standard of a first-tier Beastmaster. The loss of that life-saving potion did not trouble him in the slightest. Yet, he still felt a tinge of awkwardness, treating Bien Tao with indifference. As the four were transported, the little red bird had yet to provoke the heavens when it was sent back again. With their presence, the heretics could not withstand the pressure. By now, most had perished. Those who could flee had already escaped, while the rest met either death or capture. The Rangers suffered the loss of 3 first-tier Beastmasters. Among them was one elder, whom Bien Tao recognized. They had exchanged words before, and he had expressed fondness for Bien Tao. At this moment, the Ranger captain spoke softly, revealing that he had a child at home, about the same age as Bien Tao. Seeing him was akin to laying eyes on his own offspring. Bien Tao fell silent, unsure of how to respond. "That is why I allowed your departure. I wanted you to leave long ago." Meng Hongxian seemed unable to bear the weight of the situation. Squatting beside the bodies, he tugged at his hair in desperation. Bien Tao turned his head aside, deliberately avoiding the sight. A heaviness settled in his heart. Though he too had survived, he felt an overwhelming sorrow. They were not slain by the aberrations, which was the most difficult truth to accept. Bien Tao's hands trembled slightly at his sides, reflecting the tumult of his emotions. A silent scream echoed within him. At that moment, the Ranger captain remarked, recalling their prior conversation and expressing relief that they had not departed. Otherwise, 2 young souls would have perished here today. "You are still young. Your opportunities for growth far exceed those of us who are nearly set in our ways." "What a bargain! What bargain!" Meng Hongxian, in a fit of anger, kicked up the dust beneath him. Then, as if drained of strength, he softly added, "I will ensure their families are well taken care of." This task was originally the responsibility of the logistics department, and at times it also fell under the purview of the defense team. In that moment, Fu Sampi remarked, conveying the information to the family, that Bien Tao would be the one to handle the delivery of the ashes this time. Zhuo Xingzhou cast a disbelieving glance at Fu Sampi, who continued, This is how it has always been. I will go too, Zhuxingzhou murmured softly. Bian Tao remained unresponsive, his demeanor starkly contrasting with Meng Hongxian, who openly expressed his emotions. Zhuxingzhou worried that Bian Tao might be bottling up his feelings. Just as he was about to approach, he heard Bian Tao say, "I know. I've seen it before. When his parents sacrificed themselves." There were indeed individuals dressed in formal attire, carrying 2 boxes. At that time, his grandfather had taken him to receive the already cold remains. Bian Tao, then unaware of the true meaning of death, was simply told by his grandfather to stand tall. As the son of a beastmaster, one must possess a resilient spine. It is permissible to grieve, but tears must not fall. One's vulnerabilities must never be exposed before the enemy. At that moment, 3 figures approached, accompanied by a contingent of the inspection team. The expressions of those in the inspection team uniforms were as dark as the bottom of a pot. Upon glancing at the number of casualties and the distinctive attire of the heretics, they gritted their teeth and exclaimed, "Very well. The Meng family truly can." Among the 2 other individuals from the Meng family, one checked on Meng Hongxuan's condition. Only after confirming that he was unharmed did he breathe a sigh of relief, while the other remained impassive, revealing no emotion. At this time, Meng Hongxian quietly inquired about something, to which the other party replied that when he emerged this time, that individual did not accompany him. They had been with another person the entire time, leaving no opportunity to enter the other world. This implied that the individual even had an alibi, even if Meng Hongxian had indeed seen that person appear in the other world. The information provided by Bian Tao and the people from Yulan Academy might not suffice to identify that individual definitively. Meng Hongxian felt a pent-up frustration, his complexion growing paler. He muttered, "Your plan has still failed." He realized that he was still too inexperienced to confront that individual. He even suspected that the other party had purposely made an appearance. His gaze instinctively shifted towards Bian Tao, who was coldly scrutinizing the inspection team. Suddenly, it occurred to him that Bian Tao's psychological resilience seemed to exceed his expectations. Bian Tao, sensing the gaze upon him, looked over but did not display any changes in expression, merely nodding before following behind Fu Sampi and Zhuxingzhou. The members of the inspection team were currently examining the bodies, primarily to ascertain whether there were any unusual causes of death. Once it was confirmed that the injuries were inflicted by the heretics and the fatal wounds aligned with the powers utilized by them, the team finally prepared to leave. They were taking 3 corpses back with them. Although the Rangers were grief-stricken, they frequently traversed the other world and had witnessed such occurrences many times before, allowing them to quickly regain their composure. A group traveling back from the other world was significantly slower than Bian Tao walking alone, yet it was far more manageable. After taking 3 breaks along the route, Bian Tao began to feel somewhat dazed. To his surprise, he had been tirelessly traversing the path. Fu Sampi's philosophy was that no amount of telling could compare to letting Bian Tao experience it firsthand. Under the condition of ensuring Bian Tao's safety, he allowed him to navigate those pitfalls himself. Such experiences would leave a profound impression, preparing him for his next ventures into the alternate realm. This method may not suit everyone, yet from Bian Tao's performance, his progress was remarkably swift. The moment he set foot on the soil of Blue Star after emerging from the alternate world, Bian Tao found a semblance of security. As they had returned with the inspection team, it was evident to all that something had gone awry. Familiar faces approached the Rangers, offering a few words of comfort. It was a routine similar to before, with everyone putting on a brave front. Exhausted from his escapades in the alternate world, Bian Tao kept his head bowed. Behind him trailed Zhuxingzhou and Fu Sampi, who had just managed to endure a series of inspections within the alternate realm. The checks required to exit the alternate world were exceedingly complex, leaving Bian Tao now drowsy. Meng Hongxian had not uttered a single word to Bian Tao since emerging from the alternate world, only observing out of the corner of his eye as Bian Tao retrieved his belongings with the badge. He had other matters to attend to and could only return home for the time being. The inspection team's demeanor towards them was understandably poor. Upon discovering anomalies, they dispatched personnel, only to be inexplicably delayed by the Meng family's presence. Upon arrival, it became apparent that a significant incident had occurred, and they did not dismiss the Meng family as mere cultists, recognizing that their lineage included individuals of notable merit. More than one, in fact. Otherwise, they would not have been treated with such leniency. Bien Tao returned to the establishment where he had previously rested, his mind occupied with the resources he had gathered. After selling them, he anticipated a modest fortune, sufficient not only to repay Zhuo Xingzhou, but also to equip himself fully. Fortunately, the resources required for a first-tier Beastmaster were not overly expensive. Multiple excursions into the alternate world had allowed him to amass most of what he needed. It was only when he encountered dangers beyond his rank that he obtained substantial resources. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. The fact that he had returned alive was already a relief. In truth, upon entering Blue Star, the absence of innate power began to manifest numerous issues within Bien Tao's body. He felt an ache in every part, barely managing to stand. Once he returned to his room, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Chang Song was in a similar state, curled up beside Bien Tao's pillow, eyes closed, entering a restful state. This place was secure. As long as Bien Tao refrained from using psychic powers to pry into matters, danger would not arise. In fact, Zhuo Xingzhou and Fu Sampi were not in better condition. They had gone directly to the hospital. Their internal injuries were severe due to excessive use of power and required recuperation. For the time being, it was advised that they refrain from entering the alternate world. When the doctor glanced at their records of entry into the alternate realm, his expression turned peculiar. A mid-tier Beastmaster and a high-tier Beastmaster had ventured into a first-tier alternate world and returned in such a state, even if they dismantled the other world. It shouldn't have resulted in such a situation, right? The majority of events occurring in that realm seldom circulate rapidly to Blue Star. Bien Tao had slept for 5 days, awakening in a state of bewilderment. Upon glancing at the messages on his phone, he disregarded the top notification from Zhuo Xingzhou. After a cursory look, he replied to a few messages, most of which expressed concern for him, given his sudden disappearance. Even after it was known that he had entered the other world, worry lingered. Only upon learning that Bien Tao was alive did his friends finally breathe a sigh of relief. Currently, apart from Bien Tao, no other new students had been arranged to enter the other world. It seems that Professor Fu Sampi's teaching methods diverged from those of other instructors at Yulan Academy. After all, the other instructors still had other students to attend to, unlike Bien Tao, who received one-on-one instruction. At that moment, Professor Fu Sampi's call unexpectedly came through. Upon answering, he remarked, "What a coincidence. You're awake? If you hadn't woken up soon, I would have had to call you." Bien Tao sensed that it was likely not a good sign and merely acknowledged him. "Let's go. The bodies have been cremated, and I've taken over from the inspection and enforcement team. We should depart now. The addresses for the three of us are entirely different." All right. A heaviness filled Bien Tao's heart. He never anticipated that after more than a decade, he would be the one delivering ashes. Both Fu Sampi and Zhuo Xingzhou were present. They took a flight, striving to arrive as swiftly as possible. In advance, their families had received the unfortunate news when Bien Tao appeared before them. Cradling the not overly heavy box in his hands, they all forced themselves to welcome him. The first family he approached was the oldest, already married. The elderly figure remaining in the household was the mother, accompanied by the wife and 2 children, clad in black and heads bowed. Their eyes were red and swollen, awaiting Bien Tao to place the ashes into their hands. At that moment, the elderly mother called out, "My son, you have returned home. No more fear from now on." Then came the sound of sobbing, as one child was nearly the same age as Bien Tao, while the other was younger, kneeling before the ashes. Their cries tugged at the heartstrings. The family seemed to have little to say to Bien Tao as he handed over the ashes to the deceased relatives. Following that, the corresponding compensation was presented, concluding this somber exchange. There were 3 portions, one from the state, one from the Ranger organization, and the final from the Meng family. Provided they steered clear of illicit substances or illegal activities, this financial support would suffice for the family to live comfortably for a lifetime. Bien Tao exited and hurried back to the vehicle, heading to the next location. The second family had only recently celebrated a marriage and had no children yet. The parents were not particularly aged, they were still alive. The impact of the tragedy had visibly aged them. Bien Tao did not linger long and proceeded to the next destination. They were pressed for time, needing to return all the remains within 3 days. Chapter 64. Guardian Base for Contract Beast Offspring. The final family was the youngest, with a younger brother around 5 years old still at home. It is uncertain whether they are putting on a brave face for the children or if their physical condition is indeed better than that of others. They do not appear as disheveled. Upon closer inspection, their eyes are red. When receiving the urn handed over by Bien Tao, they clasp it tightly to their chest. The child, still naive, inquires, "Where's brother?" At this moment, Bien Tao steps back. As the vehicle starts, Bien Tao gazes out the window, lowering it in hopes of dispelling the turmoil within. These past few days seem more protracted than those spent in another world. Kai and Kang's condition remains poor. As they lie on Bien Tao's lap, unwilling to move, lacking vitality altogether, Bien Tao wishes to take Kai and Kang to see a doctor. But Kai and Kang vehemently resist the idea of visiting a hospital on Blue Star, displaying a strong aversion. At this juncture, Fu Sampi interjects, "There are no immediate arrangements. You may rest or choose to train independently." Bien Tao nods in acknowledgement. Just then, Zhuo Xingzhou speaks up, "Look, I know of a place nearby. Come with me." Bien Tao contemplates declining, as he wishes to sell the item in his possession before exchanging it for equipment. He also desires to understand Kai and Kang's condition better. But the contracted beast is rather finicky, disallowing Bien Tao from using his mental energy to probe internally, leaving him unaware of Kai and Kang's issues. At this moment, he cannot afford to accompany Zhuo Xingzhou. Bien Tao inquires, "Is it of significant importance?" This question serves as a subtle refusal. "Well, it pertains to the condition you previously agreed upon. As long as you accompany me, the debt of gratitude incurred during your undercover work will be considered settled." This refers to the debt owed from Bien Tao's time as an undercover agent. Bien Tao responds, "I will repay you the beast coins I owe. That can wait." Fu Sampi glances at Zhuo Xingzhou with a hint of confusion, then checks for clarification. Realization dawns. "Ah, you wish to take him there." "Yes, I hope to see that. Perhaps it will lighten Bien Tao's spirits." Zhuo Xingzhou replies, albeit in a subdued tone. Fu Sampi can barely discern this. Feeling somewhat skeptical about the necessity of such matters and suggesting it is also beneficial to relax a bit, he perceives Zhuo Xing's whose concern is slightly excessive, especially since Bien Tao appears to be handling things well. At this moment, encouragement is what is truly needed. Fu Sampi remarks, "Bien Tao, your recent foray into the other world has been quite commendable overall. You truly embody the qualities of my student, reaching a standard worthy of pride among peers." Bien Tao remains silent, recognizing the compliment, but if unaware, one might think Fu Sampi is merely tooting his own horn. Fu Sampi is unperturbed, his mood unaffected. He has long grown accustomed to such scenarios, though he did not anticipate passing this on to the next generation so soon. He wonders how the senior who once guided him perceived his own inexperience, likely akin to how Fu Sampi views Bien Tao now. A sense of pride accompanies the acknowledgement of having an exceptional student. Zhuo Xing's whose intended destination appears quite popular, leaving Bien Tao somewhat dazed as he gazes at the familiar entrance to the other world. As they observed the throng of individuals queuing to enter, it became evident that many were merely ordinary people, far from being beast tamers. Bien Tao felt increasingly bewildered. A quick online search revealed an astonishing fact: a sanctuary for the offspring of contracted beasts. Indeed, the daily quota for visitors was limited. Zhuo Xingzhou remarked that a professor inside was a former senior of theirs, and they could volunteer for a few days. Such an opportunity was rare. Typically, only local residents would come here to volunteer. There were certain prerequisites, such as a fundamental understanding of contracted beasts, ideally as a beast tamer. Most volunteers were high school students or freshmen from colleges, as students from various regions were required to enter the other world in their second year. Bien Tao's early entry was merely an exception. There were no restrictions as long as the mentor was willing to guide and the student consented. The visitors were merely here to observe and would depart by 5 in the afternoon. We will be staying here, Zhuo Xingzhou stated. Fu Sampi appeared uninterested in the place, suggesting, you should help him relax. I'll head back to Yulan Academy. Consequently, Bian Tao and Zhuo Xingzhou were promptly ushered off the taxi, which swiftly drove away. Fearing a traffic jam due to the overwhelming crowd, being together was certainly advantageous. Zhuo Xingzhou scrutinized Bian Tao's expression, yet discerned little. He decided to take Bian Tao's hand, leading him into the staff entrance. After contacting his senior, they donned the bright red vests of volunteers and entered the premises. The responsibilities of volunteers diverged from those of the visitors. They were expected to work. Zhuo Xingzhou, dressed peculiarly and obscured in his vest, attracted considerable attention. Bian Tao instinctively shielded him from prying eyes, though his focus soon shifted to the enchanting otherworld around them. While not all inhabitants were the offspring of contracted beasts, most appeared quite young. Some were grouped together, under protection. The only lament was the limited space for their activities, resembling a zoo. However, the younglings of the contracted beasts seemed unperturbed by their surroundings, frolicking with playful exuberance. The soft soil and lush grass beneath Bian Tao's feet eased his demeanor. It felt reminiscent of Blue Star. Even the air carried a familiar scent. Although each area was allocated according to the living habits of contracted beasts, the majority were species migrated from Blue Star. This indicated that the flora and water sources posed no harm, showing no propensity to suddenly attack either contracted beasts or humans, rendering it a remarkably safe breeding ground. His senior mentioned they would be feeding recently born contracted beasts, and Zhuo Xingzhou whispered, "Let us go." His voice was scarcely audible amidst the surrounding chatter, akin to the fluttering of a mosquito's wings. Bian Tao nodded and allowed Zhuo Xingzhou to lead the way. They maneuvered through the crowd, which included not only ordinary people, but also several beast tamers. Upon reaching their destination, they witnessed a beast tamer summoning forth their contracted beast. Let the contracted beasts reunite with their families and offspring. The bond between contracted beasts and their tamers is often profound, forged through countless battles together. Many contracted beasts, like Meng Hongsuan serpent, are not social creatures. They can also face peril. Thus, a breeding facility was established with the purpose of safeguarding the families and progeny of certain contracted beasts. Numerous species have thrived for several generations within this sanctuary. Chapter 65. The dull, however, most of them tend to be of a more docile nature. They grow up in this environment, developing a high affinity for humans. Relatively speaking, they are not among the more formidable species. The powerful beings of this other world possess their own territories, with some even claiming entire regions. Such types of contracted beasts would certainly not be found here. Even the fierce ones would not dare to reveal themselves to ordinary humans. The area where Bian Tao and Zhuo Xingzhou resided stands in stark contrast to the exhibition spaces outside. The internal expanse of this other world is quite vast, its boundaries not discernible to the naked eye. The exhibition areas are distinctly delineated, with visitors prohibited from entering certain parts. Bian Tao's attention was drawn to a tamer closely observing his contracted beast. Upon closer inspection, he saw a scarred, contracted beast affectionately nuzzling another of its kind. Despite some differences in size, their camaraderie was evident. A particularly small cub circled around them, whimpering in excitement, likely their offspring. It seemed joyously thrilled, perhaps celebrating the safe return of its beloved. Bian Tao felt a twinge of emotion, then glanced at the limp Kaiying Chong in his arms. He pondered whether Kaiying Chong would one day form a family with its kin, and if so, would it still wish to fight alongside him? Judging by their current level of rapport, the likelihood seemed rather slim. With a sigh, Bian Tao inquired of Zhuo Xingzhou, "Does your senior sister treat contracted beasts?" After all, in this line of work, she ought to possess such skills, given her specialization in contracted beast healing from her studies at the academy. Though this was after she had shifted from becoming a tamer to pursuing a literary education. It appeared that this sanctuary was not merely home to contracted beasts, but a pristine haven. Zhuo Xingzhou mumbled, then led Bian Tao to the area designated for nursing the contracted beasts. His senior sister seemed quite occupied, prompting Bian Tao to observe his surroundings. He quietly remarked, "There seem to be quite a few girls here." This casual comment, however, caused Zhuo Xingzhou to hesitate, fearing Bian Tao's reaction, and he chose not to pursue the topic further. Bian Tao, lacking the use of mental powers, could not discern Zhuo Xingzhou's expression. Before long, a child approached, beaming as they looked at Bian Tao. "Pretty sister, you're wearing a red vest. Are you one of the kind-hearted people here to help today?" At that moment, someone approached at a brisk pace and gently spoke, "I apologize for this child disturbing you." They then glanced at Zhuo Xingzhou, whose attire was rather peculiar, with a hint of wariness in their expression. Bian Tao, crouching down, interjected, "We are the older brothers." He then reached out to pat the child's head and inquired, "It is quite dangerous for a child to be running around here. Are you the child's mother?" He did not feel anger at the gender misidentification, but merely sought clarification. "I am not. All the children here have lost their parents. I am one of those who specifically care for them. These children have no relatives or have been rejected by their kin and can only be sent here." Bian Tao lowered his gaze and observed the child once more. The child seemed unperturbed by the mention of their background, perhaps having grown accustomed to it. Their hands were clean, their clothes tidy, and even their hair was well kept. Their large eyes appeared to harbor an insatiable curiosity and a quest for understanding of the world. Bian Tao immediately formed his own judgment and remarked, "This little fellow is far stronger than I am." The child, not comprehending the nuances of the statement, simply felt praised and emitted a joyful laugh. They then scampered back to the adult, tugging at their clothing and exclaiming, "Auntie, the handsome older brother praised me. I like him. Does he like me too?" At this moment, the adult turned to Bian Tao and, smiling, said, "I believe this question should be answered by the older brother. I like well-behaved children, so you must listen to your auntie. Understand?" Bian Tao had never realized that softening his tone could sound so peculiar. Nevertheless, he endeavored to convey warmth. "All right." The child responded, pointing toward a nearby wooden cabin. "There are babies inside who need feeding." Only then did Bian Tao and Zhuo Xingzhou proceed to fulfill the task assigned to them. Inside the cabin, they discovered a contract beast pup that appeared to have been born not long ago. Zhuo Xingzhou began preparing formula according to the proportions shared by his senior. He then remarked to Bian Tao, "Your earlier words sounded quite like those of a tedious adult. I'm not very adept at interacting with children." Bian Tao said this while casting an intentional glance at Kai Song, who seemed to be stabilizing. Seeing this, Zhuo Xingzhou noted, "The senior mentioned she would bring the medical kit shortly." Before long, someone entered, carrying a medical kit and visibly pregnant. At that moment, Bian Tao was cradling the tiny pup and feeding it with a bottle, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the expectant woman. "Congratulations, senior," he stuttered. Zhuo Xingzhou was equally surprised, having been unaware of this development. The senior, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked upon seeing Zhuo Xingzhou, "After all these years, you still dress like this, not minding the summer heat." She then scanned the room and noticed Kai Song, who was already asleep. "So, it is this contract beast that is unwell," she concluded, retrieving her tools and dipping a cotton swab into some liquid. Grasping Kai Song's tail, she proceeded to insert the swab. Just then, Bian Tao's urgent voice rang out, "It is injured, not ill." Then came the anguished howls of the heavens. The actions were executed with such precision that there was no time to waste. The once peaceful sky was suddenly marred by chaos. Just as it prepared to retaliate against the insidious assailant, it discovered that the adversary was a pregnant woman. The poised claws halted abruptly, only to sense the swift removal of the cotton swab. "Injured? Very well. Let me first assess the vital signs." The senior spoke nonchalantly. She had encountered such situations numerous times before and had long since grown accustomed to them. Even a more formidable and imposing contracted beasts were subjected to similar evaluations. Otherwise, blood would be drawn, which often elicited more vigorous resistance. The sky remained frozen in that position, resembling a statue, its gaze towards Bian Tao tinged with melancholy. In that moment, Bian Tao suddenly comprehended why the sky was reluctant to visit a hospital. Quickly averting his gaze, he focused on the cub in his arms, which had drained the bottle of milk entirely. He then carefully placed the empty bottle aside and gently laid the cub back in its nest. Chapter 66. The most important partner in battle indeed it was quite therapeutic. Bien Tao felt a significant sense of relief. At that moment, Zhuo Xingzhou had commenced a conversation with the senior, expressing surprise at her marriage and the arrival of a baby, stating, "I'm almost due myself." The senior recounted her journey. "After graduation, I joined the Rangers and met my husband." She briefly shared her experiences, mentioning her travels to other worlds, performing surgeries on contracted beasts, and her role as a beastmaster. Reflecting on her earlier transition to the College of Literature, she admitted to regretting it and contemplated retaking exams or enrolling in a training program. The Rangers system, being relatively free and allowing voluntary task acceptance, suited her well. She had married her husband 2 years ago and discovered her pregnancy last year, deciding to remain there for the time being. She mused about returning to the Rangers once her child grew older, hoping her colleagues could help care for the baby. Those people insisted that children here were all offspring of martyrs, claiming that her continued existence made leaving the child here inauspicious. Such superstitious beliefs were absurd. If they were unwilling to help, she would consider sending her child to a fully managed facility in Langsing. The senior believed her colleagues possessed more patience and compassion, as they were primarily there not for work. While conducting a test, she spoke. Bien Tao was unsure what the liquid was as it was placed in an apparatus he had never encountered before, resembling a fusion of items from other worlds and Langsing. "Soon," the senior remarked, "there seems to be some internal injury. It appears to be in a weakened state." She then furrowed her brow slightly, mumbling, "A curse? Or perhaps some peculiar negative effect." The elements from other worlds could not be interpreted through conventional medical knowledge. If it were merely an internal injury, it would be a simple matter of administering some internal injury medication. The senior primarily handled first aid for contracted beasts that had sustained external injuries. If it were an illness, she was well versed in the known treatments. However, humanity's exploration of other realms has yet to reach 60. At present, the state of the sky is something that the senior sister does not fully comprehend. Regrettably, without knowledge of the underlying causes, it seems that sending your contracted beast to the hospital would yield similar results. The senior sister's statement was rather blunt, causing some concern for Bien Tao. At that moment, she spoke. "Internally, I can still communicate with Zhuo Xingzhou, as we are both spiritual beast masters, but for others, there is truly no way. When I return home after work, I will inquire among my colleagues. Perhaps someone might know the reason." She then began documenting the data of the sky, noting everything detectable under the current conditions on paper. Bien Tao, somewhat perplexed, began to examine his own phone, only to discover that it had become unresponsive, the screen refusing to react. He then inquired of Zhuo Xingzhou whether such mental power could control a phone to such an extent. Zhuo Xingzhou handed his phone to Bien Tao, which transformed into a small turtle in Bien Tao's grasp. The essence of spiritual power is intangible. Although it differs from the transformations found in other special powers, it can still take on various forms. Zhuo Xingzhou merely felt accustomed to utilizing devices like phones and computers. The senior sister was rather brisk in her actions, showing no signs of carrying a small life within her. Zhuo Xingzhou, observing with concern, cautioned, "Be careful, senior sister. Will you be staying here? It might be somewhat inconvenient to reside with those beast masters, so please refrain from wandering about at night to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings." The senior sister advised, still preoccupied with her tasks. "I will inform the head matron shortly. She will provide you with details regarding meals and accommodations." "Thank you, senior sister. We shall not linger too long," Zhuo Xingzhou replied with a smile. The senior sister's hearing was not particularly acute, and she remained unaccustomed to Zhuo Xing's soft-spoken words. After a moment of contemplation, she said, "I will do my best to arrange a single room for you, so you have a space to move freely. Otherwise, being wrapped up like this must be quite uncomfortable." Bien Tao interjected hastily, insisting that he could share a room with her, thus avoiding the unnecessary allocation of space. The senior sister paused in surprise, glancing between the two, who were of similar age. She smiled and remarked, "You have indeed found an important friend. Henceforth, you shall be crucial partners in battle." Casually, she inquired, "Where are you currently stationed?" Zhuo Xingzhou, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, "I am an intern mentor at Yulan Academy. He is my first student, alongside other mentors. An academy mentor, quite impressive. The senior sister initially appeared pleased, but then recalled reading online about a recent incident where a certain academy in a city had utilized new students for assessments, releasing foreign entities into a bustling area, which inadvertently involved many ordinary citizens. Indeed, it was us. I was present at the time. This revelation silenced the senior sister immediately. It was indeed a delicate matter to assess. Although ordinary citizens were unharmed, Yulan Academy had faced incidents involving new students. She did not speak again until she departed with the medical kit, lost in her thoughts. Zhuo Xingzhou chose not to pursue the topic further, leaving only the two of them behind. The young creature, having feasted and quenched its thirst, lay in blissful slumber, as Bian Tao gently soothed the vast expanse above. It was evident that the entity had no inclination to acknowledge him, remaining in its previous posture, a hint of resentment brewing within. Zhuo Xingzhou reached out to lightly touch the contracted beast cub. At this tender stage, the creature's body was remarkably soft, its protective shell or armor yet to develop. A cub without maternal care could be in one of two predicaments. It was either still alive, entangled in a struggle against humanity, or had tragically perished. Beside the little one's bedding lay the species name and the names of its parents, indicating that both had entered into a pact with humans. Such amicable races were likely to perpetuate their contracts. At that moment, Bian Tao inquired why the breeding facility was constructed to resemble Blue Star. Was it to enhance the familiarity of the contracted beasts with Blue Star? He soon deemed this reasoning flawed, as Blue Star's environment was merely more suitable for human habitation. Zhuo Xingzhou responded, pondering whether the worlds were disconnected or fragmented. Was this place truly safe? Bian Tao spoke, his curiosity piqued by the exploration of alternate realms. The world occupied by humans surely was not limited to this one. Yet, the fact that ordinary people could be brought here suggested a degree of security. Chapter 67. A place of relaxation, Zhuo Xingzhou found himself momentarily at a loss for how to answer Bian Tao's questions, as these topics had once fallen within his research scope. To his knowledge, several alternate worlds were indeed interconnected. However, it remained unconfirmed whether the barriers between them were naturally occurring or artificially constructed. Acknowledging this, Bian Tao nodded in understanding. The breeding facility was merely a relaxed transition. Their senior had informed them before returning home, indicating they would receive news about work the following day. Observing the condition of the vast sky, it appeared satisfactory, alleviating any excessive worries for Bian Tao. At that moment, Bian Tao expressed a desire to explore the fringes of this alternate world. Zhuo Xingzhou did not hinder him and accompanied him instead. After a brief investigation revealed no one nearby, he finally removed the peculiar attire that enveloped him. Appearing somewhat bashful in his unfamiliarity, Bian Tao chose to overlook this, as the vast sky seemed still engrossed in the agony of being examined. Paying no heed to Zhuo Xingzhou. For Zhuo Xingzhou, this served as a more comfortable manner of interaction. This was a rare sanctuary, though most beast tamers would opt for a deep slumber post-battle to alleviate their fatigue. You truly performed admirably this time, albeit with considerable peril, Zhuo Xingzhou remarked, already holding a high regard for Bian Tao. After this, it seems you won't have the luxury of such leisurely rest, will you? Bian Tao suddenly posed this question, momentarily lost in thought as he regarded Zhuo Xingzhou, still unaccustomed to his otherworldly appearance, though this surprise was swiftly masked. In truth, my previous forays into alternate worlds have been few, primarily for the purpose of researching internal affairs. I have yet to encounter dangers as grave as those faced previously. Zhuo Xingzhou replied softly. At this moment, the two individuals had arrived at the periphery of this otherworldly realm. Ahead of them lay an expanse of impenetrable darkness, reminiscent of an abyss. Bian Tao employed his mental prowess to sense the surroundings and reached out to touch the barrier. The sole conclusion he could draw was that it vastly differed from the barrier encountered during his previous Beastmaster assessment. Yet, he could not articulate the precise nature of the difference. It was as if the structure of the power itself varied. The barrier before him resembled a solid wall, while the one from the assessment appeared to possess a certain fluidity. It was also quite thin, for otherwise He would not have heard the sounds of the foreign entities attacking from beyond. He could definitively ascertain that the barrier from the assessment was crafted by the Beastmasters, whereas he was at a loss to explain the nature of these barriers in the other world. Then, as if recalling something, Zhuo Xingzhou remarked that those cultists seemed to know how to open the barrier, perhaps having discovered a weak point or possessing unique techniques. Bian Tao, somewhat bewildered, inquired, "Shouldn't he report this matter as a priority?" Zhuo Xingzhou quietly responded that not every entry into the other world necessitated a report, but this instance was rather exceptional. Suddenly, a small turtle materialized, encasing them in a thin membrane. Unlike a protective state, it served to muffle their voices. As for the Meng family, they will face retribution. However, this matter does not fall under the jurisdiction of our Yulan Academy. They cannot act with impunity, and the inspection team will not easily let them off. Bian Tao nodded. Surmising this was likely the primary reason behind Meng Hongxian's risky maneuvers. Subsequently, the Meng family might also become targets, rendering the overall situation unfavorable for them. Thus, Zhuo Xingzhou found it difficult to comprehend Meng Hongxian's actions, suspecting that there was no alternative. "This issue will not conclude so easily," Bian Tao murmured, his gaze lowered. "Yet, with my current abilities, I cannot partake in it." After their explorations, the trio proceeded to a dining establishment, where communal meals were served, with everyone consuming the same fare. "Is this food cultivated from within the other world?" Bian Tao inquired, somewhat surprised upon learning this fact. Seated at a long wooden table surrounded by many others, he found himself amidst fellow Beastmasters. Before Zhuo Xingzhou could return, a voice interjected, "Indeed, the rice, flour, oil, potatoes, and various vegetables all originate from this other world." Initially, no one imagined that cultivation was possible here. Bian Tao nodded, yet his thoughts wandered elsewhere. This seemed to be a preparation for adapting to the other world. Were the inhabitants of Blue Star to relocate to this realm? However, this notion was quickly dismissed from his mind. The food here was quite delectable, perhaps owing to the potent energies of the other world, which enhanced its flavor. Though it was somewhat difficult to chew, Kai Song savored his meal heartily, returning from multiple servings. Its appearance is deceptively modest. It possesses a slight frame that fails to inspire fear. Coupled with the local populace's inherent fondness for contract beasts, given that this is a breeding ground for such creatures, it is only natural that when it approaches with a basin, someone will gladly refill it. The most enthusiastic admirers are undoubtedly the children. It can be said that the atmosphere is one of delightful harmony. Indeed, it is a splendid place for relaxation. After a satisfying meal and sufficient digestion, Bian Tao accompanies Kai Song in exercise, noting that the efficacy of running here surpasses that on Blue Star. It is no wonder that beast tamers are scarcely seen on Blue Star. One wonders if the seniors at Yulan Academy also reside in this otherworldly realm. Turning around, Bian Tao catches sight of Zhuo Xingzhou, who has been trailing them, looking somewhat disheveled. He appears to struggle with physical activity, yet he manages to keep pace with Bian Tao. Breathing heavily, he remarks, "The Academy certainly has its own stronghold in this alternate world. Relocation may be on the horizon." "Are you all right?" Bian Tao inquires. Zhuo Xingzhou, accustomed to exercise, had not anticipated the intensity of Bian Tao's regimen, rivaling even that of Kai Song. The innate physical prowess of humans pales in comparison to that of contract beasts, rendering it difficult to fathom how Bian Tao had previously trained. "I'm fine. I can endure," Zhuo Xingzhou replies, though he anticipates soreness upon awakening the next day. At this moment, Bian Tao lightly nudges Kai Song, signaling him to continue running. He then slows his pace to walk leisurely alongside Zhuo Xingzhou. The latter, appearing somewhat embarrassed, states, "I shall intensify my training." As he will frequently traverse into the alternate world henceforth, it is imperative for him to enhance his physical capabilities. Bian Tao, however, is more concerned with other matters. Is there truly no means of communication between Blue Star and the alternate world? Specifically, for sending and receiving information? In the present, it remains impossible, Zhuo Xingzhou elucidates. Moreover, communication within the alternate world itself poses challenges. Even for someone like me, with mental fortitude, the range of psychic influence is limited in higher-level alternate realms. Other forms of communication are even more difficult for beast tamers. For now, we can only utilize certain tools from the alternate world to notify of impending danger. When you enter a higher-level alternate world, you will receive these as well, Zhuo continues. However, such tools only indicate a general location of danger. Assistance will be dispatched immediately. The ultimate outcome hinges on whether one can endure the journey in the meantime. They lingered at the breeding base for 2 days. A senior brought the latest news to Bien Tao, confirming that Kind Song was unharmed. Recovery, however, will take time, ideally within a more resource-rich alternate world, though that realm teems with peril, making it unsuitable for Bien Tao at present. On Blue Star, the recovery process would take even longer. Upon hearing that there were no serious concerns, Bien Tao breathed a sigh of relief. After exiting this alternate realm, he felt rejuvenated, cradling Kind Song in his arms. He boarded the plane once more, returning to Yulan Academy. As soon as the matter settled, he was summoned by the inspection team. Their inquiries were merely routine, aimed solely at uncovering the whereabouts of the 5th-tier beast master who had attacked them. Fortunately, this individual had not succumbed to their injuries. Rather, the healing process was exceedingly slow. The inspection team expressed that capturing a live subject would facilitate their interrogation of other heretics, and thus, Bien Tao had inadvertently made a significant contribution. Bien Tao found it peculiar that they sought him out merely to relay this information. Surely, a message could have sufficed. To him, it did not seem particularly vital, as the subsequent affairs were beyond his purview. He was not tasked with conducting interrogations. We have come to present you with a medal, and, additionally, to inquire about your contracted beast, a member of the inspection team stated with a relatively amiable demeanor, handing Bien Tao a small medal. Should you wish to join an official organization in the future, these medals can be exchanged for points redeemable for resources, they elaborated. Bien Tao nodded, cautiously accepting the medal, though he remained somewhat perplexed. The inspection team continued, as we understand it, your contracted beast is only of 1st-tier rank. The notion that it could inflict harm upon a 5th-tier beast master is quite far-fetched. A mid-tier beast master has undergone significant alterations, distinguishing them from ordinary humans. Hence, this is the reason for our visit. We need to investigate the anomalies surrounding Kind Song. At this moment, Kind Song interjected, I am inherently a high-tier contracted beast, but I was downgraded upon entering into a contract with a human. Our agreement is an unequal one. By sacrificing a portion of my own life force or vitality, I can temporarily restore some of my power. Regaining strength is far more manageable than achieving an instantaneous boost. The inspection team was taken aback upon hearing Kind Song speak. It seemed they were aware of such powers, as their gaze towards Bien Tao was imbued with a hint of reverence. They fully comprehended the perilous situation he had faced, choosing between immediate death or depleting his life essence to survive. The latter was undoubtedly the more prudent choice. Yet few beast masters could make such a decisive judgment in critical moments. In truth, Bien Tao was somewhat in the dark regarding these matters, still grappling with confusion. Once the inspection team departed, Kind Song remarked, could you humans not expand your knowledge on enhancing power and the endeavors we undertake in our realm? You seem only adept at fighting, oblivious to the broader spectrum of existence. Time is of the essence. These truths are learned through frequent excursions into the other worlds. Bien Tao responded, moreover, the inhabitants of Blue Star possess woefully scant understanding of those alternate realms. Our primary focus must be on bolstering strength and acquiring resources to ensure the safety of Blue Star. There is little opportunity for extensive research into other worlds. However, it appeared that Kind Song was well informed on the subject. It seems as though you have dwelled in the other world for quite some time, possessing knowledge of everything. Bien Tao remarked. Kind Song nodded. I had anticipated that you might fret over the matter of lifespan. Bien Tao chuckled softly. You have witnessed it yourself. Those who have perished at present are not particularly old. We cannot measure our circumstances by the standards of peaceful times. Given the situation at hand, what alternative was there but to sacrifice longevity? Directly killed by that 5th-tier beast master? The lifespan you humans often speak of is essentially vitality. The reason I refrained from mentioning it was due to the nourishment Meng Hongxian provided you at the time. The influence of the contract on you has diminished to a negligible degree. Initially, I intended for your dear friend to research vitality and gradually restore it to you. But I never anticipated that Meng Hongxian possessed such remarkable resources. Vitality? Is your current languor a result of its deficiency? Fortunately, it's not too dire. However, should there be another incident, I cannot guarantee our survival. We must enhance our strength. Kind Song merely stated this casually. No one understands how ardently Bien Tao has strived more than it does. Meanwhile, Bien Tao has stowed the small badge within his ring, clutching Kind Song as he ventured out to seek Gao Jiehe. Had he known the vitality contained within Gao Jiehe's powers could be utilized in such a manner, he would have returned much sooner. Kind Song felt somewhat uncomfortable being held this way, yet it was also touched, for Bien Tao treated it well. It recognized that not all humans are kind to their contracted beasts. Upon receiving the call, Gao Jiehe promptly disclosed his location. Upon seeing Bien Tao return with Kind Song in his arms, his gaze shifted to Kind Song. "It seems your journey into the other world was perilous," Gao Jiehe inquired. "Fortunately, we have returned alive," Bien Tao replied, placing Kind Song before Gao Jiehe. He then asked, "Is the consumption of your own vitality substantial when you wield your powers?" "Not significantly," Gao Jiehe replied, "but I have yet to fully comprehend vitality." Recently, he had become adept at managing his own powers. Yet separating the vitality from the wood element proved challenging. It felt as though both were intricately intertwined. Even Gao Jiehe himself was uncertain how proficient he needed to become to successfully extract vitality. Thus, for now, he could only inundate Kind Song with vitality. It could only be described as a meager improvement compared to the damage Bien Tao had suffered previously. Bien Tao remarked, "I plan to sell the gains from the other world and see if I can acquire some rare treasures to replenish vitality. Those Beastmaster coins will be better exchanged for something beneficial to you. I can gradually restore my vitality myself. I am far superior to you humans in that regard." Kind Song interjected. Chapter 69. Probing the nest of the otherworld, Bien Tao's facial expression relaxed significantly, appearing much gentler. He approached and gently patted Kind Song's head, conveying unspoken understanding. At that moment, Gao Jiehe suggested, "Perhaps I should also engage in power training. Control is paramount. If you don't mind, I hope Kind Song can assist me in my practice, as it would serve a dual purpose, enhancing my proficiency while gradually replenishing Kind Song's vitality." Bien Tao glanced at Kind Song, and upon seeing it nod, he consented. The two then engaged in casual conversation, primarily with Gao Jiehe inquiring about Bien Tao's experiences in the other world, seeking greater detail. After chatting for a while, Bien Tao casually checked his phone and discovered a new friend request. The message contained only 3 characters, Meng Hongxian. After Bien Tao consented, he sent a message, inquiring how the other party had discovered his account. Soon, Meng Hongxian responded, stating the obvious, that he had simply asked someone. At that moment, Bien Tao felt a strong aversion to continuing the conversation. "What is wrong?" Gao Jiehe noticed Bien Tao's irritation and casually inquired. Meng Hongxian suddenly added me. "It's nothing significant, and I have no intention of engaging with him any further," Bien Tao replied. At this juncture, Kind Song interjected, "If you must deal with him, remember he owes me 5 meals. Bien Tao's expression turned sour. "You can go dine with him. I have no desire to see him again." He then recalled the powers of the metal and fire elements, which caused him a slight headache. He could vaguely sense the forces of wind, fire, and metal, but harnessing them for his own use would require more time. This sensation was indeed peculiar, yet Bien Tao no longer felt compelled to interact with Meng Hongxian. Furthermore, it seemed that Meng Hongxian also held a certain disdain for him. Kind Song suggested, "You could video call him, and I'll handle the conversation." When it came to the matter of food, Kind Song exhibited an unusual obsession. However, Bien Tao declined his request. Ultimately, Bien Tao and Gao Jiehe agreed to visit a nearby market specializing in the trade and exchange of items for beastmasters, leaving thoughts of Meng Hongxian behind. Nevertheless, he would still respond to some messages from Zhuo Xingzhou. A new notification arrived, indicating that in 3 days he was to go to Yulan Academy, where the mentor would guide him through training for novice beastmasters. Attendees would include individuals from nearby academies as well. The entrance to the other world was still uncertain, making their city a focal point of attention. Events were frequently held, primarily inviting beastmasters residing in Blue Star. Recently, it seemed that Yulan Academy had encountered difficulties and required reinforcements. Initially, due to their unique assessment methods, the individuals who successfully became beastmasters were notably resilient, which made them stand out among the new novices. Their exceptional performance led to a certain arrogance, resulting in them becoming targets. It was not entirely other academies' fault, as the responsibility largely fell on the mentors and students of Yulan Academy, which had tarnished its reputation. Bien Tao was part of their reinforcements, and Fu Sampi was indeed eager to showcase his outstanding student. Thus, he agreed, realizing that during the novice period, frequent entries into the other world could drive a person to madness. Upon returning home, Bien Tao received a package, a large backpack made from a special material delivered by a beastmaster, which was rather unique. After signing for it, he promptly opened it to discover a tent inside. Although it wasn't as luxurious as the one used by Meng Hongxian, it was spacious enough for both Bien Tao and Kaing Tsang to lie down comfortably. It resembled gear used by rangers and was crafted from materials sourced from the other world, making it quite sturdy. Not only did it provide insulation from heat and cold, but it also contained an intriguing feature. According to the user manual, it could instantly protect those inside the tent when under attack, offering a few precious seconds for escape. However, it was only a single use after that. A new tent would be required. After inquiring around, I learned that it was a gift from Fu Sampi to Bien Tao. Receiving such a valuable present for the first time left Bien Tao somewhat touched. Wasn't it said that there was no money? Yet he spent his own funds to purchase this. Bien Tao contacted Fu Sampi to express his gratitude to his mentor. He immediately stated, "Do not speak of such matters. Having lived longer in this alternate world, I have fulfilled the responsibilities expected of a mentor." Thus, Bien Tao refrained from further pleasantries. Nevertheless, that night, he embraced the sky while sleeping in the tent, which clearly illustrated his fondness for it. The items Bien Tao brought back from this alternate realm were exchanged for 500 beast coins. In contrast, a single first-tier fruit cost him 300 beast coins, solely due to the life force it contained. However, these beast coins were still necessary to spend. After settling the account, Bien Tao directly placed the fruit into the mouth of Kaing Tsang. After a few chews, Kaing Tsang realized it was not particularly palatable and swallowed whole. He remarked, "The environment in which such fruits grow is far too harsh. If I enter the alternate world again, I shall take you to seek them. They are exceedingly expensive." Once Bien Tao's strength increases, he will be able to acquire superior resources. Ultimately, the goal remains to grow stronger, and expenditures are inevitable. In truth, Bien Tao did not dwell on these matters excessively. Moreover, Kaing Tsang's injuries were sustained to save his life. With the remaining beast coins, Bien Tao procured a first-tier inner armor, a pair of leather boots, and a short blade, nearly exhausting his resources. The short blade was merely a handy weapon for Bien Tao. It would be utilized in close combat, but at present, he could only afford the most basic variant. It lacked any enhancements in power. It is said that the weapons forged by beastmasters can directly merge with their innate abilities, akin to the soaring skill used by Meng Hongxian and his contracted beast. However, such weapons command exorbitant prices, which Bien Tao could certainly not afford at this stage. Even lower-tier beastmasters cannot utilize them. Preparations for the next expedition into the alternate world were already underway. Gao Jiahua observed, astonished that a single foray into the alternate realm could yield such a wealth of metallic ores and exotic corpses, leaving the staff in awe. "One might think you had raided a nest of hybrids," Gao Jiahua remarked. Bien Tao nodded, affirming, "Indeed, I did eradicate a den of hybrids." At that time, the inspectors from the beast control team did not demand any spoils from him, as it seemed that within the alternate realm, resource distribution was straightforward. Whoever slays the creature claims the prize. It was a rather direct approach. Bian Tao took half, while Meng Hongxian claimed the other half. Otherwise, in a first-tier alternate world, how could one acquire such a bounty of beast coins from a single visit? You never mentioned it was this perilous, Gao Jiahua noted. During their earlier conversation, Bian Tao had described the situation so casually that Gao Jiahua believed it to be relatively safe. Chapter 70. Why the provocation? Bian Tao chose not to pursue this topic further, while Gao Jiahua's expression revealed concern. Perhaps once he himself entered the alternate world, he would gain a clearer understanding of its true nature. As Bian Tao entered this gathering of novice beastmasters at Yulan Academy as a candidate, he felt a sense of novelty. The academy did not have a designated uniform, yet it appeared that the attendees were familiar with the students of Yulan. As he walked alongside Gao Jia, he noticed numerous hostile glances directed at him. What have you done to offend them? Bian Tao inquired softly. Gao Jia, his expression peculiar, seemed at a loss for words. Before long, Bian Tao witnessed the unfolding situation. A classmate, flushed with indignation, stepped forward and proclaimed, "Everyone present here is worthless." And that includes Yulan Academy. That 1T work, they've grown immune to such taunts, someone retorted instantly. This group, I could take on 5 without any issue. The phrase 1 against 5 seemed to strike a sensitive chord, igniting the ambitions of the Yulan students, who became even more provocative. What on earth is happening? Bian Tao pondered in disbelief. Wasn't it said they would be beaten collectively, targeted as usual? Hadn't they always been at the bottom of the rankings, often ganged up on by other academies? Why then were they instigating conflict? One mentor remarked that if a single individual could withstand 5 opponents for 30 minutes without conceding defeat, they would be awarded a healing potion. Gao Jiehe spoke up. In the midst of the provocative crowd, Bian Tao spotted Peng Chun and Wu Yanhui. However, the two were now under different mentors, standing in opposing factions. Wu Yanhui donned a checkered skirt paired with a striking red short-sleeve top, while Peng Chun wore a tracksuit, notably accentuated by a metallic gauntlet on his right hand. The individuals surrounding him were similarly adorned with metallic accessories, be they gauntlets, shoes, or helmets, revealing their preferred modes of attack. Bian Tao's arrival did attract attention, yet he refrained from engaging in provocation like the others. Being new, he wished to observe how the others fought. To his surprise, it devolved into a chaotic free-for-all. Gao Jiehe sensed the complexity of the situation and remarked quietly, previously, it was either in groups or one-on-one, or perhaps a relay. This is the first time I've seen so many fighting together. Bian Tao nodded in agreement. Cooperation? Very well. He instinctively positioned himself behind Gao Jiehe, the two standing back to back with barely a person's width between them, establishing a mutual trust to guard one another's rear. Gao Jiehe still hesitated to summon all of his contracted beasts, as if aware that many understood his combat style and dared not engage him in close quarters. Conversely, with Bian Tao, there was no such hesitation. Bian Tao's contracted beasts possessed a certain deceptive quality. Soon, several opponents surrounded them, and most novice beast masters had begun to adeptly wield their powers. Initially, Bian Tao refrained from utilizing his weapon, instead opting for water and mental energy to execute simple attacks. For instance, he would identify weaknesses and target them, or conjure a large water sphere to forcefully block the mouths and nostrils of his adversaries. He would only retract the attack once they had fainted. This tactic was ineffective against second-tier beastmasters, but proved remarkably precise against these novices. It was as effortless as slicing through cabbage. Bian Tao questioned whether such crude tactics could effectively contend against the seasoned rangers. The odds seemed slim. Their combat experience was far more extensive, often forged in the crucible of survival. Bian Tao's actions drew the attention of those around him, as individuals who lost consciousness or conceded were swiftly escorted away by their mentors. Engaging in such chaotic skirmishes against opponents of significantly disparate abilities was hardly a prudent choice. After a group had fallen prey to Bian Tao's strategy, he refrained from further aggression, primarily due to the overwhelming allure of healing potions sought by other students of Yulan Academy. Did I truly require reinforcements? Bien Tao pondered, somewhat bewildered. It appeared impossible to seize victory today. I felt particularly unburdened, replied Gao Jie, stepping back to lean against Bien Tao. Originally, Gao Jie had distinguished himself among the freshmen at Yulan Academy, proving to be a formidable adversary. With Bien Tao's presence, fewer individuals were inclined to confront them. The number of participants dwindled, as many from Yulan Academy were compelled to concede due to insufficient strength or exhaustion. Soon, only a little over 10 remained. The students from other academies had formed an unspoken alliance, determined to first eliminate the competitors from Yulan Academy. Should Yulan Academy emerge victorious this time, they would find it difficult to hold their heads high for a considerable period. Just then, Fu Sampi appeared unexpectedly, beckoning Bien Tao from the edge of the arena. Approaching, Bien Tao heard Fu Sampi exclaim, "I just had a lengthy negotiation with that old coot before he begrudgingly agreed to part with a piece of rare meat. Do not underestimate this meat. It is notoriously elusive and delectable. Within the entirety of Yulan Academy, only that old coot possesses such a piece." Upon hearing this, the first to become exhilarated was Kaing Tsong. Bien Tao glanced at Kaing Tsong, who appeared markedly different from before, feeling somewhat speechless. He nodded, acknowledging the information. Gao Jie, having remained by Bien Tao's side, naturally overheard. "It seems I shall be forcefully tagging along with you for a meal today," Gao Jie he remarked. "Very well," Bien Tao replied, flexing his fingers as he surveyed the surrounding individuals before retrieving his short blade from his ring. He had yet to wield it, but most present were armed, making it prudent to have a weapon rather than relying solely on his fists. At this moment, Peng Chun and Wu Yanhui had exited the arena, cheering for Bien Tao and Gao Jie. "Be cautious. Blades and swords are unforgiving. This is my first time using one, and it would be unfortunate to injure you," Bien Tao warned. Unexpectedly, his words seemed to provoke the students. They interpreted it as yet another taunt from Yulan Academy, their expressions darkening. Without uttering a word, the skills of their contracted beasts were unleashed directly at Bien Tao. A slender shield of water formed, shattering just as Bien Tao and Gao Jie had already vacated the spot. Gao Jie was yanked away by Bien Tao, his swift reaction leaving him momentarily dazed. It was primarily the assistance of mental acuity that enabled him to discern the optimal direction to flee. "Split up," Bien Tao instructed, then moved toward the beast master closest to him. The heavens above were tasked with momentarily obstructing the opponent's contracted beast. With a swift stroke of his short blade, Bien Tao deftly severed the adversary's garments. In no time, the long sword in the opponent's grasp clashed with his short dagger. Bien Tao executed a sweeping kick. Yet it failed to disturb the opponent's stance. Grounded and contemplative, Bien Tao pondered his next move. Chapter 71. "You steady, I strike." He soon found himself fully engaged. As the opponent's counterattack came swiftly, Bien Tao had no choice but to retreat with urgency, his attention scanning the surroundings. However, this was not a mere one-on-one encounter. Arrows sped toward him, forcing him awkwardly to evade. He bent a knee, crouching down, only to feel a sharp pain across his cheek. The arrow, empowered by the force of the wind, had grazed his skin. The assailant approaching harbored a murderous intent. Bien Tao inhaled deeply. He was being compelled to reveal his true capabilities. Sustaining grave injuries here could lead to a hasty revival, yet the accompanying agony would remain. It was evident that the mentors nearby had also shifted their focus. Such confrontations were perilous. Should the opponent strike without restraint, they could easily deliver a fatal blow. Seizing the moment for rescue would be crucial, unless a light-type beastmaster was present. This was an eventuality Bien Tao had not anticipated before arriving. The intensity was overwhelming. If the aim was to cultivate a killer instinct in the students, why not employ exotic training instead of inflicting such severity upon peers? Bien Tao increasingly detested the notion of kin turning weapons against one another, and now a flicker of anger ignited within him. Had their gazes not been solely earnest, devoid of malice, he might have unleashed his fury. At this moment, all attention was likely fixated on the battlefield, minds racing on strategies for victory, with little regard for the weight of their actions. Those who remained standing were undeniably formidable. Gao Jiehe was not faring any better. Roots spiraled around him, momentarily obstructing external assaults. However, the movements were sluggish, rendering attempts to capture and continue attacking others clumsy. Any slightly sharper assault could cleave through those branches and roots. But fortunately, the plant-type contracted beast possessed a less developed sense of pain. Bian Tao was now preoccupied with his own survival, finding it difficult to assist Gao Jiehe. The tide of battle had shifted, and the situation became increasingly precarious. Bian Tao spent most of his time evading, occasionally tossing water orbs to Gao Jiehe, aiding in the recovery of his contracted beast. Skyward, understood. Enough with the incantations. Act swiftly. The archer in the distance was becoming a nuisance, he thought. You hold your position, I shall strike. In that moment, two contracted beasts simultaneously howled in anguish, each adorned with a shard of ice. The injury to his own contracted beast momentarily distracted the Beastmaster. The previously weaker target, Bian Tao, now redirected his focus onto Skyward. Skyward, of the wind and snow element, was renowned for its swiftness. Moreover, this creature had been honing its agility daily for the sake of indulging in finer sustenance. Although its movements were not flawless, it adeptly dodged attacks and skillfully led adversaries astray. It is evident that the protagonist has accumulated numerous grudges in this alternate realm, leading to a frantic escape. As a result, what initially bore semblance of structured combat has devolved into utter chaos. Bian Tao instinctively drew closer to Gao Jiehe, seeking assurance for his back's safety. The students from various academies, who had once gathered together, were now fractured due to inadvertent injuries. However, the camaraderie among students of the same academy remained somewhat intact amidst the turmoil. The mentors, having noticed this disarray, refrained from intervening. Their intent was never to target Yulan Academy specifically, but rather to respond to its uniquely unorthodox approach, a predicament of their own making. At that moment, a mentor from Yulan Academy remarked to Fu Sampi, "Your so-called prideful student is nowhere to be found. His excellence is not a result of your influence. It merely indicates his inherent prowess. I fail to comprehend what you have to boast about. I may be his mentor, but you cannot be. Allow yourself to stew in envy." Fu Sampi lifted his head, his expression brimming with pride. Such trivial provocations had become commonplace at Yulan Academy. Had this been during his initial days there, he would have felt a pang of shame, believing he had basked in his students' glory. Yet now, he had developed a thick skin, impervious to any attempts to undermine him. The mentor, momentarily at a loss for words, let out a cold snort and resumed observing the battlefield. Meanwhile, the Beastmaster wielding a bow was promptly targeted by Bian Tao. Such long-range attacks, if left unaddressed, could prove particularly troublesome when fatigue set in, potentially resulting in grievous injury. The moment the Beastmaster was taken down, he immediately began tending to his contracted beast, which bore a gaping wound inflicted by an ice shard, an injury it had never before sustained. As comrades in arms, their bond was profound, particularly before the advent of a second contracted beast. The initial contract forged between them held a special significance. Bian Tao's focus remained fixed on his immediate adversary. Aside from the challenge posed by the longsword, this foe's contracted beast was a formidable creature adorned with two horns, resembling a bull, exuding raw strength and force. Its defensive capabilities were impressive, making it arduous for Bian Tao and Kai Song to inflict substantial harm. This reality implied that they could not prevent the beast's repeated charges. Coupled with the synergy between the Beastmaster and his beast, Bian Tao often found himself ensnared by the opposing force. Whenever the adversary retreated slightly, the bull would charge once more. Once again, Bian Tao failed to evade completely, as the beast's side collided with him, launching him into the air. Had he been struck head-on by its horns, the outcome would have been dire. Fortunately, in this scenario, the presence of others from Yulan Academy diverted some of the onslaught. Otherwise, if all attention were directed solely at Bian Tao, he would surely have been rendered utterly powerless. Feeling the weight of pressure, Bian Tao's gaze sharpened. "When I have you cornered, I will summon a tempest to lift that Beastmaster into the air. Seize the opportunity to evade the beast's charge." then swiftly turn and assault the Beastmaster directly. As the situation continued to drag on, fatigue was inevitable. Kai and Kang endeavored to communicate with Bien Tao as much as possible. Bien Tao nodded and once again became entangled with the agile Beastmaster. The crisp sound of their weapons clashing resonated in his ears as he attempted to exploit the opponent's weaknesses. However, he was swiftly countered and restrained by the opponent. At that moment, Kai and Kang unleashed his power directly towards the Beastmaster. Bien Tao sidestepped just in time as the contracted beast dashed past him. He contemplated using a water sphere to suffocate the Beastmaster, but upon further reflection, he realized that such a tactic would soon be countered by the opponent's contracted beast. The Beastmaster easily maneuvered out of the water sphere's reach, and Bien Tao had yet to acquire the skill of automatic targeting. In the midst of their clash, Bien Tao seemed to perceive something and had no time to ponder further. A small flame ignited on the opponent's Beastmaster's body, seemingly treating him as fuel. Though diminutive, it did not extinguish. Chapter 72, Fire Element Unlocked. Fire Element available for use. Bien Tao felt a surge of excitement. The fire element was crucial, for it meant he could eventually prepare cooked food from the exotic creatures captured in this other world. However, he quickly realized that his thoughts had been skewed by Kai and Kang, fixating solely on the notion of food. My fire element has also been unlocked. The current flame posed no threat to the Beastmaster, yet it required fuel, and soon it consumed the fabric of the opponent's clothing. Bien Tao exercised control, ensuring he inflicted no harm, directing the flame towards the clothing instead. How should one proceed in this battle? The opponent shielded his vital areas, his face flushed with anger as he glared at Bien Tao. He exclaimed, "Is this how you from the Yulan Academy resort to such underhanded tactics?" Bien Tao retorted, "In this other world, even if you're stripped bare, the exotic creatures merely regard you as food. What is there to be embarrassed about? This is Blue Star. Moreover, there are many spectators watching." Bien Tao maintained his stance. As long as the opponent refused to concede, he would not relent. His demeanor was resolute, unwilling to abandon the fight, merely due to a couple of reproaches. At that moment, Bien Tao drew closer once more, his dagger aimed directly at the opponent's artery. "You are taking advantage of my predicament," the opponent exclaimed, defending himself while engaging in combat, concerned about the potential consequences of a lapse. Bien Tao, appearing rather refined and gentle, still exhibited the brazen demeanor typical of Yulan Academy. "In a fight to the death, you will learn that appearances are utterly futile. You seem overly concerned about your pride," Bien Tao remarked, implying that he was not the one bearing his skin. "You could target my clothing as well, should you prove capable." At that moment, other beast masters joined the fray on Bien Tao's side. Raising an eyebrow, Bien Tao taunted, "Is it truly glorious to overwhelm the few with the many? Spare me the pointless chatter with those from Yulan Academy." The newcomer appeared quite incensed, launching into reprimands, which only emboldened Bien Tao to act more ruthlessly. If they harbored such disdain for Yulan Academy, he would gladly further cement that unfavorable reputation. In that instant, a shift occurred in Bien Tao's demeanor, his gaze growing indifferent as he regarded them. To think that merely singeing one person's clothing could unveil such a multitude of weaknesses in him. "Kind Song, I implore you," Bien Tao softly uttered, "do keep your distance from that brutish bull, and be cautious of the newly arrived contract beast as well." Kind Song's diminutive size makes it arduous to restrain the contract beast. However, in terms of enhancing the core strength of the Beastmaster, he is unparalleled. This situation is somewhat paradoxical. In this otherworldly realm, it is primarily the contract beasts that engage in combat. After all, the human form is inherently weaker than the exotic species, yet contract beasts generally possess far superior defensive capabilities compared to humans. Of course, this applies chiefly to low-level Beastmasters. As one ascends to mid and high levels, Beastmasters can also transform into formidable combat machines. The mentor had been attentively observing their combat techniques, seemingly recording some observations. Another academy approached Yulan Academy and remarked, "It appears that the quality of this batch of freshmen is not as lacking as you claimed." The mentor from Yulan Academy retorted, their growth remains rather sluggish. And the students entering the other world have not exhibited any astonishing performances. Upon hearing this, Fu Sampi felt somewhat indignant, retorting lightly, "It's easy to say that. Let us see how you fare against them at the first level. You might not shine as brightly as they do." The other mentors paid little heed to Fu Sampi's protective tendencies. Although Bien Tao is considered among the elite of this cohort, his performance still seemed somewhat average, falling short of true genius. Talents like Zhuoxing Zhou, even leaning toward support roles, should display more brilliance at the first level. Not to mention the likes of Meng Hongxian, who can forcibly unleash skills. Yet, they remain concealed. What is needed now are individuals who can step into the limelight and lead the new generation of humanity forward with vigor. Perhaps talent is not the most critical factor. His temperament requires closer scrutiny, someone muttered. To become a leader, one must possess the ability to inspire others, even if it is through less favorable or anger-inducing means, as long as it propels the new generation to hone their skills rapidly. What Yulan Academy is currently undertaking is to motivate other academies through negative reinforcement. At the very least, this new generation has become remarkably united, a rarity in the past, thus marking a success. As for the merits of Yulan Academy, it is merely a matter of authenticity in their approach. Effectively utilizing the distinctive traits of various academies is a consideration for the mentors. Perhaps the other party was inspired by Bien Tao, as they directly tore Bien Tao's clothing when attacking him, only to discover the internal armor beneath. The exposed brother instantly flushed with embarrassment, shouting, "You're cheating." "What cheating?" Bien Tao raised an eyebrow. "This is also a reward from entering the other world. Don't you have it?" The other party was infuriated, caught in a state of frustration, choking on their words. A comrade fighting alongside him could no longer bear to watch and said, "Brother, if you can't do it, just concede. You might injure yourself." "No. Having already paid such a hefty price, I must win." The stubbornness of the opponent was incited. Without a care for modesty, they boldly confronted Bien Tao. Instinctively, Bien Tao's gaze averted, overwhelmed by the provocative sight. Seizing the opportunity, the adversary's sword swiftly sliced through Bien Tao's arm. After all, the inner armor was merely a facade, serving to protect the vital organs. At that moment, a raging bull charged forth. A collision would surely spell defeat. Bien Tao furrowed his brow and delivered a kick to the bull's head, propelling himself upward. He then stepped onto a newly formed block of ice, utilizing that force to leap into the air. Performing a graceful somersault, he landed softly on the ice, narrowly evading the bull's charge. Though the wound on his arm was severe, to heal now would signify surrender. The mentor's voice resonated, emphasizing that while prolonged battles were not discouraged, there was an imperative to swiftly ignite their ferocity and dynamism. Otherwise, resources would be squandered. Bien Tao gritted his teeth and bound the torn fabric around his arm. Just then, the bull charged again, and as he attempted to evade, he collided with another contracted beast. This one resembled a crocodile, making a beeline for Bien Tao's calf. The beast's biting force required no testing. However, such encounters were typically controlled to prevent fractures. Yet, if restrained, the danger would remain acute. Bien Tao sensed the predicament, when suddenly he received a new directive from the sky to employ fire. Chapter 73. Is surrender truly forbidden? Bien Tao directed his fire-based power at the beast's weak point. Although his proficiency was lacking, he managed to conjure a flicker of flame. A gentle breeze swept through, providing the ideal fuel for the fire. In the process of enhancement by the wind, the flames erupted explosively. Regrettably, the damage was minimal, and the synergy was low, but it certainly had a startling effect. The opponent was evidently taken aback, with burns marring their skin. "Have they been roasted? I seem to detect the scent of cooked flesh," Bien Tao remarked with a smile. Infuriated, the adversary launched a fierce attack against him. At this juncture, there were few participants left, even Gao Jia and others had fallen outside the arena. All eyes were now fixated on Bien Tao. A 1-against-5 scenario was untenable. He immediately declared, "I concede." The bare-chested brother roared, "How can you surrender?" "No, it's not allowed." Was there truly a prohibition against conceding? Bien Tao took 2 steps back, scooping up the sky and leaping out of the examination grounds, only to be thrust back by an unseen force. Bewildered, he glanced towards the cluster of mentors, only to realize they had turned their backs on him. Were they genuinely unwilling to allow a surrender? Did they wish to see him endure a beating? Bien Tao understood that should he face all 5 opponents, he would inevitably be on the receiving end of a thrashing, unable to last even 5 minutes. Observing that Bien Tao had not successfully escaped, the bare-chested brother, brimming with excitement, proclaimed, "Brothers, let us focus on dealing with the students from Yulan Academy first. Afterward, I shall distribute a healing potion to each of you." In the worst-case scenario, he could venture into another world to procure resources. He was no longer afraid of being watched. He was determined to teach Bien Tao a lesson and vent his frustrations. Otherwise, wouldn't his clothes have been burned in vain? Bien Tao instinctively attempted to retreat, only to realize that an invisible protective barrier had been activated around the area. Awkwardly, he remarked, "Do you really want your clothes to be burned as well? That would be quite unfortunate." At that moment, the protective barrier transformed into a shade of gray. Judging by the sounds from outside, it appeared the students outside could no longer see the situation within. "Is this really how you want to play? Go ahead and burn," declared the bare-chested brother. Hands on hips, Bien Tao then proceeded to roast a chicken in front of everyone. The cries of his opponent echoed in response, and as water magic was unleashed, the flames were extinguished. "My apologies. My control over power isn't quite refined. I hope you weren't startled, brother," Bien Tao said with a forced smile. Since escape was not an option, they had no choice but to confront the challenge head-on. Releasing his mental powers, he spoke to Kying Tsong. "Let us give it one last push. If we succeed, we shall feast afterward. If we fail, we shall endure the consequences together." Kying Tsong paid no heed to Bien Tao. The formidable bull had already charged forward, accompanied by a soaring eagle above. Bien Tao maintained a serious expression, while Kying Tsong unleashed a wind and snow skill, conjuring a small tornado along with ice blocks into the arena. This was a genuine skill. Bien Tao also had to exert considerable strength, feeling as though he were being drained of energy. Kying Tsong simply lay down. Once the skill was released, he had no strength left. 5 minutes. There was indeed a time limit, and Bien Tao's expression darkened. Why hadn't Kying Tsong discussed this with him beforehand? How was he supposed to manage this? As soon as the water magic approached the skill, it transformed into ice blocks, propelled by the wind. The speed was rapid. Although it lacked the destructive power of firearms, being struck still left one in a daze. It quickly escalated into a group attack, and the bad news was that it was indiscriminate. Fortunately, Bien Tao had a protective inner armor that could withstand some of the assault. "Damn it," he muttered, sending forth water magic while simultaneously enduring the damage and replenishing his strength, inflicting 1,000 points of damage on the enemy while sustaining 800 points of harm to himself. Ultimately, the opposing party could no longer hold back and asked, "Doesn't it hurt?" "Oh, it does. What can be done about it? Why not just concede?" Bien Tao inquired, surveying his surroundings. There were no obstacles, and nowhere to hide. Upon his suggestion, they fell silent. How could they possibly abandon the battle over such a matter? They decided to endure and see how long Bien Tao could last. After nearly 3 minutes, Bien Tao finally discerned a pattern, managing to control the direction with some effort. Kying Tsong did not allow the small tornado to run rampant. Otherwise, there would surely be casualties. After all, this was merely a superficial spar, not a matter of life and death. There was no need to resort to lethal force. Moreover, Bien Tao adapted to the power much quicker than Kying Tsong had anticipated. The ice blocks grew larger with each iteration. When a fist-sized ice block hurtled toward Kying Tsong, he swiftly dodged it. Upon looking over, he found Bien Tao glaring at him with fierce intensity, which he chose to disregard. As the skill concluded, Bien Tao was left breathless. All eyes were upon him, while the contracted beasts were summoned by Kying Tsong. It was unclear what methods Kying Tsong employed, but the various types of contracted beasts were now obediently seated in an orderly fashion, observing their respective beast masters engaged in combat. Bien Tao's strength was nearly depleted, yet the others remained unscathed. They surrounded him, and instinctively he shielded his head pleading, "Don't hit my face." He added, "And the one without clothes. Refrain from using those fists." Infuriated, his opponent retaliated. After enduring a few blows, flames began to sprout from Bien Tao's body. Despite their attempts to extinguish them, the flames persisted. The troublesome aspect was that while the flames remained calm in Bien Tao's vicinity, they sought fuel upon contact with others. Fearful of their garments catching fire, they reluctantly abandoned their assault on him. Addressing the surrounding mentors, they asserted he has already conceded. Thus, his score should be recorded. One instructor acknowledged this, and the fighting resumed. Bien Tao promptly seated himself cross-legged on the ground and consumed a healing potion. The minor wounds on his body healed instantly, though the flames surrounding him remained. He realized that the fiery power could not be wielded in such a manner and resolved to continue his research. This potent force would undoubtedly become a significant aspect of his combat prowess in the future. At that moment, Kind Song strolled over leisurely. With a slight use of wind-based power, one of the small flames suddenly flared up, its strength appearing particularly volatile, threatening to explode. Bien Tao promptly attempted to control it, his complexion paling as he cautioned, "Do not create chaos. My remaining strength is limited, and I have yet to recover." Kind Song feigned ignorance, playfully disrupting the small flames surrounding Bien Tao. The mentors, who had been observing the scene, remarked, "Bien Tao's power is growing rapidly. How has he awakened abilities from other elements?" Chapter 74. A purely accidental encounter. According to the records, Bien Tao's contracted beast was of the wind and snow variety, and initially, he could only harness water-based powers. Following that, he awakened psychic abilities, and now he exhibited fire-based powers. "What? Are you envious that my student surpasses yours?" Fu Sanpi interjected. The conversation shifted away from Bien Tao's abilities. If he were to assume the role of captain, it might be challenging to gain the respect of his peers. The one whose clothing had been singed was indeed a standout among the new students. The top of the freshman class at Qing Yao Academy. His previous performances had not been so remarkable. Rather, he seemed to struggle with the clumsiness of his contracted beast, displaying signs of self-doubt. Statistically, however, his melee capabilities and the strength of his contracted beast were commendable, given that his power had been largely unleashed today. Bien Tao could indeed be considered for the captaincy. The promising candidate from your Yulan Academy, Gao Jiehe, also shows potential. It has been noted that he has been diligently training since earlier, seemingly focusing on vitality. The discussion among the mentors went unnoticed by the others. Ultimately, the conversation shifted towards Fu Sanpi, and the question arose regarding how to continue training Bien Tao. "How about adhering to my educational methods? Are you willing to learn?" Fu Sanpi arrogantly quipped, "That will require tuition fees." No mentor showed any inclination to engage with him. After participating in the training, Bien Tao felt disinclined to return. Although this combat allowed for a rapid enhancement of one's control over power, it also presented other limitations. Bien Tao found himself unable to fully exert his strength without reservations. What troubled him further was the skill utilized by Kind Song. If the previous technique, which could lift a person, was merely a straightforward application of power, then the small tornado that could be sustained for several minutes was undoubtedly a skill, even if its potency was somewhat lacking. The fact that a first-tier contracted beast could wield a skill was astonishing. Coupled with Kind Song's demeanor of complete mastery, it appeared that he could maintain it longer or even unleash more formidable abilities. Bien Tao resolved to seek clarity on this matter. The brother who had been stripped of his clothing eventually managed to borrow some attire. However, a vendetta had formed between him and Bien Tao, evident in the way he glared angrily upon seeing him. Once the final rankings were announced, each mentor presented their students with rewards as a form of encouragement, marking the conclusion of the group training. Just before departing, the individual whose clothing Bien Tao had burned approached him, declaring, "Next time, I will easily triumph over you." "Just you wait." Bien Tao merely raised an eyebrow, thinking it was fine since the other would not be returning, and thus could wait. He wasn't even sure of the other's name, having paid little attention. At that moment, Gao Jiao walked over and remarked, "I never expected the top freshman from Qing Yao Academy would face off against you." This representative, seemingly composed, has been entirely flustered by your actions. Quite embarrassing, indeed. It was purely accidental. I did not intend for that to happen, Bien Tao responded. The small flame he wielded had been invoked unintentionally, and he had not anticipated such an effect. At this juncture, Bien Tao spotted Fu Sampi and rushed over with Gao Jia in tow. He exclaimed, "Minter, the delectable exotic meat of the human realm." Fu Sampi, both amused and exasperated, retorted, "You didn't even win today, and yet you still crave meat?" "The condition was set for my participation," Bien Tao countered. "Regardless of my victory, did I not partake? You wouldn't renege on our agreement, would you?" Upon hearing the mention of reneging, Kai Tsong immediately objected, clinging to Fu Sampi's leg. "If you fail to honor your promise, I will cling to you like this and make a scene until I get my meat," he insisted. Bien Tao translated this sentiment. Fu Sampi, feeding truly helpless, shook his leg, but Kai Tsong remained steadfast, resembling a mere appendage. Ultimately, Fu Sampi conceded, "I have already tasted the exotic meat. How could I back out? Let us go now and find a place that can prepare exotic meat." Several establishments that sold ingredients from other realms also offered processing services. For a modest fee, one can process the exotic creatures they have hunted. Some are driven by curiosity, eager to discover the flavors of these strange beings. Thus, they spend a small amount of Beastmaster coins to have their captured specimens turned into exquisite dishes. The majority of reviews have been overwhelmingly positive, leading to a burgeoning industry where numerous establishments now offer such services. They selected a well-rated establishment for their culinary adventure. Gao Jia felt a twinge of embarrassment, having been brought here under somewhat fortuitous circumstances. Fu Sampi, however, was unbothered by the additional company. It seemed that Minter Xingzhou was absent today, Bien Tao remarked, expressing concern that Zhuo might intervene excessively, hence he had chosen not to inform him. Previously, when Bien Tao had slept on the ground without a tent, Zhuo had shown great reluctance to allow it. He added, "I recorded a video, which I will send to him," while shaking his phone. As for the exotic meat, he was already waiting for them at the designated location. Bien Tao was growing anxious, noting the number of people present, and inquired for people and one beast. "Is that enough? How much exotic meat do you have?" 50 pounds is hardly sufficient," replied Fu Sampi. Suddenly, Bien Tao interjected, shifting the topic. "I still wish to enter the other world. Perhaps this time, he could ascend to the second tier." The examination period for second-tier contract beasts was likely approaching, and participating in an assessment would suffice. However, it was well known that beast masters were most vulnerable during their breakthroughs, and conducting such a process in the other world might not be the wisest decision. Just then, there was someone nearby who seemed inquisitive, prompting Bien Tao to directly ask Fu Sampi. "There are both advantages and disadvantages. It depends on your choice. The other world certainly offers greater opportunities for advancement, but it also harbors many unknown dangers," Fu Sampi explained. "In Blue Star, the situation is undoubtedly more stable, as one need not worry about an exotic creature suddenly appearing and disrupting the progress of advancement. It is a matter of speed versus safety. It ultimately rests upon Bien Tao's own considerations." Upon arriving at the establishment, they indeed spotted Zhuo Xingzhou. His attire remained as eccentric as ever, and he sat in a manner that seemed somewhat awkward. Upon seeing Bien Tao and the others, his face lit up with joy, and he made a deliberate effort to greet them. The exotic meat had been sent off for preparation, and Zhuo Xingzhou seemed to recognize its nature. "It appears today I am in for a treat," he remarked, pleased that the atmosphere was relatively quiet, allowing for easier conversation. Kai Tsong was the first to take a seat, anticipating the arrival of the delectable dishes. Chapter 75. Resplendent fireworks. A contract beast sat on a chair, eagerly awaiting its meal, a sight rather uncommon. Some onlookers, intrigued, discreetly recorded a video. Various types of contract beasts were continuously emerging, although ordinary people encountered them infrequently. It did not mean they had never seen any at all. Creatures like Kai Tsong, with their appealing appearance, were indeed rare. Bien Tao noticed this, but chose not to intervene, as the other party was also a beast master and would surely exercise discretion in their actions. Soon enough, The individual approached Bien Tao, inquiring whether the video could be shared online. Originally, Bien Tao was somewhat hesitant. However, the other party seemed to possess a considerable amount of Beastmaster coins, prompting him to order several additional dishes. After settling the bill, Bien Tao glanced at Kai Tsang, who inquired about the meaning of posting online. Upon receiving an explanation, Kai Tsang nodded in agreement. The notion of being featured on mobile devices for a larger audience to see, subsequently exchanging that visibility for a meal, was an opportunity too valuable to ignore for Kai Tsang. The feast left everyone feeling quite sated. Yet what surprised Kai Tsang was the realization that Beast Masters experienced little in the way of fullness when consuming exotic meats. The flesh transformed directly into energy that nourished their bodies. This meant that not only could they easily consume 50 pounds, but even 200 pounds could be devoured by a handful of individuals. Furthermore, Fu Sanpi and Zhuo Xingzhou were capable of absorbing even greater amounts of energy. Thus, their consumption was merely a means to satisfy their appetites. Relying on exotic meat to feel full would require immense wealth. At this juncture, Bien Tao began to comprehend why most Beast Masters opted to reside in alternate worlds. While the risks in these realms were significant, the abundance of resources facilitated rapid advancement. It was no wonder that at Yulan Academy, finding mentors was a daunting task. To this day, Bien Tao had yet to encounter any senior students from Yulan Academy. Gao Jiehe, whose residence was in the same direction as Bien Tao's, accompanied him on the way back. Throughout their journey, Gao Jiehe clutched Kai Tsang, utilizing his own energy. The nourishment consumed that day was somewhat restorative, and he sought to seize the opportunity to strengthen his abilities. His vitality had indeed increased, as noted by Kai Tsang. In truth, Gao Jiehe also aspired to enter the alternate world, yet each mentor adhered to their own educational philosophy, leaving him unable to alter his mentor's pace. Without their permission, students from various academies found it exceedingly difficult to venture into alternate realms. It appeared that previous incidents had led to the establishment of such regulations. Otherwise, when Bien Tao entered the alternate world, Fu Sanpi and Zhuo Xingzhou would not have felt the need to follow him so anxiously. Without their presence, Bien Tao, who struggled to perceive the passage of time, would have been akin to a mere delivery service in the alternate world, destined to be consumed by exotic creatures sooner or later. Once Bien Tao arrived home, Gao Jiehe reluctantly relinquished Kai Tsang into his care before bidding farewell and returning alone. By this time, the night had grown quite late. Bien Tao turned on the lights, harmonizing with the flames in his hands. Kai Tsang seemed intrigued and harnessed its own power, causing the flames to swirl around Bien Tao. Although it posed no threat to him, the flames had an affinity for fabric, igniting Bien Tao's clothing. Startled, he quickly employed water to extinguish the fire. Still shaken by the near disaster, he certainly did not wish to burn down his home. "I cannot even wield the power of fire on Blue Star," he remarked. Kai Tsang yawned and asked, "When will you be able to sense the power of wind?" Despite their close bond and contractual relationship, Bien Tao had yet to master the element of wind, which left Kai Tsang dissatisfied. If ordinary humans could channel Bien Tao's power, why was it unable to do so? "I can harness the power of gold now, but it's rather peculiar," Kai Tsang added. As Bien Tao spoke, a small piece of metal materialized in the palm of his hand, resembling iron. "This is the power of iron that I extracted from the ground. I can now gather the metals in my home," he remarked. However, his ability to manipulate this power was limited to mere transformation and collection. It was incapable of becoming a weapon. He had attempted to shape it into a needle, but the result was soft and blunt, lacking any lethality. Although he had never witnessed Meng Hongxian wielding the power of metal offensively, he knew that Peng Chun possessed the metal attribute, which was known for its high damage potential. It seemed inadequate for combat. "Perhaps the metal power on Blue Star is unsuitable for weaponry," Bien Tao mused. "Your strength is simply too feeble," Kai Tsang interjected, then conjured a needle from an unknown source of power before Bien Tao. Upon examination, Bien Tao discovered that its texture was unlike any ordinary metal. It could inflict substantial damage with a casual toss. However, As soon as Kind Song retracted the power, the needle vanished. If I could create hundreds or thousands of them, I could pierce a creature like a hedgehog, Bien Tao contemplated, realizing that the key difference lay in density, requiring significant compression of the material. He began to actively utilize the power of metal, noting that it was considerably safer than fire on Blue Star. Bien Tao reclined on his bed and turned off the lights. Just as Kind Song climbed to the head of the bed, he suddenly sensed something amiss. In a swift motion, a cacophony of collisions ensued, startling Bien Tao to spring upright, his senses alert as he scanned the surroundings with mental energy. Soon, he detected a small, luminescent entity, subdued by Kind Song. However, it appeared to lack a concrete form, as Kind Song had encased it in ice. The glowing entity emerged from the ice pillar, reminiscent of Zhuo Xing's Who's Little Turtle, albeit with a distinctly different energy. A hexagonal dragon? Bien Tao murmured, surprised. An otherworldly creature? That shouldn't be possible. Even if it is small, it shouldn't manifest on Blue Star. Could it be a creation of the heretics? This creature, resembling a salamander and no larger than a palm, turned its gaze towards Bien Tao and suddenly expanded its body, subsequently exploding into a shower of radiant light that illuminated the vicinity. As Bien Tao attempted to capture it, he found it had vanished. That was a manifestation of light energy, Kind Song remarked. Is that a contracted beast? Indeed. If it is a contracted beast, then the Beastmaster should be nearby. Bien Tao quickly broadened his search, but found nothing unusual. He fell into contemplation, considering contacting the defense team. After receiving his message, the staff remained silent for a considerable time. Are you suggesting that a light attribute Beastmaster showcased a dazzling display of fireworks before departing? Listening to the staff's convoluted interpretation, Bien Tao felt perplexed. Had he actually said that? He was uncertain. The staff, too, was puzzled, wondering which light attribute Beastmaster had such leisure. Indeed, though Bien Tao was reluctant to admit it, he queried, "Could you please proceed with the case documentation as I instructed?" Chapter 76. One should be jealous, otherwise it feels quite ambiguous. The staff responded, "Very well, sir." "Have you sustained any injuries?" "No, I truly cannot sense any Beastmasters in the vicinity." "Understood. We will conduct an inquiry regarding the light affinity Beastmasters who have recently visited our city. We will dispatch 2 members of the defense team to ensure your safety. After all, you have intruded upon someone's home and engaged in peculiar activities. An investigation and precautionary measures are warranted." The efficiency of the defense team was remarkable. Within 20 minutes, 2 young members arrived. They conducted a thorough search of Bien Tao's residence, leaving him somewhat speechless. After all, he and the defense team members were all first-tier Beastmasters. Could 3 novices truly match up to them? Ultimately, they found no trace of the light affinity Beastmaster. There were only 3 such masters who had recently visited the city, and based on Bien Tao's description, only one fit the criteria. However, that individual did not acknowledge visiting Bien Tao, which piqued his curiosity. Zhao Huixing proactively contacted Bien Tao, mentioning only a few words. "It is Ji Lin." This name rang a bell for Bien Tao. It was his fiancée, the light affinity Beastmaster, Ji Lin. He should have realized it sooner. He replied, "How did you know I reported this?" After all, Zhao Huixing was quite busy. It was improbable that he would be instantly informed of every occurrence nationwide. Zhao Huixing responded, "Lin Yao mentioned it to me as a topic of conversation, saying he had never encountered such a bizarre situation and remarked that you lacked a sense of romance." Bien Tao mused that both Zhao Huixing and Ji Lin might possess some peculiarities. Zhao Huixing added, "Lin Yao implies that I should feel jealous." Bien Tao replied, "Dear Inspector Zhao, I hope you continue to pursue your career." After that, Zhao Huixing ceased messaging him. Bien Tao felt a headache coming on and addressed the 2 young defense team members, saying, "There is no longer any issue. It is quite safe here. Thank you for your efforts." The leaders of the defense team consulted their superiors and received the order to stand down. They advised Bien Tao to remain cautious and then departed. Subsequently, Ji Lin did not return to seek out Bien Tao. It was unclear what she meant by sending a contract beast without making an appearance herself. However, Bien Tao soon found himself indifferent to the situation. Notably, Meng Hongxian did not forget to reward Zhuo Xingzhou and Fu Sampi. He even presented a banner to Yulan Academy, which took the principal by surprise. Receiving a brand new banner amidst a pile of complaint letters was unexpected. Consequently, he praised Fu Sampi and Zhuo Xingzhou, mentioning Bian Tao in passing. He encouraged the students of Yulan Academy to learn from Bian Tao and correct the ethos of the academy. Education has its lags. No matter how much is said to the new students, immediate results are unlikely. Moreover, the integration of new and old students would eventually lead to assimilation. Bian Tao was preparing to enter the other world once more. When consulting with Fu Sampi, he heard Fu Sampi say, this time, both I and mentor Zhuo Xingzhou will wait for you outside the other world. This implied that he would no longer be protecting Bian Tao. This is detrimental to Bian Tao's growth. Nodding, Bian Tao proceeded to purchase a plethora of items. He now possessed a ring, albeit with limited space. Nevertheless, he managed to accommodate some self-heating meals and instant noodles. Before entering the other world, Bian Tao declared, I shall not emerge unless I surpass the second tier. He cautioned against establishing futile promises. Fu Sampi wore a look of disdain, urging Bian Tao to expedite his actions and avoid procrastination. Once they entered the other world, Zhuo Xingzhou inquired, are we truly not going in? How can we accompany one another for a lifetime without entering? Indeed, Zhuo Xingzhou replied earnestly, as he and Bian Tao were, in a sense, future companions. What else could companionship signify if not a lifelong bond? Unbeknownst to Fu Sampi, who was unaware of the engagement between Zhuo Xingzhou and Bian Tao, he remarked that even contract beasts perish, and a spouse could simply depart upon uttering the word divorce, dismissing the notion of promising a lifetime at such a young age. Clearly, he disagreed with Zhuo Xingzhu's perspective. However, Zhuo Xingzhou chose not to pursue the topic further, instead asking, isn't the time too short? Must he ascend to the second tier so hastily? How long has it been since he became a beast master? Even a genius like Zhuo Xingzhou took 3 months to reach the second tier. He had his own considerations. Fu Sampi continued, stating that transitioning from first-tier otherworld to the second tier was indeed a prudent choice for Bian Tao. This indicated that Bian Tao's decision was not solely impulsive. Even if he was somewhat eager, it was not without contemplation. When Fu Sampi beheld the teams from other academies, he was somewhat bewildered. Was there something amiss in this other world? How could a team of intermediate beast masters be present here? Had they come in advance to clear the area, selected by other academies as an examination site? If that were the case, it would be acceptable. What was concerning was the possibility of internal anomalies prompting the dispatch of intermediate beast masters for elimination. Bian Tao's misfortune seemed rather profound. Zhuo Xingzhou, feeling anxious, soon spotted a somewhat familiar face in the crowd. He jogged over to engage in conversation with the individual. This was a youth who appeared remarkably gentle, with a finely sculpted visage that rivaled even Bian Tao's. His attire was simple, yet the fabric was of a uniquely protective material, exuding an exotic aura, as if he were of mixed heritage, with deep-set eyes hinting at a trace of gold. This was a trait influenced by power, indicating that the individual frequently wielded their strength. The other listened to Zhuo Xingzhu's words with apparent cordiality, asserting that even without prompting, they would strive to assist any humans encountered in the other world. Zhuo Xingzhou sighed in relief, eager to express more, when a low voice interjected, "Do not bother me. I do not comprehend your affairs, but I certainly do not desire any unmarried suitors. It would be simpler to eliminate you. The ties among humans merely impede their progress." Zhuo Xingzhou was taken aback by such an audacious statement, his body trembling with indignation. The seemingly harmless individual turned out to be rather radical. Yilin. How could Zhuo Xingzhu's slightly elevated voice capture the attention of those around him? A glimmer flashed before Zhuo Xingzhu's eyes as he moved. Surely, you do not wish for me to unveil your concealment in public? Let's leave a sliver of discretion for one another. Subsequently, as Ji Lin made his move, those surrounding him followed into the alternate realm. These individuals, all intermediate beast masters, appeared unfazed by Ji Lin's words, seemingly accustomed to such occurrences. From the outset, Lin had no intention of concealing his true nature. Chapter 77. Do words matter? However, due to Zhuo Xingzu's status as an instructor at Yulan Academy, he afforded him the courtesy of restraint. Zhuo Xingzhou, with an unsightly expression, aimed to enter the alternate realm, but was obstructed by Fu Sampi. Feeling somewhat vexed, he thought it excessive to be so protective, even on his first occasion guiding students. He then inquired, when you broke through to the second tier, was there someone safeguarding you as well? Prolonging this would hinder Bian Tao's progress. Although Zhuo Xingzhou comprehended the rationale, he remained deeply concerned for Bian Tao's situation. He replied, I achieved my breakthrough in the Blue Star. While conducting research, I inadvertently unleashed my power and transcended. Do words matter? Fu Sampi, unable to fathom the world of geniuses, felt a sense of unease within. If Bian Tao were to learn of your situation, he may not be pleased. Ultimately, Zhuo Xingzhou did not enter the alternate realm. Meanwhile, Bian Tao cautiously advanced in his own path. This alternate realm bore a chilling ambience, starkly contrasting the previously vibrant one. The sky appeared shrouded by dark clouds, and the surrounding humidity was palpable, creating a thick atmosphere upon entry. Should I specialize in a singular force, thereby harnessing it to directly enter the second tier? Bian Tao deliberated with Kaiying Song. At the low-level Beast Master stage, one need not ponder the balance of powers. Merely achieving a certain threshold suffices for classification as a second-tier Beastmaster. Primarily, most individuals possess only one type of power, rendering Bian Tao's case exceedingly rare. This rarity posed a challenge for Kaiying Song, who admitted, I lack understanding of your human intricacies, and the classification of powers is unique to your kind. Our contracted beasts do not categorize in such a manner. Upon encountering one another, we discern superiority through combat. When there is a significant disparity in strength, combat becomes unnecessary. In such an environment, enhancing fire attributes proves exceedingly difficult. Although water attributes grow swiftly, it is not yet the opportune moment for unrestricted transformation. Bian Tao queried, can your skill amplify its potency? Approximately how long can it last? Is it capable of expansion? His triple inquiries left Kaiying Song in silence. Observing his lack of response, Bian Tao incredulously asked, surely the skill's cooldown period has not yet elapsed? It would be prudent to inquire before entering. After the cooldown, it can be reused. I pondered that skills typically require collaboration between beast masters and their contracted beasts. Relying solely on my own usage, your tier will not ascend. In his tone, Bian Tao discerned a hint of dissatisfaction. This likely served as the primary impetus behind Kaiying Song's persistent urging for Bian Tao to master wind attributes. Kaiying Song seemed more adept in the domain of wind. I shall seek an alternate realm abundant in wind energy. Perhaps this will expedite my mastery of wind skills. Bian Tao remarked, are you proficient in all elements? After Bian Tao unlocked new powers, Kaiying Song was also able to utilize them. However, it appeared that he was not particularly adept at it. Our attributes are identical, Kaiying Song remarked. If the attributes had been different from the outset, a contract could not have been established. The reason Kaiying Song felt confident in signing such a formidable contract was not only due to his inherent strength, but also because he was certain that in this alternate world, there existed no other entity with the same attributes as his. As for a singular attribute contract beast, Bian Tao could indeed establish a contract after absorbing the related powers. However, with only one Bian Tao, commanding a group of contract beasts with diverse attributes would prove to be a formidable challenge. It necessitated time for them to harmonize. Yet the lifespan of a human is exceedingly brief. If one cannot ascend to a certain height within the stipulated time, the likelihood of succumbing to death within a few decades increases. It would be more prudent to focus on a single contract beast, thereby enhancing strength at a swifter pace. Nonetheless, Kaiying Song had never broached this topic with Bian Tao, deeming it too cumbersome to explain. He believed that Bian Tao would come to understand it naturally once he grew stronger. After all, Bian Tao could directly perceive it. Presently, Bian Tao was mulling over the thought that he should have consulted Fu Sanpai before entering. He felt that his mentor was less than reliable. Is an intermediate level required for transformation? Bien Tao murmured, a sphere of water coalescing in his hand. Despite appearing to stroll leisurely alongside Kind Song, his mental energy was perpetually enveloping the surroundings. After all, he had already strayed from the safety zone manned by humans to Bien Tao's knowledge. There were numerous entrances to this alternate world. Was it plausible that each entrance was guarded? Were there truly that many beast tamers among humans? After all, following the arrival of the alternate world and the subsequent expulsion period, the human population had drastically diminished. Even after driving away the foreign entities and entering a period of significant reproduction, it was likely that full recovery had not yet been achieved. Realizing that his thoughts had strayed, Bien Tao felt somewhat disheartened. What exactly was required to reach the second tier? Was it simply a matter of battling foreign entities? You might consider trying, suggested Kind Song. After all, this way, there would be foreign entities to consume. Coincidentally, at that moment, Bien Tao sensed the presence of a foreign entity nearby. With a hint of irritation, he declared, "Stay out of this. I will confront the foreign entity myself, utilizing my powers." This did not include weapons or physical prowess. Although these were encompassed within Bien Tao's capabilities, his application of power, without Kind Song's assistance, was indeed a weakness. This was a common shortcoming among numerous beast tamers, as the primary combat strength lay within their contract beasts. The limitations of the human body were exceedingly low and could easily be shattered by overwhelming forces. However, in terms of control and precision over power, humans generally surpassed contract beasts. It was merely that Kind Song was exceptionally extraordinary, which prevented Bien Tao from perceiving the disadvantages of contract beasts in this regard. Bien Tao found himself in a predicament. If the water did not transform, its offensive capability would be severely lacking. At this juncture, he could conceive of only two methods. Firstly, one must utilize water to drown the foreign entity that requires respiration, and secondly, extract the water within its body. Both tasks proved to be exceedingly challenging. Due to a lack of combat experience, progress can only be made gradually. Soon, Bien Tao found himself engaged with the foreign entity. Kind Song stood by, observing the novel yet clumsy fighting style of Bien Tao, appreciating the rapid extraction of moisture from the surrounding atmosphere. At present, Bien Tao lacked the ability to store or generate power. He could only mobilize it. Yet, this locale served as a natural battleground for water-based abilities. After exerting himself for an extended period, Bien Tao's complexion began to pale. The exertion was overwhelmingly taxing, primarily because the water merely impeded the foreign entity's movements. Allowing it to step into the water inflicted no significant harm. In fact, Bien Tao found himself narrowly escaping injury on multiple occasions, leading the foreign entity to perceive his actions as mockery, which incensed it thoroughly. Faced with a more ferocious onslaught, Bien Tao felt overwhelmed. In a moment of desperation, he sought an alternative approach. However, he discovered that extracting the water from the entity's body was no simple feat. Chapter 78. The True Beast Master. To exacerbate matters, Bien Tao's luck was rather unfortunate. This foreign entity was not composed of water, and its primary strength did not derive from it, complicating Bien Tao's predicament. If only you could harness wind, you could accelerate the water, turning it into a projectile akin to a bullet for us humans, Kind Song remarked, seemingly struck by an idea. There exists a device known as a high-pressure water gun, which bears some resemblance. Although the comparison was somewhat tenuous, it was nonetheless easier to comprehend. Certain inventions from Blue Star intrigued Kind Song, as they could assist in the application of power and the generation of skills. At that moment, Bien Tao had no inclination to heed Kind Song's complaints and chose to disregard the remarks, focusing intently on the foreign entity before him. However, accelerating the water to inflict damage might indeed prove effective. He was then reminded of his feeble golden elemental power, which brought him a moment of frustration. Why must his strength be so diminutive and weak? Perhaps due to his heightened focus, he discerned the foreign entity's vulnerability. Bien Tao sensed a subtle shift within the internal contract. Rather than merely a disturbance, it felt as if the power of water was being absorbed. A glance at Kaing Tsang revealed that it seemed to notice as well, showing no resistance. Thus, he poured forth all he could muster, including a chaotic mixture of mental energy, fire power, and golden power. Everything within his reach was thrust into the fray. Then, from the bond between him and his contracted beast, he faintly captured the essence of wind. Without needing to vocalize, the wind skill activated instantaneously. A small whirlwind sprang to life, rapidly depleting Bien Tao's energy, leaving his visage ashen. He realized the skill's consumption was substantial, though its lethality appeared moderate. While he harbored some disdain, he observed the foreign entity being forcibly ensnared within the whirlwind, its outer layer being shredded, leaving it momentarily stunned. The center of the whirlwind remained safe. However, it was evident that the foreign entity was oblivious to this fact. As Bien Tao began to sense his surroundings, he realized that this tornado was not composed of natural winds. Instead, it had coalesced into a blade of wind, akin to a meat grinder. Should it encounter the fragile human body, it would not merely result in superficial injuries. It would reduce one to mere minced flesh. Bien Tao's complexion grew serious. He seemed to have underestimated the power of the heavens. No wonder his counterpart had been incessantly criticizing him. Have you finally remembered that you are a beast master? Although I'm only just managing to be one, the enhancement of skills is far more potent than I had anticipated, the heavens spoke. This indicated that Bien Tao, at this moment, had indeed become a true beast master. He had successfully harmonized with his contracted beast and understood how to engage in combat. However, to achieve level 112, further time for refinement was essential. Since you wish for me to actively trigger skills, why not just tell me directly? Bien Tao remarked, somewhat exasperated. I am unaware of how humans wield their powers. I am anxious here, yet I cannot activate the contract. The heavens also appeared displeased, unsure how to articulate the situation, as it was too ethereal to describe with mere words. He then quipped, shouldn't this be something your mentor informs you about? Must you rely on your own insight to grasp the combat techniques? I suppose I should have inquired. Bien Tao felt a headache coming on at that moment. The tornado had subsided. He examined the otherworldly creature lying there, confirming the absence of any vital signs, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. He finally comprehended why Meng Hongxian had appeared so after using his skills. Even individuals in good health found it somewhat unbearable, let alone someone like Meng Hongxian, whose body was already frail. The disparity between skills was indeed vast, akin to the difference between ordinary abilities and ultimate moves. Bien Tao reflected on how Meng Hongxian was not much older than himself, igniting a spark of determination within him. If his peers could accomplish such feats, so could he. You seem a bit too eager, the heavens commented. Even a contracted beast could sense this, not to mention those around Bien Tao. Thank you for your efforts, Bien Tao said, plopping down onto the ground, a wave of helplessness enveloping him. The heavens leapt onto Bien Tao, pressing down with its claws on his chest, which was perilously close to his heart. You should not yet be a second-tier beast master, should you? It feels as if there is still something amiss. My power binding does not seem to have loosened significantly. Bien Tao winced from the pressure, his body instinctively tensing up. If I use the skill several more times, I should naturally surpass my limits, right? Currently, using it once is already my utmost capacity. Are you courting disaster? The heavens inquired, its eyes reflecting disapproval. Surpassing physical limits comes at a cost. Let us give it a try. Bien Tao replied, I am aware of my limits. If I cannot endure, I will withdraw. This is merely the lowest tier of another world, and the safety index is relatively high. With no specific goal and not engaged in any tasks, Bien Tao chose a random route, gathering various resources along the way. He remarked, I wish I had Peng Chun's treasure-seeking mouse. Am I not as useful as a treasure-seeking mouse? In the whispers of the vast sky, there lies an essence of jealousy and rivalry. In truth, Bien Tao was not particularly acquainted with these resources. It was Kaing Tsang who informed him. However, the treasures buried beneath the earth still required Bien Tao to employ his mental prowess to uncover them. This task was particularly exhausting. It had served to hone his mastery of power. After a prolonged period, Bien Tao addressed Kind Song, saying, "Do you not possess the ability to wield mental energy as well? I implore you to seek out these treasures at once." He found himself overwhelmed and fatigued. "What is it that you wish to elevate me for?" Kind Song, without a hint of resistance, appeared quite compliant. When Bien Tao set him down, Kind Song shifted slightly and declared, "2 packets of instant noodles." It was evident that this fellow would not act without incentive. Bien Tao gritted his teeth in agreement. Yet, Kind Song interjected, "It is time to rest. A considerable amount of time has passed, and it is nearly the hour for humans to repose." Just as Bien Tao was on the verge of anger, Kind Song continued, "You shall rest while I keep watch. When you rise to continue your journey, carry me with you, and I shall rest in turn." Thus, the exchange of 2 packets of noodles resulted in a mere trinket, assisting him in his endeavors. Nevertheless, Bien Tao felt no regret over the noodles. He could always bring additional supplies on his next venture into the other world. The noodles were soon heated, and Bien Tao erected a makeshift tent, crawling in alongside Kind Song. This foray into the other world was decidedly more comfortable than previous ones. With his hunger satiated, Bien Tao lay down to rest, and the moment he closed his eyes, he drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Kind Song vigilantly observed the surroundings, repelling several small aberrations that drew near. These creatures were diminutive, lacking in substance, and appeared rather unpalatable. Any that were slightly larger would become Kind Song's reserves, piling up outside the tent. Chapter 79. The idea was truly ingenious. Upon awakening, Bien Tao was met with a delightful surprise, his spirits soaring. However, he soon realized that the rotation Kind Song had mentioned would be quite challenging to implement. Given that Bien Tao required Kind Song's assistance in battle, he found himself in a predicament. Kind Song seemed to grasp his thoughts and remarked, "Contracted beasts do not require sleep, and when you carry me, it is akin to resting. In a certain sense, entering the other world as a team would be more advantageous." Yet, Bien Tao's pace was exceedingly rapid among his peers. Only during assessments had they ventured into the purged otherworld. For the time being, he could not find anyone who could keep pace with him. As for mentors, he felt he was not yet worthy to approach them. Bien Tao planned to observe whether any seniors at Yulan Academy would be inclined to undertake missions with him once he ascended to the rank of a second-tier beastmaster. While traveling and harvesting aberrations, Bien Tao had yet to discover the means to become a second-tier beastmaster. This realization unveiled the shackles of his power. It seemed that breaking through that thin membrane would allow him to absorb greater strength. How to achieve this breakthrough remained a question. Bien Tao pondered deeply, and then, pausing in his stride, he sensed an aberration approaching, startling him. Simultaneously, he inadvertently exerted his mental energy too forcefully, activating the contract and momentarily halting the creature's movements. Subsequently, he fell to the ground, momentarily dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Bien Tao continued to utilize his skills, but his strength was instantly drained. He nearly failed to execute them due to insufficient power. Gasping for breath, he managed to straighten his body and gazed at the aberration, wounded by his skills. Yet, it still clung to life, prompting him to instinctively guide the creature away from himself. "A second-tier aberration?" Bien Tao murmured, contemplating the daunting odds. He exchanged a glance with Kind Song, who immediately understood and nodded, turning to flee. Bien Tao, however, harbored no ambition to confront the challenge head-on. He opted for a pragmatic approach. He had ventured too deep into the other world, encroaching upon realms where his strength faltered. Engaging the aberration in a direct confrontation would likely lead to his demise, even if he were to survive by mere luck. If misfortune struck, and he encountered another aberration, his fate would be sealed. It was wiser to escape while he still possessed a modicum of strength, fleeing the perilous area. Meanwhile, Jilin's team advanced towards their target location, coincidentally witnessing the aberration caught in a whirlwind. It seemed that the beast tamer who had summoned this skill was too distant, causing the whirlwind to dissipate without the strength to sustain it. The aberration, upon spotting the humans, instinctively launched an attack. which was effortlessly thwarted by one of the beast tamers without even summoning a contracted beast. At that moment, Lin sat confidently atop a white alpaca, guiding his contracted beast for transportation. Such occurrences were rare, as most contracted beasts were reluctant to engage in such behavior. However, Lin's contracted beast appeared somewhat unique, reminiscent of a certain 13th letter. With his flamboyant skills and distinctive attributes, Lin seemed more aligned with ethereal beings like unicorns or the celestial cranes. Yet, the contracted beasts he had formed pacts with were quite extraordinary, including this alpaca. At this juncture, Lin expressed his dissatisfaction, questioning who would leave behind such a feeble skill and flee. The beast tamer who had intervened collected the spoils and remarked in agreement that second-tier aberrations were indeed rather weak. However, it was understandable, given that this realm was not inhabited by high-tier beings. The mere fact that beast tamers could utilize skills here was commendable. It was perplexing how a second-tier aberration could manifest so far from the core of the otherworld. Clearly, something was amiss. Lin voiced this thought before resuming his journey. Meanwhile, Bien Tao, in his flight, pondered another query. Was it the ability to slay second-tier aberrations that defined one as a second-tier beast tamer? Or did one need to be a second-tier beast tamer to vanquish second-tier aberrations? Kai Song found the matter trivial and interjected, suggesting that it mattered little as long as one's strength was on the rise. Nevertheless, he cautioned that this other world was unlike the previous one they had entered. Aberrations had fixed territories of activity. The vast expanse continued. Last night, while you rested, I eliminated numerous wandering aberrations, which is rather perilous. I advise against confronting second-tier aberrations. Ultimately, the choice lies with you, Bien Tao. This realization did not escape Bien Tao. In truth, he had only been in this realm for a little over a day. Yet he had amassed far more aberration corpses than in the previous world. However, he had no desire to re-enter that realm. His last encounter with Meng Hongxian had been exceedingly unfortunate. Bien Tao was uncertain of his direction, though he had a general sense of where the exit to the otherworld lay. In such desolate regions, there were seldom any genuine treasures. The vast expanse held a disdain for this place. The items in his memory that could assist Bien Tao would not manifest until he reached the intermediate level. Otherwise, when you attain that level, gather your fiancés. Let them aid you in treasure hunting while I provide guidance on locations, enabling you to swiftly elevate your rank. After proposing this idea, the vast expanse felt it was truly brilliant. I could manage it myself. Bien Tao, however, felt somewhat exasperated. He was not keen on interacting much with those individuals. As for his previous aversion, it had significantly diminished compared to before. Nevertheless, he still merely held a neutral stance, devoid of prejudice or resistance. Building relationships was out of the question. If he were truly the sociable type, he wouldn't have ended up with only Gao Jia as a friend. You humans call me a stubborn mule? Why are you so verbose? Where do you acquire all this random knowledge? Bien Tao was indeed frustrated. In response, the vast expanse's attention shifted. I believe you should buy me a mobile phone, which would allow me to better comprehend human knowledge. A tablet would be ideal, with a larger screen for convenience. Constantly eavesdropping on others is not ideal. Is that how one utilizes mental energy? Bien Tao recalled his past experiences when he was infused with mental energy. The memories were vivid and not long past. I will go out and purchase it for you. Now that we have entered the other world, resources for living are no longer a concern. Any ordinary plant could be exchanged for a basic tablet. A contract beast need not be of exceptional quality, just functional. Chapter 80. Squandering energy. Bien Tao resolved to raise his contract beast frugally, for no contract beast was compelled to forcibly integrate into human life. He then inquired, "Can you read? Once I have a tablet, can I learn?" The vast expanse retorted. Their idle conversation was abruptly interrupted by a nearby aberration. However, this particular aberration behaved unusually. Instead of approaching Bien Tao, it turned and fled. Bien Tao, puzzled, was informed by the vast expanse that is a female aberration with offspring. Currently on high alert and already second tier, Bien Tao halted, opting not to pursue, and continued on his original path. The vast expanse then elaborated, generally, Such aberrations possess a strong instinct to protect their young. Second-tier aberrations can unleash third-tier power. They are not to be trifled with. I see you have a good understanding of the human classification system. Such nonsense. I perceive that the capabilities of humans of the same rank are rather uneven. This is indeed the truth. Due to differing attributes, the potential power one can unleash varies significantly. Each individual excels in distinct domains, making comparison a formidable challenge. Furthermore, in the context of team combat, sheer offensive strength may not always be the most crucial factor. The cohesion and compatibility within the team hold considerable importance as well. Hence, those who do not blend in are often labeled as lone wolves. Those capable of traversing other worlds alone possess exceptional strength. To ensure survival, numerous regulations impose constraints. For instance, one is strictly forbidden from entering an otherworld that exceeds their own rank. Currently, Bien Tao wishes to venture alone into a second-tier otherworld. Yet even with the consent of Fu San Pai, this is prohibited unless accompanied by a team predominantly composed of individuals of second rank or higher. The presence of second-tier aberrations is rather prevalent. Bien Tao furrowed his brow, feeling increasingly reluctant to proceed in this direction. The deeper he ventured, the higher the probability of encountering second-tier aberrations. Given the frequency of second-tier aberrations, this place could rightly be termed a second-tier otherworld. Any attempt to change direction would essentially lead him back the way he came. Perhaps it would be wise to find a suitable place to rest and wait for the aberrations to approach him instead. Kind Song spoke up. Bien Tao nodded and continued on for a while, eventually discovering a relatively spacious area. It was evidently conducive to combat, so he set up his tent and crawled inside. After satisfying his hunger and obtaining some rest, he felt his strength recovering at an accelerated pace, almost on the verge of breaking through his limitations. This minor constraint was not insurmountable. It was akin to a plastic film. Upon waking, Kind Song remarked, "I can't shake the feeling that the behavior of these aberrations is rather peculiar, almost frantic, as if they are in the midst of relocation." The location they occupied was somewhat marginal. However, the number of aberrations encountered was rather excessive. Bien Tao gazed at the towering heap of aberrations and collected them all into his ring. This harvest may not rival the bountiful spoils of disturbing a colony of communal aberrations, yet the captures made by Kind Song on this occasion were already considerable. These would serve as sustenance for Kind Song. "I appreciate your hard work," Bien Tao expressed courteously. Kind Song paid no heed, sensing the surroundings, which revealed no anomalies. The outcome was precisely as Kind Song had described. Even without moving, Bien Tao could observe the aberrations. The ones approaching him were vicious in nature and sought to prey upon him, actively attacking. Conversely, those aberrations that did not perceive humans as prey would generally circumvent his presence. Bien Tao did not pursue such beings, as dealing with the aberrations that fled towards him was already quite taxing. At this moment, he discerned that these aberrations were indeed in flight. Their condition was unusual, and their behavior erratic. The habitats of first-tier aberrations lay on the outskirts, and they, too, were fleeing from the periphery. When the first-tier aberrations had nearly vacated, the second-tier aberrations, residing in the more central regions, began to emerge. Bien Tao frowned slightly. He was not afraid of battle, yet he was increasingly concerned that these aberrations might assault human encampments. Between the notification of return and the urgent breakthrough to the second tier, Bien Tao found himself in a quandary. However, the most pressing concern was to confront the approaching second-tier aberration. Otherwise, he would be devoured, rendered powerless. He first summoned the power of the wind, managing to ensnare the aberration, yet the inflicted damage was minimal. After several exchanges, Bien Tao's dagger merely grazed the creature, inflicting only a few superficial wounds, akin to the force of a wind vortex. Having honed his skills during this time, Bien Tao still possessed some strength. He swiftly manipulated the surrounding moisture, enveloping the aberration and controlling its movements. Subsequently, he felt a faint resonance as he triggered the contract once more. Bien Tao charged towards the aberration, his hand making contact with the water sphere. Suddenly, a small wave materialized, and the temperature in the vicinity plummeted. Enormous ice chunks rapidly formed, and at that moment, Bien Tao's complexion paled slightly, feeling drained once again. A human approached, and the voice of the firmament echoed. Bien Tao exhaled, quickly pinpointing the direction of the arriving human. Upon recognizing the insignia of the opposing academy, he felt a slight sense of relief. He spoke. These aberrations are behaving strangely. They are migrating. The human encampment is in danger. There are third-tier aberrations advancing, and they will undoubtedly cause chaos. A voice responded. Bien Tao's gaze shifted, momentarily dazzled by the brilliance of the other's golden hair. He then perceived a warm energy radiating from the individual. The voice spoke again. You're injured. Remarkably, not only did the minor wounds heal instantaneously, but his previously depleted and fatigued state was also restored, as if reborn. Bien Tao found this phenomenon astonishing and recognized the individual's familiar features. This hybrid aura prompted him to inquire, Jilin, the one who visited my home at night to unleash powers and create fireworks? He was surprised to encounter her here. Since you are here, does that imply the encampment is already aware of the situation and is preparing? Bien Tao asked. Seeing Jilin nod, he felt a measure of relief. He can now concentrate on his tier advancement. What are you doing here? Knowing this, why not head out? Jilin quit, her brow slightly furrowing as she regarded Bien Tao. I will go out once I achieve a breakthrough, Bien Tao replied, understanding the danger and eager to advance swiftly. That would be a waste of energy. Jilin suddenly appeared displeased, patting her contracted beast and gesturing in a particular direction. As she moved, other beast tamers followed suit, adopting a protective stance, as it was indeed rare to encounter a light-type beast tamer. Naturally, they aimed to ensure comprehensive protection. Bien Tao was puzzled by Jilin's sudden change in demeanor, yet he did not dwell on it as he observed their departure. Chapter 81. I believe in it, though there may be future interactions. Bien Tao preferred to maintain distance from these individuals. Once his strength reached a certain level, the moment he cooperated with them, he would undoubtedly find them agreeable. However, for now, he needed to persist in his endeavors. Soon, a second alien creature appeared, but fortunately, Bien Tao was in peak condition. He had learned a new skill and swiftly subdued the creature. After packing up his tent and exterminating the alien, he stored it in his ring and began making his way towards the human encampment. If this continued, the emergence of second-tier alien creatures would become increasingly frequent, and Bien Tao could easily exhaust himself. After careful consideration, it was wiser to approach the human outpost. These alien beings would undoubtedly retreat there to regroup with the humans and fight alongside them. At this moment, Bien Tao felt that the small shackles of restraint could be easily broken. Perhaps through repeated battles and rest, he could directly shatter them, enabling him to wield greater power. Therefore, it was imperative to gather with humans, providing opportunities to catch his breath during combat. Otherwise, he might truly lose his life here. His actions did not contradict his previous conversation with Jilin. Jilin hoped he could evade danger, while Bien Tao sought to continue challenging his limits in a relatively safe environment. The precondition for this was safety. If he carelessly lost his life, Bien Tao's story would come to an abrupt end. Bien Tao had not ventured far when he was completely obstructed by the elusive alien creatures. After finding the correct direction, he traveled for a day and finally reached the human encampment. As expected, the humans had already received news and were preparing. Upon verifying his identity, Bien Tao was granted a moment of respite. He quickly set up his tent and took a brief rest. Clearly, Kai Song appeared to be in far better spirits than Bien Tao, brimming with vitality that allowed him to thrive on his strength. Unlike Bien Tao, who felt a tinge of envy towards Kai Song at that moment, Bien Tao had initially thought he would need to fight for a while longer to break through shackles. Yet, during his sleep, he suddenly felt a peculiar pressure, akin to the urgency of needing to relieve himself, which he could no longer hold back. Startled awake, he confirmed that he had not lost control of his bodily functions, only to realize he had indeed broken through his restraints. The transition from first tier to second tier typically caused slight fluctuations in power, though not markedly so. The required strength was minimal, allowing for a safe breakthrough in the relatively thin energy of Blue Star. His breakthrough did not go unnoticed, as those around him began to murmur. When they saw Bien Tao emerge from his tent, their expressions grew even more peculiar, primarily because he appeared remarkably youthful. One person approached him, saying, "I've only read about breaking through after a nap in novels. Brother, I truly admire you." Another chimed in. Bien Tao momentarily found himself at a loss for words. He believed that breaking through during battle was far more impressive, as many humans hone their strength through combat. In the heat of battle, there was simply no time for beast masters to gradually break through. While it was undeniably impressive, it was also perilous. If one could break through simply by sleeping, most would not opt for the more dramatic and hazardous route of combat breakthrough. Of course, this did not apply to everyone. There would certainly be some who desire to show off. For instance, there are figures like Bien Tao and Meng Hongxian. If Jilin were not endowed with the powers of an auxiliary class, he would likely belong to a similar ilk. In contrast, Zhuo Xingzhou, Zhao Huaixing, and Gao Jiehe exhibit a far greater level of composure. Upon entering the second tier, the range of powers they can wield has broadened significantly. After encountering the otherworldly beings, they have also sensed a substantial enhancement in their abilities. According to Bien Tao's original plan, he intended to leave the otherworld immediately after his ascension to the second tier. However, the reinforcements for this realm have yet to arrive, while the rampaging beasts appear with increasing frequency. Among the station humans, few possess the capability to confront the second-tier entities alone. The relentless influx of these creatures has left many in a state of exhaustion. While some have withdrawn, the majority have sustained grave injuries that render rapid recovery through healing potions impossible, necessitating their transfer to safer locations for treatment. Bien Tao suddenly realized that they were in a human encampment, which implied that behind them lay Blue Planet. Should the creatures breach this defensive line, they would swiftly invade Blue Planet. It is no wonder that these beings seem to be drawing closer with intent, perhaps in their consciousness. Entering Blue Planet signifies an escape from peril. As his gaze swept over the resolute beast masters who refused to yield even an inch, he abandoned the thought of retreating to Blue Planet, at least until reinforcements arrive. Despite his meager strength being inconsequential to the whole, Bien Tao still wished to contribute, even if it meant alleviating just a fraction of the pressure on his fellow beast masters. The gathering of beast masters had effectively formed a human wall, and Bien Tao quickly observed some subtle habits among them. The more powerful tended to position themselves at the front, while the elder members subtly shielded the younger ones. This pattern persisted in all matters, ensuring that the young and weaker remained at the rear. The diverse array of contracted beasts led the charge, and Bien Tao promptly released Kaing Tsong into the fray. Initially, Kaing Tsong was displeased. Their combat style had predominantly relied on Bien Tao's brazen assaults. The sudden shift to a typical beast master combat approach left him unprepared and flustered. However, he soon adapted, shedding his dissatisfaction and channeling his fury against the otherworldly creatures. Bien Tao could feel a significant portion of his power being siphoned away, with Kaing Tsong compelling him to unleash his strength. It is perilous and a significant taboo for a beast master to be dominated by their contracted beast. Some beast masters have already noticed the anomaly and urged Bien Tao to rein in his beast before it turns against him. Bien Tao shook his head, affirming his trust in Kaing Tsong. Just as Bien Tao was on the brink of being overwhelmed, Kaing Tsong withdrew, sporting some superficial injuries and an irritable demeanor. He spoke, "Hurry and recover. I can still fight." Bien Tao applied a healing potion to Kaing Tsong's wounds, offering a soothing remark, "Calm down. You must heed my commands." This state of loss of control is unacceptable. Kaing Tsong's entire demeanor radiated displeasure, and upon surveying the battlefield strewn with corpses, he inquired, "Can I take some of these back?" A portion is certainly feasible. The battlefield is currently in chaos, leaving one oblivious to who has fallen to whom. It is likely that a tally will be made later. However, such matters are trivial now, as it is only Kaing Tsong who still thinks of sustenance at this moment. "Allow me to take charge of the distribution of power. You will find it easier," Bien Tao suggested. Although Kaing Tsong's contract is quite domineering, It ultimately binds the beast master and the contracted beast. The distinction between a beast master triggering a skill and the contracted beast forcibly drawing upon the beast master's power is significant. It is possible that in the process of forcibly siphoning power, Kang Tsong has inadvertently diminished his own strength. Were it not for the constraints imposed on him, he would not need to endure such frustration. At present, Kang Tsong's ability to draw from Bien Tao's strength stems from Bien Tao's recent breakthrough to the second tier. Their connection appears to have deepened. Ultimately, Kang Tsong assented to Bien Tao's proposal. Sensing that Bien Tao's state had nearly recovered, he once again plunged into the fray. Bien Tao communicated with Kang Tsong from a distance, and then activated his skill, transferring his energy to Kang Tsong. It became evident that the manner in which Kang Tsong employed skills differed entirely from Bien Tao's approach. It seemed that if their contract were more profound, the Beast Master could instantaneously activate skills without summoning the contracted beast. This would be a means of survival. Should an ambush occur on Blue Star, the ability to deploy a skill instantaneously could prove life-saving. Much like Zhuo Xingzhou, who, despite vocally calling upon his contracted beast's name, ultimately utilized a defensive skill before summoning the little turtle. The differences between the two scenarios appeared minimal. If the little turtle were summoned first and then the skill activated, it could swiftly determine life and death. Through practical experience and experimentation, Bien Tao's comprehension of the Beast Master's abilities deepened, and his understanding began to expand. Soon, however, he found himself devoid of the energy to ponder these matters and focused intently on the battle at hand. Presently, Kang Tsong faced a four-legged aberration, whose exterior was armored with skin, boasting moderate defense and a size considerably larger than Kang Tsong. The combat between aberrations and contracted beasts is notably more brutal. When the aberration confronted Kang Tsong, it opened its maw to bite, its powerful jaws seemingly capable of easily shattering Kang Tsong's skull. With a swift gesture of his claw, Kang Tsong unleashed a blade of wind the moment the aberration opened its mouth. This basic attack skill disassembled the wind blade from the tornado skill, allowing for a more rapid and precise strike at the target. The interior of its mouth was indeed the aberration's weak point. Upon impact, the aberration emitted a roar that seemed to carry a mental deterrent effect, causing Kang Tsong's movements to slow. Bien Tao, intent on enhancing mental defenses, concentrated for a considerable time and finally triggered a new protective skill. A thin membrane formed around Kang Tsong, reminiscent of the one often employed by Zhuo Xingzhou. Under this protection, Kang Tsong immediately regained his vigor and charged ferociously at the aberration, delivering a savage bite. Bien Tao felt a twinge of disappointment in himself and urged Kang Tsong to use an ice spike to target the aberration's left abdominal weak point, hoping to pierce through. The ice lance pierced with force into that location, utilizing psychic energy to launch an assault while the aberration struggled, effectively interrupting its mental attack. The adversary, a formidable second-tier aberration with a degree of mental power, proved to be a challenging opponent. This confrontation caught the attention of those nearby, who regarded Bien Tao with admiration. This young man possesses immense potential. Such aberrations, which can inflict negative effects and hinder the movements of one's contracted beasts, are particularly arduous to contend with. Throughout the battle, it was uncertain how many attributes Bien Tao had employed. He adheres to the belief that quantitative changes lead to qualitative transformations. By engaging in combat and garnering experience, he can undoubtedly enhance the potency of his skills. At present, he has already grasped numerous combat techniques, a feat unattainable by other second-tier beast tamers, as none possess such a diverse array of attributes at their disposal. Mastering even a single combat style is commendable, yet the interplay and application of multiple attributes necessitate extensive practice. Bien Tao felt he was pushing his limits and dared not rest for long. The human-held territory showed no signs of yielding. What puzzled him was the absence of reinforcements. Not a soul inquired about their arrival, as everyone remained engrossed in battling the aberrations. A multitude of aberrations had amassed ahead, with smaller ones attempting to slip through the chaos, only to be thwarted by beast tamers. In this process, more and more individuals sustained injuries. While rescuing a fatigued beast tamer nearby, Bien Tao was bitten by an aberration, but he promptly froze it in place. His complexion turned pale as he hastily applied a healing potion. However, he had no other potions at hand and was momentarily at a loss for what to do. He could only escort the injured individual to safety and a rear. Someone suggested retreating, but the person simply shook their head, refusing to withdraw, claiming a brief rest would suffice. Bien Tao felt perplexed, but quickly returned to the battlefield. Soon, instead of reinforcements, he saw Ji Lin's team dragging back an aberration that had just broken through to the 4th tier. Although some team members were injured, they returned with their ranks intact. Ji Lin remained seated atop his alpaca, seemingly exhausted, with his eyes closed in meditation. One injured member had lost an arm, though they had managed to retrieve the severed limb from the aberration's abdomen. Unfortunately, healing potions could not restore it, and Ji Lin's abilities could not regenerate the lost limb either. They would have to transport the arm back to Blue Star for medical assistance before Ji Lin could employ his healing powers. The moment the aberration's corpse appeared, the surrounding aberrations suddenly retreated. Those who could not escape perished at the hands of the intermediate beast tamers, even without the need to summon their contracted beasts. Kai Tsong, weary from the battle, returned to Bien Tao's side. Gazing at the aberration's corpse with disgust, it bore a semblance to humanity, either having mated with humans or having fed on them. Bien Tao's pupils constricted. This revelation struck him with overwhelming force. He found himself utterly drained, collapsing onto the ground to catch his breath. The intermediate beast master team has returned, and the surrounding crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Some murmured that everything was fine now, suggesting a moment of respite. At that moment, Bien Tao muttered to himself, "What about the reinforcements?" He had been preoccupied with this concern. Ji Lin, with keen ears, adjusted into a more comfortable position and remarked, "There aren't enough humans to supply these exotic creatures." This statement incited outrage among many, as resentment toward the exotic beings reached its zenith. Bien Tao felt a sense of discomfort as he gazed at the exotic creature. Realizing that the number of beast masters was woefully inadequate to provide reinforcements. In disbelief, he questioned the others. "So, you all knew there wouldn't be any reinforcements?" Initially, there was silence, but soon someone spoke up. "Why not? Isn't the intermediate beast master team from Shenjiao Academy our reinforcement?" Bien Tao fell silent. They had always known that no further assistance would arrive. This understanding was precisely why they fought so fiercely without retreat. Death was not absent from this battle, though Bien Tao tried his utmost to ignore that fact. Chapter 83. You shall not oppress them. He found it difficult to accept that encounters between humans and exotic beings frequently resulted in death. Resolutely, he stood up, preparing to leave, for his purpose had been achieved, and remaining here seemed futile. Noticing Bien Tao's despondency, Kai Tsong grew anxious and ultimately selected a larger, well-fleshed exotic corpse to follow him. No one intervened, merely finding the action of this contracted beast rather peculiar. Ji Lin rose and sat astride an alpaca, observing Bien Tao, whose mood was evidently grim. Anyone who had endured such a battle would hardly be in good spirits. "Didn't I tell you to leave earlier? Who told you not to listen?" Ji Lin said, pointing at Bien Tao. "Come here." As Bien Tao locked eyes with Ji Lin, he suddenly felt himself lifted from the ground. A swarm of luminous circles surrounded him, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was a flurry of butterflies lifting his body before depositing him atop the alpaca. Fortunately, the alpaca was large enough to maintain some distance between him and Ji Lin. "What do you intend to do?" Bien Tao inquired, finding the current situation reminiscent of his troublesome encounters with Meng Hongxian. However, Ji Lin appeared less ostentatious, albeit quite willful. Ji Lin pulled something from within his collar. Interrogating Bien Tao, "Why aren't you wearing this?" "What?" Bien Tao looked over and then understood. It resembled the necklace left to him by his grandfather. "It has nothing to do with you." "You," Ji Lin exclaimed. "This is a token of affection, proof of a betrothal between two individuals. How could it possibly have nothing to do with you?" Suddenly, Ji Lin's expression darkened as a thought struck him. "I see. You have taken a liking to one of them. Haven to you? What on earth is this about?" Do you have any other matters to attend to? I have no desire to waste more time. Meanwhile, the beast masters from Shinjiao Academy looked on in astonishment at Bien Tao. This contracted beast had a notoriously foul temperament, allowing no one but Ji Lin to approach. Yet this young man had so easily ascended onto the creature. Did the contracted beast have a preference for appearances? Could it even comprehend such distinctions? The audacity to speak to Ji Lin in such a manner was an unprecedented occurrence for Bien Tao. Yi Lin, a remarkably proficient beast master specializing in the light element, had traversed the realms of otherworldly dimensions for years. Therefore, no one could guarantee an absence of injury in such perilous ventures. Consequently, there might come a day when one would find themselves seeking Ji Lin's assistance. Furthermore, due to Ji Lin's eccentric temperament, the others treated him with utmost courtesy, cautious not to provoke his ire. At present, Ji Lin was preoccupied with the issue of a necklace, murmuring to himself, "I understand, you're concerned about losing the necklace upon entering the other world, which is why you did not carry it with you, correct? Perhaps it was stored alongside your phone?" Bien Tao had placed it within a ring. Yet at that moment he preferred to avoid complications and was reluctant to engage with Ji Lin further, finding him rather peculiar and somewhat off-putting, though he could not articulate precisely why. Nevertheless, the absence of any overt hostility allowed Bien Tao to maintain a relatively amiable demeanor. After all, it was not reasonable to unleash unwarranted frustration upon him. At least, for now, Ji Lin had not inadvertently triggered Bien Tao's sensitive points. "I am speaking to you. Why do you ignore me?" Ji Lin inquired with a furrowed brow. He seemed fatigued, and his initially assertive demeanor quickly softened. Leaning back gently, he reclined upon the back of an alpaca, articulating a saddle should be installed. Ji Lin often overexerted himself, leading to frequent exhaustion. This behavior significantly diminished his vitality, as he was essentially trading his own life force for the chance for others to survive. Bien Tao found himself unable to procure any wood element resources from Gao Jia, let alone the scarce life force. Thus, he could not assist Ji Lin in that regard. However, one could surmise that a beast master of Ji Lin's caliber would have ample access to treasures imbued with life force. Bien Tao contemplated this, dismissing his concerns, and replied, "I am uncertain of what to say." His candid remark elicited laughter from the other beast masters, one of whom remarked, "You must be a junior from another school, as you appear significantly younger than us." Soon, another chimed in, "How many years has it been since you graduated? Does Shinjiao Academy truly consider itself a school still?" Ji Lin is still a student. The ages of these individuals did indeed suggest they had long graduated. Was affiliated to imply that they continued to work for the academy post-graduation? A mid-level beast master could indeed become an instructor, yet they did not seem to embody the essence of mentors. "I am a first-year student from Yulan Academy," Bien Tao replied. "Goodness, Yulan Academy used to be our equal, did it not? Back in my day, the contemporaries from Yulan Academy bested us in competitions. It seems the influx of new talent has diminished." This remark prompted the beast masters of Shinjiao Academy to engage more animatedly. Bien Tao added, "I could easily dominate the new students from your academy. I believe a 1-against-5 scenario would pose no challenge for me." It had only been less than 3 months since the new students had enrolled, and it typically took even prodigious talents around 3 months to reach the second tier. There had been no reports of any exceptional newcomers from Shinjiao Academy this year. "Isn't that precisely what I mean by dominating?" Ji Lin interjected, asserting, "You are not permitted to overshadow them." Bien Tao now confirmed that Ji Lin indeed had some peculiarities. However, one cannot simply disregard it forever, yet his words are exceedingly difficult to engage with. Should our thoughts align, I would exert myself to the fullest, even if it meant facing 10 adversaries alone. Bien Tao responded with utmost sincerity. Uttering such sentiments would inevitably lead to my defeat. Bien Tao harbors no fear of loss. He possesses the resilience to strive anew after a setback. Thus, he speaks so nonchalantly. Nevertheless, Ji Lin's words conveyed an entirely different sentiment. Bien Tao's retort left him at a loss for further conversation. The two were entirely out of sync, making communication nearly impossible. 10 seemed rather excessive, Ji Lin murmured softly, his expression somewhat troubled. Are 5 not sufficient? He then scrutinized Bien Tao's petite frame, to which Bien Tao's mind was engulfed by a large question mark. They had now arrived at the entrance to the other world. Bien Tao dismounted from the alpaca, expressing gratitude for the ride before taking his leave. He had encountered numerous modes of transport, yet this was his first experience riding an alpaca. Turning back, he observed Kaing Song's diminutive form dragging a colossal aberration. With a sense of helplessness, he approached to store the aberration within his ring, only to discover that it could not be accommodated. He felt somewhat bewildered. Surely the ring's space must be full. Having dragged it here, he could simply dispose of it. An animal tamer offered a reminder. Bien Tao nodded, pondering whether this venture into the other world had yielded such abundant spoils. Casting a glance at the aberration, he surmised its size was likely the cause. The individuals from Shinjiao Academy seemed to hold a favorable impression of Bien Tao, appreciating his willingness to immerse himself in the other world so shortly after becoming a beast tamer. Chapter 84. A desire to undertake missions with them at that moment. Someone spoke up. Didn't you participate in their battle earlier? When we exit, inform the staff. They will evenly distribute the aberration corpses. It is quite challenging to quantify who dealt more damage. The purpose of those beast tamers standing there was to form a wall of flesh and blood to protect, rather than to claim trophies. While there would be those who quarreled over credit, they were relatively few in number. Bien Tao nodded in understanding, feeling somewhat dazed by the experience of this battle. It had left a deeper imprint on his soul than his previous foray into the other world. Yet, such warfare seemed to be a frequent occurrence within that realm. It was hard to fathom what the scale of an aberration invasion on Blue Star would entail. What fierce struggles had the ancestors endured to repel the aberrations back into their world? Bien Tao lowered his gaze, emotions surging within him. His eyes fell upon the corpse of the aberration. He struggled to discern the humanity that Kaing Song spoke of. However, this colossal entity had undoubtedly devoured countless human lives in the past. Do not dwell on it too much, Ji Lin interjected, seemingly to conserve energy. Appearing increasingly weakened, he resembled a different person from when they first entered. This state of vulnerability did not escape Bien Tao's notice, causing him to frown slightly. Even Kaing Song cast a few extra glances at Ji Lin. Shortly thereafter, the group entered Blue Star, where they were met by a handful of waiting beast tamers. It was at this moment that Bien Tao noticed the scattered beast tamers standing at the ready, who erupted in cheers upon seeing humans emerge. The beast tamers in question are all first-tier practitioners, and their role will likely only serve to delay for a mere minute or two while awaiting the arrival of nearby beast tamers for reinforcement. Unfortunately, this may prove too late, especially considering the scarcity of high-tier beast tamers stationed at Blue Star. Bien Tao found himself in a state of discontent, even feeling a sense of suffocation. The joy of successfully advancing in rank was overshadowed by a dense cloud of despair, obscuring what appeared to be a clear sky. Beneath the surface lay precarious living conditions. Meanwhile, the ordinary citizens of Blue Star remained blissfully unaware, continuing their comfortable lives. In that moment, Bien Tao suddenly comprehended the extreme measures taken by the Yulan Academy. He too wished to engage in more practice. If the day ever came when the defenses of the beast tamers were breached, those with experience would surely have a higher chance of survival compared to those who had never even encountered a strange creature. Yet, he could not help but feel a sense of helplessness. If such a day were to arrive, and even the beast tamers could not protect Blue Star, where could humanity possibly hide? Following the established protocol, Bien Tao retrieved his belongings and reassured those who cared for him of his safety. Before long, he met up with Zhuo Xingzhou. Fu Sampi seemed to have an urgent task, leaving only Zhuo Xingzhou nearby to wait for Bien Tao's emergence. Congratulations on your breakthrough. Zhuo Xingzhou spoke softly. Yes, Bien Tao replied. Shall we head home? Would you like to join me for dinner? His mind was not in a place to assess his spoils. He merely dismantled the enormous creature he had brought back from the celestial realm, retaining only the meat and converting the rest into beast taming currency. After all, it was cumbersome to carry items that could not fit into his ring. All right. Zhuo Xingzhou seemed to sense Bien Tao's mood, yet refrained from asking questions. There was no need to inquire. One could easily imagine the events that transpired in the other world. Such occurrences unfolded daily. To return alive, in a sense, was a victory in itself. Upon arriving home in the afternoon after a flight, Bian Tao went to take a shower while Zhuo Xingzhou lent a helping hand. Gao Jiehe was also summoned back, and when he arrived home and saw Zhuo Xingzhou, he paused in surprise. Zhuo Xingzhou instinctively thought to hide, but then realized that since the other was a friend of Bian Tao's, they would inevitably meet again. "Who are you?" Gao Jiehe asked, somewhat bewildered. "Zhuo Xingzhou. I'm not wearing my outer clothes," Zhuo Xingzhou replied quietly. The familiar voice prompted Gao Jiehe to recognize him. Zhuo Xingzhou, the instructor. At that moment, Bian Tao emerged from the bathroom clad only in a pair of shorts, drying his hair with a towel. The celestial being circled around him, eagerly anticipating Bian Tao to begin cooking. "I will stew the meat," Bian Tao declared, glancing at the already chopped meat and washed ingredients, feeling a swell of emotion. "Let me assist you." "Two hands work faster," Zhuo Xingzhou offered. Upon hearing this, Gao Jiehe approached. "You just returned from another world. Let me handle it." Then, Bian Tao found himself shooed out of the kitchen, his brow slightly furrowed as he looked at Gao Jiehe. Could Gao Jiehe actually cook? Clearly he could not, but he was somewhat obedient to Zhuo Xingzhou's guidance. The atmosphere between the two was oddly peculiar. Bian Tao could not quite discern what felt strange. Had it not been for Zhuo Xingzhou's overly serene demeanor, he might have believed that the two would come to blows. This, perhaps, was the exuberance of youth. Bian Tao had sustained minimal injuries, and after breaking through to the second tier and engaging in combat, his strength had become quite stable. However, he still felt a touch fatigued, and after donning his clothes, he nestled on the sofa and soon drifted into slumber. He was surprised by the sense of tranquility that enveloped him on Blue Star. When the two were preparing their meal, they chanced upon Bian Tao's sleeping visage, curled up in a manner that suggested a serene passage of time. Zhuo Xingzhou's expression softened as he entered Bian Tao's room to retrieve a blanket. Just as he draped it over Bian Tao, the latter stirred awake. Realizing he was on Blue Star, he almost reacted defensively. However, the pressure of the heavens had already roused him from his slumber. Had he unleashed his powers here, he would have inadvertently demolished the house. "Is it time to eat?" Bian Tao asked, his eyes now clear. This left Zhuo Xingzhou still holding the blanket in a state of mild exasperation. He turned and returned the blanket to Bian Tao's room, his gaze sweeping across the furnishings, contemplating that this was the place where Bian Tao had matured. His ears slightly flushed, he meticulously made the bed. Before long, Bian Tao called out, "Mentor, hurry and come eat." Zhuo Xingzhou instantly reverted to his usual demeanor, feigning ignorance of the previous events, and stepped outside. During the meal, Zhuo Xingzhou remarked that since Bian Tao had already broken through to the second tier, it would be wise to rest for a while and refrain from entering the alternate world. Even Mentor Fu Sampi would not endorse such frequent excursions. "All right," Bian Tao replied. Entering the alternate world too frequently could be detrimental to both body and mind, especially since Bian Tao was still quite young and needed further honing. After this, will I be able to undertake missions alongside the senior students from Yulan Academy? Will there still be exams? Bian Tao inquired. His words made Gao Jia and others realize how, in such a short span, a gap had formed. Zhuo Xingzhou, uncertain, responded, "I will ask. Do you wish to join them on missions? Venturing alone can be somewhat arduous." Bian Tao had considered his words carefully before expressing them. Most teams had already reached a level of cohesion. Without the new students, integrating into their ranks could pose a challenge. Zhuo Xingzhou harbored some concerns. Bian Tao had contemplated this as well. "Let us discuss it later. Perhaps we will encounter a suitable team. If not, I could explore the option of becoming a ranger." He replied, "You can work temporarily as a ranger, but refrain from directly joining. The treatment differs from that of the academy. You can make your choices after graduation." Zhuo Xingzhou advised. Understood. Bian Tao was somewhat unfamiliar with these matters, but he was still a student and would decide on his career path after graduation. For Bian Tao, what mattered most was the swift enhancement of his abilities, regardless of the environment. "Why did you choose to be a mentor at Yulan Academy?" Bian Tao asked. initially seeking to uncover the Academy's advantages. To his surprise, Zhuo Xingzhou replied bashfully, "For you. I must admit, I am somewhat reticent when it comes to social interactions. However, upon learning of our shared circumstances, I find myself curious about you." As Bian Tao aptly remarked, curiosity may indeed be the downfall of the cat. Regarding her fiancé, Bian Tao's stance is one of denial and rejection. In contrast, Zhuo Xingzhou expressed, "I find you rather agreeable, despite your occasional childlike demeanor." The atmosphere between the two grew increasingly peculiar, sending shivers down Bian Tao's spine. Nearby, Gao Jie interjected, "Matters of the heart cannot be coerced." He glanced at Zhuo Xingzhou, mindful of the latter's position as a faculty member at Yulan Academy. Even if he felt discomfort, Gao Jie would not overtly express it. This was a matter between two individuals, and without one, the other could not stand. Bian Tao announced, "I currently have no intention of contemplating romantic affairs." This statement effectively quelled the conversation between the two. Subsequently, Bian Tao turned her gaze towards Zhuo Xingzhou, still somewhat unaccustomed to his hair color. She inquired, "Are you aware of my grandfather's situation? I only know that old Master Bian became lost in one of the most perilous alternate worlds, where beast tamers find it exceedingly difficult to venture. Even now, Zhuo Xingzhou cannot enter those treacherous realms." Bian Tao mumbled, her brow slightly furrowed. "The realms of the mental, water, fire, metal, light, and thunder systems, as well as the winds of the firmament. If I were to gather all of you and bestow upon you the ability to enhance each other's combat prowess through a necklace," Bian Tao contemplated. Zhuo Xingzhou grasped her intent. "At the very least, I will accompany you into those perilous territories only after you become a high-level beast tamer. As for the others, I shall not intervene in their decisions." As if I had never spoken, he added. Bian Tao's concerns did not stem from doubts about her potential to become a high-level beast tamer, but rather from thoughts of Meng Hongxian and Jilin. Firstly, it was evident that they were not friends. Secondly, she found it challenging to procure something worthy of the Meng family's favored young genius and the esteemed light system beast tamer. Lacking both connections and resources, this plan was fundamentally flawed. As for Zhao Huaixing and the remaining thunder system beast tamer, they were likely to prioritize the greater good. Unless the defense team consented, Zhao Huaixing could not be persuaded to join. Bian Tao's grandfather had made contributions in the past, and it was certain that arrangements had been made to locate him. To enter those dangerous places alongside either geniuses or the rarest beast tamers would be rather reckless. There was little use in haste. At present, Bian Tao was merely a second-tier beast tamer. Observing her despondency, Zhuo Xingzhou reassured her, "Old Master Bian would wish for your safety. He is undoubtedly well." Indeed, Gao Jie revealed a look of concern, feeling somewhat anxious himself, eager to keep pace with Bian Tao. Given his own attributes were ill-suited for combat, he understood that entering the alternate world would require considerable effort on his part. After their meal, Zhuo Xingzhou took his leave, appearing somewhat disheartened. The more one learns about the alternate worlds, the more challenging it becomes to maintain a cheerful demeanor. Bian Tao noticed this, but felt at a loss for words of comfort. At this moment, she could scarcely convince herself, let alone offer solace to another. Gao Jie approached Bian Tao and inquired, "What distinguishes the first tier from the second?" Bian Tao recounted the constraints he had previously encountered. "Would you accompany me to the training grounds? I wish to release my contracted beast and study the skill you mentioned." At that moment, Gao Jie was unable to utilize any skills, and due to the size limitations of his contracted beast, its combat opportunities were exceedingly scarce. Moreover, the prospect of entering another world did not sit well with his mentor, who opposed such an endeavor at this stage. Not only had he yet to hone his teamwork skills, but very few individuals could survive alone in an alternate realm. Gao Jie and Bian Tao followed different paths. Thus, certain methods of enhancement were beyond his grasp. They could only explore through dialogue, to which Bian Tao readily consented. Unable to reach Fu Sampi, Bian Tao was left with only Zhuo Xingzhou as his mentor, a novice in teaching who was notably accommodating. Consequently, aside from the restriction on entering the other world, Bian Tao enjoyed considerable freedom to roam. Bian Tao posed a question, Are there any competitions among beast tamers on Blue Star, even if they are informal? Beast fighting? Gao Jia, he furrowed his brow at the mention. Observing the well-groomed Kying Song, he asked, "Are you truly willing to allow your contracted beast to engage in such brutality?" "I can fight too," Bien Tao retorted. This took Gao Jia aback, but he soon realized it was jest, albeit with a hint of exasperation. Nevertheless, Bien Tao was indeed quite earnest, joining in the banter. "Considering your relationship with Zhao Huaixing, if any illicit beast fighting venues were to exist, you could visit today, and by tomorrow, the defense force would have dismantled it." Bien Tao pondered Zhao Huaixing's meticulous nature, nodding in agreement with the reasoning. Since Gao Jia broached the subject in such a manner, it was evident he lacked familiarity with these matters. Typically, they were shielded from such exposure. Bright and conspicuous academy students were rarely viewed as targets unless they sought it out themselves. After confirming their plans, Gao Jia returned home. Bien Tao took a 2-day respite. Striving to avoid recollections of the events within the alternate realm, he made considerable efforts to regulate his emotions, finding solace in nurturing Kying Song, who remained oblivious to human sentiments. Their interactions were simple and joyful, as Kying Song delighted in watching Bien Tao prepare various meals for it daily. On the day they had agreed upon, Bien Tao brought Kying Song to the training grounds. Chapter 86, Vitality Abundant. Gao Jia was also undergoing rigorous training at the academy, acquiring new combat techniques daily. Thus, Bien Tao wished to engage in further discussions with him. Upon arriving at the reserved large-scale contracted beast training facility, Bien Tao was taken aback. The dimensions of this venue were comparable to the one where they had previously competed. Gao Jia explained, "My mentor helped me secure this reservation. It is notoriously difficult to obtain, and it took considerable time to arrange." Nodding in acknowledgement, Bien Tao watched as Gao Jia approached Kying Song. Moisture gathered at his fingertips, shimmering in a pale green hue. Do not be deceived by the minuscule size of the liquid, roughly the size of fingernail, when it descends upon the sky. It possesses an astonishing vitality that revitalizes the atmosphere significantly. "Thank you." When in its beast form, Kying Song's voice carries a childlike quality, softening Gao Jia's expression with an affectionate tenderness as he gently ruffles Kying Song's fluffy head. Though Kying Song feels a twinge of displeasure, it begrudgingly tolerates the gesture due to the life force bestowed upon it. After all, we're a few strokes at the cost of a couple of hairs. Bien Tao, aware of the precious nature of life force, inquires, "Does this harm your body?" "This is my power. However, its application is rather cumbersome. The process of absorption is tedious, but it does not affect me adversely," Gao Jia replies, reflecting on the slow pace at which he managed to gather such a small amount. He speculates that in another world, the process might be expedited. "Summon your contracted beast. Let us begin," Bien Tao declares, his eyes alight with determination. For Gao Jia to venture into this alternate realm, mastering at least one skill is imperative. Otherwise, not only would the mentor be concerned, but even Bien Tao would share in the apprehension. Yet, he is not a mentor himself, possessing insufficient strength to discreetly follow and protect like Fu Sanpi and Zhuo Xingzhou. Plants exhibit a diminished sensitivity to pain. Despite being severed multiple times by Bien Tao and Kying Song, they continue to sprout new branches. Interestingly, the roots of this grand tree are now cautiously contained, unlike before when they recklessly extended as weapons. If the root system is excessively weakened, it could pose a danger upon returning to its native world. Nevertheless, given its size, Bien Tao would not be able to do much against it, nor could it inflict significant harm upon him and Kying Song. Soon, Bien Tao realizes that even if he exhausts himself, he cannot fell the tree completely. He decides to abandon the confrontation and turns his attention to Gao Jia. "Let me see if you have made any progress during this time," Bien Tao states, connecting with his contracted beast through their bond in hopes of triggering a skill. This engagement lasts an entire day, and it is only when the training grounds close, and the staff arrives to notify them that they cease their efforts. Sweaty and unreserved, they proceed to take a shower together. Gao Jia has already returned his contracted beast to its world, as maintaining its presence in Blue Star for a day is quite taxing. At this moment, a two-leaf seedling appears in the palm of his hand. Bien Tao glances at it and remarks, "It seems somewhat different from the skills you previously employed." Gao Jia he has grasped the usage of a new skill, likely giving him a significant advantage in battles against his peers. This is a seedling of life force. It has a particular affinity for water, Gao Jia he explains, guiding the seedling towards Bien Tao. Try nurturing it with your water-based powers. Without hesitation, Bien Tao hurls a large water sphere towards it. The seedling becomes entirely submerged within the watery mass, appearing somewhat perplexed. Even Bien Tao can sense the emotional fluctuations emanating from it. Suddenly, a sense of wonder enveloped him. Is it alive? Does it possess consciousness? In that fleeting moment, he felt that the essence of life is indeed a remarkable force. Gao Ji spoke up, revealing, "It is a newborn nurtured by my contracted beast, akin to its offspring." "Is it a contracted beast or a skill?" he inquired. "It is a skill. I can summon it without the need for a contract. However, it lacks offensive power and can only secrete a small amount of life force," Gao Jia he elaborated. The life force generated by this seedling surpassed the speed at which Gao Jia he had painstakingly gathered it. This could be deemed an unexpected gain. Once the seedling absorbed the large water orb, Gao Jia he extracted a portion of life force, dividing it into 2 shares for himself and Bien Tao. This marked Bien Tao's first encounter with life force, and his nourished lips took on a rosy hue. His expression was one of astonishment, as the fatigue from earlier battles dissipated, replaced by an invigorating vitality. This was distinct from Ji Lin's state of recovery, which primarily restored strength. Both young men were already bathing, and the sudden mutual acknowledgement felt somewhat awkward. They hastily finished and dressed, astonished by the unexpected effects of the life force. Kai Tsang remarked, "At your young age, your vitality is already abundant. You hardly require supplementation." There was a hint of mischief and mockery in his tone, causing both youths to blush. Despite having grown up together, their focus had always been on studies and the pursuits of beast tamers and otherworldly realms, leaving little room for such intimate discussions. Fortunately, a breath of fresh air outside helped ease the initial embarrassment. They decided to treat the incident as if it had never occurred and continued their walk. Originally planning to take the bus home, they realized they could still catch the last ride. Bien Tao's gaze wandered, reveling in the tranquility of Blue Star. Even though many around bore signs of fatigue, the majority still radiated familial joy. Bien Tao exclaimed in surprise, "At this hour, someone is hosting a wedding." It was nearly evening, and since the invasion of the otherworldly beings, traditional customs had largely fallen by the wayside. Many chose not to hold weddings, making it a rare sight to witness one. He observed a woman in a wedding dress hurriedly disembark from a vehicle, rushing towards a building, seemingly late for her ceremony. She must be quite busy. Squeezing in time for a wedding, Gao Jia he remarked. Just then, both young men sensed a disturbance in the surrounding space. This was unlike an earthquake. Ordinary people might remain oblivious. A beast tamer shouted urgently, "Retreat immediately." Many civilians were startled, instinctively scattering. Bien Tao and Gao Jia he remained rooted, attempting to avoid the crowd while gazing into the distance. They beheld black lines materializing in the air, which soon formed intricate patterns. A surge of formidable power erupted, shattering the barriers of space. Chapter 87. So handsome. At that moment, the fabric of space had yet to completely rupture, yet it exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression. Suddenly, a protective barrier appeared beyond the shattered space. Bien Tao scanned the surroundings and noticed that the defense team had promptly arrived to begin evacuating the crowd, demonstrating remarkable efficiency. At that moment, a figure ascended into the air, seemingly standing upon a white crane. The individual appeared to disdain the hindrance of their flowing skirt, casually slicing through the fabric with their weapon, which billowed in the wind. The white gauze skirt fluttered past Bien Tao and Gao Jia he, leaving them both astounded. Bien Tao exclaimed, "So impressive." It was indeed the bride they had seen earlier, who appeared to be a seasoned beastmaster. "We must save the people," Bien Tao urged. Only then did Gao Jia he summon his contracted beast. Given that the battlefield was currently on Blue Star, it might prove challenging. It would be prudent to relocate the conflict to the depths of another world as soon as possible. Gao Jiehe's contracted beast could swiftly assist those who had fallen. The sudden influx of the defense team guided the civilians to safety. A tremendous noise erupted as the entrance to the other world opened wide. A multitude of anomalous creatures surged forth, most of which were kept at bay by the barrier. Even the few that managed to slip through were intercepted by the Beastmasters. Many ordinary people gasped in astonishment. The sheer quantity of these creatures was overwhelming. Bian Tao heightened his vigilance and joined the fray, rescuing a child from the clutches of an anomalous being. "Run," Bian Tao urged. Subsequently, a wind blade struck the creature, inflicting only minor damage. However, the creature retaliated, tearing into Bian Tao's arm, causing flesh to fly and leaving him pale. The creature before him was at least a Tier 3 entity, and the earlier attack had been infused with spatial attributes. Though it was not as formidable as Fu Sampi, it was beyond his current capabilities to contend with. If he could not hold it back, the speed of the child fleeing might very well lead to tragic consequences. Not to mention the many others behind them. There was no room for retreat. Realizing this, Bian Tao disregarded his dwindling strength and resolutely blocked the creature's advance. At that moment, a cat dashed forward and landed atop the anomalous being. In an instant, the creature fell silent, then leaped onto Bian Tao, seemingly finding him too feeble. It then scurried away to another location. This cat was the contracted beast of Chao Huaixing. Bian Tao had no time to ponder this, as he retrieved a healing potion from his ring and applied it to his arm. At that juncture, Kind Song joined Bian Tao. Having just dealt with a Tier 2 creature, Bian Tao's injury had startled him. Everything was unfolding far too quickly. The hierarchy of this other world was significantly elevated, with Tier 3 creatures being utilized as mere cannon fodder. It was sheer coincidence that Bian Tao and Gao Jiehe found themselves in this predicament. Bian Tao inadvertently caught sight of Fu Sampi, who had also noticed him but could not break away at that moment. The intermediate beast masters were the backbone of the operation. Initially, they had not intended for the newcomers to partake, having merely calculated a rough location. However, given the limited size of their county, it was anticipated that the new students of Yulan Academy would inevitably become entangled in the unfolding events. Even if the new recruits are ultimately to be involved, it must wait until the battlefield is drawn into the depths of the other world. Caution is advised. A warning sound echoed. At the moment when the entrance to the other world shattered completely, Bian Tao witnessed an immense convergence of power. The might of the advanced beast masters swept through the ranks of these expendable aberrations. Subsequently, several figures entered the other world directly, all of them advanced beast masters. Bian Tao fixated on this scene, observing the formidable force wielded by the advanced beast masters. At this juncture, Ji Lin also appeared on the battlefield, not engaging in combat, but rather observing from the sidelines. A multitude of luminous butterflies danced through the air, settling upon the wounded and those in poor condition. Such a vast area of effect. Bian Tao's pupils constricted. Ji Lin seemed to be a mid-level beastmaster, still unqualified to partake in the elite battles within. He was anxiously gazing towards the interior of the other world. Meanwhile, Bian Tao, a mere novice, could only assist Gao Jiehe in targeting the stragglers on the periphery. Time slipped away, and with Ji Lin's assistance, casualties were minimized. Soon after, Ji Lin summoned his alpaca. In such a brief span, he had equipped the alpaca with a bed, elegantly reclining upon it. Bian Tao and Gao Jiehe regrouped, and upon seeing that he was unharmed, they exhaled in relief. Gao Jiehe noticed the wound on Bian Tao's arm, a significant chunk of flesh missing. The healing potion had staunched the bleeding and formed a substantial scab. Yet could not regenerate flesh from nothing. Was the bone exposed? Gao Jiehe contemplated checking. No worries, a couple more days of potion will suffice, Bian Tao reassured, having gained some understanding of the healing potion's efficacy. Flesh is certainly more amenable to recovery than bone. Gao Jiehe refrained from further conversation, as the task of clearing the battlefield had commenced. Can that sapling be utilized? Bian Tao inquired. Without further questioning, Gao Jie extended his hand, and the sapling materialized. At this point, Gao Jie was nearly depleted. His contracted beast was already large and had undergone such intense exertion. He remarked, "Regarding that shackle you mentioned, I can sense it. Once I break through, I too shall ascend to the rank of a second-tier beast master. Comparatively, it would be a swift progression." Bian Tao was now watering the sapling, his mind recalling the image of Zhao Huixing's contracted beast swiftly dispatching a third-tier beast. The previous encounter between that cat and Kaing Song was merely a playful skirmish. Otherwise, with such terrifying power, the suppressed Kaing Song could not have held his ground. The two of them multitasked, clearing the battlefield, while simultaneously nurturing the sapling with their skills. Gao Jie sensed that Bian Tao was likely attempting to extract vitality for someone. However, he did not inquire further, acknowledging that Bian Tao's abilities could indeed accelerate the absorption of life force. Their focus remained on the desolate areas ravaged by the aberrations, relying on Kaing Song's keen nose to search for any individuals trapped beneath the collapsed structures. Before long, they encountered the beast master who was originally meant to be the bride, now engaged in the same task. To face such a calamity on one's wedding day seemed exceedingly unfortunate. However, the moment she cut the fabric, making the wedding dress more convenient for movement, was truly striking. That scene is one that both individuals have yet to forget. It was palpable that this beast master possessed a rank superior to theirs. Yet at this moment, with her contracted beast retracted, a more precise assessment was unattainable. With repeated observations, they began to discern this fact. Nevertheless, the woman said nothing, merely offering a subtle smile to the duo, leaving the two young men feeling somewhat bashful and blushing in response, reciprocating her smile. Chapter 88. You shall accompany me henceforth at this moment. Fu Sampi, having completed his tasks, approached. He glanced inside, frowning slightly. Zhu Xingzhou was within. Although Zhu Xingzhu's prowess was not particularly formidable among the high ranks, few beast masters could rival his auxiliary capabilities. Bian Tao nodded, having already noticed that several mentors from Yulan Academy were in proximity, likely the main force for the impending confrontation with the Otherworld. This was Bian Tao's first encounter with the border between the Otherworld and Blue Star, and he found it quite astonishing. Fu Sampi continued, stating that he had received notice that the new students were to team up with other academy students and enter the Otherworld together shortly. His expression grew serious as he spoke, indicating that the mentors would lead the teams, rather than simply forming teams. It was highly probable that students under the same mentor would enter the Otherworld together. Those like Fu Sampi, with only Bian Tao as a student, would need to join other mentors. The optimal choice would be to team up with mentors who had a significant number of students, thereby alleviating some burdens. Is that so? Bian Tao inquired, somewhat taken aback. I suppose we must wait until everyone is gathered, as the senior mentors have now all entered the inner world, which complicates matters. This implied that the students under these mentors would need to be allocated to others. It was evident that this was a last-minute decision, and thus, the final team arrangements would require some time. Gao Jie and Bian Tao were not in peak condition, while the other seniors. If the internal environment proved suitable for survival, this place would eventually become Yulan Academy's stronghold. Fu Sampi divulged some information, indicating the president's significant concern over the situation, suggesting that a fierce competition would likely ensue. Bian Tao was not particularly well informed about these matters, but it certainly sounded of great importance. Fu Sampi glanced at the sapling between the two, curiously inquiring what they were doing, likening them to conjoined twins. Gao Jie extended his hand, prompting Bian Tao to do the same, resulting in the sapling resting between their hands, an odd sight indeed. Mentor, do you not have other matters to attend to? Bian Tao asked. Can't we regroup later? Fu Sampi, feeling somewhat dismissed, ultimately sought out other tasks, as the situation was still somewhat chaotic. Before long, Bian Tao observed the vitality extracted by Gao Jie, leading the way towards Jilin. Upon noticing Bian Tao's approach, Jilin lay back down, having been assigned to this vicinity specifically for the impending opening of the Otherworld entrance. Once the internal base within this other world was established, he would take his leave. During this period, Jilin was also engaged in tasks, all of which were brief and would not impede his affairs. For a beastmaster like him, finding personal time was quite a challenge. As Bian Tao approached, he allowed Gao Jiehe to transfer some vitality to Jilin. Gao Jiehe was naturally aware of Jilin, and at this moment, he felt somewhat helpless. After expending so much energy, it turned out to be for the sake of this light-type beastmaster. Upon sensing the vitality entering his body, Jilin seemed to regain some strength. He opened his eyes to gaze at Bian Tao and inquired, "Are you concerned for me?" Bian Tao replied, "You've exerted considerable effort in this battle. You should thank Gao Jiehe." Jilin obediently expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you," appearing to be in good spirits. With a casual gesture, two butterflies emerged and landed upon the shoulders of the two individuals. The flesh and blood on Bian Tao's arm regenerated, while Gao Jiehe fully restored his condition. Is this the power of a light-type beastmaster? Gao Jiehe marveled, feeling the resurgence of his strength. He then remarked, "If you restore me while I generate vitality, might we not ultimately achieve a balance, preventing any overflow of power?" Jilin seemed indifferent to Gao Jiehe, primarily due to the latter's significantly lower tier. If not for Bian Tao, there would have been no interaction between them. The vitality provided by Gao Jiehe was insufficient to compensate for the energy expended in summoning the two butterflies. However, seeing the gruesome wound on Bian Tao's arm prompted Jilin to repay a favor by assisting Gao Jiehe. At this moment, Jilin disregarded Gao Jiehe's words and addressed Bian Tao. "You have yet to wear the necklace." At this, Bian Tao retrieved the necklace. He recalled that during his previous encounter with Zhao Huaixing, he sensed that this necklace could enhance their respective powers. The moment the necklace was produced, Jilin felt a reaction. He immediately rose, placing a hand on Bian Tao's shoulder, and declared, "You shall accompany me henceforth." Perhaps due to his excitement, he gripped a bit too forcefully. Enduring the sharp pain radiating from his shoulder, Bian Tao replied, "What is your reason?" "You are somewhat special," Jilin responded. "Alternatively, you could give me the necklace." It appeared Jilin was unaware that the necklace's power stemmed from Bian Tao's presence. In a moment of resolve, Bian Tao directly handed the necklace to Jilin. Once it was in Jilin's possession, the necklace became inert, devoid of its earlier capabilities. Jilin looked at Bian Tao with a stubborn glint in his eyes, insisting, "You still must accompany me." At that juncture, a familiar voice interjected, "He is far too weak. Having him by your side serves no purpose." Jilin turned with a frown, displeased, and retorted, "It seems you intend to hoard him for yourself." The newcomer was none other than Zhao Huaixing, who furrowed his brow and remarked, "This is not an act of your recklessness. There are many factors to consider." Bian Tao lowered his gaze, reclaiming the necklace, and stated, "There are conditions." Zhao Huaixing replied, "We are all striving for humanity's sake," and seemingly grasping Bian Tao's intentions, added, "I have investigated. With our current strength, we are unqualified to enter there." Upon hearing this, Bian Tao's expression darkened. "You have grown remarkably fast." It is rare for Zhao Huaixing to offer words of comfort. However, this provided no solace to Bian Tao. Where could his grandfather possibly be? How cunning. Jilin, visibly displeased, remarked, "You reek of blood." Suddenly, a butterfly fluttered out, prompting Jilin to speak again. "I too have conditions. You must not attempt to escape." Zhao Huaixing remained silent. He accepted the benefits, but did not acquiesce to the terms. This infuriated Jilin. "Once this mission is completed, you must adhere to the arrangements and refrain from arbitrarily altering the destination," Zhao Huaixing stated. "You are not my superior. You cannot dictate my actions," Jilin retorted. Zhao Huaixing raised an eyebrow, but ultimately chose not to respond. Bian Tao inquired, "Since Zhao Huaixing has emerged, does that mean the internal situation of the other world has been resolved?" "The issue has been addressed, and the stronghold has been selected," Zhao Huaixing replied. Chapter 89. Quite resilient Bian Tao was uncertain how many high-ranking beast masters had entered. The pace of their progress was swifter than he had anticipated. Students from Yulan Academy had begun to arrive one after another. Chao Huaixing remarked. I have other matters to attend to. You should exercise caution with the impulsive nature of Yulan Academy. Bian Tao was all too familiar with the reputation of Yulan Academy. As he noticed Chao Huaixing about to depart, he abruptly grasped the latter's clothing and urgently inquired, So, does this mean you're willing to fight alongside me in the future? Should the nation require it, I am always at your service. Chao Huaixing responded, fully compliant. Bian Tao's gaze shifted to Ji Lin, who, with a smile, replied, I do not possess such noble intentions. I have my own conditions. Very well, Bian Tao nodded, knowing he currently lacked the means to meet Ji Lin's demands. Add me as a friend? Keep in touch, if I find you agreeable. I might assist you out of goodwill, Ji Lin stated quite bluntly. Bian Tao retrieved his phone to exchange contact information with Ji Lin. During the battle, fragile items were stowed away in Bian Tao's ring. Gao Jia remained silent throughout. Bian Tao's nature was not one to actively seek friendship. This unusual behavior today stemmed solely from a desire to rescue his grandfather. The chosen suitors of the old man had seemingly taken this matter to heart, for it was unlikely they would investigate if they were entirely indifferent. Such confidential affairs were beyond Gao Jia's reach for insider information. He now began to comprehend why he had not been selected. There were notable disparities in strength and other aspects. A wry smile crossed Gao Jia's face. At this moment, Yulan Academy had summoned the students to gather. Ji Lin cast a few more glances at Gao Jia, slightly furrowing his brow, muttering, Who is this? They seem quite resilient. He then urged his alpaca to join the others from Yulan Academy. The principal also made his appearance, preparing to accompany the students into the other world. Given his seniority and strength, he was well positioned to seize control of the stronghold. The groups have been organized, and shortly, you will enter the other world alongside your mentors. The principal announced. He appeared somewhat exhilarated, yet he cautioned, if you cannot prevail, retreat, especially the newcomers. Safeguard your lives. This journey into the other world differs significantly from previous excursions. As it is a newly opened realm, the indigenous aberrations will be particularly unique. You may encounter entities never before seen, so exercise utmost caution. The mentors bore solemn expressions, yet their selection as guides attested to their formidable strength. For Bian Tao, the faces were familiar. Gao Jia had returned to his mentor's side. Peng Chun and Wu Yanhui were also amidst their respective mentor groups, appearing somewhat anxious. Nonetheless, they greeted Bian Tao upon seeing him. The unknown naturally instilled a sense of trepidation. Eventually, Bian Tao was led by Fu Sampi to assemble a team with several upperclassmen. Fu Sampi remarked, I heard from Zhuo Xingzhou that you wish to team up with students from Yulan Academy to venture into the other world. You possess considerable audacity. The individuals arranged for this expedition are predominantly not lone wolves. See if you can blend with them. If successful, they may be inclined to undertake missions alongside you. Bian Tao nodded in acknowledgement. Soon, they exchanged their belongings and, alongside the main contingent, entered the other world. The entrance proved less perilous than Bian Tao had envisioned. With the principal leading the way, upon entry, they encountered numerous individuals who appeared to be well trained. However, a closer inspection revealed the presence of ordinary people among them. These individuals, though not like the humans native to Blue Star, seemed to have spent considerable time within the other world, their physiques honed through exposure to its forces, albeit without the ability to form contracts with spirit beasts or wield powers. Bian Tao wondered aloud, when did they enter the other world, and how? He inquired if there were other entrances to this realm, recalling that Meng Hongxuan's encounters with heretics stemmed from alternative passages. Indeed, Fu Sampi replied, we are contending with factions near another entrance. Bian Tao quietly asked about these people, pondering the peril faced by ordinary individuals lacking the power of beast tamers in such a dangerous environment. Fu Sampi explained, the number of beast tamers remains insufficient to safeguard the current other worlds, not to mention the continuous emergence of new realms. Thus, the military has incorporated some physically robust ordinary individuals to survive within the safer sectors of the other world, honing their abilities. Utilizing formations and cold weaponry, they collectively confront foes. A small team can typically eradicate first-tier aberrations, forming a defensive line, While high-level beast tamers can eliminate first-tier aberrations with ease when true combat ensues, human beast tamers must contend with numerous aberrations of comparable strength. There is no time to divert attention towards exterminating these lesser beings. Should these creatures enter Blue Star, it would spell catastrophe. Bien Tao refrained from further inquiries, his expression inscrutable. This was merely the initial foray of the newcomers into the otherworld, hence their lack of understanding. The others, led by Fu Sampi, were evidently already aware of the situation. They cast curious glances towards Bien Tao, for he was the foremost among the newcomers, making it easier to assess his tier upon entering the otherworld. Bien Tao was undoubtedly at the second tier. It had barely been a short while since the new students commenced their studies, yet many appeared to be timid upon entering this realm. To their surprise, there was a beastmaster who had directly ascended to the second tier. The group was quite large, which hindered their pace. Any attacks from the creatures would be swiftly quelled. After traversing for approximately a day, they arrived at a temporary stronghold. From the entrance to the stronghold, it was all a defensive area established by humans. This left Bien Tao somewhat bewildered, for the previous otherworld he had entered did not possess such an expansive human stronghold. Furthermore, the energy in this realm was remarkably potent, rendering any comparisons futile. This otherworld was indeed superior to the previous one. It not only had ample strength, but also a considerable territory designated as a base. Someone expressed a sentiment aloud, and it was clear that others from Yulan Academy shared his satisfaction with this place. It was no wonder the principal had mobilized the entire student body to venture here. In the subsequent moments, they were to be divided into groups to conduct a sweep, eliminating all encounter creatures to ensure the stronghold's safety. The principal spoke, his voice carrying far despite lacking in volume. How shameless! We have yet to retreat, and you bring your students to claim territory. A voice echoed, though its owner remained unseen. The principal stood tall, unperturbed. Should I wait for you? When has your efficiency ever matched that of our academy? The opposing voice fell silent, ceasing further discourse. Bien Tao followed the group, guided by Fu Sampi to the designated area. He did not act immediately, but observed his surroundings intently, as he had yet to detect any signs of the creatures. While Bien Tao harnessed his mental powers, others assessed their environment for clues. Based on past experiences, it seemed there were traces of creatures residing in this vicinity. No anomalies detected in the surroundings, but caution is still warranted, someone remarked as he ventured further into the distance. They remained in a state of readiness, having adopted such vigilance the moment they entered the otherworld. Before long, Zhuxingzhou and Fu Sampi converged, appearing somewhat fatigued. Addressing the students of Yulan Academy, Zhuxingzhou inquired softly, "What is the current situation?" Having just concluded a battle, his intelligence had not yet been shared with Yulan Academy. Fu Sampi offered a brief explanation, stating, "The principal did not account for you in the combat strength of the mentors. This sweep is primarily led by our intermediate beastmasters. After participating in the grand battle, these esteemed beast masters inevitably succumb to exhaustion. In such a state, having them mentor students would be counterproductive for both parties." Fu Sampi spoke again. "You should rest first. If you truly cannot ensure your stamina, then retreat to another world." The war for the advanced beast masters had concluded. Thus, prudence should prevail at this juncture. "Indeed, I shall not be a hindrance," Zhuxingzhou remarked. His strength had evidently waned, and upon catching sight of Bien Tao amidst the crowd, he approached directly. Upon noticing Zhuxingzhou, Bien Tao contemplated for a moment before donning the necklace around his neck. He had refrained from revealing this peculiar item earlier. Now, he discreetly concealed it within his garments to avoid any scrutiny. As the two drew near, Bien Tao sensed a substantial enhancement in his mental energy. His gaze flickered with uncertainty. Zhuxingzhou, too, appeared to have regained considerable vigor. "Stand still here," Bien Tao instructed, swiftly moving aside. The augmentation effect gradually diminished until entirely faded. Looking back at Zhuxingzhou, he mused that the range was rather limited. Merely moving a short distance would sever the enhancement, rendering their actions cumbersome. When Bien Tao approached once more, Zhuxingzhou seemed pleased and remarked, "By experimenting with this, Do you not affirm your willingness to fight alongside me? Bien Tao nodded, finding Zhuo Xing's demeanor somewhat peculiar. The disparity in our strengths is vast. I shall strive to keep pace with you. Bien Tao spoke earnestly. If others could ascend to the rank of advanced beast masters at a young age, so too could he. Zhuo Xingzhou expressed concern that Bien Tao might tread an extreme path and cautioned, "Do take care. There are no anomalies detected around us." "We should proceed," Bien Tao stated. "I will," he replied, acknowledging Zhuo Xing's words. A subtle tension lingered between them, leaving Bien Tao feeling somewhat awkward, compelling him to redirect his focus to their surroundings. After taking a few steps, Bien Tao noticed Zhuo Xing's gait was unsteady, clearly indicating fatigue. He took hold of Zhuo Xing's wrist, guiding him forward, and softly suggested, "You may lean on me a bit to conserve your strength." "All right," Zhuo Xingzhou acquiesced obediently, unexpectedly feeling a touch of gentleness from Bien Tao. Bien Tao, who revered the strong, naturally extended additional care and courtesy. Having just endured a fierce battle, Bien Tao would not scold him. The sweeping mission was relatively effortless, thanks to their numbers and the presence of formidable leaders. Even when confronted with anomalies above the third tier, they were swiftly subdued by Fu Sampi. Subsequently, they utilized their powers to gradually eradicate the anomalies, with the resulting carcasses being equally distributed. Throughout this process, Bien Tao voluntarily undertook the reconnaissance task, considering he and the nearly incapacitated Zhuo Xingzhou were the only ones capable of wielding psychic powers within the group. With his scouting efforts, the team led by Fu Sampi advanced significantly faster than others. Bien Tao had participated in numerous cooperative battles, hoping to harmonize with this team. Clearly, he had not succeeded. Bien Tao and Kai Song were unable to provide support, and their attacks lacked the cunning of others. The individuals present were all slightly older than Bien Tao, by a year or two, and in some cases, even 3. The 2 years prior to Bien Tao's enrollment at Yulan Academy were not spent idly. They had been honed through frequent excursions into other realms, cultivating invaluable combat experience that Bien Tao could not match. The seniors suggested that Bien Tao should remain on the sidelines, delivering opportunistic strikes to disrupt the aberrations, while opting for a more potent beastmaster to lead the charge. Considering the necessity for team cohesion, Bien Tao reluctantly acquiesced, though he harbored a stubborn determination within. A support role that manages to inflict damage is one thing, but his teammates underestimated Kai Song's destructive potential. It was only Bien Tao's quick reflexes that spared them from the aftermath of a battle wave unleashed by the diminutive creature. This incident not only embarrassed the seniors, but also left them at a loss for words against Bien Tao. Overall, their expressions were far from pleasant. Fu Sampi observed the scene, nearly stifling a laugh. Truly, he thought, his student was not to be underestimated, even against those older than him. Naturally, Fu Sampi was protective, and the others were well aware that he was Bien Tao's guiding mentor. Gradually, they conceded their positions in combat to Bien Tao. Due to their unfamiliarity with one another and a lack of understanding of Bien Tao's abilities, it was challenging to discern his intentions in battle. Moreover, Bien Tao possessed an innate ability to sense the weaknesses of the aberrations. Ultimately, the others began to align their attacks with Bien Tao's. They sought a team dynamic where 1 + 1 would yield greater than 2. However, with Bien Tao's inclusion, it became difficult to leverage each individual's strengths effectively. Zhuo Xingzhou, observing from the sidelines, remarked that the team lacked a leader and that Bien Tao was ill-suited to the role of captain due to his lack of team awareness. This was a valid point, which Fu Sampi acknowledged, retorting that Bien Tao had never engaged in team warfare, so how could he possibly know how to lead one? Had he truly never participated? Zhuo Xingzhou countered, recalling how Bien Tao, along with Gao Jia, Peng Chun, and Wu Yanhui, had not failed to unlock the potential of those individuals in their previous endeavors.